Like many other main characters, besides studying like any regular student, this guy also works as an assassin at night. Kai stayed up all night to complete a mission and had to wake up early for school this morning, making him feel very tired. He walked into class like any other day. Midou, his classmate, cheerfully greeted him. He is student number 35 in the class. As the football club captain and class president, he just casually greeted Kai and then sat down at his desk, resting his face on the desk to sleep, refusing to continue the conversation. Midou felt a little awkward, but at that moment, another female student intervened. She is Naga Esrana, student number 22, one of the most prominent girls in the class with a trendy style. With a proud personality, she told Midou not to bother talking to someone rude like Kai. Midou smiled and defended Kai, thinking that he must be too tired to react. Just then, the classroom door opened and Arashi Sasuke walked in. He is student number 1, the leader of a notorious crime gang in the area. As Arashi entered the class, his followers bowed to him. He looked around and saw Kai sleeping at the back of the room, then walked over to start trouble. Arashi approached Kai, but Kai still didn't respond and continued sleeping. Arashi angrily yelled, "You thick-headed fool, can't you hear me?" Arashi reached out to pull Kai awake, but Kai suddenly grabbed Arashi's wrist. Kai yawned, stared at Arashi, and asked, "What do you want?" Arashi got even angrier and shouted, "Let go!" He felt an invisible pressure holding him back, unable to move. Kai finally woke up and released his grip. Arashi yanked his hand back, muttering that Kai was strange. At that moment, someone else spoke up and told Arashi to be quiet and not cause a scene. This person was Kanzaki Jin, student number 8. Kanzaki Jin is a beautiful girl skilled in literature and martial arts, considered the top beauty in the school with a cold demeanor. Arashi turned to pick a fight with Reina, asking what she was doing here. Suddenly, someone else stepped forward to intervene. This was Hashimoto Mayuri, the class vice president responsible for discipline, very strict about order. She told Arashi to stop causing trouble. A kind man named Narumi Yashida advised Mayuri not to interfere, warning her that Arashi might punch her. Narumi Yashida, student number 23, is a shallow person easily influenced by appearances. Kai had fallen asleep again without anyone noticing. Seeing that many people were paying attention to him, Arashi begrudgingly sat down, putting his feet up on the desk. Everyone had entered the classroom and was ready to start the lesson. This is the first year, class 2, of Zindu High School. Today was just an ordinary day like any other. Kai was asleep when he suddenly felt something strange. He saw a glowing circle appear under Midou's feet. The circle gradually expanded, enveloping the entire classroom. The students began to notice and whispers spread. Midou directed everyone to quickly leave the classroom, but from Kai's observation, they wouldn't be able to run in time. The green circle sucked all the students inside. When they woke up, they found themselves in an unfamiliar place, looking around to assess the situation. They were in a stone building with large columns for shelter. There was only one exit and they couldn't believe it, but it seemed they had been brought here by the white light. Other students also woke up, confused, not knowing where they were. The class president Midou spoke up, "Everyone, stay calm. Everything will be fine. First, we need to check if everyone is okay." Kai thought to himself that Midou was doing a good job keeping the class calm. Arashi didn't want to waste time. He called 2 of his followers to go with him to investigate the situation. Kai stopped Arashi. There were footsteps coming from behind the door. Kai realized that 2 people were coming, one male and one female. The students in the class focused on the door. When it opened, as expected, 2 people appeared, an old man and an older woman. The older woman cheerfully greeted the students. When they saw her, they all complimented her. "This woman is so beautiful, like a cosplay, like a knight and princess from medieval times." Kai stayed behind, observing the situation. The old man next to her had the physique of a swordsman. He wasn't cosplaying, he was truly a swordsman. The white-haired woman also had some muscle but looked quite ordinary. The white-haired woman spoke up and introduced herself. She is Leonora, the archbishop of the Holy Kingdom of Daedra. The old man next to her is Gayat, a knight and her bodyguard. Arashi angrily pointed at the woman and asked, "Are you looking for trouble?" He had never heard of the country she just mentioned. Leonora remained calm and smiled. She understood the student's skepticism and said, "I will explain." Class President Midou stepped forward and asked, "What is going on here?" Leonora explained the situation. She was the one who summoned the students to this parallel world. They are the only hope left for humanity in the war against the demon lord, chosen as candidates for heroes in this world. The students in the class still didn't understand what the teacher was saying. Her words seemed meaningless. Gaihat stood beside, glancing and warning Arashi not to speak like that. She reminded him that Leonora is the saintess of this country. Arison didn't care about that. He wasn't going to back down, always ready to fight back. He told Gaihat to shut up and not make him angry. Guy Hot, though old, was still full of energy. He didn't hesitate to draw his sword to stop Leonora, but he refused to listen to the command to stop. He was determined to teach Arashi about manners. Arashi showed no respect for adults. He immediately retaliated. Meanwhile, Kai silently observed the situation. He had to admit that Arashi was very brave, not hesitating to face someone with a sword at their waist. Arashi was confident because he had fought people wielding weapons before. As long as he avoided the first strike and got closer, fighting without weapons would be an advantage. However, in practice, things weren't as easy as in theory. Before Arashi could move, Guy Hot swept his sword across his head, leaving a long cut on his forehead and causing blood to spill. Arashi stood still, sweating, not realizing what had just happened. The sword moved suddenly. Guy Hot cut a strand of Arashi's hair, also serving as a warning to the other student. "Don't challenge a dog, don't let it lick your face next time." Leonora ordered Guy Hot to sheath his sword. The warning was enough. She apologized on behalf of Guy Hot, saying they didn't mean to harm anyone. Leonora began explaining everything, the reason the students were here. She opened her eyes, looking at the students with a disdainful gaze, telling them to be silent for now. Leonora apologized to the students for Guy Hot's aggressiveness. She explained that, due to the Demon Lord's invasion, humanity in this world could be wiped out as they had mentioned. Their country, the Kingdom of Dagaris, had fought back continuously but lacked the strength to stop the attack. The only hope left for humanity was the students, the hero candidates. At this point, the students realized that Leonora wanted them to defeat the Demon Lord. Some students weren't too enthusiastic. Maybe the next life would be easier than this one. They had never fought before. A few girls in the class were crying, wanting to return to the old world. Guy Hot yelled loudly they couldn't go back to the old world unless they defeated the Demon Lord. The students were confused, scared, and stood silently. Kai, standing behind, continued to silently assess the situation. Regardless of whether this information was accurate, Guy Hot might just be trying to motivate them. Still, students who had only lived in peace wouldn't suddenly know how to kill people. Therefore, they needed experience, and the most important thing was talent. Arashi was cut once but didn't stop. He glared at Leonora and Gaius, calling them bastards. They called everyone here, and now they were asking everyone to be silent and obey. Arashi couldn't accept that, calling them animals that walk on 4 legs. Guy Hot looked at Arashi, assessing him. Arashi's fighting spirit was still very strong. He could become a useful warrior, but he could also cause trouble. The old man drew his sword from his side, ready to end Arashi right there. However, Leonora was very gentle, using healing magic on Arashi's wound. She showed regret for Guy Hot's actions. The wound on Arashi's face gradually healed, and the students around were very surprised. Leonora explained that the power she had just used was from the magic system, granted to them by God Dalaris. This created a new phenomenon in this world, simply called magic. A thought passed through Kai's mind. Leonora seemed very familiar with their culture. Perhaps this wasn't the first time she had summoned people from another world. Leonora walked up to Midou, placing her hand on his forehead. Immediately, his hand began to glow, and a sword appeared in his hand. Leonora explained that hero candidates could use the magic system's power and awaken their innate abilities. Leonora clenched her hand, trembling, looking very pitiful. She knew she had brought everyone here, and now the students couldn't return. She admitted that this was a selfish act. Leonora bowed her head and begged the students to lend her their strength. Midou, who had just received the power, was still uncertain, not knowing how much power Leonora had given them. However, they still couldn't fight right away. Leonora understood this and said the students would definitely need training, while their country would protect them. Midou accepted and turned back to encourage the class. He knew the students were scared, but to survive here, they needed information and protection. He believed that the Guardian would help when they faced trouble, and thought it best to follow Leonora and Guy's advice now. Many students in the class agreed with Midou, and Leonora bowed her head to thank them. She smiled quietly and distributed guardians to each student in the class. Class discipline Vice Hashimoto Myrill received the remote-controlled guardian. Arashi received the explosive guardian, and many other students also received guardian. Leonora observed everyone and asked if anyone had not received a guardian. He slowly stepped forward, raised his hand to say he hadn't received one, and Leonora touched him and handed him a guardian. He felt a slight jolt. His vision changed. Leonora stood before him, and a personal stats panel appeared above her head. His eyes glowed red, and Leonora realized this was an evaluation-type guardian. This was rare, allowing the user to see the target's information. After hearing the explanation, Kai tested it and saw his own personal stats appear. Kai understood how the guardian worked, like a status screen in a game but easier to comprehend. He suddenly dodged to the side. The attacker was Arashi, confident with his explosive guardian, so he struck at him. Arashi and the other students looked down on him, thinking his guardian was useless, just glowing red eye. He didn't care, only noting that the students acted vigorously and strongly, without having enough information to know what was truly effective. The guardian was just a temporary power. He didn't know when it would disappear, but he wasn't worried, as there were other ways to defeat an opponent. Leonora finished distributing guardians to all the students and told everyone to rest. Training would begin tomorrow. That evening, the hero candidates were brought to their private rooms. Kai waited until late at night and then sneaked out through the window. He wanted to gather information before sleeping, sneaking behind 2 patrol soldiers to eavesdrop. This was the 3rd time he had encountered the soldiers. He guessed they were reinforcing defenses, activated his observation guardian, and saw that the soldiers' only skill was swordsmanship. He thought they might be able to detect him with guardians, but not everyone could use them. He waited for the 2 soldiers to pass, then used extreme speed to escape, memorizing most of the castle's layout. The city was fortified with surrounding walls. Kai approached the castle, curious but tightly guarded. The structure was solid and hard to infiltrate, so he decided to observe today and return another day for reconnaissance. On his way back, he encountered some classmates wandering on the lawn. 3 girls went out to train their guardians. He hid to observe the 3 girls practicing, still curious about their guardians, and decided to watch for a while. Suddenly, he sensed movement on the other side of the lawn. The 3 girls also noticed, and a monster appeared, causing them to panic. He stayed hidden in the bushes, had never seen a creature like this before. It looked like a divine lizard, and he activated evaluation. The divine lizard belonged to the lizardvo species, with stats far exceeding the 3 girls. It inhaled deeply and roared. The 3 girls scattered, the lizard pursued closely, and he jumped onto a rock to assess this aggressive lizard. It attacked humans relentlessly, moved fast on 4 legs but only ran straight and didn't seem intelligent. Its skin was tough. He tried throwing a knife, the lizard growled and pawed. He quickly slipped behind a tree, seeing that the knife had an effect, even if only a small cut. The 3 girls kept running, and suddenly Renat tripped on a rock and fell face first. As she sat up, the monster stood behind her. The lizard raised its leg to strike, but a knife flew straight into its head. The divine lizard was defeated on the spot. The 2 remaining girls ran to help Renat, and they left immediately, not daring to stay longer. He exhaled behind the tree, relieved they finally left. Even though they didn't need saving, he couldn't ignore them. He approached the lizard, pulled the knife out from its body, realizing that monsters like this roamed the world. Things here wouldn't be easy. Suddenly he sensed something, jumped down from the lizard and looked around. He saw someone nearby and decided it was time to return. He immediately teleported back, spotting a figure behind a stone, wearing a full-length robe covering head to toe, approaching the divine lizard. A stomp crushed his head, blood splattered onto the black-clad man's shirt. He looked disappointed when he saw that all the hero candidates were weak and useless. However, the man in black didn't seem like an easy opponent. He licked the blood from his face and felt a strong sense of satisfaction. The next day, the body of the lizard monster was discovered, and everyone fell into deep thought, with one girl even tearing up in fear. Mage Steady came to examine the monster's corpse, and after observing it, he made his conclusion. It showed signs of being cursed, likely cast by a demon of the common level. Perhaps they were scouting to test the strength of the hero faction. Kai stood off to the side, listening. He didn't know whether curses and magic were different. Midou asked again, was this monster controlled by a demon or some other entity? They complimented him, you're quite sharp. Strong demons can use curses to control and manipulate weaker monsters. Steady was explained by Damata. Initially, monsters were creatures transformed from mana, becoming ferocious and unusually strong. Mana is the power created by gods and demons. In other words, this is the power used by demon lords and evil demons, which is why demons can easily defeat humans. Gaius also felt dizzy after hearing this. He told Steady, stop and take that drunkard away. You can use Steady to gather more information. The bigger problem is, this was being controlled by something else. So the entity you sensed at that moment was a demon. It must have been very strong because Kai almost didn't recognize it in that instant. If it appeared around them right now, it might not have been detected. Just thinking about it, Kai felt an invisible pressure, as if someone was watching them. Arashi stepped forward to provoke Gaius. They couldn't return to their world without defeating the demon lord, and he wasn't planning to stay in this world for long. Student Kanzaki Jin agreed with Arashi, as it was the first time she heard him speak human language. Midou also thought the same. If they wanted to return to their old world, the only choice was to fight the monsters. Some of the girls in the class began crying in fear, and Kai looked at them. They finally realized this was not a game. Fighting was a life-and-death struggle, no matter the world. They should quickly learn their powers to protect themselves. Leonora reminded the students not to be too frightened. It's just that they didn't know how to use their powers yet. All they had to do now was practice. These students, chosen from another world as hero candidates, developed at a different speed compared to the local. A week passed since they began training. I sat in the library reading books, flipping through each page. Now he understood every letter. It was strange how they could talk with Leonora and Gaius from the start, even though they didn't know the language of this place. Kai looked out the window and saw other students practicing. He was told that the appraisal skill wasn't meant for combat, so he was only allowed in the library. He had already studied the local history and culture but found no information on demons, so he decided to go outside. He stood off to the side, observing the students practice. As Leonora said, their development was rapid, with the 5 strongest being Narumi, Arashi, Kanzaki, Hashimoto, and Naga. However, there was still one person making extraordinary progress, Midou. In just 1 week, his swordsmanship had surpassed that of his instructor. Kai used his observation ability to check Midou's stats. A week ago, most of his stats were between D and F, but he made rapid progress despite being a genius. Perhaps the Demon Lord's protector directly influenced things unrelated to power. The students left after their training. They walked past Kai, pointing and mocking him. Kai didn't care. These people were still as weak as before, and others still looked down on him. They became more ridiculous after gaining power. A student raised his hand to grab Kai's head but suddenly fell to the ground. Kai asked, "Why did you suddenly fall?" The guy fell back, not understanding what happened. Arashi, seeing this, said worriedly, "Stop it, Gaius is coming." Leonora and Gaius approached, and Leonora seemed pleased with the students' progress. The students had progressed faster than she had expected, so she decided to bring forward the plan. Leonora wanted the students to practice fighting monsters. The students broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. The students followed Leonora and Gaius into the forest, where their first training session would take place. The area was rugged and the students couldn't move as a group. Gaius said, "Split into groups of 2-3, and the students began to form groups. The training would begin here, and the students had to cooperate in small groups to move and fight effectively. Naga's Midou and another blonde girl formed a team, while Arashi teamed up with his brothers. Narumi and Hashimoto formed a team together, while the other students gradually formed their own groups, leaving Kanzaki and Kai without teams. The two were forced to work together, as it seemed no one wanted to team up with Kanzaki due to her intimidating presence. Moreover, she was not well liked. She was confident, indifferent, often arrogant, and appeared determined to let no one stand in her way. After all the students finished choosing their teams, Leonora happily announced that since this was a special occasion, the team that killed the most monsters would receive an unexpected reward. The first drill began, with Kai and Kanzaki heading into the forest together. Kanzaki arrogantly told Kai not to get in her way, saying that she didn't need his help, just not to obstruct her, as her bodyguard was stronger than others. Kai didn't want to take credit, so he let Kanzaki handle it. Kanzaki flipped her hair, silently criticizing Kai for having no pride. Kai intended to observe Kanzaki's combat abilities first, and he noticed 4 creatures surrounding them. A short demon jumped out to block their path, wielding a mace to attack. Kanzaki used her bodyguard to command the demon to lie down, and it obeyed. Kanzaki's bodyguard was a power of dominance, capable of making targets obey orders. Kai looked around and said there were still more monsters nearby. Kanzaki ordered the short demon to drop its weapon and reach out behind it. It was exhausting for Kanzaki to give 2 commands, sweating profusely. Using her bodyguard for too long drained her energy and consumed mana. Kai told Kanzaki to quickly kill the short demon, as the others were approaching. Kanzaki trembled, having never killed anyone before, and the demon looked somewhat human. Kai glared at her, saying it was their enemy, it had attacked them, and there was no reason to spare it. Kanzaki hesitated but said she understood. Kai clenched a stone, realizing that despite Kanzaki's strength, she was still just a young student from Japan who had lived peacefully before. What mattered was whether she could make the right choice when faced with danger. The other short demons had arrived, growling as they approached them. Kanzaki used her bodyguard to order the newly arrived demons to lie down. Kanzaki was exhausted, telling Kai not to just stand there, asking her what she was going to do. Kai seemed unwilling to help, so Kanzaki acted on her own, commanding the monsters to twist their own necks. The short demons killed themselves, and Kai realized that Kanzaki could issue such commands. The harder the command, the less likely it was to succeed. Kanzaki started to feel nauseous, overwhelmed by the sight of the damage. She had been wrong to think this was easy. The monsters attacked them, so they were enemies, and regardless of whether they were monsters or humans, they had to be killed to survive. You have to kill your enemies to survive. Kanzaki wondered why Kai was so calm, given he had no strength. Kai approached the short demons to check the information and asked her what to do now. They could either move forward or turn back if she was scared. Kanzaki shrugged, tossed her hair, and decided to continue. Though Kanzaki tried to appear brave, Kai still noticed. But her personality wasn't bad and they could fight together. Narumi's group was being chased by a monster, causing them to lose their pants. They thought the monster was weak, so they teased it, but it ended up chasing them. Narumi and Hashimoto realized running wasn't going to work, so they stopped, using their bodyguards to launch a coordinated attack. Their combined attack of wind and stone was like a steel-tipped spear against the bear, not weak at all. Kanzaki silently swore to return to the old world, as she still hadn't repaid the person who raised her. She wanted to show him her growth and make him happy. While thinking about this, Kai asked if she was still not afraid of getting lost. Kanzaki asked what would happen if they kept going straight. Kai didn't think that was a good idea, saying that if she thought that, she was underestimating the forest. Kanzaki said whatever she said. Kai always interrupted and she got annoyed, telling him, "Just shut up, you smug jerk." The two continued walking when they suddenly heard a loud scream. Kanzaki recognized Hashimoto's voice and Kai asked what they were doing. Kanzaki immediately wanted to go help and Kai was surprised by her kindness. By Hashimoto and Narumi, Hashimoto had been severely injured by the bear and fell. She told Narumi to run ahead and not worry about her. Narumi is not the type of person who just follows orders without thinking. He couldn't leave Hashimoto behind when the bear raised its paw and seemed to be preparing to attack. Kanzaki arrived just in time and used her guardian ability to command the bear to stop. Even though the bear struggled, Kanzaki knew she couldn't hold it for long and told Narumi and Hashimoto to run. Kai didn't stay still either, he followed them. As he had expected, Kanzaki's power worked differently depending on the target. He asked if Narumi was still alive. Seeing that Narumi was fine, Kai told him to quickly carry Hashimoto and leave. Narumi wanted to stay and help, but since Hashimoto was too badly injured, he had no choice but to carry her away first. After they had gone far, Kai used his guardian ability to assess the bear. The bear was an armored type. Its stats were very high, especially its defense. Its fur was tough, and it seemed that Kai's attack couldn't harm it. Kanzaki was sweating, she couldn't hold on anymore. Kai told her she had done her best and that it was time to run. Kanzaki tried to do so, but her legs wouldn't move. She was exhausted, her legs trembling as if affected by some drug. The bear was free and advancing towards Kanzaki. Kai had no choice but to throw a smoke bomb at the bear and take the opportunity to carry Kanzaki and flee. The two hid behind a tree. Kai told Kanzaki to be quiet to avoid detection. Kanzaki then noticed her surroundings and asked Kai what he had thrown. Kai replied that it was a smoke bomb, which he had made while everyone was training with their guardians. Kai had only made a few because he already had some equipment on him before being summoned. Since the quantity was limited, he didn't want to waste them. They were basic assassin tools. Kanzaki felt guilty. She hadn't expected her actions to put everyone in danger. Kai told her not to apologize and that he deserved thanks. Kanzaki awkwardly thanked him, but Kai teased her, saying if she was always like this, everyone would surely like her. Kanzaki felt embarrassed and snapped at him. Kai told her to be quiet to avoid the bear noticing. Kanzaki then realized the situation and asked if they should run. Kai said there was no need to because Midou's group of 3 had just arrived. Midou drew his demon-slaying sword and prepared to fight the bear alone. Midou and the bear clashed, and Midou struck a blow that wounded the bear's arm. However, the bear's skin was too tough, and Midou's strike didn't have much effect. Nagas told Midou to move aside and fired fire at the bear. The bear was burned and screamed in pain. Nagas felt triumphant, thinking he had won. But just 3 seconds later, the bear quickly shook off the flames and seemed even stronger than before. Nagas panicked and yelled, but Midou told her to stay calm. The attack had definitely worked. The bear was moving slower than before. Midou told the other 2 to stay calm and work together to take down the bear. The 3 of them began coordinating their attack on the bear. Nearby, a man in a black cloak, the former demon assassin Delphis, was watching the scene. At this moment, the armored bear couldn't yet defeat the students. Their rapid progress and especially their composure impressed Delphis. Delphis highly regarded Midou. Even though he was young, his skill level was impressive. Although this mission was just reconnaissance, Delphis had changed his plans and would now eliminate Midou's group right here. Meanwhile, Midou's group was coordinating well and severely injuring the bear. At that moment, Delphis felt a chill behind him. Turning around, he saw Kai had his knife aimed at his throat. Kai glared at Delphis, demanding that he behave. Kai said, "Didn't anyone teach you that the biggest mistake an enemy makes is when they kill others?" Delphis dropped his weapon to the ground, raised both hands in surrender, and sweated nervously, not understanding when Kai had snuck up behind him. Delphis secretly thought of a way to escape, but as soon as the thought crossed his mind, Kai cut off both of his legs. He collapsed to the ground and Kai pressed the knife to his throat, warning him not to scream. The 2 didn't want Midou's group to notice. Kai began interrogating him, telling Delphis that if he answered truthfully, he would let him go. However, Delphis stubbornly refused to cooperate. Kai continued negotiating, telling him he was from the shadows and came from another world. Kai sensed this presence and wondered if the Delphis in front of him was the one who appeared yesterday. Kai wasn't sure, but he used a threatening gaze on Delphis. He knew the students had been followed for a long time, and he had been waiting for them to reveal themselves. Delphis froze, not expecting that everything up to this point had been Kai's plan. Kai knew that you were not familiar with this world, that your information was limited, so you asked Delphis to tell you everything he knew about demons. Delphis sneered, muttering angrily, but before he could do anything, Kai acted quickly, slicing off both of his arms with one strike. Delphis screamed in pain, falling to the ground, feeling humiliated, unable to believe that a child like this had defeated him. He gritted his teeth and endured. Soon after, blood began to pour from Delphis' wounds, and he ended his own life with a blow to his head. Kai sighed. In a situation like this, they had even brought poison. Clearly, they had planned everything carefully. The Demon Lord's army is more complex than you thought. Suddenly, a noise came from afar and Kanzaki appeared, staring at Delphi's corpse on the ground, stunned. She asked Kai when he had been observing. Kanzaki awkwardly replied that she had only noticed when Delphis fell to the ground. Kai explained that Delphis was an assassin from the Demon Lord's army, and that the monster bear had been his pawn for a long time. When Nagas and the others were attacked by the monsters, it was Delphis who had caused it. Kai clarified that the Demon Lord's army was trying to eliminate the hero candidates. Kanzaki realized and asked how Kai had discovered the assassin, while no one else had noticed. Kai thought there was no reason to hide anymore and decided to reveal his identity to Kanzaki. His whole family were assassins, so he had the ability to detect others of his kind. Kanzaki was shocked, unable to believe it. Kai simply explained that whether she believed him or not was up to her, but the body on the ground was the truth. Kai reminded Kanzaki not to tell anyone. The class was already in chaos because of Hashimoto. They couldn't afford to cause more trouble. Kanzaki nodded in agreement. She hadn't expected Kai to be someone who cared about his classmates. He didn't look like the type. Kai turned and walked away. The students in the class were not like him. They had never experienced a battle, and Kanzaki's abilities might be useful in the future. The two returned to class, where Hashimoto was being treated by Shiori with healing magic. Hashimoto's wounds quickly disappeared. Narumi felt relieved knowing Hashimoto would recover in half an hour. Narumi turned to praise Midou for taking down such a strong bear, but Midou refused to take credit for it. Midou explained that it was thanks to the help of others that the bear was defeated. Kai remained silent, standing quietly in the corner. The difference this time was that Kanzaki kept staring at Kai without saying anything. At that moment, Leonora and Geos arrived. They had been watching the students fight the monsters until now. Narumi asked why they hadn't joined in to help, and Geos coldly replied that if they always helped, the training would be ineffective. Geos declared that pushing fate to the brink of death was part of real-world training, and the students had to accept it. He looked over the students in the class and asserted that from now on, they would have to fight this way, and no one was allowed to complain. Midou questioned why such a powerful monster had appeared here. He asked Leonora why she hadn't told them beforehand that there were only weak monsters. Leonora explained that the monster might have been sent by a demon assassin. The armored bear shouldn't have appeared here. The assassin might be on a reconnaissance mission, testing the strength of the hero candidates, and he could be hiding somewhere in this area. Leonora said they needed to reinforce their defenses because, without it, the students would not survive this training. The students began to fear, and their fighting spirit weakened. Midou disagreed with increasing the difficulty. He said the students had just gone through their first battle and could not be expected to face even higher difficulty. Leonora smiled and stared at Midou, then declared that he would surely die if he didn't obey her orders. Midou couldn't say anything else. Arashi angrily stepped forward to question her. Arashi said that Leonora had brought them here, and now she was giving them orders. What was with that attitude? Before he could finish speaking, Arashi was stopped by Geo. Geo stepped in front of Arashi, his gaze sharp like a blade. He warned that all the students here were pawns of Leonora, and no one could defy her orders. The students fell silent, while Arashi was enraged to the point of boiling with anger. If Midou hadn't stopped him, Arashi would have definitely rushed at Geos. He asked Midou how he could remain so calm. Midou advised Arashi to think carefully. If they didn't act now, the country would become their enemy, and they wouldn't have any chance of winning. Geos praised Midou. He was impressed with his calmness and ability to quickly grasp the situation. Midou thanked him, and the class began to return to the next phase of training. He turned around and said that all students are important pawns, and they wouldn't do anything wrong if they behaved properly. Arashi got even angrier. So this country is their enemy. Then screw it, I'll take on the whole nation myself. Arashi activated his divine guard, swinging a punch at Gaios, but he was too slow to anticipate and dodge. Arashi thought he had succeeded and looked smug, but Gaios was unharmed. He struck straight at Arashi's face, sending him flying and crashing to the ground. Gaios looked down with cold, contemptuous eyes. At this level of strength, Arashi had no chance. Leonora and Gaios left, announcing that tomorrow the training intensity would be increased. The juniors helped Arashi up. Blood poured from his nose and mouth. Arashi was extremely frustrated, muttering insults at Gaios' parents, unable to accept defeat. A day after the military drill, the students gathered again. Today the instructor was a researcher from Everstead. She asked if anyone injured yesterday was okay. Hashimoto raised his hand and replied, "I'm fine, with Hano's healing magic I'm still alive." Steady applauded and felt satisfied. Having a guardian spirit to recover was truly wonderful. She began explaining today's training session. She led the students into her research facility. Today, the students would have to fight monsters there. The doors opened and the students followed in single file. Inside, there were many different monsters, all locked in cages. There were all kinds of monsters, from low-level goblins to massive creatures like Oxford, all present here. All of them were monsters raised in Steady's Research Institute. This research facility was the perfect place to hold training sessions. Steady was very pleased with her research facility. She felt happy to be able to collect combat data from the monsters. Thus the combat drill began. I still watched from a distance. All the students were remarkably calm, even though they were forced into sudden combat. He guessed that yesterday's experience had a big impact on the students. Still, they were a little scared. On the other side, Nagas had just been knocked down by a giant bird monster. Midou shouted, "Steady, stop that monster quickly." This one was too strong for Nagas. Steady remained calm as if nothing had happened. Leonora said she needed to be strict with the students. Besides, she didn't expect the monster to be so strong. Hero candidates with guardian spirits shouldn't lose to a monster of this level. Over there, Nagas got up and started to get annoyed. She summoned a fire spell to burn the bird. Willpower is crucial in combat. Anyway, these tasks should have been easy for the students. The only reason they struggled was due to anxiety and hesitation. Steady continued explaining to Midou that if students could level up their guardian spirits, they could create different variations of the spirits. Kai overheard part of this. He approached Midou and said, "I think you have a new guardian spirit." Stats appeared before Kai. He had gained a new guardian spirit, a level 1 kamikaze monster attacking spirit. Midou asked Steady if she could test it immediately. She stepped into the arena and activated the monster-slaying sword, combining it with the kamikaze monster attack. The bird saw the sword shining in Midou's hand and opened its beak in fear. Midou didn't hesitate, charging straight at the monster. The terrified bird raised its wings to defend. One wing was sliced off. Midou struck again, decapitating the monster. The other students started cheering and shouting encouragement. Kai remained silent, an outside observer. He judged that in Midou's current state, she wouldn't struggle against the armored bear's defense. He wondered if his assumption was correct and whether he could create a new guardian spirit for himself. He looked around. He noticed that someone had a new guardian spirit, even that annoying Arashi. However, he didn't want to tell him. He concluded that knowing this information could expand the power of guardian spirits. He thought he couldn't rely solely on old techniques in this world. He also needed to improve himself. At night, Arashi and his friends held a strategy meeting. Arashi's plan was to first ask for chili, then force Leonora to reveal how to return to the old world. Arashi's two underlings were delighted. If that worked, they would escape this demon world. They also wouldn't have to worry about being summoned back here if they killed Leonora. Arashi persuaded Narumi to cooperate, though Narumi hesitated slightly, unsure if they could win. Narumi muttered, "Even if this is the way back to the old world, killing is still wrong." He recalled Hashimoto nearly dying at the hands of the armored bear. Narumi resolved to cooperate with Arashi. The next day, the students continued training. Kai approached Midou and asked, "Why are you training so hard?" Midou replied, "Because I'm still too weak, I have to work to get stronger." Kai thought Midou was strong enough to defeat half the knights in this country, but Midou still felt it wasn't enough. She felt she wasn't strong enough to defeat Chili and protect everyone no matter what happened. Kai asked, "What do you think about Leonora and Guy?" Midou replied, "I know they want to use students as pawns in their war, and I don't think they're lying. They won't do anything as long as the students obey." Kai asked Midou, "Are you really willing to risk your life and fight until the demon lord is defeated?" Midou answered, "I will, but I'll be the only one who has to fight." He would become a hero and defeat the demon lord, so he decided to compromise to ensure everyone's safety. He found Midou's plan quite clever, but wasn't sure if Leonora would agree. Confident, Midou would use his sword to force her agreement. After the students finished training, Leonora and Gaius arrived. Steady happily ran over like a wagging puppy. Nagas asked Leonora and Gaius where they had been when they weren't around. Leonora calmly replied that they would be away for a few days, so she asked Steady to watch over the students. After giving the message, Leonora and Gaius left. Steady gave a half smile and walked with Gaius and Leonora to the carriage. Gaius asked if this was the right decision. Leonora pretended not to understand. Gaius went straight to the point, suspecting Arasi of plotting something. Leonora just drank water silently. She knew of a rebellion against them but didn't care much about the students. She didn't bother worrying about them. Still, Gaius was concerned. He knew the students were showing potential, but they were still just hero candidates. Although unlikely, if they rose up, it could cause a major incident. Leonora wasn't worried at all. She was confident the students couldn't defeat her. She planned to use this opportunity to establish a hierarchy. Then they would crush the rebellion and cut off the students' influence once and for all. Though there were some suspicions, she didn't act for now. At night, Kai sneaked out to hunt monsters. He killed one after another, taking about 13 seconds to defeat a lizard demon. He activated his evaluation ability, assessed his own strength, and thought he had leveled up after killing the wind-masked demon assassin. However, he still didn't know how to use the guardian evaluation effectively. He turned to dodge the snail's punch, then jumped aside and threw 3 knives at the creature. But all 3 knives failed to pierce its skin. He jumped again to avoid attacks, thinking it was the right time to try a new skill. He activated his weak point recognition skill. He identified the snail's weak spot behind its neck. Kai didn't hesitate and threw a knife there. The knife pierced through, blood splattered, and the snail fell. Now Kai's guardian had leveled up again, allowing him to identify the weak points of giant monsters. Still, he felt this skill wasn't enough. He needed more power to survive in this world. Kai continued practicing his weak point recognition skill, throwing knives and defeating a group of love demons. The weak points of the love demons were in the brain and heart, so the skill wasn't very effective against regular monsters. He needed a bigger test. He thought he should find another monster. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching. He turned and saw it was Kanzaki. He asked why she was here at night. Kanzaki said she came looking for him since he wasn't in the dorm. She guessed he might be here, so she came to find him. Kai sighed, reminding Kanzaki that the forest was dangerous at night and she should go back. He was used to the darkness, but Kanzaki wasn't. Fighting monsters at night wasn't as easy as during the day. Kanzaki told Kai to be quiet and asked what he was doing. Kai said he was testing a new skill. Steady had said that if their guardian leveled up, they would gain a new ability. Kanzaki fell silent, asking about Kai's new ability. Kai turned away and didn't answer. Kanzaki, frustrated, spoke up. She came worried about him, but his attitude. Kai suddenly asked her if she was really worried. Kanzaki blushed, stammered, and then fell silent. He told Kanzaki to go back. He would continue testing his skill. Kanzaki wanted to go with him, but suddenly smoke rose in the distance. Monsters swarmed the students' area. Midou and Nagas had to fight, unaware of what was happening. Kai and Kanzaki ran back quickly. Their dormitory was on fire. Kai asked a student what had happened. The student said he didn't know, he just woke up to see fire and monsters everywhere. Kai quickly concluded this was human-made. The ringleader was nearby, they had to find and stop him. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Steady praised Kai's reasoning as she sat on the wall. Kai wondered how these monsters got in, but everything seemed clear now. All these monsters were products from Steady's lab. She didn't deny it, they were her lab rats. She also gave them some drugs to enhance their strength, as they were quite weak before. The interrogation, what is Steady's objective? What benefit comes from killing the hero candidates? Steady calmly said it was an order from above. She was tasked with eliminating the hero candidates, even if it cost her previous gains. She didn't hate the students, but she would kill them all. Kazaki sweated nervously. An order from above, could it be from Leonora? Steady stood up, denying it. She has nothing to do with that old fox. This is an order from the Demon Lord. She is the Demon Lord's spy. If she completes the mission, she would also receive a researcher position under the Demon Lord. From her expression, it seemed she had sunk deeply into darkness, caring only about studying monsters. Steady, wearing glasses, raved that human society could never understand the true nature of the mysteries they call monsters. The dormitory was still burning fiercely, and Steady stood motionless on the wall edge. She commanded all the monsters to advance. Kazaki used a spell on the forest-shaped monsters, enemies of Kai, called Astidi. However, Kanzaki's spell had no effect on her. The monsters broke free, leaving Kanzaki astonished. Steady laughed and said, I am a scientist. Of course I know how to handle rebellious monsters. Then the smaller monsters also charged. Kanzaki stepped back, wielding a knife, slicing through each monster. These were just a few examples, there were many more. Each one that jumped out was cut down by Kai, even the large oxer fell. The remaining monsters began to hesitate before Kai's strength. Seeing this, Steady spoke urgently. What are you doing? That one doesn't even have strong divine protection. Kai began activating his assessment. Name, Steady Archheim, age 28. Everyone thought Steady was female, but actually, he was a handsome young man. Attack, defense, agility, endurance, mana all top tier. Semi-demon state, magic mastery level 1. Kai understood why Kanzaki's domination spell failed. The monsters followed the commands of someone with stronger magic. Powerful demons can use domination magic to control monsters. Steady issued orders to someone. He said he would end it before that could happen. Immediately, a massive fireball fell from above. Kai looked up and saw a dragon breathing fire from its throat. This was Fire Dragon, Steady's trump card. He didn't want to use his strongest, but the situation forced him. The dragon swung its tail into a chimney, sending stones crashing onto the group below. Kazaki couldn't dodge, frozen in place. Fortunately, Kai saved her just in time. The dragon prepared another attack. Kai had Narumi guide Kanzaki out of there. The fire dragon flapped toward Kai. Using his skill, he found its weak spot, an inverted scale on its neck. He struck hard at it, but the skin was too tough to cut with his current strength. The situation seemed hopeless, until Arashi appeared on the rooftop and said, "Perfect size for my prey." He leapt down, kicking its knee, but it was unharmed. The fire dragon enraged, unleashing a massive flame. Arashi rolled on the ground to dodge the fire. Kai sighed helplessly, yet acknowledged Arashi's strength. Kai advanced step by step. Now both had to work together to defeat it. Arashi arrogantly said, "I don't need to." Kai said he saw the weak spot but couldn't strike it himself. Arashi replied, "If you want my help, I don't cooperate with weaklings. I don't have time for debates." The fire dragon struck with its tail. Both jumped simultaneously to avoid being hit by the massive tail. The dragon continued breathing fire directly at Arashi. Arashi began to struggle. With his current abilities, he couldn't defeat it alone, finally agreeing to cooperate with Kai. Kai said its weak point is the neck, the inverted scale on its neck. He would draw its attention and Arashi would target the scale. For this young man, it was straightforward. Steady stood on the high ground, constantly shouting, demanding everyone take action immediately and eliminate the enemy. The order was given, and the fire dragon instantly increased its power, roaring so loudly that everything around it shook. Kai quickly drew the dragon's attention and tried to distract it, moving agilely to both dodge attacks and protect his life. At that moment, Arashi sprinted toward the dragon's scales and punched it with all his strength in pure rage. Striking its weak point, the fire dragon could not resist, screaming in pain before collapsing. Steady stood there, stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Arashi smiled triumphantly, having just defeated a formidable monster. Kai quietly looked up at Steady and said, "You've lost your trump card, yet you still want to continue." Steady, terrified, still tried to shout that he had many other monsters. However, all of his monsters had been defeated and lay scattered across the ground. The other students had eliminated all these monsters, and now they rested quietly in eternal sleep. Steady tried to flee in fear but was stopped by Narumi, and in his haste he slipped and fell. But they did not let him die. Kai raised his knife, aiming directly at Steady's face, and said, "It's midnight, we've fought long enough. However, there are a few things I want to ask you." Steady trembled, so terrified he lost control. He begged for mercy, insisting he would reveal everything he knew, but an invisible force intervened and ended his life instantly. It might have been a curse. Kai had uncovered some related information while researching documents in the library. They may have cursed him, making it impossible to disclose information without losing his life. Kai fell silent, realizing that the Demon Lord's Legion would still be a great threat to everyone. One day after Steady's incident, Leonora, upon hearing the news, was deeply saddened, shocked that such an event occurred in her absence. Narumi spoke up, "You assigned the mission to Steady, so why don't you apologize?" After a moment, Leonora smiled. "You are right, I apologize for causing a misunderstanding." She continued, "Allow me to rephrase. I did not expect a weak monster-transformed relative to cause such significant damage." Everyone was surprised by her words. Leonora meant that both parties knew Steady was a demon spy but still let him act freely. Leonora smirked, as if it was no big deal. "I told you that from now on, your training would get increasingly harsh. This is just a part of it." A student, furious that everyone had nearly lost their lives, angrily set fire to everything while others slept. However, Guy immediately interrupted, "Don't be childish. It's your fault for not being alert during the night." No one could argue, and only Kai felt that he was right. They didn't notice the monsters until it was too late, but indeed, you couldn't expect more from ordinary high school students. Now it's time to move to the main topic. The students here will visit the royal capital, aiming to introduce the hero candidates. The public parade will take place in the capital, with students appearing on stage as leading performers. Night fell and Guy ordered the soldiers to return and rest until sunrise. Everyone gathered around the fire to talk. Arashi estimated that the accompanying soldiers numbered about 30, and they were nothing special. A subordinate thought their leader could easily defeat them with a single punch, but he had a different plan. A good opportunity had come. There were usually many soldiers around, but now only 30 remained. The numbers had increased, and these soldiers seemed to underestimate RG's group. Surely they would never expect this group of students to resist. Arashi declared, "Today is the perfect chance to act," then ordered Narumi's group to assemble. Kai, eavesdropping, nodded in agreement, since only a few soldiers accompanied them and they were not professional. However, this was because Leonora and Guy were confident they could control all the students here. He needed more time to understand why they were so confident. Kai approached Midou, asking for a private conversation. Once confirming all guards had returned and gone to sleep, Arashi and Narumi's group began to move. However, they were unexpectedly stopped by Midou's group. "I heard you're trying to kill Leonora and Gaius." When asked who had spoken those words, Midou only confirmed that she had overheard them by accident while passing by, while Nagas thought it was ridiculous. No matter how despicable the other two were, it was wrong to take their lives. Arashi immediately objected. "You're crazy. How long are we supposed to let her behave like a good dog?" Midou understood her friend's feelings. But if they acted that way, things would spiral out of control. There had to be a better solution. Arashi thought it was all just empty talk, and that Midou's plan was to become Leonora's pawn and then defeat the demon lord. In return, he would force her to promise safety for everyone. Arashi doubted. "Do you really think I'll listen to you?" Midou insisted. "I believe that when I'm stronger, I'll have enough power to negotiate." However, the hot-tempered boy still saw it as impossible, and he didn't need a weakling to protect him. The negotiation failed. Arashi refused to follow the weak and just wanted to return to his world. Midou declared, "If you really want to do that, we'll stop you." Both sides immediately clashed. Arashi's speed was so fast that Midou was knocked back. Arashi, who had always trusted his own strength, did not expect his attack to be blocked. At that moment, two patrolling soldiers passed by, and Midou hurriedly explained they were just discussing a few things. The soldiers didn't seem suspicious and only reminded them to go to bed early so they could rise early the next day. Arashi's plan completely fell apart. He gritted his teeth in anger. "What a nuisance. I've had enough of these weaklings. Talking to them is useless." The next morning at Daedrus Cathedral in the royal capital, the students were all present, and the scene was bustling and lively. Though crowded, it still couldn't compare to Tokyo. Curious locals watched the large carriage with a youth escort behind it. Chili shouted, "Move aside, make way for Archbishop Leonora and the hero candidates." The curious crowd immediately parted. In their understanding, hero candidates were chosen by God. The people welcomed the heroes as if they were celebrities, and Midou waved back. Only Arashi's group looked displeased. I guess the townspeople placed high expectations on the hero candidates. They believed the heroes would save them, which made Kanzuki feel uneasy. The curly-haired blonde man was the Holy Knight Genies, and also the spokesperson. "Welcome, hero candidates, to the royal capital. Rest and recover after your long journey." After spending so much time on the ground, everyone finally rested on soft beds. The female students could soak in hot springs, feeling rejuvenated. The other students ate as if starving for days. The maids couldn't keep up, while Midou kept training diligently. I observed his surroundings to gather more information about the place. However, heavy guards everywhere made moving freely in the castle extremely dangerous. Suddenly, he spotted the knight who had led the tour talking to two soldiers. One soldier asked, "Where are the hero candidates? Sir Zenith, are they resting in their rooms?" The other continued, "Are those kids really chosen by the creator god?" It was accurate to say these students were far stronger than ordinary teenagers. One soldier expressed concern about the demon lord's subordinates, saying leaving the hero candidates in the capital would provoke them to act. The other agreed, "There's been a lot of unrest lately. We should be more cautious." Zenith replied cheerfully, "Don't worry. The hero candidates will protect the royal capital, right? It's training time now, let's go." Kai's mind filled with countless questions, and he decided to visit the town. That evening in a town tavern, Kai hid his face and entered, asking the bartender for a beer and the best snack. Nearby, a fat red-haired man and a blonde young man were discussing the hero candidates. The redhead thought the hero candidates were no different from nameless kids, while the blonde still firmly trusted God's choice. Kai realized that the church in this country had such power that the people feared it more than they feared the king and nobility. The country of Libya had been mentioned. By the way, he also wanted to ask the bartender a few things. The bartender agreed. "I just arrived in this country, I don't know much. I've heard of the devil's attendants, who are they?" The bartender scratched his head and replied, "You know, this country is fighting against the demon army, right? Currently, the devil is a terrifying monster. People say humans can also be easily seduced by the power of the devil. Those are the devil's attendants. They are everywhere in the country. Recently, they destroyed the mansion of a noble." Kai understood that they were a terrorist organization. He walked around the town while thinking. A hero candidate must defeat the devil, so the students in the royal capital would surely provoke the devil's attendants even more. Everyone seemed worried. Suddenly Kanzaki hurried over. "Finally found you. Where have you been?" I was gathering information because they are in a completely unfamiliar place. Kanzaki knew that, but she was worried about him because it was dangerous to go alone. Kanzaki really wanted to help Kai. However, he bluntly refused. I can handle it, just stay with the others. Kanzaki couldn't stand being rejected like that. You should be happy that I want to help you. Kai sighed. Fine, let her help a little. He said, I need information about the royal capital. Can you ask the people in the town? Kanzaki was as happy as a flower, immediately agreeing without hesitation. Then she happily set off to do the task. Nearby, a mysterious, fully covered man was watching their every move. He wore a sinister smile. After walking around the town, Kai still hadn't gathered any useful information. However, at least he knew about the existence of a new enemy. Suddenly, he heard a loud noise nearby. In the middle of the night, there was a noise coming from this room. Kai entered and saw his friends gathered in a large group. He walked over and asked, "What's going on?" A female student replied, "Kanzaki is missing." Anya was the first to notice since the two of them were in the same room. Everyone is looking for her, but no one knows where she went. Kai sighed a long one. No one knew that he had also just disappeared. Of course, since Kai wasn't sharing a room with anyone. Kai didn't say that Kanzaki had gone to the town. He lied and said he didn't know anything. I was still sleeping soundly in my room. Midou turned and said, "Listen, she definitely isn't in the castle. The sun is about to rise. We need to go outside and find her." Nugas thought they should leave Kanzaki alone, but now they had to listen to Midou. It was pretty dark and everyone in the town was still sleeping. Kai began searching for Kanzaki. She must be nearby. Suddenly, he spotted something glinting on the ground. It was Kanzaki's student ID. As he was looking at it, a group of men in cloaks holding swords ambushed him from behind. Kai slipped away as smoothly as a feather, then grabbed one of their wrists, making them stab each other. He dealt with each one frantically. The last one saw his comrades die and was scared, trembling with fear. Kai looked at him with a sharp gaze. "Your skills are terrible, whether you're a spy or a warrior. Moreover, you look like an ordinary person, so what's your purpose here?" The man was terrified but didn't say a word. This made Kai even angrier. He declared, "You have to tell me everything you know." Meanwhile, Kanzaki was locked in a mysterious place, her hands tied. The soldiers laughed at her. "Even if you ask 100,000 times, my answer will be the same," Kanzaki asserted. "There's nothing to say to these scum. They just wanted to extract information about the hero candidate." Because of her resistance, the two soldiers ripped off her outer garment. Kanzaki's face turned red, but she couldn't do anything. Despite being humiliated, Kanzaki still didn't reveal any information about her teammates. He had been watching for a while and used his skill to assess. They were just ordinary people, but it was hard to believe that Kanzaki had been captured. Kai threw 2 knives at their temples, hitting them with perfect accuracy. Then, he revealed himself and unlocked Kanzaki's restraints. Kanzaki seemed embarrassed for not being able to help and for causing trouble. Kai didn't care and simply told her, "Don't make a sound. We can talk about the rest later. We need to get out of here first." But before they could leave, someone stepped forward from the shadows. Then a sudden strong lunge came from the two of them, creating a loud explosion as they fell to the ground. Fortunately, his agility allowed him to quickly retreat and avoid the strike. The one attacking them was Genies, a holy knight. He had been ordered to eliminate all hero candidates and was indeed the general of the Demon Lord's army. In the current situation, Kai confirmed that the capital had been surrounded, and the kingdom was on the brink of extinction. Reni's declared that she would end this quickly, determined to eliminate all hero candidates. With that, they immediately took combat stances. One wielded a dagger, the other a scythe, while Kai began observing and evaluating the opponent's abilities. This man, Reni's Walter, 28 years old male, had attack, defense, agility, endurance, and energy stats all at B level. His skills in swordsmanship level 3 and fire magic level 3 were his strengths, showing that he was a powerful and well-rounded opponent. Kai couldn't underestimate him. Even so, with B-level skills, he was still dangerous and shouldn't be taken lightly. Venice attacked first. Kai stepped back to avoid the attack, then raised his hand, creating a red magic circle and commanding the fireball to attack the opponent. From the circle, a series of fireballs flew out. That was fire magic. To avoid being hit, Kai had to fly higher. Zenith seized the opportunity when Kai was floating in the air, unable to avoid it, and prepared to strike a fatal blow with his scythe. Kai threw his dagger at the opponent, but it was all in vain, as Zenith's scythe suddenly caught fire and turned into a flaming sword. The battle seemed to be over with Kai's defeat, but just as he was congratulating himself on victory, a bullet unexpectedly flew in and he collapsed. As a result, the enemy was quickly eliminated. Kai looked at his gun, not intending to use it at that moment due to the limited ammo. But he was right, Kai shouldn't have rushed into this situation. He needed to learn how to face his enemies if he wanted to survive. At that moment, Kanzuki peeked out from behind the wall and asked, "Is that a gun? Is this the standard equipment of an assassin?" Kazuki felt scared knowing someone had brought a gun into the class for a long time. but she still thanked the person for coming to her rescue. Kai awkwardly denied it, explaining that it was just a coincidence. Kazuki couldn't use her domination power. She didn't understand why, but she couldn't use magic while shackled to those handcuffs. When the cuffs were removed, everything returned to normal. Those cuffs were very special. Kai took the enemy's cloak and draped it over Kanzaki to make her feel less embarrassed. After that, they decided to leave. Kazaki hurriedly turned around to report that those who had attacked their class. But he already knew this beforehand. One person Kai had captured upon arrival had revealed everything. He was the only coward who survived the failed attack, and he begged for his life. His life now depended on his words. He hurriedly knelt and said he had only followed orders. His superiors had ordered him to eliminate all hero candidates, because they were enemies of the demon lord and must be eradicated immediately. Kai didn't ask anything further about Kanzuki, but he confirmed that the girl was still alive. They decided to keep her as a hostage to attack other hero candidates. He knew where Kanzuki was being held, but surprisingly, the person hadn't died from the deadly curse like Steady. Kai didn't think this was the work of demons. Kazuki felt sad because there were still people like that. She had once thought that those in this world were her allies. Kai sighed, reminding the naive girl that she shouldn't be fooled by people like that, and that was why she had been shackled. Kazuki insisted that it wasn't just her. Anyone would trust them because they answered every question she asked when she tried to find out. Kai believed there was another reason. The enemies weren't just demons, humans could also be their enemies. Kazaki turned away, angrily saying, "I really regret it now. Is that enough? It's because I was too careless." At this point, Midou also ran over, happily saying, "Thank God you're safe." "I'm so glad you're okay. Did Kai find you?" Kai didn't say anything about that, only stating that they needed to talk immediately. Seeing Kai's serious demeanor, Midou realized that something had happened. Kai began telling about the demon cult. It was a fanatic group, worshipping the demon lord and wanting to fight against humanity. Hero candidates were their targets. Midou pondered, humans, huh? So the problem is we can't tell who our enemies are, unlike dealing with monsters. Therefore, Midou suggested reporting this to Leonora and hoping she would strengthen the defenses. Kanzaki didn't think that was feasible. If they asked her to do so, she would just tell everyone to handle it themselves. First, they needed to gather everyone and decide on the next course of action. Currently, everyone was searching for Kanzaki everywhere. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded from behind the building, startling everyone. The members of the cult were surrounding them, weapons in hand, ready to attack the three of them. Now there was no doubt. These people are waiting for the chance to kill the hero candidates. All three are prepared to fight. Other student groups are also surrounded, and it is assessed that they are all human. The enemy group consists of 6 people. Although their stats are lower than Zenith's, it is still difficult to deal with them as they are warriors. The leader shouts attack and they all rush in. Kazaki uses domination magic to freeze everyone. Then Kai throws a dagger in the middle of them. Midou is worried because they are humans and shouldn't be killed. But for Kai, there is no distinction between demons and humans. They are still enemies. While arguing, one of them suddenly attacks from behind. Midou immediately turns around and blocks with his sword. He still doesn't want to kill and tries to reason, but the enemy doesn't care about his comrades. He says all of their actions are for their master. Kazaki wants to help, but is stopped by Kai urging Midou to protect himself. Midou slices through his sword. This is the final concession. "If you surrender, I will spare you. Put down your sword." The enemy still shouts madly, "Do you dare mock me, you damn hero candidate?" He charges, slashing lightly at Midou's arm, laughing triumphantly as if he had achieved something great. Midou no longer shows mercy and slashes directly through his body. The enemy trembles in a pool of blood, still unwilling to surrender. Kai says, "End him," but Midou wants to leave him to fend for himself. However, Kai needs to be sure the threat is eliminated. Midou doesn't understand how his friend can calmly say such things, as the person in front of them is still human. Kai says, "Midou, that's your choice. While we argue, the class is under attack. Aren't you going to save everyone? You're the strongest in our class." Kai continues, "Tell me, what's more important, the enemy's life or the lives of your classmates?" Midou chooses what matters to him, kills the enemy, and says, "I will go save everyone." The Arashi group has finished dealing with the ambush. Arashi strangles the last enemy and lands a punch, sending him to meet his ancestors. He acts brutally, true to his nature. Other students are still struggling to fight. Fireballs are burning, but the number of enemies is still large. Nagas wants everyone to fight fiercely and eliminate each enemy, but the other students hesitate to act because they are all human. Taking advantage of this, the cult continues to attack the girl. Nagas is powerless as he witnesses the scene. Leonora appears and says, "Should I let these boys and girls pass the test?" Leonora's appearance makes the enemies panic. "Bastard, you are a virgin, right? And you know the hero candidates are my subordinates. So of course, we will help when they are in danger, right?" That guy still responded rudely, You don't even have a knight to protect you and you're going to save them after this. Do you think we're a joke? For Leonora, these people were just minions, frightened by the power of the demon lord. From the beginning, she didn't even consider them enemies. This insult enraged them and they all attacked together. All of them were immediately locked in place by a beam of golden light, unable to move. This magic was similar to Kanzaki's. Leonora emphasized that her power should not be compared. Her strength, range, and ability to dominate were superior in every way. Nagas wanted to know why she was saving everyone. I mentioned helping you all with the subjects, didn't I? Anyway, I still prefer it if you handle this yourself. Protecting subordinates is the duty of superiors. One is still dying. Jun crawled to grab Leonora's skirt and said, "Don't leave us. What are you going to do with us?" "Oh, sorry, you're still alive." "Then everyone kill them all." This command left everyone stunned, and then the students' bodies moved on their own. They were holding swords. Then the swords automatically plunged straight down into the people dying on the floor. Although the female students were frightened, the swords did not stop. Kai and Kanzaki watched the whole thing from the rooftop. He realized this was a level 3 domination spell, far stronger than Kanzaki's dominion power. Leonora had the ability to control many people at once. Her power and range were on an entirely different level. Everyone needed a countermeasure against this ability. That night, 12 hours after the Demon Lord's minions attacked, the students gathered in a terrible condition. They were truly shocked. Narumi angrily said, "I won't forgive her for controlling others and forcing them to kill. It's too cruel." Nagas was also controlled but only felt discomfort. She understood it was difficult for others, and she took full responsibility. Midou blamed himself for not stopping it in time. Everyone encouraged Midou since he saved many people. Kanzaki also blamed herself. If she had come sooner, things would have been different. Kai coldly said, "Even if we came earlier, it wouldn't have been any different." They were all not strong enough to resist Leonora. Before this, the three split into two groups after defeating the attackers with Midou. This way, they could save as many classmates as possible. As a result, the three saved a few groups of students but couldn't save Nagas and the others in time. Due to the Demon Lord's cult, this might not be the last time Kai encounters them. But seeing General Genies being destroyed, they probably wouldn't act for a while. Moreover, there was something important. Kai asked Kanzaki, "Can you come with me for a moment?" He led her into a room and closed the door, making Kanzaki blush. However, Kai coldly said, "To figure out how to deal with Leonora's domination magic, I need your help. I need help from someone with similar power like you." Kanzaki brushed off her embarrassment. "Have you made any plans yet?" Kanzaki, "First, dominate me." A day after the hero candidates defeated the Demon Lord's cult, the kingdom held a grand parade to celebrate the appearance of the hero candidates. This showed that after the hero candidates demonstrated their power against the Demon Lord's cult, they were warmly welcomed by the citizens of the royal capital. In the joyful atmosphere, Kai was somewhat suspicious. Could this be a scenario Leonora had planned? If so, she's more dangerous than I thought. Everyone gathered outside the city gates and Leonora said, "It seems everyone is here. Good. I want you all to return to the Alpha Temple." The Alpha Temple is where the students were summoned. This might be Leonora's territory. She wouldn't be accompanying them. She had some matters to resolve from yesterday. Gaius would take care of the hero candidates, Nagas said. "I guess we can return, but the dormitory we stayed in was burned down. You know that." Suddenly, Nagas noticed Naomi's fearful expression. She approached to check on her, but Naomi replied, "I'm fine." Her appearance and expression said it all. Leonora suddenly asked, "Is something wrong?" Her voice made Nami so scared she slipped and fell. Luckily, Nagas quickly caught her. She continued, "Excuse me, I'll go ahead." Nami kept urging her friend to stop in the rain. Leonora left with a mysterious smile. "It's good to hear that. See you all next time." The other students seemed displeased with her behavior. Night has fallen, everyone is still gathered around the fires, and currently, no one can intervene. The Arashidi group hasn't given up and continues to carry out their plan. I noticed this because Leonora was absent, and the number of soldiers was only 30, far fewer than the hero candidates. So this is the perfect opportunity to attack Chile, and there's no reason to stop them. Just wait and see. Narumi leads Chile to a remote area, claiming a dragon-like monster has appeared. However, upon arrival, Narumi appears confused, as he clearly saw the monster somewhere in the area. This area lies along the road to the royal capital. It would be dangerous if a real dragon lived here. Chile intended to return to report urgently and gather the hunting team. Suddenly, Narumi points forward, drawing everyone's full attention. Seizing the moment, Arashi attacks unexpectedly from behind with a devastating explosion. The distance was too close. Luckily, Narumi escaped, or he would have been hit directly. Chile is injured, blood flowing down one side of his face. Arashi stands up, brushing off his coat. "Even my highest firepower couldn't kill him. He's as tough as a leech. But eliminating the tough ones is my specialty." Arashi continues charging at an old man badly wounded. He knows we lured him here, so naturally, a trap was prepared. He needs energy to defend, but that attack still severely wounded him. Riot didn't expect these brats to use a dispersal tactic to ambush. No matter the judgment, Arashi's goal is just to kill him. So he doesn't care about any other tactics, no matter the assessment. Realizing he's surrounded by other students, Chili stands, gripping his sword and taking a combat stand. Arashi immediately orders the students to advance, don't hold back. Make sure he dies here. Chili knew he couldn't stop the reckless students, so he decides to fire a signal flare into the sky. Kai and the nearby group also see it, realizing the situation is becoming dangerous. Arashi accidentally ruins everything. The nearby soldiers recognize it as a distress signal. They start searching for the light source and realize Chili has been missing for a while, suspecting he was attacked. Everyone quickly decides to check the light, but Kai appears and takes down a soldier with a single knife strike. Knowing there's no hatred involved, but side characters who are soldiers must die. Other soldiers rush in to attack, but all end up dying one by one. The remaining people panic. Why would a hero candidate act this way? Kai approaches, pressing a knife to his neck. Do you think you have time to ask questions? With one knife pull, blood sprays like rain. Meanwhile, Chili is still surrounded by the students. Two young men charge, but he blocks them. Narumi uses a wind spear. Another student passes power to teammates. Chili dodges, but it's not over. Another student strikes, but is too slow compared to him. Chili strikes back with his sword, but it's useless. His steel body is as rigid as concrete. These three bodyguards break his sword, followed by Arashi's fire punch. Chili is thrown backward, losing an arm, blood flowing like a river. Yet he's still not dead. This old man is incredibly tough. Narumi realizes the light was a distress signal. He tries to buy time for the soldiers to arrive, but suddenly Chili says, "No need anymore." Leonora appears from behind. He's backed into a corner, Chili. Everyone is surprised to see Kanzaki controlling the soldiers. She says she's just following orders. Everyone is even more surprised because she usually ignores others. But now she's following someone's command. Kai appears. Sorry, Midou, she's just following my orders. Kazaki captured 7 of them. Although a few escaped, Kai dealt with them as well. Midou noticed his friend continued killing. Kai calmly replied, "Yes, I killed them. I didn't leave a single soldier alive except those here." Midou wanted to know why he did that. "Because I'm sure Arashi and his group are busy fighting the Chili, so I figured I'd clean up these small fries." That's why nobody had seen Arashi and his group. Nagas now realized this was the rebellion plan they had discussed earlier. Midou felt surprised. He thought Kai was on his side, yet now he was cooperating with Arashi. However, Kai only does what he wants. And more importantly, what we need to do now is find Arashi's group, not argue here. Midou immediately ordered everyone to quickly stop Arashi and his group from causing further chaos. On Chili's side, he admitted this was a very shameful scene. He could no longer fight his age. Leonora had returned, and everyone began to worry about what to do next. For Arashi, he had no other choice. After everything, he wouldn't just accept running away. Everyone realized the woman in front of them was the one controlling everything. Leonora calmly said, "Of course, there are conditions that must be met. If you've accumulated enough energy to resist, it's fine. But you rely on the guardians and aren't used to controlling your own energy. Therefore, you are weak. That's why I can control everyone." Arashi found this woman despicable. He bet she wouldn't win if everyone fought with full effort. Leonora just smiled. What a cheap provocation. "Fine, I'll deal with you. I'll break your fangs." Chili became worried, fearing Leonora would use her power to enslave them, which seemed excessive. Leonora didn't care. She knew she was a saint. God would favor her over those here. Then both sides faced off. Leonora used heavenly wood, making the ground rise, and stones shot straight at Arashi's stomach. Next came heavenly sky. Sharp winds and tornadoes threw him aside. Arashi was knocked out, while heavenly fire and heavenly water combined to drown him. He lost consciousness. Though at a disadvantage, Arashi loudly challenged, "You think you've won, damn woman." By now, Midou's group had arrived and stopped the fight. Arashi knew this kid wanted to prevent him from risking everything. But to stop him, they would need strength. Arashi hated Midou's peaceful methods. Even the others in the group couldn't trust the lower-ranking members. However, Nagas completely agreed with Narumi. But instead of acting alone, wouldn't it be better if everyone worked together? Although there were objections to violence, it made Midou think. Leonora broke the tense atmosphere. "In this situation, and you're still arguing. At this moment, everyone must take responsibility for starting this rebellion. Do you think I'll forgive anyone who steps up to take the rebellion head-on right now?" This meant Leonora would show no mercy. She used heavenly wind to blow everyone away. Narumi resisted, but it was useless. Leonora's vortex was naturally stronger. It pushed Narumi down and swept everyone into it. Everyone endured a huge shock and pain. Midou was very worried, but Arashi reassured them that no one would die, so stay calm. Arashi shouted, "If you want to protect everyone, you have to change yourself first. Everyone will die if you keep going like this." At this point, there was no choice. Midou had to pick up the sword and fight. Nagas, along with her flames, fully agreed. Even her neck couldn't stay calm. One by one, the other classmates agreed with this sole option, though reluctantly. Leonora would have to fight the group of hero candidates. She was confident she would show these kids the difference between the sides. On one side was Kai's group with Kanzaki. Kanzaki didn't know what they would do next. Kai was terrifyingly calm. Once Leonora used magic to enslave them, he would act. So until then, the only thing to do is trust them. On Midou's side, facing the full assault of the hero candidates, Chili, though seriously injured, still stood to protect the saint. Though knowing he lacked strength, he was still Leonora's knight. Seeing this, Leonora healed his wounds. Instantly, arms regrew and other injuries were restored. Gaiot returned stronger than before, even surpassing his previous power. Narumi's group had to fight hard, enduring every difficulty just to take him down. It feels like all their efforts were wasted. NASA encourages everyone that with their current strength, they can still defeat him. Leonora remains calm. She is even looking forward to this battle. The students are free to act at any moment. For her, this battle is also a test for the students. However, if they cannot defeat her, they cannot become heroes. Midou immediately charges, while the other students stay behind to protect him. Midou's sword surprises the old man, because the boy can easily pierce through his blade. Leonora transforms the stones into sharp blades that pierce targets. The sharp stones fly straight toward Midou. Nagas uses molten fire to destroy the stones. Leonora scorns their efforts and mocks, "Is that all?" Despite trying to dodge and slash, the sharp stones still cut through, leaving small wounds on Midou. Myral sees her harming their leader and gets furious, immediately activating her long-distance teleportation ability. Narumi also activates his wind manipulation power, slashing through the air. The two powers combine, but before touching Leonora, they are completely nullified. She says she is protected and loved by God, so divine skills cannot affect her. He hides behind a rock and activates his Leonora evaluation skill. Dagaris, female, attack A, defense D. Agility D, endurance E, energy S, summoning skill level 5, all attribute skills level 4. Auxiliary skills aside, although her defense stat is relatively low, she doesn't need to use it from the start. A physical attack can pierce Leonora's defense, but Gaius will block the path. Heresy fights Gaiot, seemingly tired after choosing to kick rather than using his destructive blast. However, Heresy believes he doesn't need to use it against a useless old man. He declares he will put Gaia down. Midou will handle eliminating that woman. Midou agrees, but without divine protection, the sword cannot pierce her. A friend throws him another sword. Midou catches it and gets ready for battle. Finally, he is ready for a proper duel. Midou knows many people have placed their trust in him, so by any means he must defeat Leonora. She calmly releases numerous sharp attacks. Midou slashes continuously. If divine protection doesn't work, the other friends cannot help him in this battle. Since they are too close, they cannot assist Heresy. Despite frustration, the other students can only stand still and watch. Joining now would be a burden. Gaiot swings a sword, Heresy returns a punch. His speed astonishes Gaiot, forcing him to step back. Heresy starts mocking. "Boo-hoo, what's wrong? Why so slow all of a sudden? The wound has healed, but it seems you haven't recovered your power yet." Gaiot isn't weak either. The old man starts competing. "And you've reached a stage where you cannot use divine protection." Midou is struggling too. Leonora launches massive fireballs continuously. Midou can dodge, but the situation is grim. At this distance, she could crush him. There must be a way for Midou to defeat Leonora. Leonora praises Midou's ability, as few in this country can avoid her attacks like that. Midou admits that no matter how much he dodges at this distance, it's still a one-sided battle. He must find a way to attack Leonora from afar or get closer. Since divine protection doesn't work and others cannot help and ranged attacks are her strength, Midou has no choice but to approach her with force, even faster than before. Even Leonora is surprised by Midou's speed as he closes in. The ground sinks and flames burn him as he loses focus. Up to this moment, the boy is concentrating all his strength, trying to use everything at once to attack. Leonora must admit this is a terrifying talent. Yet, a saint still outmatches a hero candidate at this stage. Midou is knocked unconscious. Meanwhile, Heresy continues facing the old man Gaiot. With his current strength, he can no longer use the blast. Heresy continues to battle Gaiot, unable to unleash his destructive blast with his current power. Defeating him has become increasingly difficult and nearly impossible. The old man took advantage of the opponent's hesitation to charge in and strike him. Heresy was struck by the sword in his stomach, a bitter end for a stubborn young man. Gaius placed the sword on Heresy's shoulder. He was still just an apprentice. This is the consequence of not being able to use his guardian spirit. Arashi seemed to awaken. He didn't need the explosion's power to prove his strength. Arashi used all his strength to stand, leaving Gaius amazed, and then retaliated with a massive punch. Gaius was knocked back, lying motionless. Arashi won. On the other side, Midou had also regained consciousness. The image of his friends appeared in his mind. reminding him that he must protect them. His friends were hurt and he didn't want to see that. Midou's revival stunned Leonora. She never expected this kid to still endure. She's still confident that no matter how hard they tried, they wouldn't get close to her. But no, Midou truly closed the gap and struck her arm with a sword. Blood flowed down and Leonora let her guard down. In her confusion, Midou appeared from behind and struck once more. Leonora noticed something unusual, not because of a lack of vigilance, but because Midou had closed the distance almost instantly. It was the skill of shrinking the earth. When he received the desired power, it meant God had blessed him. But Midou only wished for the strength to protect everyone. No matter how strong, he still couldn't reach Leonora. The sword tip stopped just before her throat. Leonora's defensive stance kept Midou from moving. She didn't intend to use it, but Midou forced her to. Kai observed from a distance. After the trump card appeared, the crucial moment had come. He turned to Kanzaki and said, "Let's begin." Leonora had never thought she'd have to use the enslavement magic, but Midou forced her to. Midou was stuck, unable to move. The other friends were also suppressed. Leonora was satisfied. "You all did quite well, I will pass everyone." Leonora hadn't expected Gaius to lose. Even though he was a knight, he could still be replaced. "As long as I control the hero candidates, there will be no problem." Narumi knew from the start they had lost, but without measures, they couldn't do anything. Leonora explained why she was allowed to summon heroes, to easily control everyone when needed. Otherwise, the boys and girls here would become a threat to the Empire. Suddenly, 3 vegetables flew towards them. Leonora quickly used her divine eye as a shield, knowing Kai had been hiding all this time. He was the one who killed her cute slaves. Kai stepped forward and said, "I'm surprised. I didn't expect you to notice someone as insignificant as me." From the start, Leonora thought Kai was very unusual. Even with limited guardian energy, he remained calm. That was not the quality of an amateur. Leonora was slightly disappointed in Kai. She hadn't expected him to appear in this unwinnable battle. Kai looked coldly. "Whether we win or lose this battle depends on me." Leonora found it interesting that the boy was so confident. "Then show me." Immediately, Kai was suppressed by the enslavement magic. Leonora was confident that her magic would win every battle. Before she finished speaking, a bullet pierced through Leonora's shoulder. It was Kai, but somehow he had escaped the suppression. Although it was clear Leonora had used enslavement magic, Kai continued to fire another round, causing her to panic, unsure of what weapon could nullify the magic. This was his deadliest tool. He only had a few bullets left and didn't want to use them all. Leonora reassured herself, "Stay calm." She didn't understand why her magic was ineffective and decided to use divine fire to burn the enemy. The plan was to burn him when he was off guard, but only his cloak caught fire. Kai had appeared behind her, aiming his gun straight at Leonora's head. By observing Midou's battle, he knew she wasn't suited for close combat. Her slave magic had no effect on Leonora, filling him with tens of thousands of questions in his mind. Why was that? This magic should clearly not be stoppable. It was a risky move when Kai pushed to test the limits, but in the end, he won. Back that night, Kai recounted that he had recently spent time studying magic. He still hadn't found information on slave magic, but in return, he discovered something important. The skill activated first takes precedence over the one used later. This means that if Kanzaki uses domination on Kai, it will nullify the slave magic. That possibility exists, and the Holy Guardian's power still far surpasses magic. Kanzaki was worried because her technique was much weaker than Leonora's slave magic. However, technically, everything is still decided by skill level. Using Kanzaki's level 1 domination against Leonora's level 3 slave magic. Kanzaki continued to worry because using her skill first could still risk losing control over her host. That risk is very low. Steady's domination is superior to Kanzaki. I thought the demons would obey Kanzaki, but he was wrong. Simply put, Steady's magic was used before Kanzaki could act. The same principle can be applied to counter Leonora's slave magic. It was a gamble, as Kai didn't know how he could move while dominating. At this moment, Leonora realized Kanzaki's help and Kai were under her domination. Leonora gritted her owl staff, partly in pain, partly because the kid's trick was despicable. It seemed everything was over. Saint Leonora could not use her power because of these shackles, borrowed from a follower of the demon lord. It seemed they could also block her skill. Kai said he would release her if she returned everyone to their world, but that was impossible. Leonora could only assist in healing. Returning to the old world required another skill. Kai knew Leonora wasn't lying and the records didn't mention that skill. He asked, then how could she say we could return after defeating the demon lord? Summoning people from another world requires vast energy. Leonora pleaded with God to summon everyone. In other words, all were summoned by God's will. After completing the mission, it was likely everyone would return to where they belong. Kai confirmed, we can return. Are you sure that's possible? Leonora answered confidently, I have summoned many hero candidates, but none approached the demon lord. Kai had never heard of them and didn't know what happened to the previous hero candidates. Most were killed by the demon lord's army. A few survived, but no one knew where they hid. Hearing this, everyone lost motivation. This is why Leonora remained silent until now. So do you want to stay here forever? Sooner or later, the Demon Lord's army will attack and you will have to fight. To win this battle, everyone needs the kingdom's support. There's no other option. Leonora said she would forgive if released, but Kai said no. He intended to send her to the afterlife, but Midou stopped him. Kai didn't understand why his friend intervened. He thought the person had thought carefully, but Senza still clung to naive ideals. Midou agreed to follow, because he believed Leonora knew how to return everyone. Currently that wasn't possible, but he still wanted to keep the hero candidate title. They were the ones who started the rebellion. It was undeniable. Leonora quickly spoke. Midou was right, I was too harsh, let's act as if nothing happened. It sounded reasonable, but this woman was very dangerous, not easy to catch a second time. Leonora just needed to deal with Kanzaki first, and would become unbeatable. Therefore, the likelihood that after being released, she would continue to act that way is very high. Midou feared that if they killed her, everyone could be accused of murdering the Saintess. It would be enough if she promised to treat everyone well and was released. Myriel agreed with Midou's opinion. Not everyone is a warrior. Besides, if they became criminals, they wouldn't be able to defeat the Demon Lord. Nagas also agreed. Wouldn't it be better to find a way to make her keep her promise? However, Narumi sided with Kai, saying that no one could trust this woman. Since things had gone too far, it was best to eliminate her as soon as possible. Midou really thought that way, but if they killed her here, there would be no turning back for anyone. Kai understood Midou's concerns. The safety of the group was important to him. Kai was confident he could survive, but he couldn't make a careless decision. After all the conflicting opinions, some agreed, some opposed. Nevertheless, Kai decided to place a coin right on Leonora's forehead, shocking everyone. Then he used a smoke bomb to escape. Everyone began to strongly object because Kai had dealt with Leonora before the other classmates could decide. This was unforgivable. They believed Kai always thought only of himself. Only Narumi and Kanzaki remained still, unable to believe that Kai had killed this woman. Everything went as Kai said. The main goal of the others was to kidnap Leonora and learn how to return to the real world from her. If they discovered she couldn't do it, Kai would not let Leonora survive. Even knowing that the group couldn't return to their world, Kai understood that Midou would still protect her. At that moment, Kai would pull the trigger and flee, ready to bear the charge of killing the Saintess. That's why he let a few soldiers escape. He wanted them to spread the word that Kai was the mastermind behind everything. If they saw him as a criminal, everyone returning wouldn't be an issue. Kazaki was worried. She feared things would not go as planned. However, Kai was very confident and her power would be useful now. If anything happened, she could use domination magic to negotiate with the kingdom. Kai could handle himself. Everything went according to plan and Kai escaped. Meanwhile, in the colossal castle, a mysterious horned figure sat on the throne. He heard news about the hero candidates, wanderers from another world blessed by God. His subordinates had tried many times to eliminate the candidates, but failed every time. The leader said, "Don't worry, what we can do in enemy territory is still limited. Let them be, sooner or later they will appear." But things are getting interesting. This man was the supreme general of the Demon Lord's army, one of the 4 heavenly kings, the Wind King. 2 days had passed since that incident, and Kai was still wandering in the forest. According to the map, he was very close to a city, so he decided to climb a high position to scout. Finally, he spotted the city. Walking there would take half a day. Night fell as Kai reached the city walls. As a criminal who had killed the Saintess, he couldn't enter through the main gate and didn't know how he would be treated. He decided to infiltrate using a rope. Once inside, the first thing was to earn money. Kai had some money from the soldiers he killed, but it wasn't enough. He saw a small tavern. This would be a good place to earn money. Kai entered and ordered a beer with some food. A customer next to him struck up a conversation. "I haven't seen you before. Are you a traveler?" "Yes, I was forced to leave my homeland. I'm looking for work." "Are you running from the Demon Lord's army?" "I apologize, even if it's a misunderstanding. This misunderstanding works in my favor." Kai asked if there was a job that didn't require revealing his identity. The owner brought a beer and said, "Then you should become an adventurer. Adventurers can take any job from the guild, usually to conquer magical beasts. If you lack skills, you'll be dealt with immediately." However, the owner felt this young man was not inexperienced. Kai said, "If it's a magical beast, I can handle it." Then he asked how to become an adventurer. Becoming an adventurer is very simple. You just need to go to the guild in the city center and register. They are in desperate need of new adventurers, so they won't require personal information. The guild master knows so much because he used to be an adventurer himself, but due to a knee injury, he decided to retire. That night, Kai stayed at an inn and might stay a bit longer. The inn receptionist showed no reaction even after seeing this guest's face. Since this world has no recording devices, Kai didn't need to worry too much about it. Kai went to the Adventurers Guild. It was crowded and bustling. Kai approached the reception desk and said he wanted to register as an adventurer. The receptionist asked for 1 silver coin to register, and Kai immediately paid. After asking for his name, age, and hometown, Kai came up with a different name. Kai chose the name Siren, 17 years old. His hometown had been invaded by the Demon Lord's army, so he had to leave home and come here. Kai couldn't believe his alias from the real world could be used here. The receptionist began recording Kai's information and stamped it for confirmation. With this, Kai completed the registration process. The receptionist continued explaining the guild's ranking system. Adventurers are ranked from A to F based on achievements. Higher rank means greater rewards. High-ranking adventurers can take on more difficult quests. Since Siren is new, he will be ranked F. You can increase your rank by completing quests. Quests are posted on the notice board. She advised him to pick an F-rank quest for his first mission. Kai approached the notice board. The F-rank quest was to collect herbs and defeat goblin spirits. Having never encountered this type of monster, Kai decided to take the quest. At that moment, a bald black man and his gang approached and started causing trouble. "I've never seen you before, kid. You planning to hunt goblin spirits? I suggest you stop. It's impossible for a kid like you." Kai wondered who they were. "Are you bored or something to come here and cause trouble?" Kai didn't want to escalate, so he said calmly, "Thanks for the warning. Could you please leave me alone?" The gang was angry at being disrespected by a kid. It seemed bullying newcomers had become their pastime. The blonde man tried to teach Kai a lesson, but Kai was fast enough to block his attack. The blonde man panicked and called his friends for help. In the end, they all lay unconscious. Kai walked away casually with the quest slip. This was the ability of a mid-level adventurer. Compared to hero candidates, he was still surprisingly weak. Kai needed to complete this quest quickly. According to the information, goblin spirits were hiding around the forest. Kai saw fresh footprints on the ground and decided to follow them. The prints seemed to belong to animal. Kai realized something was off. They weren't alone. They were hiding very carefully. Could these be goblin spirits? A two-legged wolf wielding a sword suddenly appeared from behind. Kai quickly dodged the strike. The sword in its hand was likely stolen. Another wolf holding a wooden club tried to ambush Kai, but he quickly threw a stone into its eye. Kai kicked the sword from the wolf's hand and used it to stab its chest. Finally, Kai used throwing spears to clean up the two monsters. Then, he activated the evaluation skill. They were goblin spirits. Age 22 male, attack D, agility C, strength C, magic F, stealth skill level 1. This type of monster wasn't dangerous. Kai thought he could hunt more and earn some money. Kai carried a large number of goblin ears as proof of his kills. The receptionist was shocked at the quantity. She couldn't believe a newcomer could do that. For Kai, defeating them was easy, but tracking them took a lot of time. Even though Kai had enough combat skills, his exploration skills were limited. Being an adventurer wasn't easy. People around started gossiping. He hunted goblin spirits that easily. Could he be a C-rank adventurer from somewhere else? Or he's still a newcomer? Due to the overwhelming workload, the receptionist needed some time to prepare the trial portion. Kai received a heavy bag of money. He couldn't believe he could earn such a large sum just by defeating weak monsters. Now the priority was covering living expenses. Kai would stay in this city for a while and earn money as an adventurer. If he built a good relationship with the guild, gathering information would become easier. Lost in thought, a tall, foul-smelling young man blocked the way. Kai observed him and realized this guy was much stronger than the other guild members. The bald-headed man introduced himself as Lai, a B-rank adventurer. He said arrogantly, "You know what? I'm in charge of this guild branch in this city. So what?" It turned out that today Kai had caused trouble for Lai's subordinates. Clearly, they started it, but they lied about being beaten by an unknown new adventurer. After speaking, Lai didn't hesitate to declare he would teach Kai a lesson. He lunged forward with a flurry of punches, left and right, but each strike missed. Gradually, he lost control, jumped, and kicked forcefully. Finally, Kai tripped him and he fell. Despite his speed, his movements were too wide, leaving many openings. Being bested by a young boy, Lai grew more frenzied but was subdued within minutes. It seemed he was unaccustomed to fighting humans. After all, an adventurer's main task is to conquer monsters. Lai couldn't understand how Kai could harm his subordinates with such overwhelming power. Kai explained, "It was all just a misunderstanding. Sit down, have some cake, drink some tea, and listen to me explain." Finally, they sat, drank beer, and shared food while clearing up the misunderstanding. After understanding everything, Lai angrily scolded his subordinates for causing trouble. He admitted fault for not doubting them from the start. Then he demanded they apologize to Kai. The three quickly bowed and apologized. Once the misunderstanding was resolved, Kai let it go. Besides that, Kai had a few questions for Lai. Despite his rough appearance, Lai was reasonable. "Accept blame for my subordinate's failure. If you have questions, I will answer." Kai continued, "You see, I am a traveler. I became an adventurer to earn some money to make traveling easier. But I have another reason." Lai couldn't believe such a powerful young man would struggle in life. Although Lai didn't know the reason, he still wanted to help. Kai said he was looking for a way to travel to another world. Everyone was shocked, speechless, and horrified. How could that even be possible? But hero candidates also came from other worlds. Kai was referring to how these candidates traveled from another world to the real one. I thought for a moment, then said, if that's the case, magic must be involved, but they don't know much about magic. Kai knew finding this information wouldn't be easy. He hoped for a hint. Lai thought a bit more, then said, only one person knows about it. That is the sage Elbana. He is a goblin who has helped this country with valuable advice. It seemed Kai had heard of him before. A goblin sage, that was what he read in a book. Rumor had it goblins lived deep in the forest and only a few remained. Their story was considered legendary. They rarely left their forest to enter the outside world. Among those who did, one was called the Sage. He had lived over 100 years. Furthermore, he was wise and highly knowledgeable. He was said to be a renowned mage, deeply knowledgeable in spell. Goblins were known to maintain close relationships with spirits to receive magical assistance. Although there was no known way for people to return to their old world, with spells, it would be entirely possible. However, no one knew if the sage was still alive. There were no rumors about him, and no one had ever seen him. Lai chuckled dryly, saying he didn't know these things either. Then he apologized for not being able to provide useful information to Kai. Still, this information was very helpful to Kai. He only needed such hints. Kai finished his beer and returned to the inn to rest. Before leaving, Lai asked what he would do upon learning how to travel to another world. Kai just smiled and said, that I'll leave to your imagination. The next day, Kai went to claim his reward for a new mission. A week had passed, and during that time, he had saved some money. Lai and his subordinates had also grown closer to Kai. They enthusiastically invited him out for drinks, but Kai declined. He had gathered some important information about the sage. His name was Elbana Keres. About a decade ago, he had been an advisor to this country, but now he had retired and lived on the western border. That is where the country is fighting against the demon army, and Kai has no reason to stay in this city anymore. He decides to meet with the one called the Sage, and then return to the Holy Temple City, Anfa. It has been a month since Captain Erich from the Holy Knights Legion took on the mission. He is the 8th knight, responsible for taking care of the hero candidates in place of the deceased saintess. Currently, no one has complained because Erich is doing his job very well. He was pleased to hear the compliments because the young men and women here are valuable assets to the country. He was just showing respect to everyone. Everyone was satisfied with the new person in charge. He is different from Leonora but still suspicious. They will discuss the main issue. The meeting yesterday decided to deploy the hero candidates to the front line. The war is still ongoing on the western border, and everyone will be deployed from a forward fortress. Eric promised to protect those who are not fit to fight, which relieved Midou and everyone else. During this time, they will still have to do some work, as labor is the way to sustain life. Due to the urgency, everyone can depart tomorrow morning. Midou and Myeril returned to inform everyone. Myeril was happy that the request of the candidates was approved. At first, Midou was worried that his request was too much. The two of them thought they weren't confident enough to control all the candidates without Leonora, so they were being modest. Since Leonora was gone, they had to be more cautious. Myeril missed Kai not knowing where he was. After Leonora was killed, Kai had disappeared. When the bishop heard the news, he was furious. Nagas said the culprit was Kai, one of the hero candidates. Currently, Kai has fled. As a traitor, he runs very fast, which has the soldiers talking. If that is the case, they must send someone to check as soon as possible. Others believed they needed to confirm whether the saintess was truly dead. The old bishop saw the story as beneficial to the current candidates, which made Arashi angry. He said he did not want to deny the story, but it was possible that everyone here was cooperating to deal with Leonora. A soldier quickly spoke up. That's not true, Bishop. I was there and saw everything. The hero candidates here tried to protect the saintess, but they were suppressed by Shinzuki, and the saintess was killed. Another soldier said, he's right, I saw it too. With the testimony of the 3 knights of Leonora, the old bishop had no more doubts. He wondered about Kai's strength. Midou confirmed that he was very strong and had hidden his abilities all this time. He invited a few people into the room to explain in more detail, while Kanzaki stood behind using his Dominion magic. Everyone had gone through this horrific event, but Midou was still worried about Kai. Midou knew that Kai had sacrificed himself for him. He decided to protect everyone and report back. They decided to deploy us to the front lines. Anyone capable of fighting should prepare and leave early tomorrow morning. Everyone was worried when they heard that the battle had already begun. It was too late to be scared now. Everyone was assigned under the command of the 8th Knight Legion and Captain Heinrich. Kazaki asked for news about Kai, but Midou shook his head. They offered a reward for anyone who could capture him and mobilized forces to hunt him down. No news yet, and Kazaki turned away disappointed. Nagas didn't care if Kai was a traitor, but if they found him, they would burn him to pieces. Kazaki was sad and lonely, blaming Kai for not taking her with him. The next day, everyone set off to the front lines, with the girls exhausted from traveling so far for the first time. They had to walk until night. For the past 2 days, all they did was walk and nothing else. Everyone started to get bored and hoped something interesting would happen. Suddenly, Arasi signaled to stop, sensing the presence of a beast behind the bushes. The commander turned around to question when he saw everyone suddenly stop. Midou said, "I sense the presence of a beast nearby." However, the leader of the group dismissed it, saying there was nothing and they should continue following orders. Without orders, they were not allowed to act, which made Arashi angry, and he strangled him. Although everyone asked Arashi to stop, he refused to listen. He didn't understand why he had to follow the orders of someone he considered useless. At that moment, a sudden cold sensation forced Arashi to release his grip. A group of sharp rabbits appeared and immediately took combat position. The sharp rabbits charged at them, causing the knights' swords to fly away. Arashi quickly used an explosion to blow one monster away. Then he stepped on the monster. Arashi seemed capable of handling the entire group of sharp rabbits alone. Everyone had to acknowledge his extraordinary strength. It felt like Arashi's power this time was far greater than before, yet he still felt it wasn't enough. He felt this ability was nothing compared to Kai, the person everyone knew Arashi feared. From the beginning, Arashi had a bad feeling about Kai. Kai always appeared completely fearless. Specifically, Kai never showed any reaction when facing Arashi. Eventually, Shinju realized that Kai was truly powerful. Arashi thought he would be stronger with his new ability, but the result left him disappointed. Kai suddenly splashed a bucket of cold water on Arashi's face, bringing him back to his senses. Midou noticed that Arashi's mood had been poor lately. Arashi denied it, saying he just didn't like following orders from useless people. Finally, the hero candidates reached the front line at the western border of the Digaret Holy Kingdom, at the fortress guns. Many soldiers were on guard. The short-haired girl was Captain Amelia of the Holy Knights. The 4th Knight Corps was there to welcome the hero candidates, although Amelia had recently been promoted after her predecessor passed away. Suddenly, a panicked knight ran in to report that the Demon Lord's army was approaching. Therefore, no one had time to rest, and the entire border would have to rely on the hero candidates. Everyone immediately prepared for battle. The knights began ringing bells to signal the approaching demon army. A multicolored monster army stormed toward the city gate. They were so numerous it was unimaginable. Heinrich ordered the knights to fire arrows to reduce the monster numbers. The mages also gathered to fight together. Following the call, Tianhua defeated the evil creatures. Missiles and arrows were launched simultaneously. Although the monsters were hit by many arrows, they did not retreat and continued fighting fiercely. These arrows couldn't kill them. Amelia warned everyone not to underestimate the monsters' endurance and resilience, as they were far stronger than humans. For now, everyone needed to obey Heinrich, who would join the fight with the 4th Knight Corps. Notably, some had already gone missing and entered battle with the monsters, including Arashi and his group. The monsters couldn't believe their eyes when they saw Arashi charging into the battlefield alone. They thought he was foolish. Arashi didn't care whether the monsters were half demons. He only wanted to erase their presence. A group of monsters broke through the wall and infiltrated the city. One monster nearly attacked a knight, but Midou intervened in time. Midou immediately extended his heavenly sword, making the blade long and large enough to cut down multiple monsters. Midou felt his power growing stronger. He turned to speak to everyone. "See, we can win this battle. Fight and do not be afraid." Everyone resolved to fight. Midou knew he could not hesitate. If he hesitated, others would feel uneasy, since Midou was the commander. Kai had taught him that foolishness comes with a price. Myril also urged everyone to stop standing by and start fighting. Her psychic guardian controlled large stones. Next, Naga's flames incinerated all the monsters. Kanzaki's dominant spell made all monsters pause. Even the observing knights were amazed at the hero candidate's strength. They were overwhelming the Demon Lord's army. Heinrich ordered all soldiers to protect the hero candidates and push back the demons at all costs. After a grueling battle, the army finally defeated the Demon Lord, and monsters lay scattered on the ground. This was a notable victory. The sun was gradually setting. Midou silently watched its movement as Heinrich approached and said, "This is your first battle, isn't it? How does it feel? It's hard to fully grasp. A large-scale battle like this requires skill and decisiveness. During the battle, my vision was limited, so I couldn't make any decisions." Heinrich patted Midou on the back, encouraging him because he had done very well. Today's success was thanks to the efforts of the candidates. However, always be cautious, as today's enemies were mainly low-level and mid-level demons. Although they weren't numerous, the higher-level demons were were quite formidable. Midou said he would remember this. That evening, the demons were resting in their camp. The commander reported that his army had failed to complete their mission. The old, rigid, and angry monster was Stone Gaia, the leader of the demon lord's army, the 4 heavenly kings of Earth. The next morning, in the western region of the sacred kingdom of Digard Great Forest Echoes, Kai had only a short distance left before he could leave the forest and end his journey in search of the sage. Suddenly, a red object rushed toward him. Upon closer inspection, it was the long tongue of 3 giant monkeys. Kai quickly activated his appraisal ability. They were long-tongued monkey monsters, 33 years old, male, attack B, defense C, agility B, strength C. Magic type, pressure, hungry and agitated, tongue attack skill level 3. Kai set his backpack down and prepared to fight the 3 gorillas. Although their abilities were average, they had a rugged appearance. One of them used its long tongue 39,000 times to distract Kai and suddenly closed in. He jumped to avoid the attack. Then another one launched its tongue, but this time Kai counterattacked, cutting a clean line. I could almost feel the pain for it. Next, he flew in and took the head off. The other 2 stood still, unable to say anything. 1 minute and 30 seconds, the grilled monkey meat was ready. Although it wasn't quick, the appearance of stronger monsters could mean he was approaching the demon lord's army's territory. Or perhaps it was because this place was far from the city, with fewer knights or adventurers. The deeper he went, the higher the chance of encountering unknown monsters. Anyway, Kai could still determine the age of the monsters using his appraisal ability. He needed to stay more alert. Not long after, Kai arrived at the Urugano mountain range, a natural defensive barrier that slowed the demon lord's army's invasion. The highest peak of this range was called Langsun Death Mountain. There were rumors that the sage Elbana lived at the summit. Kai remembered that there was definitely a small village at the foot of Langsun Death Mountain. But what he didn't expect was that the village had been completely burned down. Just as expected, it was due to the attack of the demon lord's army. This place was quite far from the front lines, so Kai needed to be more cautious in his future actions. After burning down the village, these purple demons seemed to be just subordinates. They asked their leader Hector what to do next. They wanted to massacre everyone here. This blonde-haired man is their superior, Hector. He told them to stop and make all the survivors slaves. He also wanted information about Elbana. One of the subordinates reported that there was information that the sage lived at the summit of Langsun Death Mountain. So the information matched. Right now, their top priority was Elbana, also known as the Sage. After a night's rest, they would climb the mountain, although the mountain was famous for being the lair of death wolves. The wolf monsters were untamable, meaning the demons couldn't achieve their goal without exterminating all the death wolves. Because when facing a highly intelligent monster, domination magic is nearly useless. One of them heard that the 4 heavenly kings had once tamed a dragon before, but that was impossible for them now. Impossible, even Hector wasn't good at magic. Anyway, constantly talking about what they didn't have was useless. Their only option now was to eliminate these untamable monsters. Kai was standing on a rooftop and had heard everything. It seems they are very obedient. He guessed that the blonde-haired man was a high-level demon. Moreover, this demon had very high stats. Hector S.Y.'s 25 years old, high-level demon male, attack B, defense B. Agility A, strength B, magic B, normal condition, domination skill level 1, swordsmanship level 5. He is one of the few high-ranking demons in the demon lord's army, and facing him directly is truly difficult. The commander realized someone was watching and immediately ordered his subordinates to check the area. He suspected someone was spying and had to admit his senses were very sharp. Unfortunately for them, Kai is very skilled at stealth missions. While hiding, he noticed many villagers being taken by demons. Kai remained silent for a moment but then decided to leave, as he had no reason to save the villagers. Like other demons, Kai's main goal was to meet the sage, and he needed to reach the mountain before the demon lord's army. Finally, Kai reached the highest point of the Urugano mountain range, a dangerous area known as the Death Langsun. It is said that there is an exploration route here, so he decided to follow the trail of the guardian beast. Kai could not clearly observe the surroundings, and the ground was unstable, so even though he was in a hurry, he had to be cautious. He sensed another presence around, probably the famous werewolf monsters of Death Langsun. The numbers were increasing quickly, and although they were hiding, the pressure from them was quite heavy. The lead wolf growled, and immediately the others rushed out to attack. Kai reacted quickly and jumped into a tree. They are the famous monster beasts of Death Langsun, and many people have gone missing here because of them. Kai activated his appraisal ability. They belong to the werewolf species, 20 years old male, attack C, defense C, agility B. Strength B, magic D, normal condition, coordination skill level 3. One strong wolf broke a tree in half, causing Kai to tumble off the tree. While falling, he used a leaf, enhanced with mana, to shoot straight at the wolf and sever its neck. He successfully killed a death wolf. The others advanced, but with Kai's strength, they were just slightly stronger pawns. There were still many of them, and they enhanced their bodies with mana as before. If Kai consciously controls this, the effect would be tremendous. Leonora once said that everyone depends on the guardian gods, making it hard to control mana. The young ones always rely on the guardians, and are not used to controlling their own mana. Basically, they are just weak, which is why Leonora can easily control them. Thus, all candidates cannot resist Leonora's slave magic. Kai was determined to become stronger to overcome this weakness. If he improved his mana control, he could freely enhance his body and increase resistance against magic. Though not as powerful as the guardians, he had to be stronger than this world. Kai aimed at the lead wolf. It growled to show dominance, but Kai effortlessly brought it down. When the lead wolf fell, all the others ran away. The lead wolf was the strongest, and once defeated, the others dared not fight. A very useful lesson. Kai dashed through the wolf pack, sensing something unusual about their movement. He predicted their movement trajectory. An illusionary wolf appeared from the death wolf. It turned out to be a movement projected 1 second ahead, allowing Kai to act without being hurt, even when attacked unexpectedly. Everything was fine. He could foresee what would happen 1 second in the future. The others in the pack started to fear, but Kai wouldn't let them go. Let's practice together for a bit. After a few exchanges, the entire Death Wolf pack was defeated by him, and he checked their stats and information. Shinzukai 20 years old male, attack A, defense B, agility A. Strength B, magic C, normal condition, guardian skill, appraisal ability level 3. Guardian detected a level 1 weakness. Guardian long-range vision level 1, assassination technique level 5, throwing knife technique level 5, throwing technique level 5. Death level 5, this skill allowed him to see the future, and upon receiving the weakness detection skill, his appraisal ability was upgraded. Essentially, this was an upgrade to the standard appraisal ability, allowing Kai to observe everything with foresight. After climbing, carrying a large backpack, and battling fiercely with the wolf pack, he was truly exhausted. Kai decided to take a short break as he neared the mountain peak, despite feeling fatigued. However, fate did not allow Kai to rest. He was forced to keep moving relentlessly. A strange sound echoed around, likely the approaching army of the demon lord. It wasn't a safe moment to stop, so Kai pressed on while down at the mountain base. Near the peak of Death Mountain, a group of monsters was attacking and harassing a young girl. The girl was reportedly a disciple of the sage. Nevertheless, she fought bravely to prevent the monsters from entering her master's dwelling. Hector, the leader, commanded the monsters to simultaneously attack and kill the little girl. The young girl seemed unable to continue fighting. She could only stand still, awaiting her approaching death. Suddenly, Kai appeared and executed an impressive hero rescue of the damsel. The girl looked at Kai in confusion, realizing she was facing a human. The monsters questioned Kai about his identity, but he said nothing, only looking down on them with disdain. Kai noticed there were 10 soldiers, and that their leader was a high-level demon. The girl asked why Kai had saved her. He didn't answer, instead asking if she was a disciple of Sage Elbana. The girl confirmed she was a disciple. Kai explained that was exactly why he saved her. He needed to meet the sage. Using his judgment ability, Kai realized the girl was a half-demon and possessed magical skill. Hector didn't care who Kai was. Anyone who blocked their way was an enemy. Even with an extra person, the monsters confidently charged to attack and eliminate both. Kai needed to defeat the demons to save the girl and earn a favor from the sage. He was surrounded by monsters. One of them jumped with a sword aimed at Kai, but with his foresight, Kai predicted the attack and easily dodged. Then Kai quickly countered and blocked the strike from behind, leaving the surrounding demons astonished. Their weapons were massive, but facing a human like this was probably too much. Kai continued attacking, cutting off arms, legs, and heads of the monsters. In just a few strikes, the monsters were severely wounded. Many lost limbs or even their heads. With his foresight, Kai couldn't fail in close combat. However, his foresight ability was running low. The leader ordered his subordinates to stop charging and use magic. The monsters immediately obeyed, summoning magic circles and firing countless magical projectiles. This was legendary magic, prompting the girl to chant, blowing away the enemies. "O wind spirit," she chanted, instantly creating a massive wind shield around herself. The magical projectiles could not penetrate the shield. Kai realized this was a special spell. Kai understood this was the girl's demonic power, borrowing energy from a spirit. It was a rare ability. The girl smiled, "Thank you, because of you the souls can rest." Hector realized the situation was unfavorable. They couldn't reach their target if this continued. Hector decided to join the battle himself, and finally, the strongest of the group appeared. Hector turned to the girl and ordered her to stop the monster soldiers, preventing them from interfering while he fought. Kai replied, "You'll have to rely on me, the sage's disciple." But handling high-level monsters wasn't easy. Hector easily blocked Kai's blade, surprising him. They fought fiercely, neither yielding, and the battle remained undecided. Hector couldn't understand how Kai predicted his moves. However, Hector managed to leave a deep wound on Kai's left abdomen. This was the power of a high-level demon. Without foresight, Kai would have been defeated. Hector rarely faced opponents like Kai. If Kai weren't human, Hector could have won. Kai's abdominal wound started bleeding. He activated his opponent evaluation ability. Kai's opponent was Hector Enswise, 25 years old, high-level monster, male, attack B, defense B, agility. Strength B, magic B, normal condition. Level 1 magic mastery, level 5 swordsmanship. In addition to superior physical strength and the sharp senses of a high-ranking demon, he is also skilled in level 5 swordsmanship. Even with his enhanced vision, Kai still faced a disadvantage in this battle. He realized he was in a tough spot, so he decided to try another approach. The other man noticed that his opponent was standing still and decided to strike first. He charged forward like a wild beast. With his enhanced vision, Kai avoided the first strike. He swung his sword and Kai dodged but still suffered a small wound on his arm. Even with the ability to see the future, if his body wasn't strong enough to defeat his opponent, there was nothing Kai could do. The physical gap between them was too great. The other man noticed this and began to taunt him. "Is this how you always run away?" As soon as he finished his words, he took 3 bullets to the chest. He quickly raised his hand to block. His reflexes were so fast they were almost on par with the speed of the bullets. However, 3 bullets still hit his arms and legs. He was in pain and didn't understand what kind of weapon this was. Ignoring the bullets in his body, he continued to charge without hesitation, while Kai aimed the gun at his head. But if he thought he would be hit by a bullet, that was underestimating a high-ranking demon. He could see the trajectory of the bullets. Even when Kai shot all his bullets, he couldn't inflict a fatal wound on his opponent. Kai continued using his throwing dagger skill. 3 daggers flew toward him, but he was unharmed. It was merely a distraction tactic by Kai. He quickly drew a grenade and threw it towards Hector. Before the other man could react, the grenade exploded completely. His subordinates were terrified when they saw their leader blown apart. Even A, who had been watching, was astonished. Who was this person that could defeat a high-ranking demon like that, even though he was just an ordinary human? That was the question in her mind. At this point, Kai was out of bullets for the pistol he had kept for emergency situations. That was also his last grenade. As expected, with just these, it was impossible to defeat a high-ranking demon. This incident made Hector even angrier. He charged forward like a wild bull, determined to destroy his opponent. He suddenly teleported and attacked swiftly. In this situation, Kai decided to use his movement analysis skill and activated his weakness detection skill. His weak spot was in his throat. Kai used his knife and slashed at his neck, hitting his weak spot directly. The combination of enhanced vision and weakness detection was indeed powerful, but it consumed a lot of mana. When Hector was defeated, it was also the moment when Kai's mana ran out. His subordinates took advantage of his weakened state and prepared to attack. Fortunately, A wasn't in better shape either. Her spirits were at their limit, though she wanted to help Kai since he had saved her life earlier. At that moment, someone cast a spell, "Burn my enemy's fire salamander spirit." Immediately, the monsters were completely burned. Compared to Naga's flames, this firepower was on a whole different level. The person who saved both of them was Maya's master, the sage Albana. She was far from the image of an old man on the brink of death. The sage was actually a beautiful girl who loved nature. She approached and thanked the young man, Kai. Looking at the situation, it seemed like he was helping her disciple. Kai said it was just a coincidence. He asked if this girl was the sage Albana. She admitted it, but she said compared to before, she was now just an old skeleton. As expected, Kai's energy was too low to use his appraisal skill, but he could sense that she was very powerful. With his current state, Kai could never defeat her. There was no point in hiding it anymore. Kai stood up and said he needed to find her. Albana understood there was no reason to hide anything. A young man arriving here with no purpose, she was grateful to him for saving her disciple. She said she would answer Kai's questions as clearly as possible. May advised them to go home because the smell of blood was too strong, and the hunters would soon arrive. Kai would rest at the sage's house. Currently, the situation was quite favorable, as it was good that he had accepted the danger to save her disciple. Albana lived in a small house on top of a mountain, far from other places. When asked why she lived so far away, she answered. Albana sighed and said there were many reasons, but mainly because she wanted to live close to nature. She said she had retired, but humans occasionally still tried to exploit her. That's why she chose to live in a place that wasn't easy to reach. Some people with special skills, like Kai Day, still visit occasionally. However, Elbana is not evil enough to turn them away. The two of them had a conversation. Kai did not hide anything and frankly said he was looking for a way to return to his old world. Elbana realized that this young man came from another world and was a hero candidate tasked with conquering the demon lord. She had heard the rumors but never expected the Empire to summon them for the third time. Leonora had mentioned that hero candidates were wiped out by the demon lord's army during previous summons. There might have been a few survivors, but they all went missing. 4 years ago, hero candidates were also summoned. That was the second time. The first time happened about 10 years ago, and both generations sent to conquer the demon lord were wiped out. Since then, the summoning ritual for hero candidates had been sealed and was no longer used. But Saint Leonora wanted to break the taboo and summon a third generation. Elbana opposed this, regardless of whether it was the will of the Holy Spirit or not. Entrusting the Empire's fate to someone from another world is a reckless act. Kai admitted, I stabbed Saint Leonora, so there will be no more summoning of people from other worlds. Elbana was quite surprised that the young man could kill a saint. There are many ways to kill a normal person, but for a deity, the skill must be different. Elbana knew the young man wasn't lying. That woman had been killed by her own disciple, and Elbana understood Kai's desire. Everyone wants to go home. She, being a woman of few words, straightforwardly said, I can't send you back to your world with a spell. On hearing that, Kai was truly disappointed. Although there was no direct way to return, he still wanted to hear more information. Resurrection by magic is possible, but sending them back is not, as this knowledge has been lost. Anyway, there's no reason to research it further. Leonora also said the same. That means the candidates only have the option of defeating the demon lord. Or magic might work to some extent. He said, I will investigate more about magic. Elbana apologized for not being of more help. I still owe you, Kai, for saving your disciple. If I find anything, I'll inform you. But Elbana believes that if anyone could kill the demon lord, it would be Kai. However, he didn't want to get involved in the trouble. If there were no other options, maybe he really would have to kill the demon lord. Elbana was also surprised by this unique boy. Compared to other hero candidates, he seemed to have grown up in a dark and cold place. Kai stood up ready to leave, not forgetting to thank her for the information. He reminded, if you find any information, please contact Siren from the Exploration Guild. At that moment, Elbana thought maybe she could trust this boy. Maya, feeling refreshed after her bath, asked Kai, why haven't you bathed? Isn't climbing mountains and fighting making you dirty? Kai realized he was dirty. Now that you mention it, I'm covered in dirt. He decided to take a bath and freshen up. At that moment, Elbana spoke up. Hey kid, I have a proposal. How about you take my disciple with you? Elbana said, I have a proposal. How about you take my disciple with you? Maya was very surprised by her master's decision. After considering Maiha's goal, the master made the proposal. But Kai bluntly refused. I don't need a girl tagging along. He said, I don't need a girl tagging along. The next day, in the area between the eastern part of the Demon Kingdom Velora and the front line of the Holy Kingdom Digra. Even though he had said he didn't want a girl to come along, he eventually brought Maya with him. The weather here was quite nice. It was said that the climate in the demon's territory was harsh. Until very recently, this place was still territory of the Holy Nation. The weather in the Kingdom of Veldora must be far harsher. Around the western side of the Urugano Mountains, there is a large city called Nutra. There should be villages surrounding the city. Right now, the city has fallen into the hands of the Demon Lord's army and become their front line. That would be their destination. It would probably take about 2 days on foot. Kai really did not want to ask, but he could not help wondering what had happened to the people who once lived there. Maya said that half of them had died, while the other half had been enslaved by the Demon Lord's army. A few people managed to flee to the other side of the mountains. As expected, this girl knew quite a lot. Taking her along on this journey had been a wise choice. After Kai flatly refused her, Maya became very angry. While her master chuckled, boy, do not say that. You only came to this world recently. Maya will be quite useful. This girl has extensive knowledge all passed down from me. Kai wanted to know what benefit she would gain from following him. Elbana said the girl did not understand how this world worked. Even though she was grown and had such extensive knowledge, she still lacked real-world experience to some extent. Elbana had been looking for a chance to send this young woman out to explore the world, but she was still very worried about letting her adorable disciple go out alone. So she entrusted Maya to Kai. Although Elbana could have done it herself, she no longer had the ability to go exploring. From a human point of view, Elbana might look very young and healthy, but she was also nearing her limit. Then suddenly, a boy appeared and saved her disciple. Kai admitted that he did intend to invade the demon's territory. This was a dangerous journey. If this girl held him back, he would definitely leave her behind. Elbana gave Maya her instructions. You heard him, you will be the one to decide. After all, this is your life. Maya seemed to understand. She decided to go with Kai. But after only 1 day of walking, she was already complaining non-stop. Still, he could not expect too much from a mage's body. Maya had trained hard with this body all this time. In any case, the sun was already sinking behind the mountain. The two decided to rest there and continue the next morning. Maya looked at Kai with shining eyes and asked, "Did you not say you would leave me behind if I got in your way?" "What nonsense are you talking about? This is nothing. I am not going to leave you behind. Hurry up and set up the tent." Maya quickly did as she was told. That night the two sat by the fire and ate bread. Kai still felt uneasy, so he reminded Maya that this was a very dangerous journey. But he had already made up his mind. He would not stop no matter how dangerous it became. Kai truly wanted to return to his own world, but Maya did not have enough reason to accompany him to such an extent. Kai also did not think Elbana had lied. Maya must have had another reason. Maya did not know how to explain it. Kai must have seen right through her. The place where she once lived, the elf village, had been destroyed by the demon lord's army. Since then, there had also been rumors that this war was supposed to be only between humans and demons. The demons would invade any race. Maya's parents, even her younger brother, had all been harmed by them. The reason she survived was because her father pretended to be bait and drew their attention. At that time, she could not do anything. After the demon lord's army left the village, Maya was abandoned alone, and then her master saved her. That was why she became her master's disciple. Kai was not interested in Maya's past. What he wanted to know was her purpose. The reason Maya became her master's disciple, and the reason she became a mage, was because she wanted the power to wipe out all the demons. The knowledge she had learned from her master included all the training she had done over the past 10 years. It was all for revenge. The bastard who killed her family, Maya would definitely take his life with her own hands. That demon was one of the 4 great lords. Windbox, known as the Wind Lord, was also one of the highest-ranking leaders of the demon lord's army. The reason she agreed to follow Kai was so she could approach him more easily. Her master had never allowed Maya to go exploring alone. But as long as Kai was there, her master agreed right away. She did not know why her master had done that after meeting him. Even as her master's only close disciple, Maya still did not know what her master was thinking. That was why, for the time being, she would do whatever Kai asked. Elbana had also entrusted this girl to Kai. Elbana believed he could handle her. If the sage let her disciple go exploring alone, then perhaps because of revenge, this girl would die a meaningless death. Maya said optimistically, "You do not need to worry. I do not want to drag you into my revenge." Perhaps she wanted to do it by herself. Today's conversation ended there. The two had to go to sleep to prepare for the journey tomorrow. Maya immediately obeyed. She would also have the spirits keep watch for the two of them. If any monsters came, they could deal with them in time. Kai could not sleep all night. He kept thinking about the 4 heavenly kings of the demon lord's army. Kai's previous enemy had been a high-ranking demon. Now he faced another demon who was even stronger. To win, he first had to become stronger himself. However, he suddenly realized that was not the problem he needed to worry about right now. The next day, at the fortress line along the western border of the Holy Kingdom, a meeting between the commanders was taking place in Ziggurat, and Midou was among them. The bald old man believed that now that they had hero candidates, this was the perfect time to attack. The white-haired commander understood what he meant, but where should they begin the attack? Amelia pointed at the map and said that attacking Atlas Fortress would be a good start. It had once been their fortress, and this was their chance to take it back. Right now, it was the enemy's forward base. If they attacked there, the enemy would retreat. Heinrich, however, said that no matter how he looked at it, this was still a reckless plan. For now, they were still on the defensive, but if they suddenly attacked, it would draw the enemy's attention. The bald old man shot back fiercely. "What is wrong? Is the captain of the 8th Night Legion scared, even with hero candidates under his command?" Amelia knew Heinrich had a point, but at the moment, the enemy was still underestimating them. They certainly would not expect their opponents to launch a sudden attack. She turned to ask whether Midou's body had recovered, and he had fully recovered. As long as the order to fight was given, he could wield his sword with confidence. The meeting ended, and the plan would be carried out tomorrow. Heinrich sighed because it was rare for him to see Amelia act so aggressively. This was a favorable time to attack while the enemy was regrouping. Midou did not think it was a wrong move. Heinrich believed they were relying on Midou's strength and abilities, which was why they had become overconfident. Although the candidates were only strengthening the defenses outside their command structure, they still could not disobey orders from above. Of course, Heinrich's side would still support the candidates as best they could, but this time, Midou was still the key to everyone. He should tell his teammates to rest that evening. Midou suddenly had a bad feeling, but he had no other choice that could change anything. At dawn the next morning, the hero candidates began their raid near Atlas Fortress. Nagas had a few doubts. Why were they working at the crack of dawn like this? If it was a surprise attack, would nighttime not be better? However, demons could still see them in the dark. Attacking at night would put them at a greater disadvantage. Midou wanted to confirm things one more time. Their goal was to defeat the commander, while the main force would draw the enemy's attention. Their commander was very likely a high-ranking demon. Once the battle began, Midou would lead everyone. If he was not nearby, they should at least buy time for him or run away. Everyone understood the plan. Just then, the knight reported that there was a message from the main force telling them to begin the plan. After receiving the order, the entire team advanced together to seize the fortress while the enemy was completely off guard. Outside, Amelia would fight the small monsters. Midou and Heinrich's group would use that opportunity to enter the fortress. Of course, they would easily deal with the small fry guarding. After all, the enemies themselves were stunned beyond belief that anyone would dare charge all the way in here. Although they dealt with them easily, they still had to stay on high alert. There was still a chance the commander was in the main hall. At that moment, Midou's unit was completely surrounded by monsters. Everyone's path was blocked. Heinrich and the 8th Knight Legion would handle the monsters in the rear. The hero candidates continued forcing their way toward the target. Nagas used Divine Guard to burn them. Everyone also took turns neatly dealing with the ugly monsters. The group successfully made it through the gate. A high-ranking demon was already waiting there, and his name was Songye. He was one of the 4 heavenly kings of the demon lord's army. Everyone thought it was only a title, but Midou could sense that the pressure coming from him was anything but ordinary. The old man planted his shield in the ground and challenged them. "Let me see how strong you are, hero candidates." Midou ordered everyone to get ready for battle. He encouraged himself not to be afraid. If everyone was defeated here, the main force's sacrifice would become meaningless. Songye placed his hand on the ground and magic circles appeared around him. Then the ground exploded and many mud monsters appeared. He ordered his army to charge in and fight to the death. Narumi would hold them back with wind blades that split their bodies in two. Arashi also rushed forward with his destructive blast. He was very confident because no matter how many of them there were, these sluggish mud monsters were nothing to fear. But no, things had only just begun. The monsters that had just been destroyed and blown into pieces began regenerating. Their fists also became more powerful. Everyone charged forward together, and although they tried hard, they were completely outmatched. Every time they killed one, it kept regenerating. Kazaki also managed to restrain a monster in time to save his friend. Everyone tried their hardest to thrust their spears and slash their sharp swords into the monsters, but every attack was still countered. Even Myeril's psychic guardian was useless against the mud monster. Fighting like this would never end. Narumi said he had seen this kind of situation before when reading manga. At times like this, defeating the summoner was the best choice. Leave the mud monsters to Narumi, while Arashi and Midou go straight for the commander. But he was a high-ranking monster, so he would not be taken down that easily. Many magic circles appeared on the ground, then launched countless rocks straight at Midou. He tried to block them, but he was already at his limit. It seemed that was Midou and Arashi's plan. Midou would take responsibility for distracting him, while Arashi would launch a surprise attack from behind with a destructive blast. A terrifying explosion erupted. Everyone stood frozen, unsure whether he had been destroyed, but the result was the opposite. A mud shield rose from the ground to block the destructive blast. Then it punched Arashi right in the stomach, knocking him unconscious. The old man began looking down on them. "Is that all you have, hero candidates?" At the same time, Midou and his group were fighting one of the 4 heavenly kings, Stonegear. Shinju also reached the fallen city of Nutrat. In gloomy space, droplets of water dripped from the ceiling. A small flame was lit on the magic staff. Kai and Mayer were moving through the sewer tunnels beneath the city. A foul smell rose all around them. Mayer covered her nose and complained, sneaking in through the underground sewer system. "What a brilliant idea, it stinks in here." Kai, however, looked completely calm. "Calm down, we will reach the city's underground ley line soon." He added that their night vision was excellent. Besides, the city had many open areas. On top of that, this city was on the front line, so security was extremely tight and they could not enter through the front gate. The 2 of them stood before an iron ladder. Kai looked upward, then grabbed it and said, "Let's climb up from here." A little later, in an alley inside the city, the 2 of them had climbed up from the sewer. While Kai carefully hid behind a wall and observed, Mayer boldly stood there lifting her skirt and grumbling. "We finally made it out." His sharp senses helped him realize something had appeared. He quickly pulled Mayer behind a crate to hide. "Someone is coming, hide here for now." Outside, 2 demon soldiers were walking toward them. The purple demon stretched and groaned, "I'm exhausted." The blue demon turned to him in irritation. "What are you complaining about? Being chosen as a guard for the witch is an honor." The purple demon replied, "The position of serving the witch is not based on individual achievements, right? I have no motivation at all." They continued chatting. The blue one mocked him, "You have the skill, but your personality." The purple one cut him off, "But she still should not have yelled at me like that." After that, the 2 demon soldiers walked past the crate where the 2 of them were hiding. A moment later, Mayer let out a breath and turned to ask, "Are they gone?" After hearing the conversation just now, Kai thought, A witch. Is she the princess of the demons and the ruler of this city? Mayor nodded. That's right, she is called the Space Witch. I think she is your current target. I recalled what the sage Albana had once told him, that a witch who could control space was living in the frontline city. That woman could help him fulfill his wish. Kai immediately asked, the problem is how to approach her. If we just go there without a plan, everything will turn into a fight. The two of them stepped outside and Mayor followed behind as she asked, what should we do? Kai answered, first, we need to carefully gather information. Do exactly as I say and do not act on your own. She quickly nodded obediently. I understand. Near the center of the city, large numbers of demon soldiers were gathered. Just like humans, they gathered in small groups to chat. Others clustered together, drinking and having beer. The two of them were inside some room, looking out and watching the demon soldiers through the window. Mayor spoke up. From the looks of it, they seem to have ordinary lives too. That is rather disappointing. Kai replied, as long as they can talk and possess intelligence, living like humans is only natural. He pointed down below. Mayor froze for a moment. Down below, several people had been enslaved by the demons and were being forced to carry goods. The demons were beating them brutally while shouting, stop slacking off and get to work. Seeing that, Mayor shouted in shock, slaves. Kai wondered, why are you so surprised? You already knew humans were enslaved by demons. Mayor stood inside the doorway and replied, you are right, I knew, but this is insane. After brutally beating the humans, the demons stood there laughing loudly despite the victim's pain. Mayor's expression changed slightly. It seemed she was extremely angry. Kai looked over and noticed it. Perhaps this was the first time he had seen her like that, so he was a little surprised. Suddenly, he sensed a change in the space around them. A voice rang out. You people are not demons, are you? Behind the two of them appeared a girl with sharp horns and an eerie aura. Kai glanced back and wondered, since when has she been there? He quickly drew his dagger, wary because he had not noticed her earlier. The girl spoke again to reassure him, no need to be defensive. I did not come here to fight. I grew even more uneasy and asked, what do you want? How do you know where we are? Seeing how completely calm she was, Kai was utterly shocked. This is insane. There is no way I would not notice someone behind me. She must be using magic. At that moment, the strange girl finally spoke. I have been searching for you ever since you slipped through my detection barrier. Mayor was baffled. What barrier? I did not detect any mana at all. Her eyes looked somewhat strange, tinged with red. She replied, there is nowhere I cannot see with my spatial magic. Kai suddenly remembered what he had overheard that morning. Spatial magic. Do not tell me she is. Then he immediately used his appraisal ability. The system displayed her information. Name Isabel Velora. Age 15. Gender female. Attack S, defense A, agility A, strength A, magic SS. Condition normal. Skills evil gods, divine protection S rank. Spatial magic S rank. All magical attributes S rank. Only now did she step forward and formally introduce herself. My name is Isabel, the 5th princess of the demon kingdom of Veldora. In response to his question, she issued a threat. If you do not answer, I will call the soldiers, a human and an elf. What are you doing here? You do not look like spies. Kai thought cautiously. If a battle breaks out inside the enemy base, I cannot guarantee our safety. I have to negotiate peacefully. Then he spoke. I do not mind explaining, but this will be a long story. Isabel hopped onto a nearby crate, sat down and said, that is fine. I am bored anyway. After standing there and recounting some of what had happened, she asked him, I see, so you want to return to your own world? Kai looked seriously at Isabel. I heard that is possible with spatial magic. Is that really true? She replied, whoever told you that was right. You can return to your own world. Kai excitedly asked, really? He looked at the girl before him, feeling somewhat relieved. Thank goodness. I can finally speak with a spatial mage. She does not seem like an ordinary demon. I cannot sense any hatred toward humans from her, Isabel added. But I need to know the coordinates of your old world. I do not even know where your world is or what kind of world it is. Her words dragged down the joy he had just felt. Isabel said seriously, although it is truly possible if I do not know the coordinates, there is no way I can send you back to your old world. After hearing those words from Isabel, the room suddenly fell silent. The two of them stared at each other, one wanting to go home, and the other possessing the power to send that person home. But the most important thing was still missing, the coordinates. Kai asked Isabel, is there any way to find the coordinates? She answered, there are countless parallel worlds. It is very difficult to find your exact world. He had been observing her with his ability the whole time. Even through the eye of truth, it seemed she was not lying. His skill had improved and gained several rather useful effects. Isabel added, however, there is also a restriction on your body. You came to this world through the power of divine protection. Fundamentally, that makes it impossible. With my demon arts, I cannot penetrate that divine protection ability of yours. In her eyes, Kai was surrounded by a layer of smoky white aura. Kai answered frankly, perhaps that is God's will. So we cannot go home unless we kill the demon king. Isabel remained calm, perhaps so. I do not know anything beyond that. I sighed and thought, just as expected, there is no shortcut. Fine, at least now I know I have no other choice. Determination appeared in his eyes. I have to kill the Demon King. Isabel shrugged. It seems you have made up your mind. Kai replied, the best thing right now is that I can go home. Even if it is through demonic magic, but it does not seem easy. Mayer looked at Isabel in confusion. I have been wondering from the beginning. Why are you cooperating with us? You are a princess of the Demon Kingdom. She created a spatial portal in front of her, stepped down, and answered, even the Demon Kingdom is divided into factions. There is something I have always wanted. Seeing that, Kai and Mayer immediately raised their weapons, ready to defend themselves. Isabel stepped into the spatial doorway and warned the two of them, be careful. Escaping from this city will not be easy. As soon as she finished speaking, she gradually vanished before their eye. In the blink of an eye, Isabel disappeared completely and the spatial doorway slowly faded away as well. Mayer clutched her chest and panted. I was so scared, I thought we were done for. Kai put away his dagger as well and said, she is a descendant of the Demon King, so she is extremely strong. Right now we cannot beat her. Mayer looked over, relieved. Thank God she showed no hostility. In situations like this, misfortune really does tend to follow good luck. Hearing him say that made Mayer even more panicked. Don't say things like that. Outside, the demon soldiers were making a racket. Mayer looked down below and Kai beside her wondered what's going on. One demon soldier shouted an announcement. Find them quickly. Spies have infiltrated this city. Mayer heard that and asked in confusion, have we been exposed? Kai realized this happened right after that witch disappeared. Mayer turned to him in panic and asked, you mean she reported us to them? Why would she do that after leaving? I really don't understand. He turned toward the door. We'll never understand what she's thinking. Hurry, we need to get out of here. A moment later, outside the buildings, Kai and Mayer were moving at high speed across the rooftops, while below, the demon soldiers were still searching with all their might. One of them shouted, still haven't found them. They have to be here. Kai thought to himself, they're deploying troops. Looks like they're certain there are intruders inside. They're on full alert. I can't stay here anymore. Their individual stats are pretty high. As they were running together, Kai suddenly stopped to observe, causing Mayer to crash into his back from momentum. She complained, don't stop so suddenly like that. Kai immediately grabbed her head and pushed it down, startling her into asking, what is it? Kai demanded, get down, don't move. He observed and sensed that this energy felt very similar to that witch's or perhaps even stronger. Down in the street, a high-ranking demon stood among the demon soldiers. The one with a large horn in the middle of his forehead and a green aura radiating from him was one of the 4 heavenly kings. Mayer recognized him in shock. He was the one who had harmed her entire village and her family. Windbox hearing that, Kai turned and asked, what did you just say? Mayer's expression grew somewhat agitated. We finally meet here. Just as I expected, following you was the right decision. He turned to Mayer and asked, is he the target of your revenge? Mayer answered, yes, without a doubt, the Wind Heavenly King. One of the Demon Lord's vassals, Windbox. Kai looked down and used appraisal. The information appeared. Name, Windbox, age 40, insect-type demon, wind attribute skills, demon arts level 5, Hawkeye level 5, swordsmanship level 5. He realized the man was very strong. Then he placed a hand on Mayer's shoulder and reassured her, calm down, fighting him here would be insane. Mayer relaxed. Although she hated him deeply, attacking now would be walking straight to her death. In truth, she understood that too. Kai turned and slid down as he warned her. The Wind Heavenly King. I've heard wind attribute magic is excellent for scouting and tracking. We have to move carefully. Mayer still sat there in a daze. Windbox's aura blended into the wind. He walked through the street with a large number of demon soldiers escorting him on both sides. Windbox then asked, all right, are there really intruders here? The soldier beside him replied, without a doubt, my lord. He snorted and said, it's only a hunch, so I can't say much. Windbox looked serious, but if there really are intruders, we will absolutely crush them. He took the opportunity to remind his subordinates. Humanity's trump cards are the hero candidates who have been spotted on the front line. At times like this, we must stabilize the situation. It is a simple strategy, but a very important one. The purple demon beside him interrupted. Forgive me for interrupting, but are you all right with withdrawing to the rear like this? I believe Lord Windbox would earn far more military glory on the front lines. He calmly replied, this position suits me better. Leave the physical labor to the other units. The aura he had sent out to track through the wind had received a response. Windbox smiled, they really are here. The purple demon hurriedly asked, have you detected them, my lord? He answered, the wind is telling me so. Winds swirled around his hand. They're moving carefully, but they won't be able to escape my wind net. The purple soldier admired him. By controlling the airflow, you can detect anything. This is one of the most difficult wind attribute skills. No matter how many times I witness it, I'm still impressed. Windbox waved it off, that's enough flattery. Prepare the pursuit unit. The demon soldiers immediately obeyed. Windbox stood there with a cold smile. I never expected that witch to let humans pass right in front of her so openly. How interesting. This will be quite the show. In a narrow alley, Kai and Mayer were running swiftly, trying to avoid the groups of demon soldiers as well as Windbox's detection. His gaze was sharp and determined. I can't let us get caught under these circumstances. Suddenly, Kai raised his hand and signaled Mayer to stop. Outside the alley on the main road, the demon soldiers were searching with all their might. One shouted loudly, "Find them, they must be nearby." Kai hid to one side, leaned out to observe, and said, "They've figured out our route, even though they still can't pinpoint our exact location." Mayer looked up at the sky, noticed something strange, and told Kai. By the way, the wind current had been moving extremely unnaturally for a while now. The spirits were restless too. He looked in the direction Mayer was watching. It seemed to be a search skill of the wind element. "This is very dangerous," she told Kai. "I can blend this abnormal wind current with magic, but it will expose our location." Seeing that the situation was still under control, Kai kept moving and said to her, "You should not do that. We have not been fully discovered yet. Let us keep going. If we are discovered here, we will be overwhelmed by their enormous numbers." Time slipped by in an instant. The demon soldiers under Windbox's command still did not stop searching. As for the two of them, they chose narrow alleys and kept moving to avoid being found. But suddenly, a demon soldier's voice rang out, "Found you." Kai turned back and saw quite a large group of them behind him. Meanwhile, Mayer was still trying to run while panting from exhaustion. Kai looked at the girl and clicked his tongue. The two of them turned and kept running. Mayer apologized, "It is my fault." Kai brushed it off, "It is fine. We can use the location markers to our advantage." He added, "Besides, I want you to act as bait and lure them for me." Hearing the word bait, Mayer froze, her eyes wide with shock as she stared at him. Before she could process it, Kai immediately kicked off the ground to gain momentum. Then he leapt from wall to wall in a zigzag pattern to reach the rooftops. Mayer stood there on the verge of tears. "Wait, I cannot climb like that." Kai looked down and said, "You want revenge, do you not? What will crying solve in this situation?" Leaving the girl standing there, Kai continued in his direction and said, "Hide yourself." Seeing herself abandoned like that, Mayer watched him in shock, but she did not dare lose focus and kept running as fast as she could. The demon soldiers behind her chased with weapons in hand, shouting, "They are splitting up." At the fork, the demon soldiers split into two paths. One group followed Kai's direction. The other group ran straight after Mayer. Suddenly, she stopped abruptly and turned around. Then she held out her staff and exclaimed, "Oh my God, I just need to do this, right?" With that, Mayer stood facing the demon soldiers, her magic staff blazing with salamander fire magic. The demons hurriedly stopped, their eyes filled with utter shock. "What is this?" Then boom, the narrow alley was engulfed in a sea of fire. The massive explosion drew the attention of the other demon groups. They immediately obeyed their commander's order and rushed in that direction. "Over there, hurry." A faint black shadow had just landed right behind their ranks. A sharp slash cut across a demon soldier's neck, blood spraying out before it could react. The corpse crashed to the ground, and the black shadow glided away again at incredible speed. Kai's next targets were the two demon soldiers in front of him. In the blink of an eye, aside from the sharp slicing sounds, not a single other sound could be heard. The demon leader at the front suddenly noticed something strange. He turned around and asked, "What was that sound?" But to his shock, the corpses of his subordinates were lying scattered in front of him. He stammered in disbelief, "What the hell is this?" In an instant, the dagger was pressed against his neck, leaving him stunned. The demon soldier was so terrified that he did not dare open his mouth. Only Kai's voice scolded him, "Coward." As soon as the words left his mouth, blood sprayed from the demon's neck. In another alley, rapid panting continued to echo. Mayer was struggling to flee while also using magic to attack the demon soldiers and hold them back. She used water divinity, creating a great flood that poured into the alley, making it difficult for the demon soldiers to move. However, they still struggled forward, wading against the flowing water. A trace of worry appeared on Mayer's face, but she reassured herself by thinking she had at least slowed them down. But at this rate, there were far too many of them. Suddenly, she looked toward them and noticed something unusual. At the very rear of the soldiers, a column of water would occasionally shoot up, and each time it appeared, one demon soldier disappeared. Mayer thought to herself that their numbers seemed to be shrinking. At the same time, the water began turning blood-red. Only then did the ones at the front realize it. They turned back and asked, "What the hell are you?" Before the demon could even regain its senses, the dagger had already stabbed straight into the center of its forehead, blood spraying out. Kai's dagger throw just now was known by the elegant name Reaper. Kai's gaze was razor-sharp and cold, demon blood splattered all over his face. It truly was the familiar style of an assassin. He gently pulled the dagger out of the demon's head and said to Mayer, "You make a good decoy. Thanks to you, my job became much easier." The two of them continued walking through the narrow alley. Mayer followed behind Kai and complained, "I was almost killed back there." On the other side, Windbox's hurried footsteps echoed along with his questioning voice. "You still have not caught them." A demon soldier hurried over. "I apologize, I will send more troops immediately." He raised his hand to stop him. He quickly said, no need. More people would only mean more deaths. Windbox smiled, looking utterly confident. I will destroy them with my own hands. Meanwhile, Kai and Mayer noticed something ahead of them. A powerful gust swept down toward them. It blew their hair back and stopped them from moving forward. Mayer thought to herself, this wind, I can sense an incredibly strong power. It seemed they had been targeted. Wind energy gathered into streams of magic and poured downward. Sensing danger, Mayer shouted, "O spirits of wind." She created a magical vortex, scattering the sharp wind energy. Those attacks gradually faded and the air around them grew calm again. Kai looked up and thought, so they are finally here. Above them stood Windbox, controlling the flow of the wind. He folded his arms and chuckled. Looks like you are not just a pair of timid rats intruders. Seeing him, Mayer's face twisted with anger, her eyes filled with hatred, and she screamed his name. Windbox, Kai warned her while provoking her. Your chance for revenge has finally come. Are you ready, Mayer? She tightened her grip on the staff in her hand and looked at him with determination in her voice. I have been ready every moment for the past 10 years. Kai quietly reminded Mayer, if this becomes a long battle, he will not be an easy opponent. So we have to go all out from the start and bring him down quickly. Got it, Mayer nodded and shouted, understood. Then she stared at Windbox with resolve. She planted her staff against the ground and began chanting, O spirits of wind. She created razor-sharp streams of wind energy and launched them forward. They shot like blades of air straight toward the spot where Windbox was floating. He remained perfectly calm, his expression not changing in the slightest. Then Windbox created an enormous magic circle and shouted, You are using the wind element to attack me, one of the 4 great heavenly kings of wind. I cannot tell whether you are brave or stupid. Then, from the magic circle, his wind energy seemed to amplify and surround his body. Mayer's attacks struck a tornado-like shield and were instantly neutralized, along with the wind current inside the vortex. The wind blades were blown back upward and sent flying far away. Kai kept using his speed to move rapidly along the ground, looking up. He is blocking his own field of vision. Suddenly, several wind blades shot down from above. Fortunately, with his agility and skill, he lightly jumped aside and dodged them. Then Kai looked up in alarm, appearing shocked. Windbox spoke. Did you think you could close the distance just because I cannot see my surroundings? He twirled his finger to control the wind, then smiled and said, You understand now, do you not? My wind element magic Wind Dominion will never lose track of you. Kai thought with concern, this is bad. Even if I get into his blind spot, his magic will still detect me. This is the strongest possible counter to my assassination skill. Mayer stood there, raised her staff high and said confidently, Do not worry, leave it to me. As soon as she finished speaking, the tip of her staff glowed with a dazzling blue light. Then winds began to form. The immensely powerful gusts blew away the vortex around Windbox. He looked utterly shocked and cried out, What? Mayer said to Kai. His wind magic relies on precise control of the airflow. If I can use magic to disrupt it, I can stop him. Windbox now looked anxious and thought, That girl, she broke my magic with a spell. That means she knows my fighting style. Kai remained focused on his opponent, just as I expected. During all the time she was alive, she thought only about revenge. Then he jumped onto the walls of the houses for leverage and launched himself onto a rooftop to approach Windbox above. He glanced down, noticed this, and laughed with contempt. Do you think you can defeat me just by getting close? Kai rushed in and unleashed a razor-sharp slash. But with wind energy beneath his feet, Windbox lightly flew upward and dodged it. This left Kai slightly surprised. Hovering above him, he laughed coldly. What a shame, I can fly through the air. Kai clicked his tongue. It is the same kind of ability as Narumia's. Suddenly, Mayer's voice called from below. Jump! A gentle gust struck Kai's feet, helping him fly upward. The magical wind below supported him, helping him draw closer to his enemy. Windbox shouted in panic. How is that possible? Kai used his appraisal eye together with his sharp daggers, looked at him and thought, I will finish him while he is still shaken. Farsight and weak point detection. Thanks to those skills, Kai could almost predict Windbox's dodging direction and vital points in advance. Everything appeared clearly in his eyes. However, the ray marking his weak point was fading. Kai noticed this and was slightly startled. Windbox's hand was gripping the hilt of his weapon and slowly drawing it out. A long, razor-sharp wind sword appeared in his hand. Windbox looked down seriously and said, Intruder, you dared to force me to draw my sword. Then he immediately thrust straight downward, right in front of Kai. The attack was swift and powerful, forcing him back again and again as he struggled to block it with his 2 daggers. However, some of the blades still got through and slashed across his face. As blood began to flow, Kai grew anxious. Even with Farsight, it's too fast. Seizing the chance, Windbox rushed in to keep attacking, giving him no chance to recover. He smiled. Let me tell you something. The one who taught Hector how to use a sword was me. Suddenly, his smile vanished and he glanced to the side. A huge boulder appeared and came crashing toward him, forcing him to jump away in a hurry. That also helped Kai escape the danger. He leapt down and stood in front of Mayor. The huge boulder lodged itself in the building beside them, while Windbox remained suspended above. The two of them stayed completely focused, holding a magic staff and an assassin's dagger. He looked down, somewhat uneasy, even with wind demon magic. Deflecting a boulder that large would not be easy. Windbox looked at Mayor. That elf can use earth element magic. She can't be underestimated. He focused on the girl below and thought, those elf villages should have been destroyed from the very beginning. Suddenly he thought it over and realized the truth, then shouted, I see. So you're the one who killed Hector, aren't you? Before Kai could answer, Mayor spoke up. That's right, at the very least, you should know what it feels like to lose someone. Windbox closed his eyes and gave a cold laugh. So you're the survivor from that village. The flames of hatred raging inside Mayor poured out. Ever since that day, I have trained in magic for 10 long years. Also, I could kill you with my own hands. When Windbox heard that, he burst out laughing. How nostalgic. Thanks to you, I remember it all now. That day was truly entertaining. The look on his face left Mayor stunned. Veins bulged across his horn, and his voice was full of mockery. Hearing those elves wailing made me feel so good. They cared so much about others that they ignored themselves, did they? Only one of them stepped forward and begged me for mercy. He stuck out his tongue and released a wicked, bewitching aura. Such intense emotion moved me so deeply I almost cried. It was such a beautiful sight, seeing its expression of despair. Mayor was provoked by those words. She screamed and pointed her magic staff at him. Kai stepped forward and warned her just in time, don't let him provoke you, Mayor. Then he turned back and said sincerely, I'm counting on your magic. Hearing that, Mayor regained her composure, suppressed her anger, and replied, I understand. Kai focused his mind, trying to stay calm and reminding himself that he had to assess the situation carefully, because he was the only one who could win. The opponent's attacks had a wide range, capable of striking both near and far, making it easy for him to get hit. Windbox above also reminded himself not to let emotions control him. These two were really troublesome. Kai could still stand even while being attacked. Though only human, he muttered, a hero candidate. Kai responded with a sharp gaze, seems like you understand us. He raised his sword and said, I always remember the strongest enemies of the enemy nation. And yet your name isn't on the list, you're just an outsider. He looked down, thinking, they are the ones at a disadvantage. Still, he didn't need to rush, because his stats were superior to theirs. Kai was also strategizing, knowing that the long-range vision effect would fade after 3 minutes. If he didn't act quickly, there would be no chance to win. Mayor's voice rang out. Let me use your hand for a moment, I have an idea. The girl stepped close to Kai and whispered secrets into his ear. After listening, he replied, got it, don't get in my way. Mayor widened her eyes at the response and immediately retorted, it should be me, not you. Windbox looked down impatiently from above and asked, are you done talking? I ignored him, focusing on the target, and said to Mayor, let's go. He smirked coldly, his gaze full of confidence and challenge toward both of them. The two began forming their strategy. Mayor's wind-riding staff flew forward toward Windbox. She planted her magical staff on the ground and cast, Earth spirits, stones beneath my feet, rise up. This time only small stones flew instead of a large boulder. She raised her hand and shouted, hit him. The stones shot into the air. Windbox hovered in the air, using wind energy to maintain balance, and the magic circle behind him remained active. Windbox swung his hand to create a strong gust to counter Mayor's magic. The strong wind pushed the earth spirits away from his position. Just after handling one problem, his gaze shifted as he realized an attack was coming from another direction. Kai, holding the spear, was lifted by the wind energy to the level of his opponent and immediately slashed down. Windbox reacted quickly, raising his sword to block. Before he could respond, Mayor swung her hand and shouted, not done yet. The previously summoned earth spirits turned back under her control and attacked Windbox from behind. Windbox dodged swiftly like a gust of wind, thinking, those stones are being controlled, better avoid them. Yet he changed his mind. Instead, I'll create a wind wall. Mayor immediately continued her combo attack. Mayor said wind spirits, and her staff conjured a powerful whirlwind. The strong wind destroyed the wind wall Windbox had created. Windbox panicked and yelled, what? Thanks to that, the earth spirits broke Windbox's magic circle. Kai seized the opportunity, his gaze sharp. Finally, a weak point. Windbox lost control, his sword fell, and he thought fearfully, it's not aiming for me but my sword. I didn't miss the chance, leaping and grabbing Windbox's wind sword. Then he spun around to the back and stood on a large stone. It wasn't over. Windbox had no sword, and when he turned, he looked astonished. The earth spirits continued their assault, striking Windbox, who no longer had protection from the wind wall. Winbok stood angrily and shouted, "You're good. You destroyed my defense. But a high-level demon like me, you think you can tire me out?" Rage clouded his mind just over two people he considered weak. Mayor looked up in shock. He's not hurt at all. Kai remained focused, observing with the wind sword in hand, thinking, everything is going according to plan. He recalled Mayor whispering in his ear, his wind magic is strong, but it has weaknesses. Her expression was serious, saying his magic is weak against heavy attack, especially earth elements, since wind alone struggles to move heavy objects. At that moment, Mayor had calculated, even if we haven't broken his defense, I can still use my wind magic. As long as I can disrupt his wind, its effectiveness will be reduced. I recalled those events and thought about how she had spent so much time preparing just to seek revenge, to destroy this monster. She must have had a complete plan with the necessary skills, but it seemed like it wasn't enough. At that time, he told Mayor, I think your plan is fine, but remember to leave a way for me to strike. I'll steal his sword. He was the one who suggested stealing the sword. Back to the present. Everything they discussed had come to fruition. After creating a gust of wind and attacking him with an earth spirit, he stole his sword, but he was still unharmed. He looked up at Kai wondering, what are you planning to do? His main skill was wind attribute magic, yet he only took his sword. Winbok stood there licking his long tongue, then asked him, aren't you a swordsman, the hero candidate, or do you think just by taking my sword you can defeat me? Kai answered straightforwardly, yes, but something unusual is happening. It seems the sword is reacting to something. From above, Winbok again used wind arrows to shoot at him. Kai quickly used his dagger and the sword in his hands to slice through the arrows. Suddenly, something quickly rushed towards him. Winbok used his bare hands to block Kai's sword wind, but he was anxious and afraid. His eyes narrowed and sweat poured down, he thought to himself. Suddenly, I can't keep up with his attacks. With the long sword in his hand, it's much easier to approach and strike. A horizontal slash from Kai forced him to dodge. He struggled and was amazed. What the hell is this? Am I being pushed back? Take the opportunity. Mayor raised her staff again to assist. Immediately, the wind spirit distracted him. A strong gust of wind blew up from below, causing him to lose his balance. He seemed to be falling backward, shouting, no way, then looked towards Kai and thought, this kid is mimicking my flying movements exactly. Kai appeared in front of him, raising the sword high, ready to strike down and said, it's over. Winbok tensed up. The vein between his forehead and his face bulged with muscles. He yelled, don't think you can control me, May is just a human. As soon as he finished speaking, the aura from the horn shot out, sharp and powerful, aiming directly at Kai. The impact created a blinding green flash. Kai gently landed, and on the other side, Winbok's head fell to the ground. He stood there sighing, I'm out of energy. The head rolled off his neck, but he still tried to communicate. I never thought I would lose, he tried to ask Kai. Why did you suddenly move in a different direction? It turned out that he also had the mimicry skill. Kai replied, with these eyes, I can perfectly copy my opponent's skills. He explained, during the fight, I copied your swordsmanship skill with this ability. At first, I wasn't good at swordsmanship, that's why I didn't want to use it. Red blood flowed around his head. Winbok lay there, gasping for breath. Guardian, the hero candidate, so you're truly the trump card of humanity. He coldly stared at him, not hiding, then said, I gained this power when I killed your subordinate Hector. His personal stats appeared. Name, Shinjukai. Age, 17. Gender, male. Guardian skill level 4. Guardian weakness detection level Z. Guardian long-range vision level 1. Guardian mimicry level 1. Assassination skill level 5. Backstab technique level 5. Throwing technique level 5. Stealth level 5. Realizing the reason for his failure, Winbok slowly closed his eyes, not forgetting to curse Hector. So that's it, what an idiot apprentice, letting the enemy become stronger. After defeating Winbok, one of the 4 heavenly kings, Kai sat down, looking at the head separated from the body. He took a break to recover his energy and assess the situation, although he had killed him. With the bloody head lying there, he had used almost all of his strength. Kai thought to himself, so this is the power of one of the 4 heavenly kings. There are still 3 more demons just as strong as him, and the demon lord will definitely be much stronger. Moreover, the demon lord also has children, like Isabel for example. Just one of the demon lord's children is already this strong. Kai sighed and thought, right now my strength is still not enough. He was still lost in his chaotic thoughts when he suddenly got startled. Mayor was gently walking towards him, her mood also quite disturbed. After all, this is the person you wanted revenge on and had prepared for over 10 years. She looked at the corpse and asked Kai, he's dead, right? He nodded, yes, for sure. She turned to ask again, how do you feel after achieving your revenge goal? In contrast to her previous excitement, now Mayor seemed calm, replying, It's strange, I don't feel anything. I risked everything to achieve my revenge goal. Then why don't you feel anything? Kai asked. Mayer silently looked down at the corpse, then said, maybe, it's not exactly what I expected. Everything is over now. The sunlight shines everywhere. She feels lighter. I sigh, telling myself that I feel more at peace too. Although my parents and the villagers can't return after he was killed, I still look up at the sky and feel that I've let go of the past. May, I look up at the sky. She looks at me with sincerity. I'm truly glad you're here. If it weren't for your intervention with the breeze from Windbook, I would have lost my way. Mayer turns back to look at me. I have to say this. Around us are ruins, and a large rock embedded in the wall shows just how fierce the battle was. Mayer adds that he had prepared himself for 10 years to kill him, but still couldn't do it alone without me. She smiles, the relief clear on her face. May, thank you for helping me get my revenge. He seems a bit flustered and waves it off. It was just a coincidence, nothing special. But that no longer matters. They had been traveling together for a while. She gently replies, it's all right, I'm glad I decided to follow you. May smiles, if I stayed there I would have lost my composure. I might have run away and died meaninglessly. I'm sure the master knows about it. Kai turns to ask her, what are you planning to do now? May turns and looks into the distance, thinking for a moment before replying, I haven't figured it out yet, I feel a bit lost at the moment. He stands up. He walks toward Mayer and she slowly finds her purpose in life. Elves live long, right? Hearing this, Mayer grins mischievously. Actually, I have half human blood, so I don't think I'll live as long as the master. She walks up to Kai. At this moment I will go with you. He seems doubtful and asks again, are you sure? My goal is to kill that demon lord? May responds. After you kill the demon lord, fewer people will have to suffer the same fate as I did in the future, so I think it's worth it. Without giving Kai a chance to respond, she walks away with a smile on her face. Even if you say I don't need to be with you, I'll selfishly go along. Kai turns around, scratching his head in confusion. Nothing I can do, the more clues the better. Once reinforcements arrive, there will be more trouble. Kai doesn't answer directly but silently agrees for her to accompany him. This makes Mayer very happy. She quickly follows Kai, feeling excited after avenging herself. She will contribute to preventing others from falling into the same situation as her. Two small figures, one a killer from another world, bearing the title of hero candidate. One is an elf with human blood and superior magical power, and they march forward together. Suddenly from above, a figure appears with a dark aura, silently observing. It's none other than Isabel. She stands and watches everything but does not interfere with the battle. She says to herself, they are better than I thought, let them escape, but they might defeat Windbox. Isabel smiles, full of calculation. She could easily take the next step. Afterward, they move back, struggling through mountains and streams, just like when they entered demon territory. Shinzo and Mayer return to visit Albana. Both master and disciple are overjoyed to meet again. On the table, a hot cup of tea sits as Albana speaks. I'm glad you two came back safely. Looking at them sitting under the chairs, she continues, I didn't expect you to return so soon. Mayer looks confused, unsure if the master is complimenting or scolding her. She stammers, the master. Immediately, the wise woman pats her disciple's head. I know already. Albana snaps her fingers and winks. You want to go with that boy, don't you? Do your best for another goal too. Kai feels a bit embarrassed, quickly taking a sip of tea as if he didn't hear anything. May glances at him, her face slightly red. She gently replies, yes, master. The wise woman asks Kai, by the way, kid, do you know the news from the front line recently? He immediately turns to inquire, what happened, elder? She tells them that his friends, the hero candidates, were defeated. Kai thinks to himself, Midou was defeated, then asks, who are the opponents? Albana replies, the highest-ranking commander of the Demon Lord's army, one of the 4 heavenly kings, the Earth King. Stonegir Mayer immediately asks, basically he's like Windbox, right? He must be very strong. Kai feels a bit worried upon hearing that their opponent is one of the 4 heavenly kings. He had fought one before and knows their strength. He turns and asks, were they killed? The wise woman responds, no, it seems they're still alive, but I've heard that after the battle their spirits have greatly declined. Kai puts the cup down, I understand. Then he immediately stands up. Let's go check the situation. He thinks to himself that the plan now is to kill the demon lord. My goal is to weaken them little by little. The most effective way is to use them to destroy the 4 heavenly kings. Mayer heard the poem and asked, are there any strong hero candidates like you? Kai replied, I'm not sure. No matter how strong they are, if they don't know how to utilize their strength, it's useless. At night in the fortress, there was a long wall separating the defenses. Inside, many seriously injured people were being treated. Among them were hero candidates with cries of pain constantly ringing out. One of them had his arm covered in wounds. Even though it was bandaged, blood kept flowing. Shiori asked Midou, are you okay? Let me heal you. He smiled, don't worry about me. Hanasan, don't push yourself too hard. You can't just keep healing. The young girl innocently replied, I know, but this is the the only thing I can do. And with her healing ability, she continued to heal Midou. Sayori transmitted energy to heal Midou. He thought back at that moment. Eric's army had arrived just in time to protect and assist, allowing him to retreat safely. Midou observed the people around him. Their injuries were not just physical but also mental. Rena, who was usually hot-headed, was now sitting on her knees with a dazed expression. Arashi, normally strong, was now lying there with his hand pressed against his forehead, helpless. Even though he himself was being treated, his hands were still tightly clenched, as if he couldn't accept the reality. Midou blamed himself. It's all my fault. If I could have defeated him, things would have been different. The scene shifts to Atlas Fortress, where the demon army led by Stone Guy is stationed. He sat alone on the watchtower, his eyes closed as if meditating, the wind whistling. The surrounding space was silent. From afar in the nearby forest, the fortress stood on a large, steep rock mountain. The voice of the officer rang out, so it was him. You can observe him with your special eyes. Mayor asked in surprise, can you see the enemy from this distance? Kai replied, because my evaluation ability has been upgraded. I continuously receive additional effects, including long-range survey. The young girl innocently added, your skill is as convenient as usual. Kai didn't respond at this moment. He was only concerned with gathering information about the enemy. Know yourself, know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. His basic information appeared: name, Stoneger, age, 75, demon race, male, attack B, defense S, agility B, strength S, magic S. Normal condition, earth demon skill level 5, swordsmanship level 3, solid defense level 5. His evaluation eyes continued to scan, advanced evaluation. Kai checked the details of the solid defense skill based on the defense stat, and defense would be multiplied. He realized the issue, because my evaluation ability is at level 4, I can use advanced evaluation. Knowing the details of the enemy's skills would give a great advantage. Moreover, he also had a skill to detect weak points. Sometime later, Stone Guy was still meditating. He looked calm after handling the intruders. After not finding any weak points, Kai thought, is there nothing? So I'm too weak right now to detect his weak points. Mayo curiously asked, did you see anything? He replied, if he had any weak points, it would be easier. Kai continued, what I know about him is that he is an expert in earth attribute demon techniques, and his swordsmanship is quite good. He has a special ability that helps increase his defense stat. I can only see up to that point. Mayo realized something, just as expected, the 4 heavenly kings of earth. The earth attribute is weaker than the water attribute. Upon hearing this, Kai immediately asked, are there any compatible attributes between the elements? She replied, it's not that easy. It also depends on the type of skill used. Mayor turned to add, even if he uses a large amount of earth attribute demon techniques, he's only proficient in a few skills. If I knew those skills, I could predict his weak points. At this moment, Kai suggested, I think we should at least go to their place. What did you predict? The scene shifts back to the siege fortress. Midou stood on the wall, looking far into the distance. His wound was still unhealed, and his gaze seemed worried. Midou remembered Kai's figure and thought, if only Shinju-kun were here. But immediately, he shook his head, dismissing that thought. He told himself, I can't run away, Midou-suji, I will. Before he could finish his sentence, his friends were suddenly standing behind him without him noticing. Rinne asked, you were thinking about what to do, right? She waved her hand, I only know up to that point. Do you always want to do everything alone? Seeing his friends there, Midou unexpectedly blurted out. Everyone, Narumi winked, don't be so gloomy, it's not over yet. Myrill added, that's right Midou-kun, you're not fighting alone. Hearing this, he asked everyone again, do you still believe in me? Rina stepped forward and retorted, so you don't trust us? Then she glanced at Midou and called her an idiot. Narumi also approached and put her arm around Midou, adding, you need to rely on us more. Right, Rinne? Midou looked at her back and Rinne stood still without answering. Then he smiled lightly, rely on you guys, I never thought about that. Narumi continued. You know, everyone gets stronger every day. If you keep carrying heavy stuff by yourself, your shoulders will hurt. While everyone was happily encouraging each other, a familiar face approached and asked, so you're here, Midou? It was none other than Arashi, accompanied by his group. They were also covered in injuries. His tone was no less serious. He pointed at her face and said, why are you looking so miserable? Aren't you going to take down that stone guy? Midou blinked in surprise, both shocked and happy. I didn't expect you to be here too. Arashi clicked his tongue, irritated. It's just us, we're not enough to defeat him. He stepped forward, took the initiative, and ordered us. Dimidou, we will crush that stone guy. Narumi was delighted. Finally, Arashi agreed to cooperate with Suji. Myrill smiled, looks like it's raining heavily today. Arashi blushed and angrily snapped, shut up, I'll kill you right now. Midou regained her confidence and spoke loudly to everyone. Let's unite and defeat that evil demon. Arashi smiled, your expression is better now. Jin quietly observed, after all, she was still Kai's insider. She thought to herself, it's great that the class is united, but we still don't have a plan to eliminate that stone guy. Suddenly a voice rang out, startling Jin. Long time no see, Kanzak. She quickly looked down, but Kai signaled, don't make a loud noise, I don't want to attract attention. Hearing this, Jin quickly covered her mouth and tried to stay calm. Kai asked, you guys lost to the 4 heavenly kings of this land, right? Jin answered yes. He immediately asked, what kind of demon technique did he use? Jin bent down and recounted everything that happened during the raid for Kai to understand the situation. He understood and asked, so he creates mud monsters and controls them. Jin nodded, yes, his technique definitely revolves around that. Kai muttered just as Mayor predicted. Hearing this, she quickly looked down and asked anxiously, who is that? Is she a girl? Kai didn't want to go into details, so he shifted the topic. It's nothing, thanks for sharing the information with me. Jin asked, aren't you going to help us? Please, please help. Seeing that the crowd seemed united, Kai replied, I was planning to, but it seems like everyone can handle it on their own. If I join in, it would only cause unnecessary conflict. Kai looked at Jin with sincere eyes as usual. I'll be your shadow, like always. The scene shifted to the monsters standing on high, guarding seriously. The Atlas fortress loomed in the sky. Below, 2 monsters were patrolling closely. In the dense forest, the group of hero candidates gathered to prepare for a new attack. Kaori excitedly said, since Zumi is here, we're basically an army equivalent to 100 soldiers. Rina also happily joined in. You're right, I'm glad you're okay. At this moment, Zumi seemed a little shy, poking her cheek. Thank you, I'll do my best. She is candidate number 9, Kinoshita Zumi. She switched from the non-combat group to the combat group. Rina suddenly asked, is there any reason you suddenly decided to join us? Zumi hesitated for a moment, then smiled brightly and gave her reason. I heard you guys were in trouble. Kaori laughed and praised her. You're a real hero, and Rina remained silent. Zumi smiled awkwardly and thought to herself, it's fine, right, Shinju-kun. 5 days ago, Zumi wore a maid outfit leaning against the door. Her face showed a hint of fatigue as she sighed. I'm so tired today. Kai unexpectedly greeted her. Long time no see, Kinoshita. Zumi didn't notice anything strange at first and replied, yeah, long time no see. Then she was startled, pointing wildly. Wait, what is this? What are you? How did you get in? But soon after, Zumi regained her composure and asked, are you really Shinju-kun? The man answered, finally, your brain is working again. She panicked, her face turning red. Why did you suddenly come into my room? I didn't beat around the bush, getting straight to the point. Right now, Midou and the others are struggling at the front lines. To get through this situation, we need your abilities, the water control bodyguard. That's why I came to you, Kinoshita. Zumi hesitated for a moment, pointing at himself, but I was still in the group that wasn't fighting. Kai calmly brushed it off and said, don't worry, you're capable of being in the fighting group. Join Midou's group and help them. But Zumi was still filled with doubt. How can you be so sure? Kai asked directly, you want to fight too, don't you? Then he also told Zumi that Leonora, the one who had instilled fear in him, had been killed by me. Kai slowly added, now no one can stop you anymore. After a while, the wound in your heart should have healed, right? Kai pictured Zumi's shattered image in his mind. This wasn't the time for him to pretend to be a servant and smash someone else's plates. Zumi blushed in embarrassment. You saw that? That was just an accident, Kai asked Zumi frankly. Actually, you've always wanted to help Nagas and Chainami, haven't you? Zumi silently stared at him for a while, then smiled bitterly and said, so you already know everything, huh? I'm surprised. I didn't expect a classmate to care about me like this. Kai bluntly stated his purpose. I'm just looking for a pawn that I can use. Suddenly, Zumi had a question, but Shinju. You're a wanted criminal, aren't you? Did you really join the fighting group? You calmly answered, a wanted criminal can't join the Holy Kingdom's army. Zumi awkwardly replied, Vina will also look up to you. Before leaving, Kai pulled his hat up and turned to say, I'll act as your shadow. I'm here to activate a pawn like you. Back in the present, Zumi clenched his fists, telling himself he would try his best to prove that his abilities were useful. Dai, hiding behind a tree, heard the entire conversation and quietly observed the scene from a few minutes ago by the castle wall. Kai stood below and asked Jin, that's the plan, do you have any questions? She expressed her concern. I know we need Kinoshita-san to create an opening in the enemy's defense. But are you sure that's enough? Kai responded indifferently, I'm not the only one fighting that demon, you all must have your own plan. So just do your best depending on the situation. Then his eyes flashed with a cold glint. I want to confirm how much you all have grown during my absence. Just tell Midou that. Jin finally didn't press further, turned around and answered, all right. Back in the forest outside the Atlas fortress, suddenly a voice rang out calling her name, Kanzaki-san. His tone was very firm. Midou stepped forward and said, let's confirm the plan one last time. Then Midou gathered everyone and spoke with determination. This time we can't lose. In the midst of the lush green forest, everyone gathered around discussing strategies and arranging a tactical plan. Suddenly, a voice questioned, is this possible? In the nearby bushes, Mayor, holding bread, asked, Do you have a better and more detailed plan? I answered, if everyone just does what they're told, they won't grow. You think we need to defeat the Demon King now, so I must train my classmates. His eyes grew sharp. They have the ability, but they don't know how to utilize it. Looking at his friends there, he decided to help them step by step. He started by giving them clues. Kai quickly realized that the most important thing in the battle was that everyone had to decide their own moves. Before the iron gate leading into the Atlas fortress, a demonic guard army stood, along with many soldiers on the castle wall. A powerful army from the Empire appeared outside, preparing to attack the fortress. Amelia, riding a horse, led the legion. It's time. Amelia drew her sword, pointing it forward, and shouted, "All right, everyone, let's move forward." The soldiers, following the command, immediately charged. The monsters on the castle wall started to mock. "They're here again, those fools. They haven't learned anything. Still doing this instead of retreating." Amelia fiercely shouted, "No running, we must clear the way for the hero candidates." The monsters didn't hold back and charged forward. To eliminate the invaders, a fierce battle erupted, with the hero candidates led by Midou charging forward. They marched forward with great strength. He stared intently in one direction, his eyes filled with determination after the previous failure. Before him stood a tall tower, and through the window a familiar shadow appeared. It was none other than the old monster Stonegear, who grinned with his yellowed teeth, looking at Midou with a mocking gaze. He frowned and thought to himself, "Is he waiting for us?" John, with a keen interest, called out, "Come here, hero candidates, don't disappoint me." A massive golden iron door appeared before them. A powerful explosion blew the door off, with shards scattering everywhere. Arashi and his team entered, their attitude completely different from last time. The air grew thicker than ever. In front of them was an army of earth monsters controlled by Stonegear. Stonegear stood there holding a shield and sword. Midou shouted, signaling the start of the plan, as a noise came from the rooftop. Kai and Mayer were hiding there. He calmly observed and said, "All right, let's see what you can do." The warriors on the ground took their battle positions after receiving orders from Midou. The plan had been prepared in advance. The earth monsters began to act. Midou firmly pointed his sword forward. He shouted loudly, "Start the operation," and immediately everyone rushed forward. Rena anxiously asked, "Are you okay, Zumi?" She nervously replied, "Don't worry about me, this is my first battle." Zumi quickly used her magic power to create water, controlling the flow to attack the monsters. Sunair frowned as he witnessed this. The earth monsters stood still in the cold water created by Zumi while Arashi punched them. A massive explosion occurred, shattering them. Midou also refused to fall behind, immediately slicing through the body of one monster. Kenta quickly jumped up, stabbing one with a knife. "Take this," Asashi yelled, landing a powerful punch to their stomachs. Akira protected the team, while Kao remained calm in the face of the monsters. Satoshi and Haikai also worked hard to destroy the enemies. Shortly after, the earth monsters shattered. Suddenly, a magical force enveloped the monster debris. Their bodies began to regenerate, but strange signs appeared, and their bodies started to melt away. Eventually, they collapsed and turned into a pile of mud. Rena excitedly shouted, "We did it." Sunair silently thought, "Using water, huh? That girl wasn't here last time, did they reinforce with more people?" In front of Stonegear, it was almost like a battlefield covered in rocks and earth. However, he still kept some earth monsters with him for defense. I looked down from above and had to admit, just as she had predicted, Mayer. "I didn't expect this either," Mayer said. "My idea was that if the gaps between the stones were wet, it would be harder for the enemy to control the earth monsters, and the results exceeded my expectation." You took the opportunity to shout, "Did everyone see that? The mud monsters can't regenerate, hit them hard." Zumi agreed and continued to use water power to attack. Just a second later, a massive wave was unleashed by Zumi, sweeping the monsters away. Everyone rushed forward together. Each person fought one monster, causing them to disintegrate. Sunair remained unfazed, grinning maliciously. "You plan to wipe out my minions. It seems like they have a rather good strategy this time," Sunair said. Immediately, he slammed his hand to the ground and fiery red magic circles appeared. Mud rose up from beneath the earth. "But these monsters, I'm willing to let them sacrifice themselves," he said. The monster debris hovered in the air. Sunair smugly thought, "From now on, I will show these would-be heroes the true power of the earth element." Immediately, a series of mud projectiles shot towards the would-be heroes. Myril quickly extended her hand, controlling the rocks and stopping the counterattack. Myril's telekinetic power helped her take complete control of the rocks, leaving no stones behind. Sunair stared in amazement. "What? My control over those stones is being surpassed." Jinchop took the opportunity to use his domination powers. Sunair was bound, his body and limbs wrapped in lightning. Sonair's face twisted, his hand freezing midair. A control skill, Arashi quickly jumped up, landing a powerful blow. Sonair panicked, thinking, Nathan. The earth rose from the ground. A massive explosion occurred within a wide range after Arashi's strong punch. As Stonegear erected an earth wall to block the blow, he smirked. That's not enough to break my defense. Though Arashi kept his punch strong on the wall, a new power was used, moving in an instant. Midou appeared behind Stonegear, sword in hand. He delivered a sharp slash. Stonegear tensed, gripping the hilt of his sword, easily catching Midou's blade. Sonair sneered, even though I'm being controlled, is this the best you can do? Myril continued using her telekinetic powers. Then, she countered Stonegear, I'll return these rocks to you. Narumi began using magic. A wind-controlling spell was unleashed, causing John Gyre to flinch. Surrounding him were continuous attacks. He growled angrily, telling himself that they were attacking him from multiple directions, then yelled. But even so, this won't break my defenses. Immediately, the stone wall expanded and each drill struck, forcing Midou and Arashi away. Zumi here spat water, a bit worried, saying, This is yours. The torrent of water attacked his drill. John Gyre flinched when he noticed the stone wall was showing signs of water seepage. He worried, this is bad. If it gets wet, it won't be as strong. Simultaneously, the earth and stone controlled by Myril rushed toward Midou, and he shouted furiously, Finish this. At the same time, Arashi angrily punched, shouting, Die. Just a few seconds later, the sturdy stone wall was shattered by the warrior's blows. Sun Guy finally felt fear, producing a chilling sound. He moved frantically but still thought that he could hold on. John Gyre was hit repeatedly, pushed backward. He thought, but if this continues, my defense will be destroyed. Stonegear's eyes burned with viciousness. He poured all his strength into converting his entire defensive mana. A series of magic circles appeared. They transformed into attacking mana, but before he could act, he discovered Kai's weakness. In an instant, his dagger was driven straight into the middle of his forehead. Blood gushed out, and Stonegear, one of the four great kings, was gravely wounded. Stonegear screamed, his whole body shaking. His eyes turned white, lifeless, and his massive body slowly collapsed to the ground in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned but also joyful, sharing in the happiness, shouting, We did it. Two people stood in front of the enemy's corpse, and the crowd called their names. Midou and Arashi had defeated Stonegear. But Midou knew the situation well, telling himself, they're wrong. Arashi also realized this, his eyes fixed on the body, thinking to himself, it wasn't us. Something else happened at the last moment. Arashi noticed the weapon that had taken down the high-ranking demon. He picked up the dagger and examined it, then said, This dagger, don't say it's strange. Midou saw Arashi hesitate and also turned his gaze to the dagger. He saw a watermark on the floor and murmured, So it was Shinju-kun. Arashi cursed, Damn that bastard. Narumi stepped forward, smiling, saying, Our plan has succeeded. Midou grinned, Yes, we did it. He thought everything went according to plan. Midou looked at the girls' group, telling himself that it was thanks to Kinoshita-san that they had come this far. But at the last moment, Stonegear released an enormous amount of energy. He realized their plan was still immature. That was why Shinju-kun had been watching them to intervene at the right moment. Myril stepped up and smiled at Midou, saying, I don't know why you have that expression. But now we should celebrate, right? He hesitated. She quickly interrupted, If you want to talk, I'll listen later. Looking at the slain enemy, Myril continued, We just defeated one of the four great kings. Today has been good enough. After saying that, she pushed Midou toward the others to celebrate, making him unable to react. There were constant praises for him. Midou, well done, awesome. We're so united. Midou was momentarily dazed, then flashed a friendly smile, celebrating with everyone. Arashi noticed this, also silently thinking. The teammates approached. Asashi praised, Well done, Arashi-san. Kenta excitedly said, I was so nervous earlier, I'll learn from you for life. Arashi sighed, Shut up, I'm not the one who killed him. The two friends immediately lowered their voices, Sorry. Kao crossed his arms, saying, Arashi, I know why you're so bitter. Clutching the dagger tightly, he asked, Kao, you noticed too, didn't you? Kao replied, Yes, because I was standing very close, but don't worry. Arashi tightened his grip on the dagger even more. Kao continued speaking, and only he and Midou were the ones who truly pushed the four heavenly kings into a corner, and that alone was enough. Arashi felt relieved upon hearing this, not saying anything more. After a while, Midou, standing to catch his breath, was on the city wall shouting down, We have killed the four heavenly kings of Earth Stonegear. He raised the head of the enemy and declared, You all surrender now. Seeing this, the demon soldiers were stunned, dropping their weapons and trembling in fear. Amelia raised her sword high and shouted, Stonegear-sama has been defeated. This is our victory, and the soldiers cheered joyfully. Erich smiled, they had finally succeeded. From within the castle, the soldiers' cheers of celebration echoed. I looked out the window and softly said, Finally, it's over. Mayor wondered, but the numbers of both sides are still nearly the same, right? Kai turned away and explained, the demon army was led by a reputable figure. Once their leader was defeated, they no longer had the ability to resist. Mayor realized and said, Now that you mention it, it's like when we defeated Winbox, no demons chased after us. Kai poured some hot tea and added, that's one of the weaknesses of the demon army. Mayor turned to ask, but is it really okay? Mayor continued, the one who killed Stonegear was you. I thought your goal was to train your friends. I responded, I felt a terrifying killing intent from Stonegear when he transformed. I didn't want my friends to be killed before they had the chance to grow, he said while drinking his tea. Anyway, that's part of an assassin's job. Hopefully at least they understand, Kai added. Mayor smiled, you're protecting your friends too much, don't you know? Kai gently set down his teacup and replied, I've been thinking about this for a few days. Aren't you going to call me by my name? My name is Shinjukai. Mayor blushed a little embarrassed and replied, no, it's just that I didn't know how to address you. A week after defeating the Earth Heavenly King, the atmosphere in the kingdom became brighter thanks to the army's recent successes. Everyone was reading the news and celebrating. This victory boosted the morale of the knights. They were given rest and held joyful banquets. They ate, sang, and further increased the fame of the hero candidates, becoming humanity's hope. They were greeted and cheered as they returned on the streets. In the grand hall, the king declared, with the success of subduing one of the 4 heavenly kings of the demon army, I send you my highest regard. Below the stage, Midou knelt to salute, and then the king made another announcement. Midou Suji, you will be granted the title of lord as a knight. He bowed his head in acknowledgement, though he seemed a bit uncomfortable. After going through the royal ceremony procedures, and a time of award ceremonies and conversations in the grand hall, returning to the room, only sighs remained. Everyone sat around the tea table and Midou grimaced, I'm so tired. Myril smiled and asked, you're tired too, Midou-kun. He replied, do you think I'm someone special? Amelia picked up her teacup and said, tired already. Is that a sign of getting old? He's the captain of the 4th Knight Legion. Erich spoke up on Midou's behalf. He hasn't been taught the nobility customs like we have, Amelia. We taught him the basic manners and simple rituals before he was granted his title. Midou did very well even though it was his first time. Midou smiled and continued, that was quite stressful. If I had been rude to the king, later I might have been blamed, and our position would be worse. Heinrich winked and replied, I'd rather be blamed like that than face unnecessary pressure when solving kingdom issues. Amelia turned and said, you were just granted the title of knight too, you'll also have to do things like that. Midou asked, being a noble is so tiring, huh? Erich, enjoying his hot tea, replied, I don't want to brag, but you don't need to worry about me. Amelia leaned back in her chair and continued, anyway, the church holds considerable power in the kingdom. We, the Knights of the Holy Kingdom, are also under the church's management. The title you received this time was also appointed by His Majesty, following the Pope's order. Erich added, now you officially belong to the Knight Legion in the Empire. You will be the captain of the 11th Knight Legion. You will lead the strongest assault force, including the hero candidate. Midou wondered if the knights are under the church's control. Erich smiled and said, then our mission becomes even more important. You will have to lead them. Erich asked again whether giving him the knight title really mattered, as the issue involving the participation of state authorities and the government was very complicated. Midou remained silent, showing no intention of listening further, while Erich reminded him that in any case he was standing on the same level as them. Power always comes with responsibility, remember that. Under the blue sky with white clouds covering the forest outside the city, Kai stood there and asked Jin, has Midou become the team leader? She nodded in reply, yes, Midou requested a position of authority within the state structure. Mayor smiled and said, I don't quite understand, but maybe that's okay, right? Kai continued, the kingdom wants to make Midou a symbol. Giving him power means they want everyone to see that the hero candidates are under the kingdom's control. Mayor appeared puzzled. He seemed a little confused and explained, surely that's not bad news, right? After defeating the demon lord, we'll be able to return to our world. This kingdom is just using us for that reason, he said, but don't let yourself get drawn in. Kai recalled Leonora and finally realized that the way this kingdom treated them was the same as how Leonora had. We are just pawns they can sacrifice at any time, Dean agreed. Exactly, we need to be more careful. She blushed slightly and asked, one more thing, who's standing next to you? Kai looked over in surprise and introduced, she's Mayor, my friend and a mage. Mayor smiled brightly and waved, nice to meet you. Jin politely replied, nice to meet you too, then pointed and asked, hey, what's your relationship with this girl, Shinju-kun? Mayor calmly answered, I'm just his companion on this journey. And you, what's your relationship with Kai? Jin was startled to hear her use Kai's nickname and nervously replied, I'm his friend. Kai interjected, Jin, you're bad at this, whose friend are you? Then Kai introduced to Mayor, this is Kanzaki Jin, she's my associate. Jin blushed at the word associate. Mayor winked and asked, were you that close in your old world too? Jin replied, I never talked to her. Jin nodded as well, that's right. Kai waved it off, never mind, forget it. You must have said your mission is to defeat the demon lord, right? Kai asked. Jin nodded slightly. He continued, just like the fight with Stonegear, I'll move like your shadow. Can Zaki be our communicator? Jin quickly interrupted. Wait, can I come along? Kai asked again, you want to come with me? He looked at the two girls in front as if realizing something. His lips curled slightly. So that's it, Jin was excited. Mayor remained innocent. Kai shook his head. No, I have to refuse, he said. Without you, I can't communicate with everyone. He looked Jin in the eyes seriously. They don't like me. For me, your position is very important. Jin blushed slightly. Pretending to clear her throat, she replied, then I guess I have no choice. She recalled Narumi and Midou's words and added, but many people do value you, especially Midou. Kai closed his eyes, bowed slightly and said, Midou is probably thinking of ways to fight without relying on me. That's fine, he continued. He needs to develop his thinking to defeat the demon lord. Jin asked Kai, you really want to make everyone stronger, Shinju-kun? Kai honestly replied, I can't defeat the demon lord's army alone. Mayor and I killed one of the 4 great generals, he said, but the situation at that time was tough. Jin panicked hearing this. You defeated another of the 4 great generals, just the 2 of you. Mayor smiled. It was very dangerous too. We defeated Windbox the Wind General, Mayor said. Jin looked at Kai thoughtfully. With everyone present, we were almost evenly matched against Stonegear, but those 2. She turned to Mayor and continued, moreover, this girl whom Shinjuku trusts isn't like an ordinary girl. Jin clenched her fist, thinking, compared to her, I'm completely useless in the fight against Stonegear. Kai recalled Sina's words. In the Demon Lord's army, there are creatures even stronger than the 4 great generals. Then he said to Jin, with our current strength, we can't complete this mission. Then Kai said to Jin, with our current strength, we cannot complete this mission. He stepped past her and lightly reminded, Kanzaki, carefully observe everyone's movements in class and the kingdom. I'll communicate with you regularly. Jin turned and replied, understood. Kai walked on and asked her to convey a message. I'm working in my own way to defeat the demon lord. Tell Midou that. Then Kai called out, let's go, Mayor. The girl hurried after him, not forgetting to wave goodbye to Jin. One of the 4 heavenly kings of the demon lord, the Holy Kingdom's army began a large-scale offensive. Thanks to the cooperation of the 11th Night Legion and the army heroes, morale soared, and they used this momentum to push back enemy forces at the front line. As a result, the Holy Kingdom's army captured numerous fortresses around the Urugano Mountain. Utrath City was liberated, with Midou leading the charge in the battle. This victory was not only due to defeating Stonegear, the commander of the Demon Lord's army in the territory. However, the Holy Kingdom's army was still unaware of one final detail, as Kai was quietly acting in secret. After the victory, celebratory parties were held, attended by many nobles and high-ranking officials of the kingdom. Narumi held a large mug of beer, drank it in one gulp, and laughed loudly. This kind of victory celebration is so much fun, Myrill asked with a smile. You drink beer like it's water. Narumi winked. In this world, 15 is considered an adult. I can drink beer. Immediately, Myrill tapped his head and scolded him. We'll be returning to our old world soon. Then she snatched the beer mug and walked away. Narumi lay there frustrated, saying, why did you do that? That's my beer. Everyone saw this and laughed. Rena turned to Midou. You're tense again. Just for today, let's go all out. Myrill noticed Rena holding a glass of wine and pointed. You too, that's wine, isn't it? Rena raised the glass and replied, it's fruit juice. Midou stood nearby, wondering, really? But still, I didn't expect everything to go so smoothly. A voice from behind caught Midou's attention. Heiki said to Satoshi, it seems their command chain is in chaos. Just losing one heavenly king has weakened them this much. Hearing this, Midou was slightly startled. They were talking about him. I probably doubted it too. Thinking back, they really are too weak. He turned to the 2. I thought it might be a trap. Amelia's son and the others thought so too, but in the end, there was no trap. Rena looked over, asking, don't you think you're being overly cautious, Suji? The Demon Lord's army is just a bunch of fools, right? Midou replied. Maybe Shinju is moving like our shadow. Rena frowned, dismissing it. How could he possibly defeat him? Jin, overhearing the conversation, set down his glass and said, exactly as Midou said. She seriously addressed everyone. While we fought, Shinju destroyed their defensive forces. Everyone was shocked hearing this. What, really? Jin smiled, yes. He even said he defeated another heavenly king stationed around this area. The reason the defenses here were so weak was thanks to his effort. Both were surprised. Shinju defeated one of the 4 heavenly kings alone, Midou exclaimed. That's Shinju for you. Narumi, slightly drunk, chimed in. Maybe he is moving like our shadow. No, he's a monster. Rena immediately objected. Why would you believe that? He's definitely lying. Then she called Arashi from afar. You think so too, right, Arashi? He was eating a roasted chicken leg, turned around and asked, what? Recalling the moment. He didn't know what else to say, then turned back to continue eating. I don't care. Rena frowned. What's wrong with you? Myril slammed her beer mug on the table, shouting, "Even so, I won't forgive him." Rena asked her, "You understand me, right?" Midou whispered to Jin, "Where is Shinju?" She hesitated. "I don't know all the details, but he said he's moving in his own way to destroy the demon lord, the western territory of Neutrath City, in the Demon Kingdom's lands." In the forest, Kai was surrounded by several blue demon soldiers. With a twisted face and a large staff in hand, he shouted and swung it down. He quickly jumped to the side to avoid it. Immediately, another demon soldier leapt to attack. But before it could strike, Kai threw a prepared fistful of dirt at it. The dirt flew into its face, blinding it. At that moment, Kai raised his hand and chanted, "Lightning, strike down my enemy." Instantly, electricity surged from his palm. Suddenly, a demon hand lunged, and Kai exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Somehow it had moved to his side, ready to strike him. A voice called out, "Fire salamander," and immediately a large flame appeared, incinerating the demons standing there. Around Kai lay the charred corpses of the demons scattered everywhere. He said, "Don't do unnecessary things like that." She replied as she jumped down from above, "Lucky for you, if your magic worked, I wouldn't have to intervene." He looked at his palm and said, "This is difficult. I thought I could control the energy already." Even basic magic he couldn't cast. Mayer began explaining that his magical attribute was extremely rare, lightning element, fast, powerful but wild and unpredictable. She added that because of its wild nature, it was extremely hard to control. Still, he could wield it for a short time at a certain level, which was already extraordinary. Understand, if you had the guardian element like your classmates, you could use magic easily. He observed the lightning in his hand and asked, "Lightning is just basic magic, I could use it during training." She asked why it didn't activate in the previous battle, then answered herself, "Because you were distracted by the enemy in front. When casting magic, you need a clear image." She explained that magic is almost like a spell. The caster must vividly imagine the phenomenon they want to create. She continued that's why magic isn't prioritized in close combat, but Kai immediately interrupted. "Still, I have to use it in close combat like this. Otherwise, when would I ever use it?" He listened intently as Mayer analyzed, and she said, "I know, but it's difficult. You understand, right?" She asked, "But why do you want to learn magic now?" He replied, "I just need a new skill. Right now, I can't defeat the demon lord. Honestly, I don't really like this power either." He added that thanks to the magical knowledge learned from her, he gained this new power. As a disciple of the sage, hearing this praise made Mayer blush slightly. She smiled shyly, "Well, that's what I'm best at." At that moment, Kai's attention was drawn by movement nearby. A squad of demon soldiers suddenly appeared and surrounded them, each with a fierce face, murderous intent rising as they stared at him. Back to back, Kai said excitedly, "Perfect, just what I need, guinea pigs for testing." Mayer smiled and asked, "No way can you take them all on by yourself." This group of demons looked larger than before and seemed to have higher ranks. Ignoring the numbers, thinking all of them were surrounded by him alone, Kai charged straight at them. He gathered lightning in his hands, aimed at the demons, and unleashed thunder strike. The lightning surged, making the demons convulse, scream in pain, and go numb. The remaining ones were confused. A few only got lightly scorched and weren't much affected. He drew his daggers, thinking, finally using this in real combat, but the firepower is still insufficient. A demon soldier seized the opportunity to strike with a club. Kai immediately stepped back to dodge and jumped onto a nearby branch. From above, using his speed and familiar attack patterns, he dived down to counterattack. The demons below looked up in confusion, unable to follow his movements. Sharp daggers were thrown, hitting weak points, causing the demons to bleed and collapse dead. The smaller demons hadn't acted yet, still standing by. Kai glanced and thought that given the current situation, it would be better to infuse mana into the daggers before throwing, ensuring accuracy and firepower. He needed time to form a clear image and cast the spell. He reminded himself that once mastered, it would be an extremely powerful skill. The demons in front still had no intention to retreat. Another demon lunged with sharp claws, but a single horizontal slash severed its head from its neck. He clung to a tall tree, hanging to observe, and suddenly noticed another squad of demons arriving as reinforcements. Kai landed, daggers ready, dashed through the enemy lines, and quickly took them down. Then he jumped onto a high branch to survey the surroundings, when the tree shook violently. Below, a blazing red demon wielding a large club slammed it into the tree where he stood. He looked down, clicking his tongue. Just as expected, there are too many of them. The large tree was broken, so he jumped to the ground. Facing the demons ahead, a massive figure appeared behind them. It had two thick horns, calm compared to the others, and a body twice the normal size. He used his guardian gaze to assess and thought, "Looks like the boss is here. Good, you'll be my test subject." Holding two daggers, Kai radiated intense killing intent, the perfect conditions for an experiment. Mayo looks exhausted, there are too many monsters, and even after fighting for so long, they're still not finished. She doesn't stop attacking, using heavy firepower to burn the demon soldiers. After a while, Mayor calls to him, "We should retreat. The situation doesn't look good." He nods in response, "All right, that's enough for today." Kai starts walking, leaving behind a pile of demon corpses. The two quickly leave the forest and Mayor sighs from exhaustion. He comments, besides the enormous number of monsters, their levels are very high. This place is not somewhere humans can survive. Mayor replies, because demons can control monsters with low intelligence, it's probably no problem for them. Kai agrees, that's why this place is only suitable for demons. The two stop in front of a gloomy cliff, looking down below at countless demon soldiers. This is the true territory of the demon kingdom. This is trouble, a week after Shinju's reconnaissance. The kingdom is advancing and about to start invading the demon kingdom as soon as it liberates a few territory. The army moves through a forest path, a group is surrounded, and monsters appear ready to fight. However, the number and level of the monsters in this area are completely different from those in the kingdom of Than's territory, though they are not a major threat to the hero candidates and knights. For ordinary soldiers, they will become a meal for the monsters. Amelia shouts, "Don't retreat, hold the line and fight back." Heinrich worries, "There are too many, we're completely overwhelmed. We're being attacked from all sides." Midou adds, "A high-level demon right." Before them stands a demon holding a goblet of blood with horns on both sides, its mouth wide open, swallowing each drop of blood. From the city wall, the demon says, "I won't let any mistakes happen. I am Elsa, a high-level demon. No matter how many monsters it takes, I will weaken their military strength. When they're exhausted, I will counterattack." The soldiers panic when they see the demon soldiers. The demon Lord Midou's army turns back and shouts, "Amelia, we must retreat. If we stay like this, we'll be wiped out." She responds, "All right, I understand. Everyone retreat and head back the way we came." Many soldiers have been knocked out, lying there. Two large demon soldiers approach. One laughs, "Is the victory really that easy? We overestimated them, using monsters to hold them back." Another says, "Anyway, this is Elsa-sama's order. She's very careful." The other agrees, "Thanks to her, we won easily." That's how it should be, so the enemy can see the difference between them and our army. The pink demon soldier cuts in. "By the way, we've conquered the Beastmen alliance, right? If that's the case, our superiors are very serious about the war against humanity, huh?" The gray demon soldier replies, "Maybe. Our victory is a given. But I've also seen their strength. They defeated 2 of the 4 heavenly kings, that's an undeniable fact." In a bush, Kai and Mayor are still observing the situation. Mayor asks in surprise, "Did they conquer the Beastmen alliance? What does that mean? I've never heard of this before." Kai thinks, "We've gathered some interesting information now. Mayor, help me find more information." Back in the kingdom city, the atmosphere is gloomy after days of consecutive victories. At the infirmary, many injured soldiers are being treated, lying scattered with sighs. A meeting is held immediately, with the leaders sitting around a long table. Amelia speaks up, "All of human territory has been reclaimed. Sadly, as soon as we entered the demon world, we were defeated." She looks at everyone. "That's the current situation. Does anyone have any suggestions?" 2 elderly generals, one can't think of anything. The other thinks, "The problem is, how do we fight against these endless monsters, right? We won't be able to fight properly against the demons unless we find a solution." Another general speaks up. "From the beginning, I didn't know the demons would use monsters like this. I know it's the effect of some kind of magic." Heinrich analyzes, "Until recently, the demon lord's army fought us without any real strategy. Only after a series of defeats did they start to take us seriously." Midou comments, "Someone is definitely commanding them. Maybe a high-level demon is controlling these waves of monsters." The general crossed his arms and announced that, according to reports from scouts, the forest was full of monsters. "We just need to get out of this forest, and we will have the chance to face them properly." Amelia said the forest was very large but lacked paths, so it would be impossible to lead the entire army through it. The elderly general asked if the enemy commander would allow them to pass freely. Then he suggested that it would be better for them to assemble the troops immediately. He furrowed his brow and continued, "Although they had succeeded in reclaiming many territories, the losses were also heavy. In recent battle, they had suffered even more." Another person agreed and said, "First of all, we have achieved our goal of reclaiming the lost territories. Indeed, thanks to the soldiers' high fighting spirit, they had pushed back the demons, but now that was no longer possible." Midou listened attentively. Myril raised her hand and asked, "Can I say something?" She asked, "Our mission is to defeat the demon lord, right?" The generals answered, "Yes, but if it were that simple, we wouldn't be facing the difficulties we are now." Amelia asked, "Hashimoto, do you have any ideas?" Hashimoto smiled, scratched his head and suggested, "How about we reinforce the army?" Amelia replied, "That's not feasible. Increasing our numbers would only slow us down in the process of moving." Midou thought for a moment and said, "Everyone has their own abilities in this world. No matter how many soldiers we gather, dealing with monsters will only increase casualties. He continued, we need to focus on strengthening the army. We should emphasize our elite forces. Amelia agreed, that's right, even if you search throughout the kingdom, you won't find anyone stronger than us here. The frontline warriors are also those with a lot of experience, she added. If we want to get stronger, we need to focus on training the army, not increasing numbers. This will take time, but it's much more practical. The old generals felt reassured with this plan. Midou realized that he finally understood why he felt so uneasy. He realized that their goal and his were completely different. His goal was to defeat the demon lord and return to the real world. Meanwhile, the Holy Kingdom was just trying to solve their own problems. He looked at the calmness of the generals and noticed that they were not worried at all. That's why they had no problem maintaining the status quo. Eric seemed to have noticed Midou's mood. He turned to Midou and asked, Midou, what do you think? Midou replied frankly, based on this discussion, it will take us many years to defeat the demon lord. I want to defeat the demon lord as soon as possible, Amelia suggested. Anyway, we need time to train the elite troops. It will take about 2 years for us to recover our strength. Midou seemed displeased. 2 years from now might be too long for them. One of the generals said, defeating the demon lord as soon as possible is the best for us. But in reality, we've been defeated on the enemy's territory. It will be very difficult for us to invade their territory again. Another person turned to smile. Considering the result, isn't this already a great success? Finally, we have liberated the lost territories. All thanks to you, the hero candidates. Midou thanked the person but felt heavy in his heart. So, it's decided then. He thought of his friends. We really want to go home as soon as possible. I'm quite sure that many people think the same. I wonder if they will accept this decision. Eric and Omiria noticed Midou's unease. A moment later, everyone left the meeting room. Eric spoke to Midou. I understand how you feel. But Amelia's judgment is based on our kingdom's situation. To overcome this situation, we need a stronger force. It's sad that this isn't an easy decision for us. He replied, you're right, I understand. Heinrich added, but I don't want you to think too hastily. He turned and asked, do you think like I do? Eric replied, you don't want your friends to die, right? Impatience will only bring disaster. That's why I told you to take your time. After hearing this, Midou had to think more. Erich looked out the window at the training yard. People are training down there, he continued. Moreover, although the hero candidates are very strong, you still have many opportunities to develop your power. Although the hero candidates are very powerful, you still have plenty of room to develop your strength. You better prepare thoroughly to face Demon Lord Myro. You turn to remind, just remembered, everyone wants to go home. Right now, this choice seems better than death. She recalls, if Hirishin hadn't come to save us when we were defeated by Stonegear, then none of us would be alive now. Erich adds, the nature of the demon world is to punish the weak, and there might be entities stronger than even the 4 heavenly kings. He explains, I'm sorry to say this, but we are counting on you. With your current strength, it's hard to defeat the demon lord. Midou understands and replies, I know, I'll gather everyone and brief them. You thought it through. As Herrick-san said, we can't rush, I won't let you die. After returning, Midou summarizes the meeting for everyone. He says, of course, I also want to defeat the demon lord as soon as possible. But our goal is different from the Holy Kingdom. Midou asks, or are you saying we'll attack the demon lord's army alone? Arashi stands and replies, of course. The people in this kingdom are not our allies, we'll use them if needed. I have no reason to obey them. Midou snaps, if you do that it will only cause trouble. We can't fight alone, we need the Holy Kingdom's help. Arashi asks, directly fighting the demon lord's army isn't your only plan, right? There's also guerrilla tactics. The others listen intently. He continues, our goal isn't to defeat the demon lord's army but the demon lord himself. Midou responds, I get your point but it still seems risky. People could die even if we win. Arashi snaps, I said we only need to kill the demon lord. I know the risk, if you're scared, sit here and wait to die. Midou yells, I don't want anyone to die here. That's why I said this is the best choice. Arashi loses patience, stomps and says, stop being so cowardly. Then he prepares to throw a punch at Midou. Let me open your eyes. He immediately summons his sword, activates shield mode, forming a defense in front. The punch is blocked but causes a huge explosion, destroying the surrounding. Dust clouds fill the air, everyone can't react in time. From the dust, a voice echoes, do you think you can defeat me with that? Midou continues, we have to defeat the demon lord together. Even one of the 4 heavenly kings gave us trouble. This time is best spent training, improving skills. Arashi still holds up his fist challengingly, you think you've won. Chains appear to restrain the two. Jin commands, don't move. Both are stunned, staring at each other. Jin shouts, both of you calm down. Midou asks, are you planning to destroy the castle? It will only cause trouble. Kanzaki struggles to free his hand. He yanks hard, breaking the chains, causing trouble. Dai laments, I have to spend a lot of energy casting domination and he breaks it so easily. Arashi releases his hands, saying, We should grow stronger through fighting. The more challenges we overcome, the faster we improve. Then he asks Midou, you understand, right? Myril agrees with Midou. Rena says, instead of being destroyed in a rush, isn't safety better? Heiki says, actually, this world isn't so bad. Satoshi turns, I don't want to die because of our impatience. Kari raises a hand lightly, I agree with Arashi. Rena wonders, Kari, why all of a sudden? She replies, I understand Midou. But I want to go home as soon as possible. Zumi looks at Kari, everyone feels the same. The little girl teary-eyed, at home there's only my mother and she's very weak. Kari remembers her mother in bed, I worry about her a lot, usually stay by her side but now she's alone. Takao also agrees with Arashi. I agree, I only live with my little sister. He recounts, my parents abandoned us, I have no relatives, I want to return early to help my sister. Shiori lowers her face sadly. My reason isn't as compelling as the two of you, but my family must be worried. I can't let them wait another 2 years. Hearing this, everyone falls silent. Midou looks at his friend's expressions, partially understanding. Narumi boasts, I have a few girlfriends. About 3, so I also want to return early. Myril turns, you're really special. Daring to say that at a time like this. Asashi smiles, as for us, we'll always be Arashi's allies, right? Kenta replied that following Arashi's choice was the right decision. When it was Akira's turn, he hesitated and at least looked at the two leaders compared to Midou, who was still indecisive. Akira told himself to trust Arashi, who was decisive. Arashi turned to look at Midou and said they had made their decision. He hung his head silent, wondering what he should do. Arashi walked confidently, leaving no room for further discussion. He stepped outside, waved, and said he would act on his own. Anyone who wanted to die could follow. The supporters of Arashi immediately followed, and the number was considerable. Kari turned, ready to step out. Rena and Zumi tried to hold her back, calling out. She closed her eyes, confused, and followed her heart. Kari joined Arashi's group and apologized to Riene. I'm sorry, Riene. Those who stayed looked on with concern. The atmosphere grew heavy. Myril asked Narumi, aren't you coming with them? He replied. We still need someone to be the messenger. Jin thought, in this situation, what should I do? I still have grandfather and want to go home soon. She was struggling internally, her emotions telling her to follow Arashi. But based on Shinju's guidance, it was better for her to stay right. Outside, Kai and Mayor turned back to face everyone. Shouts rang out, what do you want, bastard? The crowd started to leave, but seeing Kai caused a stir. Shinju, how dare you come here? Akira snapped, don't cause a scene. This will draw unwanted attention. Kao warned when fists appeared. Arashi did the same. He looked down and said, we don't have time for you. Without an important reason, you'll pay the price. Kai replied seriously, you're right. I think I should be honest, I want to borrow your strength. Hearing this, Arashi was slightly surprised and asked again, what? Before Kai appeared, the room was already divided with his friends split into 2 groups. At that time, he and Mayor outside had listened and observed the situation. She asked, the classmates are arguing, are they really okay? He answered, I don't know, but their reasoning makes sense. Like Midou said, they couldn't handle this on their own. On the other hand, the Holy Kingdom's approach was too passive. Arashi said waiting for 2 years was fine, but certainly more dangerous. Mayor asked Kai, if it were you, what would you do? He raised his hand and answered, there were 3 ways to break the current situation. First is to change the mindset of the Holy Kingdom's leaders, forcing them to change. Once that goal is achieved, they will influence the army. Even if condemned or expelled by the Holy Kingdom, as long as I can return to my world, other matters don't matter. But I don't think Midou will agree with this plan. Mayor asked further, what about the second plan? Kai replied, we'll follow Arashi. Use guerrilla tactics instead of direct combat. Based on Isabel's information, the Demon Kingdom isn't united. If we disrupt their rear, we could incite a civil war. Although Arashi would find it difficult, Mayor agreed because of his hot-tempered nature. For him, it was truly impossible. So the third plan. Kai smiled, we act based on the information we have. In the forest you mentioned to Mayor, we will gather more intelligence. He continued, if things go smoothly, we can get support from other parties. Ultimately, it will force the kingdom's army to act. Amid the darkness, Kai and Arashi's group sat around, warming themselves. Arashi frowned, wondering, what is the cat tribe princess? Kai replied, she is the daughter of the cat tribe leader. Seems like she was captured by the demon lord's army. She is a very important figure in the beast folk community. He added that this information came from what I gathered after torturing quite a few demons. This information could be accurate. Girls, upon hearing the word torture, all feel fear and think silently that he must be terrifying. Akira wondered who he really was. For some reason, he had a handgun and a printed shirt. That girl is so cute, who is she? Arashi took a bite of meat and asked again. That's why I asked what the princess really is. Do we have any connection to the beast folk? Asashi asked. They are creatures with ears or tails, right? Ken said excitedly. I really want to see them, they must be adorable. Arasi sat in the middle, feeling irritated, and shouted, quiet, Kai continued. Now let's talk about our plan. You know there's a beast folk nation in the southern territory, right? Akira asked. The Grandana's Beastfolk Federation, right? Kai replied. Exactly, it's a neutral nation with no stance in the conflict between humans and demons. Arashi looked doubtful. So you want us to seek their help? They are just a group afraid of demons, Mayor interrupted. Their soldiers are stronger than you think. She added, their physical abilities and senses are honed to the maximum. They have repeatedly thwarted invasions by the Demon Lord's army. He turned and wondered, then why are they passive in this situation? They only need to invade the Demon Kingdom and destroy it. May smiled. They are strong, but not strong enough to annihilate the Demon Lord's army. Moreover, from the start, the Demon Lord's army focused only on humans. The key is, if the Holy Kingdom and the Beast Folk unite, that is entirely possible. Akira spoke. I understand. So that's why we need Princess Carrie, right? We just need to rescue the princess and use her as a bargaining chip against the Beast Folk alliance. Right? Kai answered. Basically yes. I already have information on their supply routes. I want you to act as bait, my gaze serious. Just destroy that place with a single explosion. Meanwhile, I will stay hidden. Akira interrupted. I understand your point, but I still have one question. Why doesn't the Holy Kingdom try to cooperate with the Federation? Kai exclaimed. Good question, Ninamiya. They have a reason. Mayor replied. The Federation also hates demons because of their invasions. From the beginning, demons always looked down on other races, but humans always called beastfolk inferior and oppressed them. Thus, the beastfolk formed the Grandana's Beastfolk Federation. So they really hate humans, Carrie worried. Then asking them to cooperate will be very difficult, right? Amid the flames, that's why we need a bargaining chip against them. Kai added, the Catfolk princess has been captured by the Demon Lord's army. This situation works in our favor. May smiled. Beastfolk are famously trustworthy. Once we rescue her, we can negotiate with them. After the plan was presented, everyone was silent for a moment to think. This is worth a try, right? I asked. I'm sure you don't have a plan otherwise. Arashi stood up, stepped forward, and suddenly appeared before us, making the request. He always acts as if he knows everything. Kao's voice called Arashi's name, making him pause. He reminded, don't forget, your decision will affect everyone's lives. Arashi struggled, gritting his teeth as he still felt irritated with Kai. Everyone in the group remained seated, waiting for his decision. Arashi sat there, looking displeased. He wrestled between duty and personal feelings, finally making a decision. Fine. Do as he says. At dawn, Kai and Arashi's group began to move. Carrie spoke. All this time we've been heading south. Is that really okay? Kai replied, yes. The Grandana's Federation of Beastfolk is located in the southern region. As for the demons, they are transporting prisoners north. Our destination is the road through the southern forest of the Demon Kingdom. Neither nation has any trade agreements because there are only a few paths, so we will know exactly where they are going, Akira added. So we are infiltrating the Demon Kingdom. Could it be that we've already been discovered before executing the plan? I glanced lightly and reassured everyone. Don't worry, I have gathered information on paths suitable for our numbers. Although the path may be rough and full of monsters, Akira wondered, can our wagons pass through? I added, this is very important. So we can rely on Sorrow's abilities, right? Tomoko asked excitedly. Yes, her guardian is multi-dimensional space. Certainly, Kai replied. We can use multi-dimensional space to protect ourselves when in danger. The multi-dimensional space was created to store equipment and items, with capacity depending on the user's control ability. Maintaining this space requires a certain amount of mana. She turned to ask Kai. Long time no see, yet you still remember my guardian spirit, he replied. Because your ability is very special, quite useful in this situation. Tomoko looked pleased at the compliment. Kao turned to ask Kai, Zindu, have you been infiltrating and hiding in the Demon Kingdom ever since that incident? He replied, not exactly. I've been constantly searching for clues so we can return home. Story continued, and the result, Kyla answered, we only have one choice to defeat the Demon Lord. So I've gathered all the necessary information to take down the Demon Lord. Akira wondered, the result of your reconnaissance is that the Beast Tribe Princess was kidnapped, right? That's Shinjuma. Arashi grew impatient. By the way, can we stroll like this leisurely? We should have planned a raid instead. Kai agreed. You're right, we need to speed up. Let Sorrow take care of the luggage and horses. She seemed very excited. That night, the group switched to walking along the forest trail. Arashi immediately shouted, monsters ahead, everyone get ready. At that moment, they were surrounded by a pack of extremely ferocious night wolves. Behind Siori, a sharp-toothed wolf lunged forward. Kao immediately stood to protect her. The wolf bit his hand but lost a tooth. Kao smiled, sorry your attack won't get past my steel. Then he threw a warning punch at it. Akari reminded, we're surrounded. The support members concentrated at the center while the vanguard pushed the wolves back. Then he used a support command to strengthen his teammates. Those capable of fighting immediately followed orders and moved to the outer circle. With enhanced strength, they quickly defeated the wolves. Curry used a control skill to launch a grappling rope and shouted, Stop. The wolf's legs were tied, unable to attack, and it fell to the ground. An out rushed forward to defeat the wolf with his sword. Take this. Another wolf jumped at Arazi, who gently grabbed it. Then he scolded, Trash, you're nothing before me. Next, he unleashed a powerful explosion. The wolf was burned black. Arashi threw it aside. He turned to ask everyone, no one's hurt, right? Kai observed and thought everyone was doing very well. No need to worry. Luckily, Arashi recognized his leadership. He continued to remind, if anyone is injured, get Hano to heal. But unfortunately, Kai noticed something approaching. A sharp-toothed wolf left behind, called Mayor. It appeared behind Arashi from a close distance, startling him. What? There's still one left, Mayor shouted. Fire salamander. A large flame swept through, incinerating the wolf. In the blink of an eye, the wolf was neutralized. Asashi marveled, such firepower, Kento exclaimed. Look, it's roasted crisp. Isn't she stronger than Nagasao? Arashi sighed. It really wasn't necessary. Shinju's girlfriend hearing this made Mayor blush, reacting fiercely and pointing at Kai. Who's this guy's girlfriend? He stayed calm. Be grateful a little, she just took a hit for you. Arislik looked skeptical. Mayor stared at Kai, waiting. At least say something. He stepped forward. I don't care about these trivial things. The girl scowled. This isn't trivial. Sashi looked envious. So annoying, Shinju has such a cute girlfriend. Kento admired. I also want a beautiful girlfriend here and take her back to my world. After the battle, the girls approached to introduce themselves. Carrie waved. Hey, you're Mayor, right? Want to talk with us? Are you a love demon? Mayor nervously looked at Kai for help, but he remained cold. Stop staring at me, do whatever you want. Just what she wanted, she smiled. All right. So the four girls chatted happily. Kai felt relieved seeing Mayor blend in. Sometime later, at a nearby cliff, it was still dark. Kai stood observing, noting the area seemed safe. Arashi sat and asked, surely they'll pass here, right? I don't want to wait for days. Kai scanned below with his assessing gaze. He saw small figures approaching from afar. Seeing the demon soldiers below, Kai said to Arashi, don't worry, I see them. He used his guardian spirit's power to observe the entire demon army. Through this, he realized there were 3 low-level demons, 15 mid-level demons, and surely more in the carriages. Among them was a unique level 36 demon, named Zaganda, 57 years old. He is a high-ranking demon from the same clan, with all stats at A and B levels, possessing level 4 spear skills and level 2 fire demon magic, along with level 2 demon enslavement magic. Arashi asked, a high-ranking demon is their leader, right? Kai replied, probably don't underestimate him. Though not as strong as Stone Guy, a high-ranking demon is still formidable. Hearing this, Arashi furrowed his brow, his face full of determination, saying, leave it to me. If you get in my way, I will kill you. Kailif glanced over and said, I intended to leave him for you from the start. Our strategy is very simple. First, Arashi will distract them with the explosive strike skill when their formation breaks. We will surround them, the rest will move as a 3-person team. Kai continued assigning roles to Inao and Janagi. You must protect Han. The two immediately obeyed. Next, Ozaki, your task is to detect and escort the injured. Kao crossed his arms and replied, leave it to me. Mei, you support everyone from the rear. Arashi, your task is to confront the high-ranking demon. Do not get distracted by other opponents. While you fight, I will sneak in to rescue the princess. Once done, I will signal you. Finally, he instructed. The rest act according to the situation. If disadvantaged, you may retreat. Arashi appeared confident, saying, don't worry. Once we take down their leader, the rest will scatter. Kai looked back, all right, I'll let you lead the battle. In the crowd, someone spoke up. You should have known from the start we're here because you need our help. Kenta shouted in agreement, exactly. Asashi pointed sharply, what makes you act so high and mighty? Don't try to command Arashi. From behind, Arashi angrily shouted, shut up, idiots, then gave both of them a head tap. He stepped forward and commanded everyone, hurry up, get ready, we will follow his plan. On the demon army side, high-ranking demon Zaganda was observing the surrounding. A demon in the group sighed, I'm tired, boss. We've been walking since leaving the Beastmen territory. He turned and yelled, almost there, don't get careless. Then he thought, I anticipated this, really exhausting. Zaganda closed his eyes, sitting on his horse in pain, but he couldn't let the soldiers see him like this. An idea popped into his mind, right, let's check on the prisoner girl. Then he turned to the demon soldiers. I'm going to see what that girl is doing. Guard carefully. Don't let your guard down. The soldiers outside obeyed. Inside they thought, the old man just wants to sneak away and rest. Inside a carriage, a beastwoman girl was tied up. She was the princess of the Beastmen Alliance, Sina. Zaganda entered and sat at the door looking a bit tired, saying, finally I've arrived. Then he rubbed his chin looking at her, saying, Princess, how do you feel? Soon you'll reach the city where you were imprisoned. We've sneaked into the Demon Kingdom territory. The Human Federation soldiers couldn't get this far. She immediately complained, what kind of carriage shakes this violently? He stopped and smiled, this answer is interesting. Then Zaganda said, but don't worry, if the Federation obediently follows our orders, you can be released anytime. Sina shook her head, useless. Once you've captured me, the Federation won't bow down. He smiled. Looks like you still don't understand your position. You are the daughter of the Beastmen leader. She remained firm. If you think kidnapping me will convince them, then you're foolish. Zaganda, furious, eyes blazing, glared at her, saying, "Watch your mouth, brat." Then he grabbed the front of the princess's clothing. He pulled hard, shocking Sina, exposing her skin, then stuck out a perverse long tongue, saying, "Let me taste you a little. I'll show you where you belong." The princess's gaze remained unchanged, looking at him calmly. Zaganda reached to continue his assault. Suddenly, a large explosion outside lit up the night sky. Panicked, he paused, pulled the curtain, and asked, "What's going on?" A demon soldier reported we're under attack by humans. Zaganda worried, "Humans? If you said beastmen, I'd believe." Explosions with massive force hurled demons into the air. He jumped onto his horse, holding the reins tightly, spurring the horse, pointing, "Counterattack. Don't fear humans." Thus, both sides charged into battle, the rest of the hero candidate army officially joining the fight. Asashi and Kenta continuously attacked and defeated many demon soldiers. On this side, Kao and others also supported each other, following the original plan. Zaganda looked at the battlefield, worried, wondering, are we losing? Even though our troops are considered the elite unit. Arashi stepped in front of him and asked, "You're a high-ranking demon, aren't you?" Zaganda drew his weapon and replied, "Who the hell are you?" Arashi clenched his fist and smiled at him. "I don't need to tell you my name, someone as troublesome as you. I'll tell you if you show me a bit of a performance." As a high-ranking demon, he was extremely angry at being insulted. Zaganda roared, "Shut up, someone like you is nothing to me." He threw a powerful strike at Arashi. Arashi jumped up and threw a punch at Zaganda, who blocked it with his spear. He yelled, "You think you can beat me? A high-ranking demon with firepower like this?" Arashi's face showed concern. He thrust the spear at Arashi, forcing him to jump and dodge, then leap backward to maintain a safe distance. Arashi thought to himself, "He's too strong, but still not as strong as that other guy." He clenched his fist and murmured to himself, "I just need a little more energy and firepower. My explosion requires a lot of energy to activate, but with my current power, I can only fire 7 more shots." Arashi crouched slightly, placing his hand on the ground to steady himself. "When I run out of energy, my physical abilities will decrease. If that happens, I won't be able to keep up with the enemy. I just need to create an opening and aim for the head or heart of this guy. At that moment, I'll have to use my full strength." Zaganda was also thinking, these warriors are human and they have bodyguard abilities. I've never seen these faces, but they're incredibly strong. Could they be the legendary hero candidates? He twirled the spear in his hand. If they are the ones who defeated Winbox and Stonegear, then I need to be more cautious. He wondered, how do they know my exact position? He suspected they must be planning to rescue the princess of the Beast clan. Fortunately, I assigned soldiers to guard the princess. They can hold out for a while. The army here is focusing on defense. Zaganda's gaze showed determination. If that's the case, I need to take decisive action. I must defeat the one leading them. After a moment of thinking, he decided to charge and target Arashi. I'll end this battle with a single blow. He thrust the spear at Arashi, but Arashi managed to dodge, seeing his coat get torn, and he was slightly surprised. He flipped to the left to avoid the strike, somewhat flustered by his speed. Arashi focused on the demon in front of him, who was urging his horse closer, while he stood still, smiling. Arashi realized he was in the minefield, using his Mino Guardian skill to create a massive explosion that startled Zaganda, causing him to scream. "What is this?" The explosion scared the horse, making it jump. Zaganda was singed, looking completely disheveled. He thought to himself, this is a trap skill, swearing, "Damn it, my vision is blocked." Arashi charged forward, thinking to himself, Minnow is just a trap skill, it lacks the firepower of an explosion. But I've finally created an opening in his defense. He can't pinpoint my location. Arashi appeared behind him, his hand glowing red, preparing to strike down, thinking to himself, now I just need to ambush him with the explosion. Zaganda's eyes flashed, "Found you." He released a large gust of wind from his body. The gust of wind caused Arashi to click his tongue tight, can't dodge at all. The push sent him tumbling to the ground. Arashi's teammates, seeing this, called out his name in worry. He stood up, clutching his stomach in pain. "Focus on the situation, don't worry about me." Zaganda said in a raised voice, "You can't even use energy to protect yourself anymore." He was still somewhat worried. "I can't believe this guy can defend like this. His instincts are as sharp as an animal." He remembered how Arashi set the trap. "But I figured out his fighting style. He sets explosive traps by placing his hand there. Plus, he can make anything he touches explode." Zaganda stepped down confidently. "As long as I hold this spear, I can win this fight and keep my distance. As long as I focus, I can dodge his traps." Arashi looked at him, thinking, "I guess you're thinking that, huh?" Zaganda raised his hand, continuing to use the gust of wind. Though the gusts were thin, they were sharp, forcing Arashi to focus on dodging. He smiled, "This distance is perfect. From here, you won't be able to touch me." The tip of the spear continuously thrust toward Arashi. Arashi asked, so you've figured out my fighting style. Zaganda smiled, obviously, you're always changing your position. Arashi raised his hand, preparing to attack. That's right, you're the one losing defense now. He opened his eyes wide while Akira smiled smugly. Arashi added power to his strike, bringing with it an incredibly immense force. A loud explosion rang out, shaking everything. At the sight of the explosion, a deep crater appeared, proving that Arashi's attack was of extraordinary power. Zaganda lay motionless, his mouth agape and blood flowing from his body. Arashi stood with his sleeves raised, a self-satisfied expression on his face. Information displayed. Arashi Sunsuk, 17 years old, male, attack B, defense B. Agility B, strength A, magic C, normal status, level 3, divine defense. Explosion. Divine defense, mine explosion level 2, divine defense. Cannon level 2, physical strength level 4. He stood on the side, eyes wide in surprise. He single-handedly defeated a high-ranking demon. The demon's soldiers were horrified. Lord Zaganda is dead. Did we lose? Akira shouted as he launched an attack, rallying everyone. Arashi has defeated a high-ranking demon. Their defenses are breaking. We need to maintain this speed and use support buffs to increase damage. Everyone received their orders, weapons enhanced, and immediately charged into an all-out attack. Not long after, the demon's soldiers, leaderless, quickly disbanded and were easily defeated. I walked forward with 2 daggers in hand, standing before a carriage and wondering, this must be the one. He moved forward, gently pulling the curtain aside. Before him was Sina, her clothes torn by Zaganda. The princess spoke, asking, "Human, have you come here to help me?" He looked at her and replied, "I'm wondering if that's the case." He pulled a dagger from his chest and approached, cutting the ropes binding Sina. The ropes fell. She wiped her face and turned to ask Kai, "What are you after?" He coldly answered, "Something that even demons desire. I've decided to use you to achieve my goal." Sina rubbed her wrists, calmly looking at him, saying, "You're too straightforward." Kai replied, "There's no reason to lie. Or do you prefer to hear that we're here to save you with no ill intention?" Sina let go of her hands, sensing the presence of life. "I can't, but if that's the case, you also think it's reasonable for me to oppose you, right?" Her hands transformed into those of a beast, with thick fur and sharp claws. Sina's gaze turned sharp like a fierce deity, and she charged with her sharp claw. Immediately, a cloud of white smoke rose from a sewer. He quickly reacted, jumping back. Sina furiously attacked Kai, her sharp claws swinging. But he reacted in time and dodged. Kai held his weapon and had to admit, she's really fast. The two continued to battle fiercely. This is the power of Beastmen. Sina's continuous swipes were easily blocked by Kai. After a while, he felt tired and panted. A strong pull. Before his sentence ended, a lightning strike hit Sina. Sina's eyes widened in shock. What? She bit her lip, angrily realizing. Kai's magic was simple but incredibly effective. Kai calmly avoided the attack. Sina fell to the ground in pain. While she was still dazed, Kai pinned her under him. He thought to himself, a basic lightning spell, nothing special. But it's really convenient for disabling opponents. It would be great if it helped me gain an advantage in close combat. Sina gritted her teeth, her eyes still full of hatred as she looked at Kai. How is it that humans are so strong? Kai squinted his eyes. Finally, you realize the difference in our strengths, don't you? You have 2 choices. One is to hold back and follow me, the other is to obey me. Knowing she couldn't defeat Kai, Sina reluctantly accepted. All right then, it's better to go with a human than with a demon. Arashi's group seemed to have gained the upper hand. The monsters lay scattered with only one left. The monster let out a savage roar but also showed signs of fear. It thought to itself, who are they? There's no way I can win. Arashi coldly ordered, Chainami, Kaori. Immediately, Kaori understood, drawing a magic circle. All right, the vines on the trees suddenly glowed and stretched out rapidly. They obeyed Kaori's command, wrapping around the monster's legs, preparing for an ambush. With a single pull, the monster fell to the ground, letting out unintelligible groans. Arashi moved closer, scaring the monster so much that it almost lost its will. He grabbed its chin and lifted it up to make speaking easier. Arashi squeezed its chin and spoke in a cold voice, "We have no grudge with him, I will behead him." A moment later, everyone gathered around a small fire. Asashi held a piece of meat and happily said, "Their cart still has so much food, huh?" Kenta took a big bite and smiled, joining in. "Looks like we're having a grand feast today." Carrie teared up a little, feeling guilty. "It feels like we're robbing them." Her friend beside her laughed with delight. "Ahaha, isn't that exactly what we are?" At this moment, Sina was still hesitant, only daring to look but not touch anything. I asked, "What's wrong? Why aren't you eating?" Despite being hungry, Sina held back and replied, "Is it okay if I eat like this?" Arashi tore a piece of meat and said happily, "It's been so long since I had a hearty meal." but this is nothing compared to the food back in our world. Kai took a sip of soup and called out, Lixina, we still need something from you. So if you die, we'll be in trouble. Kai urged, so you should eat. Hearing that, Sina stopped holding back, picked up her bowl and drank it down, still politely saying, thank you. After just a few sips, Sina looked like she was in heaven. So good. Seeing her cute reaction, her friend beside her became even prouder. Isn't it delicious? Hono makes everything so tasty. Surprised by the compliment, Hono shyly responded, I'm glad you like it. Mayor suddenly asked, is your name Sina? How did the demons manage to kidnap you? Sina stayed silent for a moment. Staring at the flickering fire, she began to recount the whole story. I happened to run into the Demon King's army while hunting in the forest. Remembering the encounter with those monsters, I ventured deeper into the Federation's territory, a place where demons normally wouldn't be. Sina hesitated, which means they must have known where I was before. I calmly speculated, maybe they were planning to invade the Federation. Kidnapping you was probably one of their goals. Carrie still wondered about the reason. Carrie asked, why would the demons want to control the Beastmen? Her friend answered immediately, because they've invaded the Holy Kingdom. Maybe they want to dominate the world, right? Sina quickly agreed, that's exactly what the demons are planning, but what do you humans want from me? Kai said directly, I need you to be our bargaining chip. We want to collaborate with the Federation to defeat the Demon King. Sina asked in confusion, defeat the Demon King? Are you serious? Arashi finally spoke up, we have our reasons. While chewing meat, he explained, we can't return to the real world until we defeat the Demon King. Finally, Sina understood. I see, so you're the so-called hero candidates I've heard about. You humans summoned you to be the trump card. Kai asked, so what do you think? If you really help us, it would mean a lot. Sina nodded, showing her goodwill. I understand I owe you for saving me. Kai nonchalantly replied, but we didn't plan to save you. Sina was a bit stunned, but she quickly brushed it off. Anyway, you did save me in the end, and you even gave me hot food. Sina clarified, furthermore, to purge the demons within the Federation, I need third-party support. This is just my intuition. Sina bluntly stated, but I think there's a spy in the team, someone high-ranking within the Federation. The next morning, everyone quickly descended the mountain and left the forest. The Beastman Princess Sina had been rescued, and together with Shinju, they escaped from the Demon Kingdom's territory. They continued their journey back to Nurtrag City. As the group approached the city gates, a faint noise suddenly echoed from somewhere inside a room. A sharp sword sliced through the air as Midou was alone, practicing his swordsmanship. Suddenly a voice called, Suji, causing him to stop and turn toward the sound. Seeing someone rushing toward him, Midou asked, Rena, what's going on? Rena shouted, Arashi's group is back, and they're marching proudly through the main gate. Hearing this, Midou's eyes widened in shock. What? At the city gates, Arashi's group, having rushed in, was blocked by a group of soldiers. A strong soldier shouted, You deserters, how dare you come here with such calm faces? You're breaking the army's rule. The shout only enraged Arashi, who growled, I don't care, do the rules protect us? Bastard. The soldier, insulted to his face, still stood shamelessly. Arashi impatiently turned away. I have no reason to waste time with scum like you. Where's Amelia? The soldier ignored him and, while issuing orders to the soldiers, said, Do you think she'll come out to meet a scum like you? He gave the command, subdue them, throw these deserters into prison. The situation was quickly getting out of hand, and Arashi scratched his head in frustration. This is giving me a headache. Even if you guys form a group, you still can't beat me. Kai, standing beside him, casually said, They're like this because of your attitude. If we were Midou's group, even though yours might be seen as deserters, they would still be welcomed warmly. Suddenly chains appeared, binding all the soldiers, followed by a cold voice. Don't move. Jin stepped forward and asked, You're back early, huh? Her strange behavior made the soldier shout, suspecting Kanzaki Jin of betrayal and demanding the immediate unsealing of this skill. Narumi placed a hand on the soldier's shoulder, winking affectionately. Come on, calm down. Arasi's group isn't planning to fight, we should talk to them first. The seal on the chains was removed, and the soldier reluctantly gave in to Narumi Dono's request. Arashi, witnessing this, started to get angry, his gaze fiercely directed at the other party. Why are you listening to him and not me? It's always like this. Narumi walked up to him, staying calm, and asked, So what now? Did you bring back any important information? Arashi, still annoyed, requested to speak later, just wanting to be led to a more appropriate place to talk. In a spacious room, everyone sat neatly, except for Arashi, who had his feet propped up on the table. He maintained his stubborn attitude, and Erich and Amelia shook their heads helplessly, while the other soldiers were angry but dared not speak up. His strange behavior was unbearable for Myrill, who had to speak up. Enough, Arashi, you're making the atmosphere too tense. What? Is this your culture from another world? You're always like this. Does everything have to be so tense? Besides, we've gathered the people you wanted to talk to. Fine, Chainami, come in. Immediately, Kari entered, leading Sina with her, both saying, Sorry. Sina's appearance stunned Hyra. Amelia exclaimed in shock, a cat beastman. She clearly introduced herself. I am Sina, the daughter of the Beastmen Federation leader Gandana. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this, wondering why the daughter of the Federation leader was here with them. Sina openly admitted, yes, I am the daughter of the Beastmen Federation leader. They rescued me from the demons. Midou, not believing it, asked again, did the demons kidnap you? Yes, the demons were hiding in the Federation's territory. I was rescued when they took me to the Demon Kingdom's territory. We can use her as leverage to gain cooperation from the Federation, since we can't wait another 2 years. Amelia understood the situation and seriously presented a solution. We are considering forming an alliance with the Federation. Let me report to my superiors. Now that there's a princess, they surely won't miss this opportunity. You're being sincere. Anyway, we don't want half of the hero candidates to leave. We're planning to accept some of your requests if you return. You are the trump card of the army. That will affect the soldiers' morale. I take responsibility for your actions. Next to this, I can avoid being fired. Upon hearing this, I understand your request, it's done. If we cooperate with the Federation, we can continue the campaign to defeat the Demon Kingdom. This is also what you want, right? Now you understand what I mean. Anyway, it's not an unfavorable deal for us. Killing the Demon King is also the people's wish. We'll do whatever it takes to make that happen. I want to repay them for saving and caring for me. I want you to help me eliminate the demons in the Federation. Of course, I will do my best. May I ask this? How did you get the information that the princess was kidnapped? About that, we interrogated the demons we captured. A week later, everyone waited anxiously. Heinrich held a paper and walked into the room to announce some news. Van Kwok sent emissaries to the Federation to discuss the alliance, and the initial tense atmosphere gradually dissipated. Everyone happily participated in the conversation. I asked directly who is going. Akira sat across and answered honestly, Midou, Nagas, Kanzaki, and Narumi. These 4 hold the intelligence. Kai took a sip of tea. I guess they would choose Kanzaki because of her dominant abilities. Akira immediately agreed. Midou and Narumi have a keen eye for people, while Nagas is a bit strict, but he has his own way of speaking. In another room, Erich worked continuously without realizing that Akira was talking about him. The leader of the emissaries was probably Erich. Some soldiers and a few administrative members would also participate, totaling 30 people. Mayor stood quietly in a corner, listening to them exchange information. Kai suddenly asked, how about Arashi? At that moment, Arashi was sunbathing on the roof. Akira answered bluntly, he wants to stay on the front lines because he's not good at negotiation. On the training field, Myral was directing Asushi and Kenta. She also didn't know Akira was talking about her. Midou left, and Hashimoto would take over the role of team leader. Akira boldly predicted, it might be very difficult because they need to constantly control Arashi and his friends. Then Akira asked Kai abruptly, so what's your plan, Zindu? Kai replied straightforwardly, I will go to the Federation, although I don't intend to follow the emissary group. Outside the walls, Heinrich turned around and ordered, let's go. The army and the hero candidates moved towards the Federation. Rena continuously flicked her hair and complained, this is so tiring. Midou smiled and said to her, we're going to be a while. Narumi responded with interest, I'm really surprised I didn't think Riene would join us. Rena turned around and asked angrily, what, do you mean I can't come with you? He quickly waved his hand, I didn't mean that, I'm glad you're here. Rena pointed at Midou and said, if I leave you 2 alone, you'll just act recklessly again, especially this idiot. He asked back in confusion, me? Seeing them having fun, Narumi laughed out loud. Rena seemed a little displeased. I mean, if you become his companion, you won't be reliable at all. Even if you go with him, nothing will change. Narumi cried, hey Rena, why are you so mean to me? Behind them, Jin was rather quiet. Jin thought, they're so noisy, wouldn't it be better if they were quiet for a while? She wondered. Shinju said he was also on his way to the Federation. I wonder if he might be nearby too. Heinrich glanced over and caught a glimpse of Jin's expression. The group continued moving silently across the vast fields and grasslands. Watching them quietly from the bushes, Kai said to Mayor, all right, let's go. The 2 of them started walking. Mayor asked, are we just going to follow them? He replied, following them seems like it will be easier. Sina is there too, by the way, can I ask you something? Returning to the group, they were moving through the forest. Jin remained silent, looking around and seeming to enjoy the fresh air of the journey. Seeing that, Heinrich asked, why are you always looking around, Kanzaki? Startled, she answered somewhat awkwardly, I'm just staying alert for monsters. Narumi winked, there's no need. After all, Suji and Heinrich are here. Jin lowered her face slightly and replied, you're right. Heinrich turned toward them. Midou, let me ask you something. It only took a few days for Arashi to return to us, didn't it? He nodded, yes, that's right. Heinrich wondered, I'm just wondering how they got information about Sina's kidnapping so quickly. Jin cut in, didn't he say he caught a few demons and interrogated them? However, he still was not satisfied with that. I just think it was a little too fast. They received the information, processed it, and came back. It's a little hard to believe he did all of that by himself. Usually, Arashi would discuss matters like that with us first. Midou turned and asked him back. What exactly are you trying to say? Heinrich's voice echoed through the forest. I'm only speculating. He continued, someone is moving in the shadows and gathering information on his own. As always, you're terrible at lying. Midou, your expression already told me everything. Sure enough, his face changed slightly when Heinrich said that. Narumi thought, this is bad. Shinju really has helped us a lot from the shadows, but to the Holy Kingdom, he's still a criminal. Even Jin was somewhat worried. If Heinrich finds out about our cooperation with him, I wonder what kind of punishment we'll receive. Just then, Rena stepped forward and asked, what nonsense are you talking about? Heinrich hurriedly raised his hand and replied, it seems some people know and some still know nothing. Your circle of connections in this world is still very small, since you are foreigner. What's more, you will need people like us to build connections. There is only one answer. Shinju Kai is your shadow, the one who killed the saintess. Midou frowned slightly and asked with a hint of concern, and what if he is? Suddenly, Heinrich laughed loudly, just as expected, I was only joking. Narumi said to Rena, your reasoning is good, but even if we are in contact, he still helps us even when we don't agree to it. Heinrich smiled. Don't worry, I won't punish you. I was only curious. Honestly, I should thank him for killing that woman. Hearing those words, the soldiers were somewhat surprised. Narumi reacted, are you even allowed to say that? He brushed it off. Of course not, if they found out I would be hanged. He added, besides, based on Kanzaki's behavior over the past few hours, I suspect he is nearby and watching us very closely. Isn't he? Hearing that, Midou quickly turned back and asked, really, Kanzaki? The sudden question left her flustered. She wondered, what should I do? Jin grew anxious. Am I dragging Shinju down? I'm the one passing information to him. Kai's voice rang out as he stepped forward. Since you found out, I have nothing left to hide. When the soldiers saw him, they exclaimed, it's the man who killed the saintess. Sina spoke up. He's the one who saved me. Heinrich turned his horse around and the soldiers pointed their spears at Kai. He said, I only relied on my own conclusion. Kai looked at him and replied, you reached that conclusion yourself with only a few scraps of information. Heinrich continued and asked, I'm not as good as you, but we do have a few information networks. The one who killed Nguyen Bok, one of the 4 heavenly kings, was the Black Reaper. That was you, wasn't it? Kai answered. I've never heard that nickname before and I wasn't the only one who killed him. He looked toward Mayer. An elf who can cast spells, it seems you have an incredibly strong companion. A woman's voice in the crowd called Kai's name, drawing Mayer's attention. Rena urged her horse forward and shouted, after everything that happened, how dare you still show your face? Midou hurriedly tried to stop her. Calm down. Rena, but she shook his hand off and went on. I cannot calm down. Rena pointed at Kai and kept lashing out. You only forgave him because you are kind, Susie, but he is a traitor. She asked, is there anything else you want to say? Kai remained calm. I have no intention of denying it. Narumi narrowed her eyes and smiled. Calm down, Reina. Shinju has always helped us. Reina shouted in fury, shut up. I will end this right here. Lord, please bless the flame in the palm of my hand. A fireball appeared in her hand. Mayer exclaimed in admiration, that is some serious firepower. I do not know whether we can withstand it. Kai glanced over at Mayer and called her name as if giving her a silent signal. Kanzaki raised her hand, about to cast a spell to stop it. Then Kai called out. He told her not to do anything. The huge flame was hurtling toward him. A terrifying explosion erupted. Narumi said anxiously, hey, are you trying to turn him into ashes? Reina replied at once, what? I would be very disappointed if something like this was enough to kill him. Exactly. Kai's voice rang out and his arm appeared. Then he grabbed Reina by the shirt and pulled her down, making her cry out in shock. What? By the time she realized it, Reina had already tumbled to the ground. She hurriedly jumped backward to create distance. Then she summoned another fireball. Burn him to death. Kai immediately countered. Lightning, pierce my enemy. In an instant, lightning struck Reina directly, numbing her body and making her scream in pain. In the blink of an eye, Reina passed out. Kai stopped while Reina lay there motionless. She opened her eyes slightly and said weakly, what was that? You should not have that much power. Kai looked at the lightning in his hand and replied, it is true that I have no talent for divine magic, but even without that talent, as long as I keep training, I can still use it. Then he looked at Reina mockingly, and look at you. You have let the power you call divine energy corrupt you. Are you sure you have been training properly? Narumi walked over, impressed. Wow, you neutralized Reina instantly. Amazing, Shinju. Midou thought to himself, he is not only fast, he also makes his opponent drop their guard. He has gained a few new powers compared with me too. Now he is. Reina stood up, still stubborn. I still will not accept you. Kai remained calm from the beginning. I never needed your approval, and one more thing. No matter how many times we fight, the result will be the same. As if unable to accept it, Reina shouted, shut up. Jin's voice rang out, that is enough. Miss Naga, calm down first. Magical cords appeared and restrained Reina. That evening, everyone sat around the campfire. After hearing the account of what had happened, Heinrich said, I see. Basically, you were backed into a corner. Then he fell into thought. Now I can understand why you decided to kill Leonora in that situation. First of all, from your point of view, you were being forced into more and more impossible missions. Midou spoke up. We were pretty confused at the time. That is why Shinju decided to take all the blame on himself, Narumi added. And some people in the class still misunderstand Shinju's intention. Reina, her voice still bitter, said, I still think his reason for doing it was not simply because we were his classmates. Kai said while eating dried meat, Naga is right. Simply put, if we had let her live, she would have been a nuisance, so I killed her. Narumi smiled. You really are stubborn. Reina turned away, acting prickly. No matter how he explains it, I am the one who decides whether to believe what he says. Reina continued asking first. Is it true that you are looking for a way for us to return home? She looked over at Mayor. Also, who is the cute girl behind you? Kai answered while still chewing, I have not found anything yet. Besides, she followed me of her own free will. Mayor panicked. That is cruel of you. Midou spoke up. Anyway, for us to capture the locations inside the Federation, we need your cooperation, Shinju. That is why I am asking you to join us on this journey. Heinrich seemed quite cheerful as he agreed. I do not mind either. Although I cannot report back to the Empire, I suppose I will just forge a few documents. After that, everyone turned their eyes toward Reina, who still seemed very displeased with Kai. She squeezed her eyes shut. Whatever, it still does not change the fact that I hate him. Kai looked at everyone. In any case, our destination is the same. If none of you have a problem with it, I would be happy to go with you. Everyone's campfire was still blazing. They sat there, but a slight silence hung over them. A voice calling Midou from behind caught his attention. Kai asked, is it really all right to tell him that? Midou said, you mean the incident connected to Leonora's death? It is all right. Heinrich is someone we can trust. I gave a warning. No matter how much you trust someone, there are some things you still should not entrust to others. But there is no changing it now, since you have already told him. Midou understood what Kai meant. I know, I will take responsibility. Besides, Heinrich knew what was going on from the very beginning. Kai asked, so there is no point hiding it any longer, right? He thought to himself that Midou really could share information and show trust like that. That was just how Midou did things. After that, the delegation continued walking for several more days. Heinrich told everyone, we have now reached the Federation border. Sina poked her head out of the carriage. Let us go to the town closest to the border. Kai sensed something unusual. Looks like a few people have come here to greet us. An arrow shot out and struck the ground right in front of Midou, startling his horse. He tightened his grip on the reins and looked over. The group had been surrounded by beastfolk. They were aiming bows and weapons at them. Heinrich looked slightly worried, and the soldiers hurried to form a defensive ring around the outside. A beastfolk girl stepped forward, her voice full of authority. Humans, what are you doing in my territory? The difference in strength between the two sides was now overwhelming. Midou stepped forward, spread his arms, and explained, we are not here to fight. We came to form an alliance with the Federation. The beastfolk girl seemed doubtful. An alliance? A female beastfolk on their side snapped harshly. After everything you people have done. You still dare say that? You filthy humans. The gray beastfolk pointed at them. The reason we have been treated so badly is because of you. Renag grimaced. We do not know and we do not care. I guess that is what they mean. Narumi gave an awkward laugh. Please do not say things like that, all right. Sina then poked her head out and spoke. Rune, it is me. The beastfolk princess jumped out of the carriage and stepped down. A voice came from the crowd. Lady Sina. The princess said, these people rescued me. Rune did not seem to hear a word and signaled to everyone. Then she shouted, give Lady Sina back to us. Heinrich was flustered. That is what we want to do as well, at least please hear us out. She brushed him off. I do not need to. Then she charged straight into attack. Seeing that things were turning bad, Heinrich ordered, this is no good. Fight back, but do not kill them. The two groups rushed in and clashed. The ring of blades echoed sharply. Kai turned and asked, can we clear up this misunderstanding? Princess Sina replied, once Rune gets like this, she will not listen to anyone. She added, incapacitate her but do not kill her. Her troops are all young and inexperienced. You should be able to do it. With permission granted, Kai spoke up. You said it yourself, Midou, it is your time to shine. Although he was defending himself, he heard his teammate's voice and immediately answered, understood. Then he swung his sword in a horizontal slash. With a single strike, he sent the gray beastfolk flying. Midou was surrounded and the beastfolk attacked, but he slipped aside lightly and dodged. Then he raised his hand and tapped the pink beastfolk on the back of the neck. Seeing their comrades being knocked down and knocked unconscious one after another, the red beastfolk could only cry out. What? A flash of electricity gleamed in Midou's eyes. In an instant, he shifted behind the red beastfolk and knocked him unconscious. He collapsed like a log, his head hitting the ground before the drool even left his mouth. The remaining beastfolk panicked slightly and shouted curses. You bastard. Kai turned and called out, Kanzaki. She turned back in surprise. Oh, what is it? Your targets are the archers in the rear. Leave the front line to Midou. Jin replied, got it. Then she unleashed her Sigma wires and sent them flying toward the archers. All of them were restrained. They wondered, what is going on? I cannot move. Other beast folk rushed in from both sides, shouting, Lady Sina, we are here to rescue you. Kai called out, Mayor. The little girl raised the staff in her hand and replied, all right. All right, then she began casting. Spirits stopped them without harming them. As soon as she finished speaking, the beast folk were immediately blown away by the wind. Nagami exclaimed in admiration, oh my, so she is an elemental magic user like me. Kai turned and called Nagas. She had a fireball ready in her hand, but the order she received was, do not interfere. Hearing that, she frowned and shouted sharply, what, everyone is fighting, so why am I the only one? Kai explained while fighting, if they get hit by your flames, they will definitely die. Or are you confident you can control your magic and avoid killing them? Hearing that it made sense, Rena lowered her hand. Fine then, Rune watched the battle in astonishment. Impossible, are humans really this strong? Heinrich kept trying to explain the whole time. We only came here to talk. Midou stepped forward. We did not kill your soldiers, so could you please put away your sword? Without saying a word, she kept charging forward to attack. Midou reached out, grabbed her sword, and restrained her. The beast girl stared in wide-eyed shock, her sword held firmly between his two fingers. Her arm trembled, a voice called from the distance. Voon stepped forward and asked, have you calmed down now? The princess tried to reassure her. Please listen to these people. A moment later, in the middle of the forest, the beast folk spoke up. We are truly sorry. Voon and her beast folk all knelt before the group at once. Flustered, Midou quickly said, no, please raise your heads. Voon kept bowing her head to the ground. I did not know you were the ones who saved her life. I am truly sorry. I offer my life to atone for my mistake. Heinrich smiled, thinking of the relationship between the two peoples. I understand why you acted as you did. Voon bowed until her forehead bled, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Kai spoke from beside the carriage. If you want to make amends, would you guide us? He looked at her and continued. I am talking about forming a federation between our two peoples, so I want to meet the senior leaders of the federation. This is what Sheena wants as well. The princess nodded. Yes, I owe them. Please treat them with courtesy. Voon agreed. I understand. I will make sure to lead them to the capital. Tears fell from her eyes. Lady Sheena, I am so glad you are safe. The princess smiled. Yes, I am home. After that, Midou and the other envoys were treated with greater respect. To establish an alliance, we needed to negotiate with the Federal Council. The council included all the leaders of each beastfolk division, and it was the governing body of this country. The council was located in the capital of the Menslia Federation. Midou marveled. So this is the capital of the Federation. Narumi's eyes widened. It is huge. Voon turned back and said, I am sorry, but I can only guide you this far. Of course, I still wish to express my deepest gratitude to you for saving Lady Sheena. But the ones who decide this country's policies are the members of the council. Midou replied, that is fine. From here on, this is our job. The capital of the beastfolk race, Grandana's the Beastfolk Alliance. Inside the city, beastfolk crowded the streets in great numbers. When they saw the group, they kept whispering about their arrival. Look, humans, what are they plotting? Even so, guided by Voon and the princess, the group quietly advanced. The crowd of beastfolk continued to stir restlessly. They stood along the road, silently watching with suspicious, searching eyes. Midou also sensed the heavy atmosphere and was left speechless. Kai spoke up, it seems they do not hate us as much as we thought. It feels more like they are afraid of us. Narumi laughed. Right, no matter the race. Any ordinary person would feel afraid when seeing the army of another nation, would they not? I think that is a normal reaction. Heinrich said quietly, after all, the people around here are just ordinary citizens. I think we will be hated more by the tribal leaders. Those are the people we are about to meet. While everyone was talking, a loud voice called the princess's name. Sheena, a beastman in a red cloak, rushed out, his face filled with worry as he asked, are you all right, Sheena? The princess replied, I am fine, father, I am not even hurt. Look, Voon immediately knelt beside her and paid her respects. He embraced his daughter tightly. He sighed with relief and emotion. I see, I am glad you are safe. Sheena smiled. Father, that hurts, you are squeezing too hard. Hastily letting his daughter go, he waved his hand. Oh, I am sorry, I got a little emotional. Then he looked over the crowd of humans before him with a probing gaze and asked, so those humans are the ones who saved you? Sheena turned and replied, yes, so please treat them kindly. He laughed loudly. I understand, today I shall allow these people to stay in my mansion. Then he cheerfully introduced himself. I am Anto, chief of the cat tribe and Sheena's father. He continued, thank you for saving my daughter. I swear I will repay this life-saving debt. Heinrich also stepped forward and introduced himself. I am Heinrich, captain of the 8th Night Corps of the Holy Kingdom of Digger. Lord Anto, may I make a request? Anto raised his hand in a gesture. Of course, please speak. A moment later, everyone sat around a long table. On one side were the humans and on the other were the catfolk. Sheena stood beside her father. After presenting the basic details, Heinrich said, that is our proposal, as envoys of the Holy Kingdom of Digger, for an alliance between our two nations. Would you consider our offer? Anto answered firmly. I must repay you for saving my daughter, so of course I will agree. It is true that the threat from the demon kingdom is growing. The leader of the wolf tribe, Ega, spoke up. We have fought the demons in minor skirmishes before, but recently their attacks have become more frequent. The chief of the bird tribe, Camilla, interrupted. Are you saying we should ally with humans for that reason alone? That is absurd. Have you forgotten what humans did to us? Mac, leader of the merfolk tribe, slammed his hand on the table and said, Camilla is right. My father was enslaved by humans and died. That is not something we can easily forget. We are still grateful to you for saving Sheena and escorting her back here, and we will grant you a fitting reward. Niels, the leader of the dog tribe, added, but we still won't forget what happened in the past. There was a hint of discomfort in his eyes. Anthony turned to look at him and called out to Niels. He continued, didn't humans discriminate against us and drive us out? That's not something we can just easily let go of, is it? Now you want us to help them? Mook and Camilla agreed with Niels. They supported the refusal to help. As the beastfolk grew restless, Heinrich's voice rang out. We should not forget the past, he continued, but don't we share the same goal of wanting to destroy the demons? Hearing that, Max roared harshly, how dare you? Even if it's about fighting the demons, I still won't join hands with you. Edgar looked toward the humans and spoke up to stop him. Wait, Max. He raised his hand and continued. It is true that we received information that you turned the tide in the war against the demons. Could you tell us what kind of cooperation you are seeking from us? At the question, Heinrich thought for a moment. Midou immediately answered, we want to wipe out the demon kingdom in one sweep and take the demon lord's head. That answer left the beastfolk's side somewhat frozen. For a moment, none of them reacted. Edgar laughed loudly, breaking the silence. He looked Midou over and said, your eyes don't seem capable of lying. Interesting. Camilla asked, what do you mean, Edgar? He continued. You see, at first I thought this whole matter was strange. If my information is accurate, humanity has a tremendous advantage. Edgar smiled. They don't look as if they are being forced or cornered into forming an alliance with us. Midou spoke seriously. We want to defeat the demon lord, and to achieve that goal, we need your help. Anthony's voice cut in, drawing Midou's attention. Just as Edgar said earlier, he continued, I want to help them eradicate the demons at the root. At first, I was very doubtful as well, but I never thought this boy would be this sincere. Another hand went up. Edgar spoke. I agree as well. If the demons are making serious moves, the Federation will not be able to withstand them. His gaze sharpened. If the Holy Kingdom is defeated by the demons in the future, we will undoubtedly be next. So we need to seize this opportunity and fight alongside humanity. Hearing that, the members of the delegation were overjoyed. However, Camilla reacted somewhat. I understand what you mean, but I still won't accept it. She looked at them suspiciously. You never know when humans will stab you in the back. Max also spoke. No matter what the situation is, I won't cooperate with people I can't trust. Niels shared the same opinion. I feel the same. This alliance is probably a scheme to use us as sacrifices or bait, isn't it? At that moment, Selena, standing beside her father, looked over and said, Lord Niels, somehow you have changed. She added, you used to be very supportive of humanity. Niels answered, my way of thinking changed after living to this age. Anthony raised his hand thoughtfully. So now we have many people opposing this proposal, Edgar added. It would not be wise to decide right now. It would be best for us to take some time to think. I also want to hear more about their proposal. Let us allow them to stay in our territory for a while. Anthony laughed loudly and agreed. Leave their food and lodging to us. They are the benefactors who saved my daughter's life. Camilla said haughtily, do as you like, I won't change my mind. The fickle Max added, she's right, I don't accept it either. Kai sat there without saying anything, observing with his blood-red eyes. His eyes were wide open, glowing a deadly crimson. He was trying to see through and judge Niels, who had once supported humans. That day, in the Beastfolk Federation capital of Grand Anna's Menslia, at the mansion of the cat tribe chief, a long, lavish banquet table was laid out to welcome the human guests. Anthony happily raised his cup. Thank you for saving my daughter. Please eat and drink to your heart's content. Midou also cheerfully thanked him. Renal looked at the food, somewhat uneasy. What kind of food is this? Insects. Jin gave an awkward smile and replied, I don't know either. Kai picked up a bug and snapped it in half. Inside the hard shell was rich, fatty meat. Then he put it in his mouth and ate it with relish. Nearby, Mayo happily ate some fruit, her face full of enjoyment. The outgoing Narumi raised his cup with several beastfolk, making them stand and praise him. Drink more, you can really hold your liquor, brother. He replied, me, then let's drink some more. Selena was also eating and drinking, but she did not forget her duty. She turned to remind her father, Father, please get to the main issue. Anthony raised his hand to clear his throat, then spoke. The matter is that we must decide on our future policy. The people seated below fell silent and listened. Anthony continued, according to what my daughter said, demons have infiltrated the Federation. Furthermore, they are inside the capital, which means they already possess a considerable amount of internal information. Selena continued. If that weren't the case, there's no way they could have known my location at that time. I was completely ambushed, the scar-faced catfolk said. If it were at the border, I could understand. But the security forces in the capital are quite strict. The one in blue agreed, he's right. If the demons have infiltrated the capital, then we should have detected them already. Hearing that, Cena looked slightly displeased and frowned. Seeing this, Scarface hurriedly explained, "That's not what I meant, princess. I'm not doubting your words." Anto added to ease the tension, just like you said. We beast folk have a very strong sense of smell. It's hard for demons to infiltrate the city without us noticing their distinctive scent. That means a voice spoke up, there's an insider. The catfolk leader's statement and that remark suddenly silenced the table. Everyone turned to look in one direction. Kai spoke while drinking, someone is protecting the demons. If that person is providing them with crucial information, and at the same time covering their tracks, then that's the only explanation for the current situation. The catfolk reacted. Impossible, what kind of absurd thinking is that? One of them stood up angrily. Don't talk nonsense, are you suspecting us? Anto immediately shouted, calm down, we're just considering possibility. Then he apologized. With a serious expression, Anto continued, I don't want to suspect our own people either. But even though I tried very hard to find Cena, I still couldn't find any trace of her. At that time, I searched through the night with my men. To be honest, I had a very bad feeling. Someone was definitely controlling the flow of information. Erich warned, if the information network is being manipulated, it's very dangerous. The spy could be someone of high status. Jin voiced his concern. Could it be that what we discussed in that meeting was leaked? Narumi added, then is it possible that one of the clan leaders is a traitor? Anto immediately denied it. I don't think so. The clan leaders are the ones who discuss and advise on the future of the Federation. I don't want to create distrust among us with the limited information we have. The pink-haired catfolk agreed. Yes, you're right, that really worried me. Anto turned to remind his daughter, Cena, for now, don't leave the estate. She looked unhappy. That's so sad, I just got back. He replied coldly, if you get kidnapped again, we'll lose everything. Midou suddenly asked, by the way, how is the alliance discussion going? The table fell silent again for a moment. Anto scratched his head awkwardly. About that, I'm sorry. I thought they would respond positively to the proposal, Cena said. The ones who agreed are Ega and Father. If we can't change the minds of the other three, we'll lose the advantage in the vote. The signs aren't good. Midou worried, no, wait. Anto decided we have to keep persuading them. I'll ask you to come with us to convince them at the next meeting, please. Erich happily agreed, yes, of course. That night at the catfolk leader's estate, Kai stood there looking down, deep in thought. Cena walked over and asked, what's wrong, can't you sleep? Kai turned and replied, I have a few thoughts. I want to gather more information, but I can't move freely in a foreign land. Cena understood. Right, with your body scent, you'd be detected immediately. He nodded. As expected, the beast folk's sense of smell is extremely sensitive. Kai continued, Cena, there's something I want to ask you. Thinking back during the meeting, Kai had used his eyes to gather information about Niels. Age 55, canine-type beast folk, male, status, brainwashed, martial skill level 2, beast transformation level 1. He paid special attention to the brainwashed status. Cena was shocked. Brainwashed? Kai nodded. Yes, my eyes allow me to see anyone's status with appraisal ability. Only that man named Niels had such a status. He added, normally, beast folk excel in physical ability and keen senses. They cannot use magic like humans, demon arts like demons, or even incantations like elves. Kai's gaze was firm. This is definitely the work of demons. Cena recalled, now that you mention it, what he said today was very strange. My thoughts have changed after living this long. Niels always wanted to maintain a good relationship with humans. She shrugged and asked, should I tell Father? Kai immediately replied, my ability alone isn't enough evidence. I know he suspects there's a spy, but do you think that man is trustworthy? Cena stepped onto the railing. If that's true, then it's fine. She sat there and continued, Father has always favored humans. Besides, you saved me. My father will definitely believe you. Kai felt relieved. I understand, then we'll speak with him later. Suddenly, something behind him caught his attention. Anto's voice rang out. You're underestimating the hearing of beast folk. Kai turned around and asked, so you heard everything. I suppose I can get straight to the point now, right? He smiled. I don't mind. After all, you are my benefactor. Anto added firmly, besides, I also feel that Els has been acting very strangely. He raised his hand and clenched it tightly. I place my trust in you. I will fully support you in forming an alliance between our two empires. In return, I want you to help us wipe out the demons that exist within the Federation. Kai agreed, all right. Starting tomorrow, I'll begin gathering information related to the dogfolk. Please help me and Midou persuade the remaining tribal leaders. Anto smiled as he looked at him. I understand. Late at night in the beastfolk capital, the silent air was dotted with flickering lights from grand estates. At one mansion, the large gate was heavily guarded by soldiers. Niels was unexpectedly kneeling there with deep reverence. Before him sat Bryce, a high-ranking demon drinking wine from his chair. He looked down and said, "The situation is becoming increasingly troublesome." His gaze drifted to Camilla. "Just when I thought more than half of the clan chiefs had been subdued and control of the Federation was already in our hands. My plan should have been perfect. Kidnap the princess and use her to blackmail the catfolk leader." Bryce slammed his hand down in anger. "But I never expected those humans to rescue Anto's daughter." He grimaced and cursed. "Zaganda, you bastard. You failed such an easy mission. You're truly a disgrace to the high-ranking demon bloodline." Kneeling below, Niels spoke up. "But those humans are shameless too," he frowned. "They are the ones who proposed the alliance. That means I cannot possibly agree to such an offer." Bryce smiled. "You sound just like elves. They seem quite desperate, so we must stop them before they influence the others in the Federation." Niels stood up and replied, "But everyone knows. Humans are also our sworn enemies." The next morning, at the mansion of the fishfolk tribal leader, there was a large pool for members of their race. The entire estate was colored blue to represent water. A meeting took place between the supporters of the alliance and Mark, the fishfolk chief. Mark remained quite firm. "No matter what you say, my answer will not change." Midou tried to persuade him. "Even so, could you not at least hear us out?" His gaze showed his firm desire for the alliance. Seeing that, Mark was persuaded and agreed to listen. "Fine, I don't mind, speak." Everyone looked relieved and thanked him. Heinrich spoke on their behalf. "Then allow me to explain the current situation in the Holy Kingdom." Meanwhile, the other group headed to the mansion of the birdfolk leader, but they were stopped by guards at the gate. The guards snapped harshly. "Do you not understand? Let me repeat the chief's order. She said there is no need to listen to anything you have to say." Narumi tried to persuade him. "But we are already here." The catfolk accompanying them wondered aloud. "What? Surely there should be a request from Lord Anto regarding today's audience." The guard still looked annoyed. "Even if there is a request from the catfolk chief, the answer remains the same. The chief does not wish to meet you humans." Standing beside them, Jin thought, "I could control this man with domination magic, but once the effect ends, he might realize he was being manipulated. In the end, they would no longer trust us." Narumi turned and walked away. "Then that's enough, let's go back." Jin turned to him in surprise. "But," he continued, "in the worst-case scenario, we may end up opposing the entire Federation. We do not want that to happen. This is not like when we faced Leonora." Hearing that, Jin followed him. "I understand." In his room, Kai was examining a sharp dagger. There was a knock at the door from outside, and he invited the visitor in. Sina opened the door and entered. "Kai, just as you said." He turned and asked, "What did you find out?" The girl replied, "Today, I went to the border of the dogfolk territory, but the atmosphere was extremely strange." Kai listened closely as Sina continued. "They were clearly hostile toward humans, as if someone had poured oil onto the fire." She pondered and said, "Moreover, the soldiers were also in an unstable state. They may be planning to kill you and the others." Hearing that, Kai's expression shifted slightly. "If that is true, we cannot just sit still. We need to gather every crucial piece of evidence to turn the situation around." Another night came in the Beastfolk capital. On the rooftop, Kai and Sina were quietly observing. He turned to her and said, "Let's investigate thoroughly." The princess reminded him, "Be careful. You cannot underestimate the senses of the Beastfolk." Kai jumped down and replied, "I know." Below, the guards were strict. With the steps of an assassin, Kai moved lightly without making a sound. Before long, the two were inside the mansion. Sina moved quickly and whispered, "The chief's room must be somewhere around here." The door was slightly ajar. Looking inside, she reported, "There is no one here. Lord Niels must be in his bedroom." After that, Sina stepped inside. "But it would be good if we could find some evidence." She used her keen sense of smell to sniff around and realized that the chair carried the scent of the people who had kidnapped me. Suddenly, a voice called from outside, "Who's there?" Sina flinched and looked out, a huge question mark appearing over her head. It was Niels. He shouted, "Sina, you little brat. Even if you are Anton's daughter, do you think you won't be punished for breaking in here?" The princess nervously stepped back a little and said, "Lord Niels, please come to your senses." Hearing that, he wondered, "Come to my senses?" Sina looked straight at him and tried to persuade him, "You are being brainwashed by demons. Don't you realize something is wrong?" Niels snapped angrily. "What nonsense are you talking about? We will discuss this later. For now, I will restrain you." Then he shouted, "Intruder, restrain that girl." Hearing that, the soldiers outside rushed in and asked, "What happened, Lord Niels?" Sina quickly backed away, then stepped onto the windowsill. Then she smashed the glass and jumped outside, looking extremely reckless. The soldiers watched her go. "She ran away," Niels ordered. "Do not let her escape. Hurry after her." A moment later, a familiar hand held a glass of golden liquor. Bright was thinking, "There is an intruder, but why?" He swirled the glass of liquor in his hand and wondered, "Have they discovered me?" Then he drank it all in one gulp. All this time, he had moved extremely carefully, so he was the only one capable of infiltrating the capital. He emptied the glass and told himself, "Others will surely suspect that demons infiltrated the Federation after Sina's incident." He thought to himself that they were unlikely to deduce and suspect the dog clan, But if anyone discovered the brainwashing magic, that would be another story. Bright smiled confidently, believing that could not happen. His joy was short-lived as Kai appeared from behind, pressing a dagger to his neck. By the time Bryant realized, the sharp dagger had slashed and blood flowed. Outside, the night was calm under a bright moon. Outside the Dog Clan mansion, Niels ordered the intruders to be captured sternly. Sina escaped through a window and ran swiftly across the rooftop. She was slightly worried, glancing back, seeing only guards searching. She wondered where Kai had gone and if he had found the demon. A voice called beside her, Princess Sina. Jun stood with the guards, raising a lantern toward the princess. Jun's eyes showed surprise. Sina jumped down and asked, Rune, why are you here? Rune replied, I was waiting nearby under Lord Anto's orders. He said I must prevent anything bad from happening to you, Princess Sina. While they spoke, the Dog Clan guards arrived, shouting, the Cat Clan, she's an intruder. We will capture her under Lord Neil's orders. Sina replied, they are correct. Vun looked at her asking, what should we do? Princess Sina of the Cat Clan raised her hand and said, if they come, do not kill them, just fight. They are probably confused too. They did not truly want to fight us. Blood started to flow from Brett's neck, but fortunately he managed to retreat in time. He looked at the enforcer and wondered who this guy was. The boy immediately hurled a dagger at Brett, leaving him no chance to resist. The situation was urgent, unavoidable. He could only raise his hand to block and took a cut on his hand. Brett slid to the floor, trying to regain balance. He grabbed a nearby plant and thought, I don't have time to think now. He needed to calm himself. Then he threw the potted plant forcefully at the enforcer, and the boy cut the pot in half with his knife. Soil flew everywhere. Bright jumped quickly out the window to escape. Kai chased swiftly, saying, I won't let you escape. Both leapt onto the roof, preparing for a dramatic chase. Bright glanced back, thinking, I don't want to be seen. Staying here will draw too much attention. He squinted, trying to contact his bat and mentally connect with Niels, calling, Answer me, Niels. Humans are attacking me, help me. In response, the Dog Clan leader hesitated. I'm sorry. He said, Lord Gry, I really want to help you. But despite many requests, Niels was facing something stressful. He replied, it would be difficult if I came to you. The one blocking me is Anto, clasping both hands with a cracking sound. It's been a while since we fought, Niels. Niels pointed at Anto, asking, do you understand the power in your words? I cannot forgive your daughter. This will be a battle between the two clans. Anto smiled, I won't let that happen. I will open your eyes, Niels. He continued attacking the princess. Do you even understand what Sina did? Anto waved his hand, really. I can feel an unpleasant aura from you. Niels stung lunged forward, nonsense. Unfortunately, I have many other matters to handle. I will crush you if you interfere. Anto did not hesitate, immediately countering. The fists of the two clan leaders were incredibly powerful. The hero candidate group watched silently. A column of light appeared in the distance, marking the battlefield of the two clan leaders. Narumi widened her eyes. It's starting. Rena asked, is it okay if we don't intervene? Narumi waved it off. It's fine. Intervening too deeply will complicate negotiations. I don't want the people in the Federation to see us causing chaos. Jin hesitated. Could Shinju-kun be? Narumi replied, he's probably hiding nearby, searching for the demons. That's why they rushed and caused this commotion. Rena's still naive. Wouldn't it be better if we helped them? He shook his head. If we intervene, we'll just drag them down. Moreover, they are unfamiliar with this place. The three decided to stay put, observing silently. Narumi looked down and realized, although the situation is unclear, it's possible for someone to rush in without understanding what's happening, and that's exactly Midou. Kai keeps running, relentlessly chasing the demon. He realizes that the demon is heading toward a more secluded area, which could be a good opportunity. The demon is running toward a secretive spot, which could provide an advantage. Bright is still bleeding heavily, his wound too severe to allow free movement of his arm. Could this situation help him defeat that kid? Two beast girls are taking a stroll. Bright panics and shouts, what is this? He yells loudly. Anyone who saw me will have to go to the other world, then immediately moves to kill the two. Kai keeps close, not slowing down. He accelerates, using magic to enhance his physical abilities, a stream of white mana appearing beneath his feet. Instantly he dashes toward Bright, gliding past him with a deadly gaze. Bright startles, turning around, exclaiming, what? Kai swings the knife in his left hand, aiming to stab him. Greg smiles, but is immediately hit with a powerful kick to the chest. He is slammed against the wall, looking down at Kai's feet, blood spurting from his mouth, thinking in pain, that knife was just a trick. The recent punch makes him fall to the ground. A thought flashes in his mind, no, I've lost. Even if I'm not a combat demon, I am still the most powerful high-level demon. Bright observes Kai and thinks, so this is a hero candidate. He coughs up blood, asking, how do you know my location? Kai replies, my eyes can analyze the state of any target. Bright laughs loudly, this is amazing, I've met the strongest opponent at this moment. He thinks for a moment, I can still restore my plan as long as I kill this kid. Despite losing, he still has a few cards left. Kai notices his smile and understands he is calculating something. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the two tribes continue to fight fiercely. A soldier asks, "Captain, why are we fighting?" The captain answers, "It's an order from the clan chief, no questions." Run shouts, "If you have questions, then stop." "We have no intention to fight," Xena asks. "You're soldiers of Neil Sama, right? So you are close to Neil Sama. Haven't you noticed he's been acting strangely lately?" The wolf soldiers hesitate upon hearing this. The wolf captain hesitates, showing some worry. Xena points, asking, "Do you know something?" The captain replies, "Indeed, I don't understand what Neil Sama has been thinking lately, but our duty remains unchanged." The princess continues, "Even if Neil Sama was brainwashed by demons." The wolf reacts strongly, "No way, that can't happen." The captain turns back, warning, "Don't be fooled, we will still follow the clan chief's orders." Xena realizes it's impossible to persuade them, they are truly excellent warriors. Run steps forward, extending his hand to stop the princess, saying, "Step back, Xena-sama. I'll suppress them." A blue mana slash cuts through, splitting the two forces. A sword strike cleaves the ground, showing its power. The wolf captain wonders, what is happening? Then he looks up and realizes it's a human, none other than Midou. He and another person jump down. Ega steps forward, shouting, "Enough, both sides sheathe your swords." The soldiers continuing the fight are Ega, the wolf leader. On this side, Kai is analyzing Bright, a 48-year-old high-level demon. His skills are level 4 mind control demon magic and level 4 water elemental demon magic. Kai has used his detailed eye assessment ability to analyze him. The mind control skill can brainwash a pre-targeted living creature, activated by wrapping both hands around the target's head. Kai realizes this and stays cautious. As long as he avoids the mind control skill, there's nothing to worry about and killing him isn't difficult. While focusing, suddenly a knife rushes straight toward Kai. He quickly dodges. A group of demons appear in front of him. Bright stands up, laughing, "Thanks for coming. Now my disciples can join the battle." Kai replies, "So that's why you ran to a less crowded place to gather your allies." The arrogant demons say, "Now you can't run anymore. The Demon Kingdom task force isn't just me." Kai sighs, "Are you really that stupid?" Bright angrily responds, "What did you say?" Kai looks at them and says, "Of course I know you're waiting for reinforcements. Finding all of you is troublesome, so it's best. I'll wipe all of you out at once." The demons freeze, confused at Kai's words. Bright yelled, "You bastard, what can you do on your own?" Then they practiced their skills and prepared their weapons. "Soon enough, you won't be so confident anymore. We're going to beat you up for daring to injure Bright Sama." Bright still stared at the captain and thought, "What an idiot. Even though my subordinates are just regular demons, they are elite warriors with fighting abilities slightly weaker than mine." They charged and yelled, "Do it, kill that human." The captain stood there, muttering, "Angels, blow them away." A green vortex appeared with the wind element, lifting the demons into the air. The remaining ones on the ground looked up in panic. Kai said, "I didn't say I was alone." Up above, Mayor cast a spell. The captain calmly said, "Since I don't know the conditions for triggering your brainwashing, I've prepared backup just in case." Bright remained confident. "Anyway, it's just the two of you, you can't change anything." May looked at them and said, "Create many small stones." Immediately, floating stones appeared. They plunged straight down at the demons. Some demons were caught off guard and were hit by the stones. One screamed, "You fool, we can use demon magic to defend, right?" Kai quickly approached and stabbed it straight through the heart, surprising it while you were gathering mana for defense. May would be vulnerable from other directions, so the captain drew his knife, fresh blood splattering. Bright worried about his troops, "You fools, don't let your guard down. Treat both of them as strong enemies like high-level demons." The remaining ones raised their weapons to attack seriously. It used demon cloning magic, then asked, "Can you tell which one is real?" Just as it spoke, it took a knife right in the chest. The demon collapsed, exclaiming, "What? How did you know?" The captain calmly thought, "It seems you can't share accurate information between the branches of demons, even though you're an elite army." Another demon created a magic circle, shouting, "You bastard." He threw a wind spear and shouted, "Die." The spear was nullified by the wind, pushing it back. Up above, Mayor intervened at critical moments. Immediately summoning a weapon, angels finish him off. The demon opened its mouth in fear. Before it could react, sharp needles of wind pierced its body. Mayor turned away and yawned, looking disdainful. At that moment, the captain faced the demon soldiers with Mayor's support. Bright stepped back, pushing his subordinates forward as shield, gritting his teeth and thinking to himself, "They dare to push me this far." At the same time, a voice echoed from afar. A voice asked, "What's going on? Seems like you're in trouble." Mayor was startled and asked, "Huh, who is that?" Kai looked up to see the newcomer. Camilla and her tribe had just arrived. She looked puzzled. "The leader of the bird tribe, I didn't expect you to collaborate with demons," she shouted. "That's right, because I absolutely hate your kind." Mayor bent down and asked Kai, "Is she brainwashed too?" he replied. Based on my evaluation ability, no. She willingly cooperates with the demons. The captain realized some things after connecting the information. So they brainwashed the leader of the dog tribe, and now the bird tribe is cooperating with them. The situation is complicated. The dog tribe leader is brainwashed. The bird tribe leader cooperates. The cat tribe leader's daughter was captured but has been rescued. The wolf tribe leader is not involved. The fish tribe leader is a fool. They can force the cat tribe to comply by taking Sina hostage. Eventually, they will secure the majority vote in parliament. Previously, he heard the demons say, "It seems the Federation will soon be under our control. The superiors will focus more on the war against humans." Bright spat blood, speaking reproachfully, "You arrived a bit late, didn't you?" Camilla retorted, "Even if they're demons, you can't defeat these humans without us." Hearing this, he smirked, knowing he was in trouble. "I'm not complaining now. Help me finish them off." Camilla lowered her sharp claws, smiling. "You have to make such a suggestion. Rare, so they're really strong. All right, I'll help you." The captain thought to himself, about 30 skilled birds. So the entire tribe is cooperating with demons. Mayor jumped down to the ground at this point. She stood next to him and asked, "What now, Kai?" He replied, "We have to defeat them." Camilla ordered her tribe, "Catch them. Don't let other tribes find out. Don't waste time," she commanded. As soon as she finished speaking, the bird tribe members dove down to attack the two of them. Cut to another location, the feline chief's furry fists appear. He attacks the canine chief, but the latter raises his hand to block. They exchange blows continuously. The attacker strikes the defender, sending rocks and dirt flying. The duel between the two chiefs is truly extraordinary. Their intense aura shatters the glass along the street. A gentle wind, stirred by spiritual energy, bends the tree. Anto laughs loudly while attacking. "Good job, Niels." The canine chief keeps blocking and shouts, "What are you talking about?" Niels punches Anto hard, but Anto feels no pain, only a serene smile. This surprises Niels immensely. Anto continues to laugh and delivers a hook punch to Niels' chest. "You're weak." Thrown backward by the blow, Niels wonders, what is this feeling? Wiping his mouth, he thinks, "My mind is spinning." Anto clasps his hands together and hears a cracking sound. Looks like he's doubting himself. Did I misunderstand something? Anto asks himself, is this the end? As expected, the only way to deal with them is to defeat the one using mind control magic. Leaving Niels alone would be a problem for the Crescent Moon if the demons unleash the power of the canine tribe. Midou stands behind Ega, the wolf chief. He asks, "Is Niels under the demons' mind control?" Sina replies, "Yes, that's why we infiltrated Niels' mansion to find that demon." Midou immediately asks, "So did we find him?" The princess shakes her head. She adds, "I don't know, he suddenly disappeared." Midou ponders, "I see he's not here. That means he's still fighting somewhere." Ega looks pained. "I can't keep up with all this. Everything is happening too fast, but we need to help your friend who's fighting the demons." Rune calls down from above. Sina interrupts urgently, "Rune, what is it?" She raises her hand to point into the distance and reports, "I see a group of bird people flying north." Ega looks surprised. Bird people flying this late at night. Noticing something unusual, Midou immediately rushes in that direction, shouting, "Let's check it out. We might find some clues." Cut to the rooftop, where three people silently observe. Jin wonders, is it okay if we just watch like this? Narumi thinks it's not wrong. There's a high chance we'd cause conflict with the locals if we acted otherwise. Thinking, she immediately speaks, "Hey Narumi, I need to ask you something." Jin continues, "Your argument assumes Shinju defeated the demons, right?" He nods, "You're correct." Jin asks worriedly, "What if he loses?" Narumi shakes her head, "I haven't thought that far, but we'd definitely be judged if that happened." Jin turns to suggest, "Then shouldn't we do something, even if Shinju is reliable? He's not unbeatable either." Renas speaks hesitantly, "I get your point, but we don't know his exact location." Jin agrees, eyes downcast, "You're right." Then he clasps his hands before his chest like praying and thinks, "I know, but I can't be selfish. I want to be Shinju's strength." Suddenly a voice echoes in her head, "Kanzaki, is that you?" Jin startles and looks around. Narumi notices and asks, "What's wrong, Kanzaki?" Jin asks, "Where are you, Shinju?" Kai's voice responds, "I should be asking you that. Now I understand this must be your new power." Jin thinks as Kai speaks. She wonders, is this the new divine guardian power? I can clearly hear Shinju's voice in my head, as if it's the spirit of Jin. Using her mind, she asks Kai, "Where are you?" Kai appears injured and bloody, responding, "I'm at the northernmost part of the city, fighting the demons and bird people." She asks, "You want to become my strength, right?" Jin blushes shyly. Kai hears this, "You heard that, I didn't say it out loud." He continues killing the bird people and says, "Come quickly, Kanzaki, I need your strength." Hearing this, Jin's eyes light up and emotions surge. Narumi asks worriedly, "Who are you talking to?" Renag grimaces, "Are you crazy?" Jin replies, "I'm talking to Shinju through my new power." Hearing this, the two friends are a bit surprised. Jin immediately stands up, "Anyway, I know his location now. Let's hurry and help Shinju. The scene cuts back to the battle, where Mayor is facing a large number of extremely aggressive birdmen. They immediately receive the command to attack and dive down towards the ground at high speed. Mayor raises her staff and shouts in worry, "Elemental spirits, don't let them get close to us." Immediately a strong wind blows upwards, halting their advance. Mayor plants her staff into the ground, light bursts forth, rocks lift into the air, and she summons an earth spirit. She shouts a command, "Shoot them down." A swarm of earth spirits charges at the birdmen, causing them to be attacked. They squawk loudly, some from behind curse, "Damn it, with this flock we can't get close." Another one turns and shouts, "What are the archers doing?" The birdmen with bows receive orders. "I got it, shoot them down again." As they release their arrows, a barrage of sharp arrows targets Mayor. She raises her staff to the sky, and this time a green mana aura emanates from it. Mayor summons a wind spirit to create a whirlwind that blows the arrows away. The birdmen grow frustrated. "Damn it, what do we do now? With a flock like this, we can't do anything." Another one dismisses, "This is enough." He adds, "The magic of the elf uses the power of souls. In the future, she won't be able to use this power anymore." Mayor worries inwardly, realizing she has revealed a weakness, and that the elemental spirits are near their limit. She realizes she needs to use another element to deal with them. A birdman looks down thoughtfully. This girl is just stalling. This individual thinks to himself that they must finish things before other tribes take notice. The scene shifts to close combat on the ground, where a demon soldier is fatally stabbed, with two hearts unable to react in time. The soldier below looks up and calls out Gustav when he sees Kai pull a dagger from the chest of his comrade. In an instant, Kai appears below, striking with assassin-like precision. Suddenly, two other demon soldiers leap up, ready to attack, shouting, "You bastard, this is your end." At the same time, one demon soldier creates a magical circle in front of him, blocking an incoming attack from somewhere. Kai does the same but quickly dodges the blow. The demon soldiers below look up, and the birdman chieftain Camilla Ho warns the soldiers not to move. She shoots sharp feathers from her wings. Kai calmly uses his dagger to deflect the damage and knocks the feathers away. However, the sheer number of feathers causes one to strike his wrist, causing blood to stain his shirt. Kai quickly jumps to the side. From afar, the sounds of battle can be heard. He thinks to himself, "I'm worried about Mayor since we are now separated." As he's distracted, Bright appears behind him, raising his dark hand toward the head of the leader. Kai senses something unusual and immediately uses a lightning shock. Before he can act, the leader's book shocks him, leaving him stunned. Elemental magic, lightning. A demon soldier approaches, swinging his sword down and shouting, "Die!" Kalex moves aside and slashes across his abdomen. The demon soldier's sword cuts through the air behind the leader, but Kai dodges and takes down the soldier. This action causes the demon soldier to accidentally strike his own leader, a true 2-for-1 blow. The leader looks back with a deadly gaze and thinks, is he trying to use brainwashing magic? I don't have a way to counter this, so I must be very careful. Suddenly a familiar voice calls from afar, "Shinju-kun." The one calling is Jin, who is running and out of breath. Kai turns and calls out, "Kanzaki, you came just in time." Rina is stunned, and the demon Narumi exclaims, "This situation is terrible." The two shout, "We'll support you," and immediately cast their skill. The demon soldiers use magical circles to defend themselves, warning each other, "Be careful, they are hero candidates." Kai says to everyone, "I'll deal with the Birdman chieftain and the higher-level demons. You all can handle the lower-level ones." Narumi clenches his fist in agreement. Rina asks, "So that means we consider the Birdmen as enemies?" Kai nods. Riene can use fire to burn them. Jin nervously asks, "Uncle Kun, are you still fighting alone?" He looks at Jin with a determined expression, remembering past events, and says that the situation is similar to the fight against Leonora before. "Then use your healing magic on me." "They're using brainwashing magic on the enemies." She immediately raises her hand in response. "I understand." Her entire body emitted a pink light, and then she used a magical skill to transfer her dominance energy to the commander. A faint pink light also surrounded you. You confidently said, "With this, I've eliminated my fatal weakness." Camilla heard this and was slightly surprised, asking, "Are you looking down on us?" Brett, standing below, shouted up, reminding Camilla not to be careless. "You'll lose your life if you're not careful." The tree with murderous eyes looked at them and said, "My fault, but I'll finish this quickly." At this moment, you exuded a heavy aura, gripping the throwing knives tightly in both hands. Both Camilla and Brett were astonished by your gaze and aura. For a moment, they felt fear. The scene then shifted to Mayor, who was standing in front of the bird people above. Some of the bird people had been taken down. The bird people heard the voices, and one of them spoke up. "Bird people, what are you doing?" Mayor heard this and turned around to look. It was Midou leading Iga, the wolf tribe leader, along with Sina and Run. Ega raised his hand and questioned, "Are you guests of the cat tribe?" "I demand an explanation," Ega said. The bird people were worried and murmured, "The wolf tribe leader, they're here so quickly. What should we do now?" The bird people leader looked over and reminded, Stay calm, we will still follow Camilla's orders. The bird soldiers, hearing this, said nothing and immediately obeyed. Yang Gong pointed at the newcomers and shouted, "Kill all the witnesses, including the wolf tribe leader." Ego was surprised, asking, "What are they saying?" Midou added, "It seems they don't want to talk. May call them. Listen, the bird people are collaborating with the demons." Everyone was shocked by this information. She pointed at the alley in front and said, "The demons are fighting with Kai over there." Sina leaned on his hand, looking outside, and said, "Even the bird people." Ega turned and said, "If that's the case, this is bad. Midou, you go there." But he refused. Midou said to the wolf tribe leader, "My friends are heading to Shinjuku. I'll stay here to help Mayasa." Ega grabbed the sword at his side, preparing to draw it, and replied, "I understand. I didn't expect the demons to have such a large influence." He looked up at the bird people, who were only following their leader's orders. "If possible, I don't want to kill them." Ega was startled when he heard Midou's voice. He smiled and said, "I understand, that's my specialty." On the other side, Kai shouted, "My fault, I was going to finish this quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped out of the debris, his eyes glowing red. Upon seeing Kai, Camilla immediately widened her eyes in shock, and Bright was also surprised, not expecting Kai to still be alive. The next scene made both of them even more terrified. Camilla's face turned pale, speechless, because Kai's appearance had been disfigured, and Bright hadn't had time to react. A sharp knife was pressed against his neck, blood splattered everywhere, although Brett had managed to retreat. However, the wound on his hand was still deep. He angrily cursed, "I couldn't react to its movements. Damn it, what's wrong with my eyes?" At that moment, Camilla quickly shouted, "Don't look into its eyes. Greg, maybe he's using an illusion technique." Kai was surprised, thinking to himself, she noticed so quickly. He just acquired a new skill after defeating Winbox, called Illusion Guardian. This skill creates illusions for living creatures, and the activation condition is that the target must make eye contact. Kai had practiced using it against monsters, and it was a very powerful weapon at close range. Camilla recognized Kai's skill, quickly shook her head, avoided his gaze, muttering in dissatisfaction, "What a troublesome ability." At the same time, Bright was also thinking. He had to face Kai directly, but couldn't look at anything from the neck up. Thinking this, Greg shifted his gaze, only looking at Kai's lower body. And just as he thought, the illusion was no longer there. Kai immediately charged forward, no longer looking into his eyes. This was the simplest solution. In an instant, Kai's figure vanished. When he reappeared, he was standing next to Brett, coldly speaking, "Did you really think you could do that?" Upon hearing the sound, Bright instinctively narrowed his eyes, and before he could react, blood poured from his forehead like rain. Bright couldn't believe it, trembling and muttering, "No way." Kai narrowed his eyes at him, coldly saying, "Idiot. The opponent's eyes give you a lot of information during the battle. If you lose that stream of information, you won't be able to fight." However, Bright fell into a pool of blood. Seeing this, Kai sneered, "Looks like you didn't listen to me." Camilla saw the scene from afar, feeling dissatisfied and couldn't help but curse, saying that this guy was useless. At the same time, Kai looked at her coldly and said, "Now it's your turn." Camilla was not afraid at all, and she shouted loudly, "I've gone through so many tricks from your kind, don't underestimate me." After saying that, Camilla charged toward Kai, but he quickly disappeared, causing her claws to strike only air. Her eyes widened in shock, but she quickly recovered and attacked Kai with her feathers, while he remained calm, not frightened at all. He calmly dealt with it, his speed incredibly fast. Soon, the distance between them grew. Kai looked at Camilla with sharp eyes. He thought about his next strategy, realizing that it was very difficult for her to fight without looking him in the eye while hovering in the air, but she was adapting very quickly. Camilla laughed loudly and said, "I'm not like you, I can fight without needing sight. We Beastmen have 5 extremely sharp senses." Kai calmly looked at her and asked, "But what will you do now? You can't just keep flying around to attack me, can you?" Kai continued, "The longer this fight goes on, the worse it will be for you." As Kai said, others around them had already subdued many demons. Narumi's group was coordinating well and gaining the upper hand. Seeing that, Camilla shouted, "Humans, not just once but you've interfered in my affairs twice now." Kai glanced at her but had no big reaction. At this moment, Camilla screamed again, "I will kill you all." Her body started to change. Kai furrowed his brow and thought, beast transformation. This was a special skill only beastmen could use, allowing them to unleash the beast within. When the transformation was complete, the beastmen would gain explosive power, but in exchange, they lost consciousness. While thinking, Kai suddenly heard Camilla roar, then charge like a lightning bolt, flying around him without leaving any afterimages. Kai slightly furrowed his brow, staying silent. She was fast, but immediately, he eliminated the illusion and activated his vision. Camilla's figure quickly appeared in Kai's sight. She had moved right in front of him. Kai calmly countered. Camilla was fast, but he was not any slower. She had gone mad and attacked Kai with her feathers. Kai held 2 daggers in his hands, slowly dodging her feathers. The time to fully transform into a beast wasn't long. If Camilla used it in a prolonged battle, she would be dominated by her animal instincts and lose herself. But if Camilla was willing to give up everything, Kai might be drained of energy and unable to use his long-range vision anymore. In that case, he would need to finish it quickly. Thinking about this, Kai activated his weakness detection skill. At the same time, Camilla charged towards Kai. However, the situation was still under his control. There was a risk that the skill might not activate correctly. If he couldn't use the skill at the last moment, everything would be pointless. Immediately after, Kai shouted loudly, "Thunder pierced through my enemy." A bolt of lightning immediately struck Camilla. In her eyes, panic appeared. Kai glanced at her, realizing this was a good opportunity, and attacked with a speed invisible to the naked eye. Blood splattered in the air. Camilla's body was severely wounded, and she fell like a kite with a broken string. Her body crashed onto the ground, causing Camilla to groan, then spit out a mouthful of blood before collapsing. The battle was over. Kai looked at the two bodies and murmured, "Now, all that's left are the regular soldiers, right?" After Kai and the others wiped out the demon army led by the High Demon Brad along with Camilla, the battle between Midou's group and the Birdmen soldiers also ended. This was the result after they received news of the death of the tribe leader. When the High Demon Bridget performed the brainwashing effect on the leader of the Dogman tribe, Niels disappeared. The incident that occurred in the capital of the Grandanas Federation had come to an end with the appearance of dawn. A few days later, at the mansion of the Wolf tribe leader, everyone had gathered there. Erich glanced at Ega and then asked, "How are the Birdmen?" Ega slowly replied, "Only those close to Camilla knew about her cooperation with the demons. The rest of the Birdmen didn't know about this. There is no reason to punish them." Midou furrowed his brow and continued to ask, "What about the army that fought against us?" Ega calmly answered, "They were just following the orders of the tribe leader, but they should be punished with hard labor. That will be enough." At the same time, at the mansion of the cat tribe leader, Kai coldly asked, "What about the Dogmen?" In front of him were the father and son Anto, along with Mayor and Jin. Hearing his question, Anto slowly replied, "Of course, their tribe leader will be punished. Although he didn't want to, the fact is that he betrayed the country." Sina stood next to him and responded, "From the beginning, it was Neil's fault for being brainwashed by the demons. If he must face severe punishment, there is nothing we can do about it." May nodded lightly and smiled. "Anyway, this is still less serious than letting the princess be kidnapped by the demons." Sina also laughed in response. Elsewhere, in the mansion of the merman chief, Mac heard the news from yesterday's battle and couldn't believe his ears, shouting, "The dog tribe chief was brainwashed while I was still asleep." Moreover, the bird tribe had allied with the demons and humans to defeat them. Run stood before Mark, gently nodding and saying, "Sorry, I know you don't believe it, but this is the truth." Mark, after hearing this, fell into thought. After a long while, he looked at Narumi and spoke, "Hey, human." Narumi was shocked and exclaimed, "What? We didn't lie." However, under his surprised gaze, Mac's eyes widened. Then he grabbed Narumi, smiling joyfully and saying, "You really are a good person," making Narumi confused, stepping back a step. Before he could understand what was happening, Mac started crying, thanking him for protecting the Federation. He promised never to forget this favor. The mermen would cooperate with humans. Narumi, hearing this, wasn't very happy and asked in confusion, "I'm glad you said that, but is it really okay? You decided too easily." Mac aggressively shook his head, then gritted his teeth and said, "We will not forgive the demons. We will eliminate each one of them." Narumi grew more and more confused, muttering, "He really just listens to what others say." A few days later, in the Grandanas Federation's Congress room, the chiefs of the Beast tribe and Erich's group were all present. On behalf of everyone, Anto slowly spoke to thank them for protecting the Federation during the recent event. "This is a favor that we can hardly repay." Ega and Mark nodded in agreement. Niels then slowly spoke. "Additionally, now we have personally experienced the threat from the demons. I think we should cooperate with humans to compensate for each other's weaknesses." Midou's group happily listened. Anto couldn't hold back and raised his hand, shouting, "We agree to form an alliance. We, the Grandanas Beastmen Alliance, hereby declare our full cooperation with the Holy Kingdom of Digger." As soon as he finished speaking, many other hands were raised in unison. The final negotiation went smoothly. Everyone got what they wanted. Renau was so happy that he jumped up, grabbing Midou, who was standing next to him. Heydrich glanced at him and said, "This negotiation was a great success, and the greatest credit may go to you." A few days later, before the gates of the Beast tribe, Erich's group had packed everything up and was ready to head back. Midou glanced at everyone and asked, "Did we forget anything?" Renau shook his head softly and replied, "Not me." Narumi couldn't help but joke, "It's a bit sad to leave." The chiefs of the Beast tribe also came to send them off. Anto smiled happily and said, "You can come here anytime you want. From now on, we will keep in touch frequently." Not far away, May looked at everyone and Hai Long nodded, saying, "Everything is settled now." She looked around and asked Kai what they should do now. seeing that everyone was heading back to the Holy Kingdom. Kai answered plainly, the objective has been completed. Now we just wait and see. While they were talking, Sina walked over and hesitated, asking, "Hey, Kai, are you planning to stay in the Federation?" Damek nodded and Kai calmly replied, "I plan to stay here a little longer. Even if I go back to the Holy Kingdom, I'll still be seen as a criminal. It's more comfortable here." Sina smiled and said, "I see, that's great." Kai staying behind made her uneasy, but Sina didn't explain and instead asked, "Are you planning to continue your journey?" Kai answered without hesitation, "My goal is to kill the Demon Lord and return to my world. When the time is right, I'll go to the Demon Lord's place." Sina hesitated for a moment, then firmly suggested, "Then I'll join you on this journey." Mir was shocked, and Kai looked at her doubtfully and asked what her purpose was. Sina replied slowly, "I am the only daughter of the Cat Clan chief. One day, I will inherit the position of clan leader. I want to train and achieve as much as I can before taking my father's place." Kai understood her reasoning but coldly said, "From now on, the battles will be even fiercer. I'm sure you'll achieve something, but it won't be recognized by the public." Sina didn't care, calmly saying, "But you said you would defeat the Demon Lord. If I contribute to that, that would also be an achievement." Before Kai could respond, a voice came from behind, "Please take her with you." The three of them were startled and they saw Anto approach. He patted Sina's head and smiled, "Are you worried that she'll slow you down because she's my daughter?" Kai hesitated, then said, "This will be a dangerous journey. What if she's kidnapped again?" Sina didn't mind, still determined, "If the war escalates, anywhere I go will be dangerous. First, I can't grow if I always stay in a safe place." Anto nodded. "If Sina has made her decision, I support her choice. Even if she's treated like a hostage again, I don't mind." Sina looked at Kai intently, her eyes full of anticipation, and said, "I want to go with you, Kai." Kai furrowed his brow, thinking for a moment, then slowly said, "So you've made up your mind. I'll train you before we start the journey. If I find you useful, I'll take you along, all right." Sina nodded without hesitation, agreeing. Elsewhere in the demon kingdom of Velora, where darkness enveloped the land, a demon from outside entered, knelt, and asked, "What do you need, your highness?" The person before him was Isabel. She slowly gave her orders, "Send word to the others, the time for revolution is near." Many factions began to stir, while Midou and the other emissaries worked to convince the Federation to accept the alliance. They returned to the fortress at the front lines, accompanied by the Federation's representative, Ega. Ega introduced himself. "My name is Ega, the captain of the Beastmen Federation's warriors. It's a pleasure to meet you." Amelia nodded and greeted him. "I'm Amelia, the captain of the 4th Night Division of the Holy Kingdom, responsible for the recruitment. Nice to meet you." The heroes played an important role in the negotiations. They hadn't realized the full extent of the impact the alliance between the Holy Diggard Kingdom and the Grandana's Beastmen Federation would have. After a long, tiring day, night fell, and Midou slept soundly in his room. When the moon was high, he slowly woke up, sitting up and rubbing his aching head. He sighed and muttered, "Why did I wake up at such a strange time?" At that moment, Myril was in the room. She smiled, "Even though you haven't slept since the afternoon, it must be because of the long and tiring journey." Midou was startled by the noise, hurriedly pulling the blanket over himself, asking, "Why are you in my room?" Myril slowly explained, "You fell asleep in the break room. I used my power to bring you back to your room." Midou nodded, understanding. "I see. Sorry for causing you trouble." Myril smiled straightforwardly, "It's fine. You're safe now, so everything went smoothly, right?" Midou was still a bit surprised, but gradually calmed down and looked at Myril. "Thanks for helping me." Myril nodded, "Don't worry, it was nothing. You need to rest more." Midou sighed, "Yeah, it's been a long day. I need to recharge." Myril smiled, "Then sleep well. Everything is fine now." Midou gently nodded and asked about the situation at the front line. Myril calmly replied that the Demon Lord's army had launched several attacks, but they hadn't caused significant damage. She didn't want to admit it, but it was all thanks to Arasi. He was incredibly strong. Hearing this, Midou felt reassured, breathed a sigh of relief, and said, "I see. It's good to know we can rely on him. What about Ega?" Myril calmly answered, "He's resting today after a long journey. Tomorrow there will be a meeting to plan the strategy." Myril asked about the strength of the Federation warriors. Midou frowned slightly and replied, "They're strong, especially Captain Ega. He's even stronger than me." "He's stronger than you?" Myril exclaimed in surprise. Midou nodded and said, "Yes, all the other soldiers are elite troops. We can trust them. With a force like that, we can cross the forest, invade the Demon Kingdom, and defeat the Demon Lord in no time." Myril frowned and asked skeptically, "I know this question is a bit late, but aren't you afraid?" As she spoke, Myril's hands unconsciously clenched, her lips pressed together as she continued, "From now on, there will be many battles. They will be far more dangerous than now. One of us might die." Midou hesitated for a moment, worry flashing in his eyes. He pressed his lips together and replied, "Of course I'm afraid." But Midou knew that if he stopped here, their group would be split once again. When that happened, casualties were inevitable, and Kai had always encouraged him. Myrill, surprised, asked, "Is Shinju really that kind of person?" Midou nodded and said, "Shinju considers us allies. Though he doesn't act on emotion, there's no denying he's always helping us." Myrill frowned, turned away, and muttered in annoyance, "No matter the outcome, I hate selfish actions." Midou couldn't help but smile. "That's so you, I envy them both, Shinju and Arasi." Myrill stared, then asked in confusion, "You're envious. You're much stronger than them, Midou." Midou slowly explained, "They're not easily influenced by their surroundings and always move forward without hesitation. That's a quality I've always envied." Meanwhile, Midou just wanted to keep things as they were. Hearing this, Myrill realized the issue and approached, resting her hands on the bed. She frowned and asked, "Can I ask you this? Why don't you want to go home?" The sudden change of topic caught Midou off guard. Silence filled the space. After a moment, Midou shyly smiled and said, "Because everyone wants to go home." Myrill didn't believe him, annoyed and ready to scold. "Hey, Midou, you haven't even finished your sentence," when Riene suddenly pushed the door open. Seeing the two, her eyes narrowed instinctively. Immediately, Riene demanded, "What are you two doing?" Startled, Myrill hurriedly explained, "We weren't doing anything, just talking." "Right, Midou?" Midou nodded. "Yes, that's right." "Don't lie," Riene said, still unconvinced, scolding harshly. "Sneaking into a boy's room at night and you say that." Constantly questioned, Myrill suddenly felt she had done something wrong. She hurriedly explained, "But I brought Midou back to his room while he was sleeping." Riene still wouldn't listen, yelling, "You always talk about rules and morals, yet you broke them first." Finally, Myrill couldn't hold it in, angrily retorting, "Stop saying those inappropriate things." They continued to argue. Midou, caught in the middle, didn't know what to say. Eventually, for some reason, he just laughed, feeling somewhat cheerful. The next morning at the training ground, the two figures sparring were Ega and Arasi. Arasi seemed very serious. Immediately, he lunged forward. Arasi attacked Ega furiously. He wanted to settle the score with Ega today. Arasi then kicked toward Ega, but the speed was slow and Ega easily dodged. Seizing the opportunity, Ega rushed forward with his sword. Ega's sword tip immediately pointed at Arasi's forehead, startling him. Arasi hurriedly stepped back. Squinting at Ega, he thought he was too fast. While Arasi hesitated, Ega's sword lunged again, making him flinch backward. Ega smiled lightly and said, "This is the finishing blow." Arasi immediately exploded, shouting, "You're underestimating me, you dog." After saying that, he raised his hand to block Ega's sword. This surprised Ega slightly, as Arasi was using magic to enhance his arm's strength. But Ega thought that no matter how strong his arms were, he couldn't catch the sword with his bare hand. While he was calculating, Arashi knocked his sword away, forcing Ega to retreat backward. Arashi gently twisted his wrist and pouted, saying, "That hurts." Just then, a sudden voice rang out. "Hey, both of you stop training." Arashi and Ega were startled and turned to look. The newcomer was Amelia. She smiled and said, "It's time to start the strategy meeting." Hearing this, Arashi froze and exclaimed, "What?" Just at the climax, Ega sheathed his sword and calmly said, "I agree, but we can fight another time. I'm glad you're on my side." Arashi laughed and replied, "Well, I guess it was fair for me to strike too, huh?" Elsewhere in Menslia, the capital of the Grandana's Beast Federation, there was also work to be done. As previously mentioned, he would train Sina. Mayor watched the two from outside, and after a while, she finally spoke, "You may start." Sina charged forward and activated her beast transformation, her sharp claws immediately appearing. Without hesitation, she lunged straight at Kai, but Kai remained calm, standing still. When her claws were about to strike, Kai dodged and disappeared. Missing the attack, Sina stayed composed, raised her claws again, but Kai avoided them. They quickly exchanged a few moves. Yet Kai remained unscathed. He squinted at Sina and coldly said, "Is that all? I've told you many times, you have to attack me with the intent to defeat me." "I know," Sina replied casually, then immediately darted forward like the wind. In a flash, she was behind Kai. Confident of victory, Sina swung her claws downward, but the sight before her made her eyes widen in shock. Her claws sank into the ground, leaving clear marks of all 5 fingers, while Kai had vanished. Before Sina could understand what happened, dust stung her eyes. Then Kai kicked her in the stomach, sending her flying backward. Seeing this, Mayor rushed over, worried. "Are you okay?" Sina sat up from the ground, holding her stomach. She pouted and groaned, "My stomach hurts, you're still as ruthless as ever." Kai calmly said, "You're still easily fooled as usual." Kai told her to prepare to counter each unexpected attack from an enemy. Sina frowned and hesitantly asked, "So I still haven't succeeded?" Kai bluntly replied, "Let's see, for now you're still pretty useless." Those words truly disappointed Sina. At the same time, another voice came from outside. Sina, do you always train this harshly? Hearing this, Sina turned. It was Run. She sighed, this is what I want, don't stop me. Run narrowed her eyes, then finally smiled. I was going to tell that guy to be gentler with you, but since you said that, I think I should hold back. Kai seemed to catch the implication, frowning. What do you need? Run slowly explained, the main forces of the Federation are preparing to depart to coordinate with the Holy Nation's army. I came to inform you. Kai nodded and smiled. Finally, it's about to begin, though later than expected. Run shrugged indifferently, pouting, there's nothing else we can do. Both nations want to discuss the alliance first. She added that the treaty seemed to have been signed without any strange dispute. Sina asked suspiciously, you're going too? Run calmly replied, I'm the captain of the Cat Tribe warriors, so I will go with them. Mir didn't speak much, just glanced at Kai and asked, what should we do? Kai frowned slightly, his face serious for a moment, then slowly said, let's wait and see. Besides, Sina hasn't reached the level where I can take her along. A month later, on the vast plains of Grandanas, Kai was facing a demon. The difference this time was that instead of his usual knife, he held a gun. He focused all his spirit, using his imagination to condense energy into a bullet. As the energy wrapped around the gun, Kai quickly chambered around. Meanwhile, the monster charged at him, but Kai stood calmly. He aimed the gun at it and rapid gunfire erupted. The monster's body was shredded by consecutive bullets. Fresh blood started to flow. Mayer stood on a nearby old tree, witnessing the scene and clapped in admiration. Even so, the monster was not dead, only slightly injured. Seeing this, Kai continued to fire. Energy bullets shot out again. This time, the monster could not survive and immediately fell. Kai looked at the gun in his hands, muttering in dissatisfaction. The firepower was still not strong enough for these monsters. Mayer showed great admiration again, laughing. You took down one with just 6 shots. Isn't that good enough? I replied, actually my idea was to use it as a magic bullet. Mayer looked puzzled. I never thought your strange device would accelerate bullets this fast, Kai explained calmly. The foundation of magic is imagination. If I don't imagine accurately, it's useless. In my world there's electricity, so I can imagine lightning magic. But even for someone from another world like you, imagining a bullet is quite difficult. In this case, Kai can only visualize knowledge based on the techniques he has learned. This method seems quite effective. Mayer nodded and smiled. So this is what your world is like. As she spoke, her body suddenly stiffened. She looked into the distance, muttering, ear. I also saw what made Mayer afraid, calmly saying, don't be scared, I see it, but bullets won't work on it. Behind Mayer was a massive mutated tiger. Immediately, Kai rushed forward, shouting, jump down. Mayer immediately leapt off the branch. At the same time, a stream of energy appeared in Kai's hand. Instantly, the lightning blade pierced through the tiger, burning it black. Kai quickly caught the falling Mayer. He glanced at the tiger and slowly said, I have no problem using medium-level elemental magic, but I still can't use high-level magic properly. Mayer wondered, looking at Kai, aren't you asking too much? No one reaches this level so fast. Kai didn't answer, looking around and asking, by the way, where's Sina? Mayer suddenly remembered someone else and hurriedly said, Asuna is. Before she could finish, her gaze went far away. She saw Mayer stepping on a monster's corpse. Noticing their eyes meet, Sina turned back. She ran quickly to Kai, happily saying, I finally killed the monster you mentioned. So did I meet the target? Kai glanced at the monster Sina had clawed to death, then at the girl in front of him. After a long pause, he nodded, all right, you did it. Sina's eyes lit up like stars. Kai didn't care, seriously saying, now we should advance to the Demon Kingdom territory. The Allied army, including warriors from the Holy Kingdom and the Federation, has begun the invasion. The number and strength of monsters in the Demon Kingdom's territory have caused heavy losses to the Holy Kingdom's army, especially around the first gate of the Demon Kingdom, called the Demon Forest. When the Holy Kingdom's army passes through the forest, they always feel a chilling dread. Ega, go ahead and use your keen sense of smell to scout. Quickly, his expression turned serious. He whispered, the monsters scent, there are many of them on the right flank. His words startled everyone. Narumi looked anxious. He frowned and asked, really? I don't detect anything. Indeed, in front of Narumi was only the dark expanse of the demon forest. In contrast, Midou seemed to sense something. He said in a low voice, no, they're coming. Erich was no exception, frowning. Soon after, a horde of monsters attacked. Ega gave orders without hesitation, attack them. The Beastmen army immediately charged. Their power was immense, each could slay monsters. In moments the air was thick with the scent of fresh blood. Waves of monsters fell. Seeing this, the Holy Kingdom soldiers could not help but marvel. Amazing, so this is the power of the Federation warrior. Before long, the entire attacking horde of monsters was wiped out. Midou couldn't help but exclaim, the monsters were eliminated so easily, far beyond my imagination. Too easy, Ega smiled, just as I said. To prepare for the next challenges, we need to be even stronger. Erich frowned, thought for a moment, then muttered. Even though humans have used all 5 senses, we still cannot detect the existence of these monsters. Having beastmen join the Legion is truly beneficial for us. At that moment, Ega sheathed his sword. He smiled confidently and said, "Leave the monster detection to us. As long as we're here, they won't dare ambush us." And just as Ega said, the beastmen with their keen senses can detect and stop monster attacks. The allied army can repel any monster attacks. As a result, the strategy of the high-ranking demon Elsa has been significantly weakened. With guerrilla warfare and limited visibility in the forest, the reason the kingdom failed in the previous campaign was they couldn't predict where the monsters would strike. But with the support of the allied warriors, their ability to locate and eliminate monsters is exceptional. The ambushing monsters were quickly destroyed. At the same time, from a distance, someone was observing the scene. Furious, he slammed the tree and ground his teeth. Damn it. The plan was to attack the enemy with a massive monster army and annihilate them while they were in disarray, but now they remain unaffected. Another suspicious voice asked, "How long do we keep observing?" The other shook his head slightly, replying, "We haven't received orders from Elsa yet. No choice, we must retreat." Just as they were about to leave, Ega's grim voice echoed from behind. "Maybe I let you do that too much." The two froze, looked back, and screamed in disbelief, "You bastard." But before they could finish, Ega cut them down on the spot. Elsewhere at the demon forest castle where Elsa resides, Elsa stood atop the castle, looked down, sighed, and muttered, "This is bad." At the same time, a monster ran up from below, panicked. The soldiers sent into the forest have been ambushed and destroyed. It seems the Beastmen warriors caused bigger trouble than expected. Elsa frowned, blood began to trickle from her mouth, quickly bitten away by herself. Elsa gritted her teeth. "I knew it, unbelievable. I have to clean up the mess that Bright caused." The monster quietly replied, "I understand your feelings, but given the current situation, what should we do? The people of the Holy Kingdom will have no choice but to attack this castle. They don't want to be ambushed from behind." "They will definitely attack," he asked. "Do we stand a chance to win?" Elsa lightly swirled her wine glass. Calmly she said, "We are cornered now. But don't misunderstand, it's not that I'm weak or only relying on tactics." Elsa tossed the wine glass aside. She smirked, "But still, defeating the enemy is easier if we use our brain. In the end, we just need to eliminate them, right?" The other hurriedly nodded. "Yes, Elsa." A few days later, the Midou army arrived at Elsa's castle. Ega spoke solemnly, "Our team has killed them all. There are many monsters here." Amelia nodded slightly. "We cannot ignore this castle. We need to capture it to avoid being attacked from behind as we advance." As she finished, someone rode up on a horse. It was Arashi who objected. "Too troublesome, just attack, it's nothing." Eric also nodded, agreeing. "I agree, I don't want the enemy to have time to think. Let's attack the castle immediately." Arashi snorted and laughed. "Now you understand." Immediately the army advanced through the gate. An assault had begun. The monsters on the walls resisted fiercely, but soon the gates were breached and soldiers rushed in. Arashi led the way, burning the monsters with fire. As always, he was extremely hot-tempered, shouting, "Come here, you trash." Behind, Ega patted Midou on the shoulder and laughed. "Let's go, Midou. Let's take down the high-ranking demons together, okay?" Midou thought for a moment, then nodded, running after Ega. Meanwhile, Elsa leisurely sipped wine atop the castle. She ignored the battle below. Suddenly, Elsa was startled as the outer door was pushed open. Ega and Midou entered. Seeing them, Elsa smirked. "Finally, you two have arrived." She stepped outside to face Ega and Midou. Seeing the energy around her, Midou couldn't hide his fear. This terrifying energy scared Midou. Ega cautioned, "That's right, no mistake, she is a high-ranking monster." Elsa paid no attention to their reactions and summoned a whip-like tentacle from her hand. She smirked. "The leader of the Beastmen warriors and a hero candidate. Seems you're being too cautious, but I have no plans to lose. You think you can win." As soon as Elsa shouted, she lashed her whip straight at the two, forcing Midou to dodge while the ground was shredded by the strike. The scene behind left him stunned. Spikes suddenly erupted from the ground. Elsa smirked and said, "I never underestimate anyone. I always set traps for my enemies, get impaled and die." Midou couldn't hover in the air forever and slowly began to descend toward the spikes, careful not to slip up. He quickly activated the initial stage of his sword, a weapon that could freely change shape. The sword transformed into a vine, clinging to the chandelier above. Seeing this, Elsa's eyes narrowed briefly. Midou used the chandelier's support to safely reach the ground. Elsa squinted, coldly asking, "A sword that can change shape at will?" Midou didn't respond, thinking his companion had fallen onto the spikes. He hurried to the pit and shouted, "Ega." At that moment, Ega leapt up from the pit, landing safely beside Midou. Breathing a sigh of relief, he thought, "That was close, almost impaled." Seeing Ega safe, Elsa's surprise deepened, her brow furrowed. Elsa muttered, "I can't be mistaken, he's unharmed." But how? Ega shrugged and bluntly replied, simple, a double jump. Hearing this, Elsa grew furious, gritting her teeth. What a ridiculous physical ability. All beastmen are like humans, huh? Ega clicked his tongue and smiled, well, I'm a bit special. Now it's your turn to catch me. No sooner had he spoken than he dashed off like the wind. Elsa roared, don't underestimate me, and whipped again. But Midou had already teleported behind Elsa. He smirked, got you, and raised his sword to strike. Elsa suddenly pulled something from the ceiling, revealing a sharp object. Midou didn't slack off, quickly blocking the sword. Elsa took the chance to kick him in the side, sending him flying. Ega panicked, shouting, Midou. Elsa snorted, that was too close, kid. That power is beyond you right now. Midou sat up, clutching his stomach in pain. Elsa eyed him coldly, asking, hero candidates, you come from another world, right? The question stunned Midou, unsure how to react. Ega shouted in panic, don't listen to that demon, Midou. Before Midou could answer, Elsa whipped toward Ega. Ega remained calm, shouting, this is our chance, charge. Midou replied yes, and charged at Elsa alongside Ega. She continuously lashed her whip, blocking their attacks. As Midou drew close, Elsa muttered with a hint of tears, I'm sorry. Please save me, Midou froze, sword trembling in hand. Elsa immediately raised her whip, commanding, you've lost your mind. Before Midou could react, the whip wrapped tightly around his ankle. Elsa smirked, never slack off in battle. Midou was flung into the air. Elsa repeatedly slammed him into the wall. Ega panicked immediately. This action left Elsa astonished. Elsa smirked mockingly, you worry about a human. Seems your alliance is stronger than I thought. Ega was confused, not understanding her meaning. Meanwhile, Elsa laughed, then I'll return him to you, and acted. Elsa hurled Midou toward Ega with a powerful slam. The wall in front of them shattered into a large hole. Elsa frowned, thinking their morale was weak. She could handle the beastmen alone. At that moment, a black wolf appeared before Elsa. Elsa doubted the wolf's origin, but quickly realized it was a beastman transformation. She aggressively lashed her whip downward. Ega in wolf form let out a snarl. This startled Elsa, worried as Ega lunged toward her. Ega swiped with his claws, scattering debris. Meanwhile, in the domain of the third prince west of the demon kingdom Vedora, Aqualia's heavenly king, Natasa, looked grim. She used her power to check the situation in part of the demon kingdom. A scene like a video appeared before Natasa. Ega had killed Elsa. As predicted, the warriors of the Alliance are really causing trouble. That's why she wants to control them. Zaganda, Greg, Elsa, the high-ranking subordinates of Natasha, have been eliminated. It seems like she's being pushed into a difficult position. Suddenly, a voice echoes through the space. Are you okay, Aqualia? Soon after, a figure appears in front of Natasha. Seeing the person, Natasha speaks up. Leon Hart, are you worried about me? Leon Hart nods, smiles, and replies, of course, you're my fiancé. Those words make Natasha feel a little embarrassed. After a while, she nods and says, thank you, I'm fine. Leon Hart looks at her for a moment and asks, I heard Elsa is dead. The Alliance will arrive in Follies in a few days. Do you think you can win? Natasha thinks for a moment and answers. To be honest, I mostly operate in the shadows. My combat abilities aren't that strong. This will be a tough battle because I'm facing those who defeated Windbox and Stone Guy. Leon Hart understands this, nods, and says, yes, currently the assassins of the Demon Kingdom are on their way to Folly. Natasha hears this, furrows her brow, and mutters, assassins, huh? Leon Hart slowly explained. They are elite operatives doing dirty work, assassins of the Demon Kingdom. As you know, they are one of my trump cards. I'll assign you to lead this team. Natasha is delighted, excitedly saying, really? Leon Hart laughs and replies, of course, I want you to hold the position until I return. My beloved Aqualia. Natasha is touched by his words. She happily says, yes, leave everything to me, your fiancé. I trust you, Aqualia. Leon Hart says one sentence and disappears from Natasha's sight. Natasha watches the figure fading away and mutters, I failed to control the Alliance. And for someone like me, being pushed into a difficult position, he still shows his love. She immediately runs over, hugs it, and cries, I will definitely reciprocate his love. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Demon Kingdom, Eisenhower, the demon race is unaware of the war happening outside. They continue their normal lives, and in the palace, a figure walks slowly down the corridor. It's Isabel, and a soldier sees her and asks, Isabel, where are you going? Isabel casually responds, I'm visiting Alice. A little later, in a dungeon inside the palace, the heavy stone door is open. Isabel enters, and inside there's a girl with white hair. This girl is Alice, the fifth princess of the Demon Kingdom. Upon seeing Isabel, Alice happily calls out, Sister! Isabel doesn't react, but Alice, undeterred, runs up to hug her, happily saying, You're here. Isabel blushes slightly, awkwardly turns away, and says, I'm not here to visit you. I just had some time, so I dropped by. A soldier standing nearby can't help but tease, Do you know you lie terribly? Isabel glares, scolding, Shut up. Alice doesn't mind, still smiling, and says, I'm very happy. Isabel looks at the girl seriously and asks, What are you doing? Alice picks up a flower wreath and smiles. I'm making a flower crown. Look, it's really beautiful. As she says this, she places the crown on her head, eagerly asking, How do I look? Does it suit me? Isabel nods slightly, smiling and replying, it suits you very well. But Alice seems dissatisfied, saying, you're just saying that, aren't you? Without waiting for Isabel to answer, Alice turns and runs off, then picks up another wreath and says, I'll make one for you too. Isabel asks in surprise. For me? Did you have a feeling I would come visit you? Alice laughs happily and responds, well, you're not doing anything anyway. I want to go out into the world too, but they told me I can't. Hearing this, Isabel feels a little awkward, muttering, Alice. Alice looks up, her eyes full of doubt, asking, what's wrong? Isabel looks at the flower crown in her hand, then at Alice, before shaking her head and replying, it's nothing. After saying this, she places the crown on her head, smiles, and asks, what do you think? Alice can't help but laugh. You're so silly, sister. Isabel is confused, muttering, you gave it to me so I wore it. Alice just smiles softly, then suddenly remembers something and asks, oh, right, sister. When are we starting the summoning ritual for the demon god? Isabel's face immediately becomes serious at this, unsure how to answer. Alice still doesn't notice the discomfort in her eyes, continuing to smile. I heard I will be offered to the god. I'm really looking forward to it. Isabel looks at the innocence in her eyes, hesitates for a long time, and then speaks. Yes, me too. I don't know the details, but it shouldn't be long. Alice smiles brightly. I understand on that day I'll be able to go outside, right? Isabel doesn't answer, just stands there silently. Alice continues to smile happily, but Isabel just stands silently, her gaze distant. Seeing the situation, Lady Thuck immediately spoke up to remind her. Isabel. Isabel pursed her lips and muttered, I know. Immediately after, she turned and walked away. Alice, seeing this, asked a little sadly, are you leaving? Isabel didn't look back, replying calmly, I'll come visit you later, behave yourself. With that, she walked straight ahead without glancing back. Only when she stepped outside did Isabel's face show a fleeting expression of thought. Soon after, someone unexpectedly appeared behind her, accompanied by a dark, deep voice. Hey, Isabel. Isabel flinched slightly and turned. The person who had arrived was the third prince of the demon kingdom. Leonhart, she called his name coldly. Seeing this, Leonhart waved and smiled, you're distant again. You could still call me brother like before, right? Isabel shook her head coldly and said, no, I have no right to do that. Leonhart pouted and chuckled, you're too rigid. Have you met Alice yet? Isabel nodded slightly and replied calmly, yes. Leonhart glanced toward the room inside. After a while, he muttered, that girl being cooped up in there all day isn't good for her. Sooner or later she'll become a sacrifice for the evil god. Saying this, he shifted his gaze to Isabel with a mocking tone, asked, during this time. She might have already lost her mind. Still, becoming a sacrifice for the evil god is an honor. I'm really jealous, don't you think so, Isabel? Isabel bit her lip and lowered her voice. Yes, sorry, I have to go. Without another word, she hurried away, as if she didn't want to share the same air with Leonhart for even a second longer. At the same time, in the demon kingdom of Velora, the territory of the third prince, in the bustling city center. Although night had fallen, the demons on the streets were still active and busy. Amid the scene, a figure strode with confidence. Dressed in a black cloak, he silently moved deeper inside. Soon after, he stopped at an inn that was still open to guests. Inside, torches lit the place brightly. The innkeeper behind the counter was reading a newspaper, and upon seeing him enter, greeted, welcome back. The one who appeared was the mysterious figure in the black cloak. The innkeeper calmly asked, how is it? What do you think of Folly's city? The man slightly nodded. Not bad, though the atmosphere feels a bit stifling. The innkeeper sighed, resting his chin on his hand. Yes, because we cannot prevent the humans from invading. This place has become the front line, causing many to feel uneasy. The mysterious man spoke calmly. I think you don't need to worry. The 4 heavenly kings of Aqualia are in this city. The innkeeper found the words reasonable and nodded. You're right, but Stonegear and Windbox have been killed. The mysterious man was actually Kai. He disguised himself as a demon to blend in, frowning slightly and lowered his voice. The terrifying hero candidates have killed 2 of the 4 heavenly kings of the demon lord's army. Hearing this, the innkeeper replied angrily, yes, it's unbelievable. After all that's happened, suddenly we're being invaded. Moreover, the number of slaves has recently decreased, even though the place is already short-handed. He pointed at a chained slave nearby and scolded him, saying he needed to work properly. The overseer hesitated and muttered, looking at the slave, saying that if they ran away it would cause serious trouble. The shop owner nodded slightly, saying it was fortunate that you also have a slave accompanying you who understands me. He explained that slaves were used for physical work, and if the supply stopped, they couldn't continue business. He handed the key to Kai, still talking non-stop. I'm a bit jealous. Has your slave reached marriageable age yet? Kai coldly accepted the key and replied, I don't know either. The shop owner chuckled twice, then said, well, I shouldn't pry into a customer's personal life. He reminded him to rest. Kai nodded in thanks and left the counter. A little later, in Kai's resting room, Mayo and Sina were already waiting in slave attire. Seeing Kai, Sina couldn't hide her surprise. As expected, he looked unusual. The overseer removed the two horns from Kai's head. Yes, if it weren't strange, I wouldn't be able to do anything. I need a disguise to move freely in the demon kingdom. Sina muttered, slightly puzzled, and his scent was different. The overseer explained bluntly that beastmen would notice, but demons would not. Once we disguise ourselves, there will be no difference between us and demons. May interjected. All right, but I still can't accept you treating us like slaves. The overseer sighed reluctantly. Because the two of them stood out too much, he had to disguise them as demon slaves. This was the simplest way, and it wasn't uncommon for demons to have slaves of other races. Hearing this, Mayer was suspicious. Are we really that noticeable? Can you disguise us with your skill? Because you are too beautiful, the overseer cut in coldly. Once you attract demons, they will easily notice the disguise. These words stunned Mayer. After a long moment, she exclaimed in amazement, "Damn beautiful, look at me." NHI asked, "You didn't notice?" Mayer shyly stammered. Probably. Seeing her reaction, Kai vaguely asked, "Why are you so scared?" Mayer waved her hand to explain, "I didn't think you'd say that." The overseer shrugged indifferently, replying, "I'm just stating the truth." Mayer was stunned, not knowing what to say. Sina poked her head in and asked, "Hey Kai, what about me?" Kai pointed at her head. "You resemble Mayer more, but those cat hands are hard to hide." Xena couldn't help but pout at this. She hid her cat hands, exhaling. That's right," Mayer worriedly said. "If they discover we made Sina a slave, the Alliance will be furious." The overseer was unconcerned, calmly saying that we only disguise ourselves to infiltrate demon territory and pretend to be a group of demons with their slave. Makes sense. Mayer nodded slightly but quickly muttered shyly, "Since we're your slaves, we don't have a private room." The overseer explained that's why he rented a large room. Mayer protested, "But there's only one bed." The overseer shrugged indifferently. "You two sleep on the bed, I'll sleep on the floor. I've been trained for this." Mayer muttered quietly, slightly embarrassed. The overseer appeared with a series of question marks above his head. Hong Mang asked in reverse, "What did you say?" Mayer didn't answer. Isabel spoke up, "Overseer, please understand us." Before Mayer could finish, she put her hand over her mouth, then quickly said, "It's nothing," leaving the overseer confused. Elsewhere in the demon kingdom Velora, in the territory of the fifth princess, city of Studebro. In the palace, the space opened. Isabel stepped out, her subordinates greeting her. "Welcome back, Isabel." Isabel nodded in thanks. A subordinate asked, "How is Alice Som?" Isabel sighed, replying, "She's fine, and even gave me a hair accessory made of flowers." Hearing this, the subordinate exhaled in relief. "I'm glad to hear that." Isabel shook her head slightly, emphasizing, "But the reason she's treated well is because she will be the vessel for a demon god locked in that room. Alice must be very lonely." At that moment, a subordinate reminded Isabel, "Comrades have assembled underground." Hearing this, Isabel immediately took action. A little later, she descended to the basement where many demon subordinates were waiting. She observed them, seemingly thinking. After a long while, Isabel's thin lips parted, her voice echoing through the basement. "Thanks to Winbox's death, fewer are watching me. Now I can move more freely. The rest are busy fighting humans, so they're not thinking about internal matters." Hearing this, a demon hesitated and asked. Isabel replied bluntly, "The time of revolution is near." She added that the remaining ones are currently fighting humans, so they have no time for internal affairs, making it easier for her to move. The demon listened, and Isabel emphasized, "The moment of revolution is approaching. We will defeat the demon lord and reclaim the crown." As these words were spoken, the demon clan below immediately raised their hands in greeting. The crowd shouted, "We've been waiting for this revolution for so long. Preparations have been meticulously and thoroughly made, so we won't be discovered." Some even said that when Isabel becomes the demon lord, everything will improve. Isabel watched the scene but said nothing. She wanted to end this war with a revolution, and that was not a lie. But above all, she wanted to protect Alice so she could carry it out. Isabel will betray this kingdom. On the other side, in the territory of the Velora kingdom, ruled by the third prince in the City of Follies, the demon clan continued their activities as usual. But it seemed like they had discovered something. They were shocked. "Hey, look, it's the 3 feet," they said, pointing into the distance. There a demon was leading slaves, and in the middle was Count Catra. Upon seeing him, the demon clan quickly parted to the sides, kneeling and bowing their heads in respect. However, Catro seemed displeased. As he walked, he muttered unhappily, "I'm really fed up. Aquilia, she dares to mobilize the army without my permission. Even if her rank is higher than mine, I am still the governor of this city." At this point, Catro seemed to think of something, and his tone softened. "Maybe she's worried about the threat from the humans. 2 of the 4 heavenly kings are dead. She must be very uneasy." Hearing this, the subordinate beside him nodded in agreement. "That's right, Aquilia is known for being cautious. Moreover, her fighting ability is not as outstanding as the other kings." Catro frowned slightly, looking at the people on both sides of the road. Then he whispered, "Look, The people in the town are also worried because of her uneasy behavior. Among the crowd, Kai quietly observed Catro. It turned out he was a noble. Kai realized that Catro was managing the city very strictly under the third prince's orders. You've heard that in the demon world, the weak are devoured by the strong. The nobility of the demon world are high-level demons. But it seems they've overestimated the abilities of high-level demons, which led to their training not meeting expectation. Those slaves must be soldiers from the Holy Kingdom, he thought to himself, looking at a lavish castle. In Catro's room, he had been stabbed to death by a dagger, and fresh blood had stained the blanket. The one who carried out the act was, of course, Kai. He wiped the blood off the dagger with a cloth and said with a smirk, "You were too careless." Afterward, he opened the door and stepped outside, where Sina was also present. She said she had killed all the demons in the mansion. Then she looked at Kai and asked, "No one noticed, right? Did I do well?" Kai reached out to pat Sina's head and praised, "Yes, very good, but there were some strange noises. It will be troublesome if we wake up that idiot." Sina smiled and retorted, "Even if he wakes up, you can just kill him immediately." Kai sighed helplessly. "That's not the issue. All right, we still have another target." Soon after, the two entered the slave holding area. Upon seeing Kai, the others immediately became alert and asked, "Who's that, a human?" Kai calmly replied, "Yes, let's have a chat. Once we're done, I'll take both of you back to the Holy Kingdom's army." A little while later in Catro's office, Kai and Sina had sneaked in. Kai had heard the whole story recently from the mouths of the two people. He nodded, understanding. "Just as I expected, saving you two was the right decision." He thought that the Count's practice of keeping slaves would provide useful information about the Demon Kingdom, but he hadn't expected it to be this valuable. One of the slaves immediately spoke up, "We don't want to be laborers like their slaves. I plan to gather as much information as possible, just in case we're saved. It'll be useful." Sina heard this and asked suspiciously, "Aren't you two planning to escape?" The slave shook his head and replied, "These collars have a special kind of magic. I heard it will burn me to death if I try to escape or resist my master. These collars are widely used in the Demon Kingdom's territory. They are used to force slaves to work." Sina was horrified upon hearing this, looked at Kai and said, "Then why did you put these on us?" Kai replied nonchalantly, "Those are just replicas, there's no magic in them." The slave spoke up again, "Either way, it's better than being burned to death and never returning. We were enslaved for 2 years, a time that was as hellish as it could get. When his mood was bad, he didn't hesitate to torture the slaves." Kai furrowed his brow and asked who had captured them. Judging by their condition, it was clear that both were capable individuals. The female slave quickly explained that they were from a special unit under the third prince, Leonhart, also known as the Kingdom of Demons Assassin. The male slave added that it was a regular unit made up of the finest individuals from the Kingdom of Demons. It seemed this unit operated separately from the main army. The two had been ambushed while escorting supplies, despite being confident in their strength. But they were completely overwhelmed. After hearing this, Kai furrowed his brow and asked, "Do you know why that unit isn't officially recognized?" The male slave slowly explained, "I heard there are many infamous individuals in the army." Kai seemed to understand something and whispered, "So they gathered those individuals into one unit, right?" The male slave nodded slightly. It must be because of the third prince's influence. He had once witnessed a meeting between Castro and Leonhart. When they saw the prince, they realized they were no match for him. He knew that the Queen of Natasha was very impressive, but she was nothing compared to him. The female slave next to him also nodded in agreement. "Perhaps you've already noticed this, but this area is directly controlled by the third prince." Kai, hearing this, asked doubtfully, "Is the third prince in this city?" The male slave shook his head slightly. "No, from what Castro said, it seems he's at the palace. The city's army is currently under the command of the Queen of Aqualia." I continued asking, "What's the relationship between the third prince and the queen?" The female slave answered slowly, "She is his fiancée and also the center of the faction supporting the third prince." "Supporting factions," he murmured, then after a while spoke up. The male slave nodded slightly. "I heard the Kingdom of Demons isn't truly united. The prince and princess factions are fighting for the throne." He said, "It seems even the Demon King has accepted this way of creating the strongest Demon King." Kay continued asking, "What about the factions in the Kingdom of Demons?" The two slaves answered, "The strongest faction used to be the princes, but after the death of the center of their system, Winbox, their influence diminished. The same happened to the faction of the second princess after the death of Stone Gaia. Aqualia took the opportunity to increase her influence." After hearing this, Kai understood the situation and slowly said, "Are the queen's influences that great?" The male slave nodded slightly. "The reason is that they are the highest-ranking officials in the Demon King's army." Kai became clearer and nodded, saying, "I see. It looks like the Kingdom of Demons might be destroyed by internal conflict." The male slave hesitated for a moment before saying, "As for the final queen, the Fire Queen Frameress declared neutrality. and will submit to whoever becomes the next Demon King. Partly because of the close relationship between the current Demon King and the Fire Queen, the female slave added, there has been a trend recently that suggests this is not the time for a civil war. Kai slowly spoke up. They want to unite in the face of the central enemy. It seems the demons are finally realizing the danger they're in. Then he stood up, ready to leave. Thank you for the information, Sina. Escort them to the Alliance forces. At this moment, the female slave suddenly spoke up. I've heard that Aqualia is famous for her cunning tactics. She specializes in sabotage warfare and dirty tricks. Perhaps that's why the third prince's faction has a bad reputation. Kai wasn't very concerned. Walking past the two, he coldly replied, you two should relay this information to the Alliance forces. I don't intend to fight the queen, the male slave asked in astonishment after hearing this. So, what are you planning to do? You killed Castro so easily. Aren't you one of the hero candidates? Kai answered frankly, I will continue infiltrating the kingdom of demons. It seems I need to stir up a conflict. I will find a way to destroy them from within. A few days later, at a forest outside Follett City, the Holy Kingdom's army, along with the Beastmen army, slowly moved toward the city. Midou rode a horse looking into the distance and spoke, I see it. In front of them is Follett City. Amelia said seriously, it guards the trade route between the east and west of the Kingdom of Demons. Once we take that city, our burden will be reduced. Ega, beside her, spoke in a low voice, I'm sure the enemy is defending very strictly. It wouldn't be surprising if the four great queens appear in this crisis. Midou nodded slightly, his eyes both cautious and determined. The Kingdom of Demons Veldora, the domain of the third prince, the war had erupted around Follett City. At first, the Alliance army led by Midou held the advantage, but Follett City was one of the strategic bases of the demon army. Things are not as simple as they thought. The demon army has gathered 80,000 soldiers, and their morale is incredibly strong. Meanwhile, the Holy Kingdom army has only 40,000 soldiers, plus 20,000 allied warriors. In total, the allied forces number just 60,000. Apart from the heroes and knights, the remaining warriors are much weaker compared to the demons. As the allied army struggles, Midou fights the demons while speaking out. If they are divided, they can be easily defeated. Midou hopes to lead a stronger army. Ega understands Midou's thoughts and quickly comforts him. Don't worry, Midou, leave it to us. After saying this, Ega focuses his spirit, tilts his head to the sky and roars. The roar quickly reaches the other beastmen. The other beastmen also roar together, and in a moment, they transform into their beast forms. The demons are shocked by this scene. What's going on? Before they can understand, the beastmen attack fiercely. Midou also feels confused, murmuring vaguely. Ega explains, my roar effect intimidates the enemy's mind and boosts our allies' fighting spirit. This isn't hard at all. Immediately, the Holy Kingdom army becomes more aggressive, attacking the demons frantically. Seeing this, Ega pauses briefly, then looks at Midou with an emotional gaze and speaks. Midou, you cannot be afraid. If you are, it will affect everyone around you. Thank you sincerely, Ega, Midou nods. He knows exactly what to do in this situation. Ega's eyes grow determined. He shouts, we just need to raise our fighting spirit. If we face them head-on, we won't lose, just as Ega said. The battle once again leans toward the allies. Initially, the allied forces were losing because the demon lord's army was too numerous. The heroes display their strength, especially Arashi, who clenches his fists tightly. Arashi sneers, these demons are all weaklings. Where are the high-level demons? The demons stop, unsure how to respond. Seizing the opportunity, Amelia commands, finish them. The battle's outcome is determined, at least for now, as Midou and his allies continue eliminating the remaining demons. As they keep fighting, a powerful force suddenly strikes from behind, startling Midou to turn around. Midou hurriedly blocks with his sword, but a figure has already appeared in front of him. The person wears a black cloak and mask, face unrecognizable. Midou observes and thinks, he's too strong, must be a high-level demon. Arashi also recognizes this figure. Without hesitation, he charges at him, but the black-cloaked figure easily stops him. Arashi remains calm, laughing, finally someone worthy. Another fierce battle ensues. Ega is also blocked by a black-cloaked figure, frowning as he asks him, who are you, where do you come from? But the figure doesn't answer, just smirks coldly, slowing down the soldiers behind him. Amelia murmurs in confusion, what's happening? It looks like our progress is delayed. Before she can stabilize herself, a figure appears behind her. The soldiers immediately recognize him, shouting in fear, who are you? But before they finish, blood sprays like rain. That soldier is killed instantly. The black-cloaked figure strikes too fast for anyone to react. Even Amelia realizes the situation, but the soldiers have already been slain. She frowns in anger. She glares at the black-cloaked figure and asks, you bastard, how did you get here? Soldiers rush to shield her. Unfortunately, the black-cloaked figure advances, appearing in front of Amelia in an instant, knife aimed at her neck. The sharp blade slices across Amelia's chest, blood spraying everywhere. She falls off her horse, helpless under the terrified gaze of the soldiers. Midou, fighting ahead, witnesses this as well. Worry is clear in his eyes as he shouts, Amelia. Erich is equally anxious. He quickly commands, I'll take over from here. Get Amelia to the medical area, don't let him escape. However, before the Holy Kingdom soldiers can act, the black-cloaked figure moves like the wind, slashing their throats and swiftly leaving. Siori rushes to assist Amelia. The Holy Kingdom army is shocked at losing their commander and is eventually forced to retreat. Since the Demon Lord's army has exhausted their strength, they decide not to pursue the allies and quickly return to their hideout. Night fell at the demon's base. Natasha observed the person in front of her carefully and asked with suspicion. The man in black nodded slightly and replied, Yes, however, we have caused her quite severe injuries. Natasha nodded in satisfaction and said, That will do, after all, there is an undeniable truth that you have saved us. The other man calmly continued, It will probably take some time for our commander to recover. This will delay the Alliance's action, Natasha asked. The atmosphere grew tense. Aqualia silently thought for a while. Finally, she slowly said, This is the time for us to act at this point. The situation is deadlocked for both sides. She continued, So let's sever their supply lines in the dark. The man in black immediately nodded. Understood. Meanwhile, in the areas of the Demon Kingdom Veldora. In Eisenhower, the city was under curfew. The city gates were heavily guarded. Every carriage entering was thoroughly inspected, and the soldiers on the city walls were reinforced. In a distant forest, Kai, Mayer, and Sina silently observed the city. Kai couldn't help but sigh. As expected, security is tight. Sina asked in confusion, Can you see that far? Mayer asked worriedly, What should we do now? Kai thought for a moment and then answered, I think it will be difficult to blend in with just one layer of disguise. Moreover, as when we were at Trat, a barrier was set up to detect intruders. Mayer recalled the previous incident. His face immediately grew serious, muttering, That's Princess Isabel. Sina asked in doubt, Who is she? Kai explained, She is a descendant of the Demon Lord. She set up the barrier in the city. We will be detected instantly, Kai said slowly. Mayer said, If it were normal demon magic, I would sense the residual traces, but back then, I didn't detect anything. Kai nodded. She not only let us escape but also provided some information. She is definitely up to something. Even without Isabel, this place is still the Demon Kingdom's base. May, not giving up, quickly suggested, Give me some time to have the spirits investigate the barrier further. I nodded. At sunset, we will approach the capital. I rely on you, May. As the sun set, the city was engulfed in darkness, but the soldiers still stood their post. Soon they grew tired and turned to leave. Three figures silently entered the city. Mayer suddenly heard something and spoke. Stop. The three paused. Mayer sensed for a moment and said, Though very faint, I can sense a trace of miasma still lingering in my mind. Kai frowned slightly, muttering, I don't see anything. Just as I expected, you can't evaluate something that is not a tangible entity. Mayer explained, the residue is very faint, so I can't tell whose miasma it is. But it seems to have been deployed to cover the entire city. This is a type of demon magic barrier. It's just a hypothesis, but they might detect intruders through the absence of miasma, because only demons have miasma. Kai frowned slightly, muttering, That method is indeed effective. They have placed this type of barrier in every city to block spies or intruders. Mayer reached out and touched the barrier in front of her. After a long while, she suggested, Let me try to see if we can get through. Only a few demons can use this spatial magic. I looked at her, asking doubtfully, Is there any way to deceive this barrier? May pondered for a moment and then said, I think we can deceive it if we have miasma in our bodies. Hearing this, Kai understood. He then took out some items and said, I took some things from Castro's mansion in case we needed money urgently. May excitedly exclaimed, If that's a miasma device then. Sina asked in confusion, What's a miasma device? Kai slowly explained, Simply put, it's a device that holds mana. It works similarly to human-made magic tool. The difference is that this device's source is miasma, not human mana, Kai said. However, occasionally it needs to be recharged with magic. They stole it to get some money, Kai explained. You haven't used it yet, so there may still be some miasma inside. Mayer took the flute from Kai and excitedly said, This device is great. Wait a moment, I'll channel some mana into it. Kai looked at her with a skeptical expression. Hesitant, Kai asked, You can do that too. Mayer smiled lightly and confidently replied, I don't just sit idly by while you two train. This knowledge was passed down by my master. You just need to imagine the rest. Mayer began focusing, muttering an incantation. In an instant, she generated energy in her hands. Mayer passed through the barrier, and Kai, witnessing this, looked on with excitement. Sina was quietly waiting for the next scene. Before long, Mayer had fully entered the city. She joyfully exclaimed, It worked. The two immediately entered, and Kai said contentedly, Good, from now on, everything will be as usual. We'll climb the city wall and sneak past the guards. Everything will return to normal, like always. Inside the city, a new day began. The demons gathered again to trade in the streets. Everyone was doing their work just like every other day. The three of them, Kai and the others, had successfully infiltrated. Somehow they had blended in. Even if demons passed by, they didn't recognize them as outsiders. The three of them successfully made their way through, freely moving around the city. Kai looked at the others and asked, "This place is so vast and there are so many demons." Sina sighed and said, "It's uncomfortable having to pretend to be a slave." Kai reminded them, "The closer we get to the city center, the more guards there are. It's best not to get too close to the center." The mayor looked at him and suddenly asked, "Aren't we infiltrating the castle and assassinating the demon lord?" Sina was also surprised and asked, "Isn't that the plan?" Kai explained slowly, "That is indeed our goal. But first, we need to gather information from inside the capital. If our identities are revealed, it will be very dangerous. We need to gather information carefully." 1 week later in Isabel's office, she was busy with her duties but suddenly noticed something. Isabel looked up and furrowed her brows, saying, "I'm surprised. I didn't expect you to get past my barrier." Kai had been in the room for some time and she looked at him and asked, "How did you get in?" Kai looked at her and bluntly replied, "It wasn't me. It was all thanks to Mayor." Isabel nodded indifferently and said, "I see. You've gotten much stronger since the last time." Kai didn't care about these words and got straight to the point. "We need to talk, Isabel, can we?" Isabel didn't hesitate and nodded, "All right." Kai was surprised and smiled, "You're quite straightforward." Isabel shrugged indifferently and smiled, saying, "After all, I'm grateful to you for defeating Winbox. Thanks to his death, I'm no longer under surveillance, and it's easier for me to move around." I immediately understood and asked, "So that was your plan?" Isabel smiled and replied, "Looks like I underestimated you. I didn't think you could defeat him, but now you're no longer a pawn but a valuable partner." Kai looked at her and said, "Your revolution." He paused, and Isabel instinctively smiled. Isabel smirked and said, "You've passed my test. Should we go somewhere else to talk?" She nodded, "Let's go." Immediately, Isabel used teleportation and the scenery changed. Kai looked down at the city from above. After a moment, she spoke up, "We will teleport instantly from Eisenhardt's capital to your city." "Your demonic magic is impressive," Isabel said indifferently. "It takes a lot of energy. I can't use it too frequently in one day. Follow me." Isabel led Kai to her guest room. She took a sip of tea, then set the cup down on the table. After a long time, Isabel slowly spoke. "How did you get the information about the revolution? I need to act immediately." Kai didn't hide anything and answered bluntly, "We infiltrated the capital a week ago. I gathered information from the slums. The information you want could be the spark that leads to the downfall of the demon kingdom. Even if you want to ask about the information that could become the spark leading to the downfall of the demon kingdom. You guessed that the assassination targets would be the crown prince, the second and third princes, the key figures in the battle for the throne." What worried Kai even more was the lack of information about Isabel, the fifth princess of the demon kingdom, when they first met. Isabel said she had a different goal, and Kai suspected she was plotting something, so he followed her 3 soldiers to investigate further. One of the soldiers led him to a warehouse where Isabel stored weapons for the revolution, providing the necessary information. "I understand now," Isabel nodded clearly after hearing the issue. She looked at the person next to her and gave an order. Smith understood and said, "I will warn our comrades to be more careful." I didn't pay attention to this, but Thuck suggested, "Let's get to the point, let me speak plainly with her." "You asked Isabel, do you want to cooperate with heroes like me?" Isabel was skeptical, not with the Holy Kingdom's army but with the hero candidates. Kai explained slowly, "I cannot convince and control the entire Holy Kingdom's army, but I can do that with the hero candidates. As I said, we want to go home. To do that, they must kill the demon lord, and I don't care about the consequences for this world when we return." Isabel asked back, "You mean I can do whatever I want after we defeat the demon lord?" Kai shrugged, "I'm not sure if we can go home. We won't know until we try." Isabel looked at him, and after a long while she said, "Summoning the hero is part of the covenant ceremony with Digger. After completing the covenant by killing the demon lord, you will be sent back to your world." I asked, "How do you know this?" Isabel explained slowly, "I don't know that much." She continued, "I found out after reading an ancient document, and it sparked my interest after speaking with someone." I skeptically asked, "Is that document reliable?" Isabel shook her head, uncertain. "It's just an ancient document." Kai pondered, "It's as brutal as Leonora said. In the early days of coming to this world, they all heard such things, comparing it with the words of Leonora and Isabel. So the information Kai had so far had become more accurate. Thinking this, Kai said in a low voice, "In that case, the fate of the world doesn't concern us. I don't care whether the Holy Kingdom is destroyed or peace is sought after this. Hearing this, Isabel sneered. She said flatly, our interests are aligned. The goal of the revolutionary army is to make me the demon lord. After that, I want to create a world where humans, beastmen and demons can live in peace. Kai skeptically asked, sounds like a fairy tale. She asked, can the war be stopped immediately? Isabel said bluntly, I can defeat the current demon lord and maintain the kingdom's power, that is possible. Kai smiled, don't you think it would be better to join the fight for the throne instead of rebelling against the kingdom? Isabel replied bluntly, the current demon lord, my father, is known to be the strongest in history. Even if he abdicates, there will still be a great influence and hatred towards humans. She continued, he won't accept me because I want peace with humans. The other princes and princesses are not seeking peace either. I am the only one, Isabel said confidently. True, I don't have enough power with just the revolutionary army. But if we take advantage of the opportunity when the kingdom is attacked by the allied forces, I think there is a chance to win. Even if we defeat the current demon lord with the help of the allied forces, they will be at a disadvantage when the war ends. That is why Isabel is not seeking outside help. She suddenly pointed at Kai and said, if the hero candidates help me, everything will be different. Kai was silent. Isabel nodded and continued, I accept. The revolutionary army wants to form an alliance with the hero candidates. The negotiation succeeded, and Kai quickly shook hands with Isabel and smiled. We are counting on you too. Isabel nodded slightly, hesitating for a long time before smiling. I want to tell you something. Kai waited. She looked at the teacup on the table. She seriously reminded, the plan to kill the demon lord will be carried out this year. If we miss it, the chance of victory will be zero. On the other side, in the demon forest, the Holy Kingdom's army moved slowly. Leading them was Henry, the captain of the 7th Knights Legion, leading the logistics team from Neutrath City to the battlefield, even though reinforcements weren't directly reaching the front lines. He led the logistics army, moving slowly to ensure supplies reached the right places on the battlefield. The Holy Kingdom needs a team capable of supplying materials and fighting against monsters. Therefore, the 7th Knight Corps with its elite soldiers was chosen for this mission. The monsters in the demon forest are very powerful. However, with the disappearance of the high-level demon Elsa, the logistics team's mission became easier. Or at least they thought so, until the Demon Kingdom's assassin squad appeared, as the battle was tilting in favor of the Holy Kingdom. Seeing them, the soldiers immediately froze in shock and shouted, who are you? However, the others didn't answer but just moved forward. Realizing the danger, the soldiers immediately became alert and quickly shielded Henry. The captain ordered, fall back, let us handle this. Only blinding flashes of light kept flashing, and as soon as the two stepped forward, their heads were severed from their body. They were assassins, of course, moving swiftly and killing right before their eyes. Seeing this, the soldiers panicked even more. Ben and Jack were killed instantly. Be careful, they are high-level demons. At that moment, Henry charged forward with his scissors and shouted, the assassins of the demon army. Playing, his sword clashed against the black-clad assassin's knife, but it was quickly pushed back. Henry didn't give in, still shouting loudly, don't underestimate us, I am one of the captains of the Knight Corps. Before he could finish his words, he was pierced through. The smell of fresh blood quickly spread in the air. An arrow shot through and killed Henry on the spot. The demon forest became soaked with blood again. The territory of the Holy Kingdom, the demon forest, inside Elsa's old castle after the defeat at Folly. The Allied forces decided to retreat and regroup at the castle where they had been stationed. Many soldiers were severely wounded, including the commander of the Allied forces. Amelia was still weak, lying there with her chest wrapped in bandages. Siori was still trying to treat her. Midou stood beside her, anxiously asking, how is she doing? Siori gently nodded and replied, her life is no longer in danger. If I continue healing her regularly, she should be able to walk in about 2 weeks. Hearing this, Midou breathed a sigh of relief and said, I understand. Erich also smiled joyfully and said, you're truly a lifesaver. Other healers gave up. Siori didn't pay attention, smiling sincerely and replying, this is all I can do. Just as they were talking, Amelia suddenly woke up. She kept whispering, it's my fault. Erich saw this and immediately comforted her. You should rest. Don't worry about us, I'll temporarily take command. Even though they're retreating for now, the enemy has suffered heavy losses. They haven't moved yet, it seems like they're trying to reorganize their forces, Amelia weakly replied. I understand. Then it should be fine. But where she couldn't see, Erich and Midou exchanged a meaningful glance. After a while, Erich finally spoke. All right, I'm counting on you. Siori gently nodded and replied, yes, I'll take care of her. Immediately after, Erich and Midou went outside. Not long after, Midou saw someone. Ega was walking toward them. Ega seriously spoke. I'm sorry, but I overheard your conversation earlier. I'm glad she's still alive, but it seems like she'll need at least 2 weeks to rest. Midou slightly furrowed his brows, hesitated and spoke. Erich, why did you say there's no problem? Erich slowly explained, I didn't want to make Amelia worry more. She should focus on recovery. We'll handle the blocked supplies ourselves. Ega frowned and spoke in a deep voice. If we ration the food each day, we might be able to last another week. Erich glanced at the two and sighed, but after that it's uncertain. We need to resolve this soon. The 7th Cavalry had been wiped out along with the logistics unit, and according to the survivors, the attackers were the ones who had taken down Amelia. Henry, the captain of the 7th, had fallen. He was a man of integrity and highly respected by everyone. Midou muttered in dissatisfaction. Those masked assassins must be high-level demons. At least 5 or 6 appeared at once. Edgar agreed with his view. Yes, I fought one of them. They might be even more troublesome than the 4 heavenly kings. He emphasized that there could be no slack, as the special high-level Birdman squad he had sent as messengers had just returned. It seems that Nutrat is preparing a new logistics unit. Midou exclaimed happily. Really? Edgar replied slowly. Yes, but the problem is that those assassins are still hiding in the forest. Erich glanced at the two and seriously suggested, I want you two to escort the logistics unit through the demon forest. The problem will only be solved once we eliminate those masked assassins. He added, if they flee, I want you two to pursue and eliminate them completely. Ega and Midou immediately nodded in agreement. A few days later in the demon forest, Midou had escorted the logistics troops into the area as per Erich's order. Of course, Ega and the Beastmen squad were with them. A soldier spoke up. The horses are about to collapse. We should stop and rest for the night. Just as he finished speaking, Ega suddenly drew his sword and shouted in alert, they're here. But it was too late. Several people had already been killed by the weapons of the black-clad group. Their speed was too fast, and by the time the others reacted, several had already fallen. Ega immediately shouted to remind everyone, stay away from them, I'll handle this one. At the same time, another battle was taking place. Dust and smoke filled the air due to the intense combat. Arashi was fighting a black-clad man, shouting angrily, you bastard, it's you, the one who appeared last time to settle the score right. As soon as he finished speaking, Arashi threw a punch. With a thunderous sound, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, and flames surged everywhere. Nearby, another battle was taking place, with sword flashes dancing continuously in the air. Midou was fighting a demon with a sword. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged several moves. While fighting, Midou thought, now is not the time to hesitate. I must eliminate them quickly to protect everyone. During the battle, a fierce fire broke out, burning the supplies and causing panic among the soldiers. The one causing the fire was a mage using fire magic, hiding in the distance and continuously controlling the flames to burn the supply. A loud shout rang out, I won't let you cause trouble. Yumi spoke up, summoning water magic to stop the flame. With a thundering sound, the flames were completely extinguished. Yumi joyfully exclaimed, great, but before she could celebrate, a hurried voice called out, be careful, Yumi. Sadly, it was too late. An arrow pierced Yumi's waist. She collapsed in pain, and Carrie ran over to check on her. Before Carrie could reach Yumi, 2 more arrows flew toward them. Carrie became even more panicked, unsure of what to do. Just as one of the arrows was about to strike Carrie, a flame burst forth. The flame knocked the arrow away. The timely action was made by Renette. She then glanced into the distance and saw a figure standing on a nearby ancient tree, a black-clad man with a bow. In the blink of an eye, the sounds of slaughter echoed through the forest, and the hero squad was sent flying after a short while. The number of injured increased, while the black-clad attackers continued to press on. A loud shout rang out, how about this? The black-clad man was startled as Myril launched an earth magic attack. A barrage of earthen shuriken flew toward the black-clad man, but he easily broke them. The situation caused Myril to panic, and a series of wind blades were also blocked in the same manner. The black-clad man nearby blocked everything and hovered in the air, confronting Narumi. Seeing this, Narumi immediately panicked and shouted, another mage using wind magic. This is bad, I can't let him block me anymore. At that moment, Narumi suddenly saw something and his gaze stopped instinctively. The man in black slowly approached Myril, who sat on the ground trembling and muttering, everyone, I'm sorry. The man in black raised his weapon, ready to strike. Helpless, Myril closed her eyes, waiting for death. At that dangerous moment, a loud shout rang out. Stop right there. The shout came with iron chains binding the man in black tightly. The one who acted was Jin, controlling the chains to restrain him while sending a telepathic message to Myril, do something. Run now. Myril's legs were weak. She shivered, muttering, I can't move my legs anymore. A whistling sound cut through the air as Narumi suddenly dashed in, scooped up Myril and ran. Narumi exhaled in relief, holding Myril. I'm glad you're alive. He knew that without Jin's domination skill, Myril would be dead. He had to hold on a bit longer. As Narumi strategized, a wind blade suddenly attacked. Narumi summoned magic at the same time, creating a whirlwind around them. The scene confused the man in black. Narumi cursed internally, bastards, they're not after me, they're after you. a voice echoed in everyone's mind. Stay calm, everyone, the enemy is trying to distract us. Narumi immediately transmitted this mentally, and Arashi also heard it. Midou frowned, thinking about Jin's words. Regardless of what others thought, Jin kept reminding them. If we stay calm and coordinate well, we won't lose. Hearing this, Narumi felt reassured and focused. Narumi closed his eyes, concentrating to feel the wind and detect every attack. Sure enough, when an arrow shot toward him, Narumi dodged just in time. The distant archer was bewildered by his sudden calmness. Narumi awakened another potential within himself and sent a telepathic message to Jin and Kanzaki. Can you hear me? This is a skill similar to Wind King. Windbox, locate the wind. I heard the response and asked suspiciously, why? Narumi replied, can you relay my words to everyone? Jin nodded. Yes, I can transmit your words as if I'm speaking to you right now. A blazing flame appeared, chasing the distant archer. He grabbed his pants and ran, clearly using demonic magic to erase his tracks. Jin continued transmitting Narumi's intentions. How did they find his location? The enemy moved through the treetops southward. Rina heard this, then I'll burn him and the forest down. The others charged to attack following Narumi's guidance, quickly regaining balance. Akira coordinated with everyone, and the men in black began to get injured. They didn't expect the situation to turn so quickly. Midou's group regained coordination and forced the enemy into a corner. Myril warned, don't be careless. Their attacks are strong, but there are big gaps between them. The man in black glanced at Myril, correctly guessing she was the commander, and aimed at her. Kao blocked the man in black's blade with both iron arms. The sound of binding echoed, clang. He laughed, cheap weapons like that won't pierce my iron armor. The man in black was thrown back, confused how Kao knew his sneak attack. They hadn't even touched directly, yet Midou had already defeated the opponent. Arashi matched this, his explosion burned the enemy, and Ega quickly decapitated a man in black. Narumi, after awakening his new power, was dueling with a man in black. His wind blade held the advantage, leaving multiple cuts on the enemy's body, leaving him stunned. The man in black was being overwhelmed. While he pondered, Narumi silently observed. The flow of wind guided his next move, and Narumi seized the opportunity to attack. The wind blade shot out at the speed of wind, piercing straight through the man in black's forehead in an instant. He kept dying one after another, and by the end, only a few of the black-clad group remained. Realizing the situation was unfavorable, the leader immediately ordered a retreat. Pull back, signal a retreat immediately. Despite heavy losses, they achieved their main objective when the supply wagon was set ablaze. After the battle, the Holy Nation soldiers gathered in the forest, building a fire to rest. They sat around the fire, all wearing heavy expressions. Ega said in a low voice, about 80% of our supplies have been burned. The remainder is only enough to feed the logistics team during the retreat. Midou muttered in disappointment, we fail. Is that so? Ega disagreed, frowning. We did manage to kill 4 of those demons. According to the report, there were about 10 masked ones. Hearing this, Midou frowned and asked, so that leaves 6 more? Ega calmly replied, yes. Additionally, 2 of them, the archer and the mace wielder, were severely wounded. Then he patted Midou's shoulder to reassure her. It's okay, we'll succeed next time for sure. Even though Ega said that, Jin remained deeply uneasy. The morale of the Holy Nation soldiers was severely diminished due to lack of supplies, and the remaining food was not enough to sustain them. The more he thought, the darker Jin's expression became. If they fail next time, they won't have the strength to fight. Just one demon could already cause such devastating losses. At that moment, a voice echoed in her mind. Kanzaki, can you hear me? Jin immediately cried out in shock, Aragi. Earlier, when Isabel told Kai that the plan to eliminate the demon lord had to be executed soon, otherwise there would be no chance of victory. Kai asked why, puzzled. Isabel explained slowly, the evil god Alvarez is about to be revived. However, I don't think someone from another world can grasp the severity of this situation. Kai frowned slightly and said seriously, I've heard that name. If I remember correctly, it's one of the 2 pillar gods mentioned in the Book of Genesis. The Book of Genesis is an ancient record of the great war between the gods, passed down through generations. It is said that this world was created and maintained by the creator god. In ancient times, humans, elves, and beastmen lived in peace, but the evil god Alvarez sought to seize control of the world. Demons created by the evil god were brought into this world as pawns, resulting in wars erupting everywhere. To oppose the evil god and his demons, the creator god granted certain people immense divine power. This allowed them to rise up and fight against the demons. In the end, they defeated the demon lord of the time and were honored as heroes. In ancient times, the creator god won the battle, while the evil god was sealed. That's the whole story of the world's creation that Kai knows. Isabel listened as he recounted it in detail. She nodded slightly and said, if you already understand the story, it will be easier for me to explain. Most of the Genesis story is true. After the evil god was sealed, the demons weakened, but over time, they gradually regained strength. Kai frowned slightly and asked, so the seal is weakening? Isabel nodded gently in response. Yes, we could release that evil god. The demon lord, my father, is preparing a large-scale ritual. It will take quite some time but will be completed this year. Kai sensed the gravity and asked further. What if they break the seal? She answered gravely. The demons will become far stronger. Once that happens, humanity will have no chance of victory. I understand the situation. Kai nodded upon hearing this. Thanks to his ability to discern the truth, he knew Isabel wasn't lying, but his assassin instincts told him she was still hiding something. Still, I didn't dwell on it, as they were merely using each other. After a moment of thought, he asked slowly, so what's the Revolutionary Army's next plan? Isabel replied casually, we plan to quietly support the Allied forces. We need them to weaken the Demon Lord's army. We cannot do this alone. Hearing this, Kai suggested, then lend me your power, let's cross Folly's city first. 3 days later in the Demon Forest, Isabel used spatial demon magic to teleport here, accompanied by Kai and her 3 subordinates. Having to teleport so many people, Isabel sighed in exhaustion. As I thought, using teleportation so much is draining me. May couldn't help but admire. Your teleportation ability is amazing. It can cover a distance that would normally take half a year to traverse. Kai felt the same way. From Kai's perspective, the tactical value of this skill lies in eliminating the basic limitation of distance, just as he had predicted about teleportation. She wields an immense amount of dark energy. Along with Mayer and Sina, the Revolutionary Army has a total of 7 high-ranking demons. Isabel may no longer be useful from this point, but with that many members, their group is already strong enough. While you were thinking, Sina gently asked, Kai, can we trust them? Kai replied nonchalantly, don't rush into anything, we can still use them. Sina nodded, fully trusting him. Immediately after, Kai connected with Jin via telepathy. Even though Jin was resting, she could hear Kai's words clearly. Jin was very surprised. Kai slowly explained, I was just testing, but it seems we can communicate like this. After hearing this, Jin asked in shock, so you're nearby. Kai felt helpless at Jin's shout. She sighed and said, I just wanted to see you. Jin did not hesitate and answered immediately, understood. A few minutes later, Jin entered the forest to meet Kai. Seeing Kai's companion, Jin's expression changed instantly. She saw Isabel, the 5th princess of the Demon Kingdom. Jin trembled and muttered, a demon. Seeing this, Kai quickly introduced, let me introduce her, she is Isabel, the 5th princess of the Demon Kingdom. Isabel, knowing this was her ally, spoke to greet them. Hello, Jin still couldn't believe her eyes, trembling as she muttered. A princess, Mayer, standing nearby, nodded with a smile. Yes. Jin felt awkward, looked at Kai and asked skeptically, what is going on? Are you betraying us? Kai shrugged indifferently and said, I haven't betrayed anyone, from start to finish I haven't taken sides. This angered Jin, she glared at Kai. Mayer couldn't hold back and interjected, you're provoking her with that. Kai became serious, stopped joking and said, we have matters to discuss with you. Tonight gather Midou, Arashi, Hashimoto, Narumi and Ninomiya, but do not inform anyone from the Holy Kingdom. Following Kai's instructions, in the evening, Jin assembled everyone in the forest. After recounting everything, Kai continued, that's the situation, we share the same goal. This is a collaboration to defeat the Demon Lord. There's no reason to refuse them, right? Arashi frowned and asked suspiciously, why would you want to cooperate with such questionable people? He meant he didn't trust Isabel, the princess of the Demon Kingdom. Kai explained seriously, at our current pace, we cannot defeat the Demon Lord. I've heard about your situation. You know that Midou's group is struggling against the assassins of the Demon Kingdom. Hearing this, Akira said in shock, assassins? If you're talking about the high-ranking demons with masks, then yes. Narumi also spoke up. Right now we're struggling to hold the front line. Arashi complained, they are even willing to sacrifice themselves to complete their mission. They risked their lives to hold Midou and me back to destroy our food supplies. We killed 4, but I heard 6 more remain. Isabel suggested, then I will take care of these assassins. We, the Revolutionary Army, are better at guerrilla warfare. Hearing this, Narumi was amazed. Can you handle it? They are all high-ranking demons. Isabel replied indifferently, I am the 5th princess of the Demon Kingdom. She wanted Kai to see the value of the Revolutionary Army. In return, Midou's group had to prove they were strong enough to be her partners. This made everyone in Midou's group think. No one spoke. After a while, Midou hesitated and asked, can I ask what you want? Isabel did not hide her intentions and calmly replied, after receiving supplies, I want Natasa eliminated. If we delay any longer, the 3rd prince's army in the capital will join the battle. If that happens, they'll be in trouble. The reason the assassins are stalling is to give their main force time to gather with the 3rd prince. Hearing this, Arashi frowned and asked, is that prince strong? Isabel nodded, very strong. Right now you are not strong enough to defeat him. Arashi was not afraid. On the contrary, he said excitedly, then let's play it out. Not everyone agreed immediately. Myril glanced at Midou and asked, Midou, what do you think? Midou hesitated for a moment before speaking. She felt very happy that we had such strong allies by our side. We should follow Araji's decision. After the agreement was made, They ended the conversation there. Before leaving, Kai spoke again to remind, I will work with the revolutionaries. I will contact you later through Kanzaki. Is that okay? At the same time, in another part of the forest, a group of people was resting and making a fire. Their masks were placed beside them. They were the assassins of the demon kingdom, led by the fire demon. He was eating meat, his face filled with displeasure. He gritted his teeth and said, I can't believe they killed 4 of us, including our leader. Another blue-faced demon joined in. Those bastards are pretty strong, I apologize. But right now I can't move my right arm. Another assassin, Fan Ko, furrowed his brows and asked, Who will take charge now? The fire demon quickly suggested, That's right, we can't let you take command. Then I will be the leader of you all. Without my strength, our campaign will fail. Does anyone disagree? He glanced at everyone, his eyes clearly containing a warning. Rocky, standing beside him, nodded in response. No, I trust you. Another assassin, Fred, chimed in. I agree. Seeing that, the fire demon said seriously, Good, all we need to do is strike the next supply route and they will starve to death. The plan remains the same, not only disrupting those hero candidates but also cutting off their supply line. The fire demon instructed them to be extremely careful with Midou, and the plan would begin in an hour. The others immediately put on their masks and replied in unison, Understood. An hour later, the demon forest was enveloped in a gloomy hue. An assassin hid in a nearby ancient tree. It was the archer Marius. At this moment, he felt some doubts. He was clearly still alert in case something happened, but this was just a small camp with a few people deep in the forest. The others wouldn't notice, or at least he thought so, because just in the blink of an eye, Marius noticed something unusual. He sensed that someone was approaching, and not just one person. Their concealment of their presence was quite professional. Marius thought it wasn't the hero candidates. They were strong but lacked skill. While thinking, he drew his bow, ready to shoot, sneering. He seemed to have guessed who was approaching, but there was clearly just a patch of dark forest ahead. A second later, a shadow appeared. Slipping behind large trees, Marius didn't hesitate and shot an arrow. He just needed to kill them all, then everything would be fine. Each arrow flew like a gust of wind, then vanished into the endless night. Marius frowned slightly. Had he killed the person? But his arrow had been stopped by someone. It was Sina, who was moving while holding the arrow tightly in her mouth. Marius immediately panicked. Impossible. How could she catch it without getting hurt? But the surprise was yet to come. Kai had appeared behind Marius, grinning and saying, You're too slow. Marius was stunned and turned to look. Unfortunately, it was too late. The sharp blade swung up and blood splattered everywhere. He never expected to be attacked so easily from behind by a kid like Kai. Kai looked at Marius' powerless body fall and sneered, Always make sure to move after shooting. That's the golden rule of a sniper. Elsewhere, the fire demon leading the group was moving through the forest but suddenly stopped, sensing someone was nearby. Marius was on guard. The fire demon quickly ordered, Everyone, get ready to move. The assassins behind him immediately responded in unison. Understood, then they started moving forward, only for Smith to suddenly appear in front of them and shout loudly. Wait, the fire demon frowned, asking suspiciously, A demon, what do you need? Are you the messenger for Natasha? Smith shook his head and replied, No, I'm from the revolutionaries. These words made the fire demon freeze and he didn't react for a while. Smith slowly explained, Our goal is to kill the demon lord and turn this place into a peaceful empire. The fire demon became even more confused. He shouted angrily, What are you talking about? If you're not Natasha's messenger, how do you know about this place? Smith replied calmly, Our allies are everywhere. It seems your mission is to block the supply route to the allies' army. The fire demon frowned slightly, silent. Has the information been leaked? Smith ignored his reaction and continued, Isabel said this, abandon the mission and follow me. Upon hearing this, the fire demon was even more shocked. Isabel was the 5th princess. They were targeting him. This meant the princess was cooperating with the allies. He never imagined they could plan such a serious action. A suspicious assassin asked, Leader, what should we do now? After a brief hesitation, Flame Demon spoke. If we oppose the Demon King, we will be sentenced to death. Moreover, Princess Isabel could not form a revolutionary army. Hearing this, Smith sighed reluctantly. I'm sorry to hear that. As soon as he spoke, he snapped his fingers. Instantly, a group of demons appeared. Smith smiled wickedly and said, I have no choice but to kill everyone here. In moments, the assassins were surrounded by Smith's army, panicking as they shouted, We're surrounded. This is bad, they are high-level demons. Flame Demon remained unshaken, immediately casting spells and ordering a counterattack. We must retreat and bring this information back. Smith's army sneered, Do you think we let you? These criminals, I never liked them from the start. Immediately, a chaotic battle began. At the same time, Kai observed the scene from a distance. In no time, Isabel's revolutionary army had pushed back the troublesome assassins targeting Midou's group. They were well trained, showcasing the strength of the revolutionary army. Elsewhere, Isabel appeared on the battlefield but did not fight. She approached an assassin and asked, "You are the mastermind behind the Autumn Civil War, right?" Banco, surprised to see Isabel, asked hesitantly, "Are you really planning a coup?" Isabel did not answer, speaking coldly. "Here, you are the only one I want to recruit. You still want to fight for peace, right?" Banco thought for a moment, then dropped his weapon, knelt before Isabel and respectfully replied, "Yes." Flame Demon, witnessing this, yelled angrily, "What are you doing?" However, he had no time to intervene as the revolutionary army fought fiercely, quickly putting the assassins at a disadvantage. "At this rate, we're doomed." At the same time, Kai suggested from afar, "It looks like Isabel has finished her task. We should end this." Sina and Mayer responded in unison. Agreed. Thanks to Kai's covert actions and the revolutionary army, the Demon Lord's assassin forces were completely destroyed. The Demon Lord's assassin unit, once a nightmare for the Beast Alliance, was completely wiped out by Kai's team using their assassination skill. As a result, supplies from Neutrath City were safely delivered to the frontline base. The morale of the supplied soldiers soared. Everything went smoothly, but Iga sensed something was off. He frowned and muttered, "Still, this is strange. Those troublesome masked demons just disappeared." Midou knew what was happening but had to lie. "Could it be that they retreated because we defeated 4 of them?" Ega frowned, thinking for a long while before speaking. That could be possible. In contrast, Erich seemed to understand Midou. He knew Midou was lying poorly and that Kai had taken action. Midou did not realize he had been seen through. He continued, suggesting, "But more importantly, we should strike soon. The morale has returned." Erich shook his head, refusing. "Is there any reason to rush?" Midou stammered, unable to reply properly. Just then, Akira stepped in. He furrowed his brows and asked seriously, "Excuse me, may I make a suggestion?" Erich nodded lightly. "You may." Akira slowly began, starting with a premise. The commander of Folly City's army seems to be Natasa, the Water Archon, one of the high-ranking officers of the Demon Lord's army. Erich nodded. "That seems correct." The captured demons said the same. Ega also chimed in. "So it turns out a celestial guardian protects this place. They weren't prominent in the previous battle." Akira was cut off before finishing. Akira continued, "Natasa seems to specialize more in covert operations than direct combat. The incident with the masked demons sabotaging supplies is likely Natasa's strategy." He added, "I don't want her to have time to plan the next move. Plus, there are rumors that Leonhard of the Forest is returning." Hearing this, Erich and Ega's expressions immediately darkened. Ega muttered, "In other words, the third prince of the Demon Kingdom with blood ties to the Demon Lord." Akira nodded, "Yes, that's why I want to attack as soon as possible. If Leonhard joins, capturing Follies will become even harder." These words left Erich and Ega deep in thought. After a long pause, Ega spoke, "This entire region is originally Leonhardt's territory. It would be strange if he didn't return during this crisis." Seeing everyone start to agree, Midou exhaled in relief. Akira is really trustworthy. Seeing Midou's reaction, Akira couldn't help but laugh. Midou gets flustered as soon as he starts lying. Very easy to expose. Midou tried to stay calm, but it was clear he had been caught. Ega seriously stated that all close relatives of the Demon Lord possess infinite power. He had met the Grand Prince Fok Ko and felt he could not win. Midou thought silently, even Ega feels he can't win. Akira nodded lightly and said, "Eventually we have to fight them." But he wanted to defeat them one by one if possible. Erich wanted to ask Akira where he got that information, presumably from Kai, but could not voice it. In the end, he just agreed, "I understand, we will call the soldiers immediately." Another sigh. At Natasha's palace, she was in utter panic. Natasha held her head and screamed, "No way, all 10 members of the Dark Unit wiped out." Her subordinate nodded immediately, "Yes." Unable to contact anyone, he visited the base in suspicion and saw only devastation. Natasha grew angrier, grinding her teeth. Who dares to wipe out such an elite force? At that moment, the door was pushed open with a loud shout. Natasha startled Aqualia, asking, "What happened?" The demon explained, "The enemy continues to attack." Natasha worriedly asked, "If reinforcements arrive, what will happen?" "Leon Hat will not arrive for at least 3 more days." Saying this, Natasha covered her face and cried. If she admitted the Dark Unit was lost, she would be scolded. The 2 subordinates looked at each other awkwardly. One hesitated and asked, "Hey, what should we do?" The other hesitated, murmuring, "Do what?" Then tried to comfort her. Before they could act, Natasha's demeanor shifted. Her face became fierce. Ada ground her teeth, muttering, "Unforgivable. Humans and beastmen, how dare they interfere in my love with Leon Hat." The 2 subordinates panicked, urgently trying to calm her. "Please stay calm." But Natasha had gone mad, ignoring them. A massive wave appeared, sweeping everything away. The great flood engulfed the entire castle. and soon overflowed outside. After calming down, Natasha returned to normal but seemed to remember nothing, muttering in confusion. "Where am I? Everything s flooded. What happened?" It seemed the frenzied Natasha before was not really her. Outside the castle, the Human-Beast Alliance army was attacking flawlessly. The Demon Lord's army switched to defensive positions in Phallus, a passive strategy unlike the previous battle on the plain. The Allied forces assumed this was a delaying tactic. They launched a full-scale assault. Arashi always charged at the front in every battle. His punch and the explosion sent rocks and smoke flying. Arashi roared, "Catch me if you can, you bastards." Narumi and Rinad joined in. Their abilities were strong, one-on-one was no problem. Midou was similar. Midou's sword swung constantly, many demons fell under it. He felt slightly doubtful. No high-level demons were in sight. If so, they just needed to advance and defeat Natasha. But his face suddenly turned pale as a massive wave surged ahead. The people behind were also shocked, exclaiming, "A tsunami, this is land." The demons realized this was Natasha's magic, but did not understand why the allies were also swept away. The tsunami created by Natasha began engulfing everything. Midou's forces were also swept up. The magic was massive, capable of engulfing both allies and enemies. Midou bit his lip, serious, on the distant wall. Kai's group quietly observed the battle. Kai glanced at the tsunami and said lightly, "Let's see what they can do now." Sina looked at him, hesitating. "Kai, I don't need help, right?" He nodded slightly. Yes, this time they must act on their own. Natasha's water magic was too powerful. The tsunami swept away all enemies and allied forces outside the castle. Even surviving warriors inside the castle were pulled into the chaotic world. After standing up, they entered close combat. In the distance, Kai remarked, "The scale of that magic is terrifying." Isabel replied bluntly, "Natasha's control over such a wide area is also impressive." Although she did not really like fighting, the massive water had overflowed their walls. Sina frowned, asking, "But why did she include her own allied troops from the start?" Isabel replied bluntly, "She may be angry and causing chaos without reason. Perhaps she thought that a close-range battle would give an advantage, since humans struggle to coordinate well in such situations." I whispered that victory in the military field cannot be achieved through simple tactics alone. No monster is strong enough to stop the heroes this way. Isabel replied calmly, saying that Natasha's high-ranking subordinates, including Zaganda, Bright, and Elsa, had all been killed. They had also eliminated the dark unit that Leon Hart had assigned to Natasha. Therefore, currently her group no longer possesses any significant strength. Hearing this, Kai furrowed his brow and spoke seriously. "It's only a matter of time. Although the great heavenly king is a major threat, my group is gradually growing and improving skills." Isabel looked at Kai, asking him to explain his pieces in more detail. Kai softly said, looking at her, that she already understood. "But it's fine." He pointed toward Arasi and introduced, "This is Arazi, currently enraged in the north." Arazi's offensive capabilities in the hero candidate army are quite outstanding, and he is also very brave. Then Kai pointed to Rena, who was using the power of the Akla Nagasrena eyes. She has a combat-oriented personality, and her strength fluctuates with her mood. Ryu Chim interjected, "She hates Kai, but Kai doesn't notice." Kai continued introducing another person, the girl commanding the hero candidates from the rear, Hashimoto Mayuri. Hashimoto uses telekinesis, has many applications, and her thinking is quite rigid. Next is Narumi, who uses wind powers for aerial combat. He has a wide vision and excels at support but lacks strong offensive capability. Akira, who uses enhancement magic to support from behind, is very intelligent and calm, understands Kai well, and is easily leveraged. Then there is Suri, healing the wounded at the back of the line. Azaki Kao, a tall young man, is guarding the rear troops. He has divine protection powers, can turn his body parts into steel, and defends excellently. Kai scanned the group, then pointed to Jin and introduced, "This is Kanzaki Jin, controlling many demons in the west. Her dominion is unbeatable against lower-level opponents." Then, Kai glanced at the last person. It was none other than Midou. Kai slowly said, "As you can see, Midou is the key resource in the hero candidate team." I believed Midou could reach Heavenly King level. She has innate sword talent and trains diligently without hesitation. Kai always valued Midou highly despite some issues. These are the pieces he wanted to introduce. Isabel listened, furrowed her brow, and asked again, "How many in total?" Kai slowly explained, "There are 26 people with 40 hero candidates in total, but 14 were unsuitable for combat and have withdrawn." Isabel understood, nodded, and said, "Even with strong powers from God, if the right attitude in battle is absent, it's meaningless." After speaking, she furrowed her brow thoughtfully. After a while, she said, "Not bad. With your cooperation, our chances of victory are increasing." At that moment, Isabel's gaze turned toward the distant castle. She said thoughtfully, "It seems Natasha is about to act." Kai realized the same, nodding. Yes, if we leave it be, our army will weaken and fail. We must counterattack before that happens. At the same time, waves began to rise. The scene caused the chaotic battle to pause briefly. Not long after, a figure appeared outside the castle, and it was Natasha. The Alliance was surprised to see her, while the demon faction was thrilled. Midou sensed the powerful aura from Natasha and immediately turned to look at her. Upon seeing Natasha, Midou immediately pointed his sword at her and shouted, "Water Sovereign." Natasha glared at Midou, then coldly ordered, "The sword fighter of the hero candidate. You're the leader of this army, aren't you?" As soon as she finished speaking, she summoned magic. Water waves transformed into serpents and rushed toward Midou. Not daring to be careless, Midou focused and created a shield to protect himself. The water waves continuously hit the shield, causing Midou's face to grow increasingly tense. But it didn't stop there. Natasha continued her attack. Water daggers flew furiously, causing Midou's shield to no longer hold up, and both he and the shield were pushed back. Midou frowned, the ground beneath his feet began to collapse, and he couldn't maintain his footing. Midou had an idea, transforming his sword into a rope, hooking onto a pillar of the castle, and quickly flying into the air. He created distance from Natasha. Upon seeing where Midou landed, Natasha muttered discontentedly, "That's my garden." As soon as she spoke, she summoned water waves again. Beneath Midou's feet, the water wrapped tightly and froze, binding his legs in place. Seeing this, Natasha gleefully laughed and said, "Dot." As soon as she finished speaking, she summoned a water attack. A series of waves rushed furiously toward Midou, and he hastily raised his shield to defend. Despite this, the waves were too strong for Midou to withstand. Soon, wounds appeared on his legs and blood began to ooze out. Midou hurriedly cut through the ice that was binding his feet with his sword. After that, he retreated and took a few deep breaths. Looking at Midou, Natasha smiled and said, "You were able to withstand that attack. You're good, but with legs like that, you can't move freely, can you?" Myril, watching from afar, looked worried, but she couldn't do anything. Natasha laughed loudly at that moment. "If I crush you, I'll have a chance to win." Immediately after, she summoned a water serpent to attack Midou. From afar, Isabel saw this and couldn't help but mock. "It seems like your main resource is losing." Indifferently shrugging, Kai replied, "Don't worry, he has a plan." Meanwhile, Midou still sat there, but in his eyes, a glimmer of determination had appeared. In just a moment, Midou appeared behind Natasha, leaving her stunned. Natasha didn't have time to react, and immediately, Midou raised his sword high and shouted, "Holy light, destroy the demons. Gather in my sword and show your brilliance." In the blink of an eye, lightning appeared on the sword in Midou's hand. Without hesitation, Midou struck down. Water Sovereign Aqualia, whose real name was Natasha Aqualia, was the eldest daughter of the Aqualia family, a prestigious family specializing in water magic. The Aqualia family stood at the top of the senior commanders of the Demon Lord's army, with positions passed down from generation to generation. Currently, the Stone Gaia and Windbox families were in turmoil after losing their leaders, unable to decide who would take over. The reason was that no one was capable enough to deserve the position of one of the four great archangels, and sometimes they had to pick someone at random. Even if that person's abilities were insufficient, Natasha was a prime example. She was chosen to replace the former leader, who died from illness. In other words, Natasha held the title of Archangel, without the ability to truly deserve it. As the head of the Aqualia family, Natasha could not stand being looked down upon. She specialized in enemy intelligence and covert operations. She always sought weapons beyond pure strength. Her engagement to Prince Leon Hart was part of solidifying her position. Previously, Natasha had asked Leon Hart, "Why are you so kind to me, a useless woman like me, just a nominal archangel?" Leon Hart had then reached out, stroked her cheek, smiled sincerely, and said, "Isn't it obvious? Because I love you, Aqualia." Hearing these words, Natasha was deeply moved, but in the end, she could do nothing to help Leon Hart and died under Midou's sword. Seeing Natasha fall, the demons panicked. "Aqualia is dead, no way." On the other hand, the Holy Kingdom's people were overjoyed. Myril happily shouted, "Midou won." Ega nodded in satisfaction, just as expected. On this side, Arasi muttered unhappily, "I should have easily killed that weak woman." Akira couldn't help but laugh and said. Arashi remained calm and did not engage in the battle. A faint sigh was heard and Araji displeasedly spoke. "I have no other choice as Araji asked me to do this," earlier when they were in the demon forest. As their conversation was nearing its end, Kai left a piece of advice before preparing to leave. Everyone seemed a bit confused at that moment. In the end, they all nodded in unison, as Arashi was on his way back. Suddenly from behind, a voice called out to him. Arashi asked unhappily, "What is it now?" The person calling was Kai, who spoke about the upcoming battle with the Celestial Kings and wanted Midou to handle it. Arashi, hearing this, skeptically asked, "Are you telling me not to fight?" Kai did not answer immediately but looked off into the distance. Arashi curiously followed his gaze. Kai softly said that he wanted Midou to grow here, so he needed confidence. Arashi was confused and didn't understand, and Kai slowly explained. Midou was always hesitant because he did not trust his own decision. Arashi thought for a moment and then spoke. You understand what I mean, right? Kai spoke in a low voice. Yes, it's complicated, but I understand. The reason might be that he has been supported by the allied forces many times. If he can defeat a celestial king on his own, Midou will have a certain level of confidence. Arashi frowned slightly and skeptically asked, but what if he loses? Won't that make him even more unsure of himself? Kai heard this and laughed, jokingly asking, Are you worried about Midou? Arashi retorted angrily. That's not what I mean, I'm just pointing out the flaws in your training plan. I said seriously, if he loses, then he loses. If he dies here, it will define his work. Upon hearing this, Arashi was stunned. After a long pause, he hesitantly said, Even so, I still have no reason to follow your words. I paid no mind, turned around, leaving an implication that he had realized that the lives of his comrades were now on his shoulders. He understood that Midou's development was key to defeating the demon lord. Right. Arashi narrowed his eyes at Kai's back and muttered softly, So in the end, everything will go according to his plan. Back to reality, Midou still couldn't believe he had won. It had been dangerous, but he had defeated a celestial king and truly become stronger. Midou understood this thanks to the many pieces of advice from Araji. Returning to the night in the demon forest, Kai approached Midou and suggested, Can I talk to you for a bit? Midou quickly ran over to Kai, asking suspiciously, What is it? I saw you talking to Araji earlier, but it wasn't finished. Kai coldly interrupted, I have some advice for you. Don't hesitate anymore. Have confidence in your decisions. These words stunned Midou. After a long pause, he sighed and said, I know I'm indecisive, but how can I gain confidence? Kai opened his mouth. With your personality, only results will lead to confidence. Defeat the celestial kings on your own. This suggestion left Midou frozen in place, but today, he'd truly done it. Midou intentionally attacked his own leg to allow Natasha to be overconfident. Normally, he wouldn't have thought about doing this, but Midou followed through because Kai told him to trust his judgment. It was really risky but effective. Midou's judgment was correct. Thinking about this, he glanced at everyone. Then Midou raised his sword high and shouted, The celestial king of Aqualia has been defeated. Demon Lord's army surrender. If you don't resist, we won't kill you. The demons were stunned upon hearing this. After a long pause, they lowered their weapons and surrendered, the battle officially ending with a victory for the kingdom of Chang. On the nearby city wall, Kai and his group also witnessed this scene. Kai nodded in satisfaction, saying, Midou tends not to follow his instinct. Mayor asked in surprise, What do you mean by that? Kai slowly explained. He gets caught up in standard moves instead of trusting his own instincts. Standard moves are conventional methods or textbook strategies, low risk but predictable. This caused Midou to fall behind in high-level psychological battle. The battle with Leonora was clearly based on intuition. Kai predicted based on Midou's strength at the time, and he was right. At this moment, Isabel interrupted, I think he's taking too many risks. If she avoided that attack, it would have been hopeless. Kai paid no attention, straightforwardly saying, that kind of balance is also a good sign for the future. Anyway, right now, he's done very well. Everyone is very happy that Midou defeated Natasha. On another note, everyone also realized that Midou's confidence in his own judgment would positively affect his future battle. Kai looked at everyone and continued, if he continues to trust his instincts, Midou will continue to develop and become an excellent warrior in the battles to come. In forest, the demon army silently advanced. Leonhart sat in the carriage, annoyed by the deafening noise that reached his ears. He muttered in frustration, Is Aqualia dead? His subordinate immediately responded from outside, Yes, my condolences, sir. With a soft grunt, Leonhart irritably said, I see, I never thought that woman would be so useless, even though I entrusted her with the Demon Lord's army's shadow unit. The statement left his subordinate stunned. However, Leonhart didn't elaborate further and coldly added, Enough. Talk about the dead. More importantly, Isabel's movements are very unusual. We must act as well. The allied Beastmen forces had defeated the heavenly kingdom of Aqualia and captured the city of Follett. They had secured the supply line connecting the city of Nurtrat through the demon forest to Follett. Finally, they had secured a part of the large city, and the demon kingdom's citizens began to realize the imminent danger. At that moment in the city of Follett, the Beastmen allies were tending to their wounded soldiers. Siori was diligently treating wounds when she heard someone call her. She turned around and saw Midou approaching. He smiled and complimented her. You're doing a great job. How's the situation? Siori slowly replied. Those with minor injuries have been discharged and are very happy. Those with serious injuries are still here but are recovering. As she spoke, she suddenly looked up as if about to say something more, but hesitated and stopped. Amelia stepped forward smiling as she said, I'm fine now. Seeing her, Midou joyfully exclaimed, Amelia, thank God. Amelia sincerely said, I made you worry, Midou. Then she patted Siori's head and smiled. It was thanks to Hano constantly casting the healing spell. Complimented, Siori quickly waved her hand. No, this is all I could do. Amelia didn't mind and seriously said, tomorrow I will return to my duties. I want to plan the upcoming strategies with Erich and Ega. Midou, you should join the strategy meeting tomorrow. Midou nodded lightly. Yes, of course. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Midou, can you hear me? Lazin used telepathy to inform him. Arashi is calling, he wants us to gather at the dormitory. Midou nodded slightly. I understand, I'm going now. He sighed in resignation because the sudden voice in his head had startled him. Noticing Midou's expression, Amelia asked in surprise, is something wrong? Midou didn't dare tell the truth, only scratching his head awkwardly and replying, it's nothing, I just got a little distracted. Amelia thought he was just tired, so she patted his shoulder and said, I understand you've been fighting nonstop. Rest today. Midou quickly nodded, I'll rest at the dormitory today. Shortly after, at the dormitory, everyone had gathered. Naturally, the 3 members of Kai's group also appeared. Jin glanced at Kai and said, as Arashi said, I have gathered all the members of the fighting group. Kai nodded lightly, good. He placed his teacup on the table, looked around at Midou, and asked, by the way, has the cooperation with the Revolutionary Army been shared with everyone? Midou calmly replied, yes, I told everyone. Satisfied, Kai scanned the room and warned, then I'll keep it brief, but just to be sure, anyone who leaks information outside will be killed. Don't think just because we're classmates I'll be lenient. After finishing his sentence, he pulled out a gun as a warning. Seeing the gun, everyone immediately panicked. Satoshi and Heike, seeing Kai with a gun for the first time, turned pale, feeling he was terrifying. They were shocked, wondering how he even had a gun. Could such a weapon exist in this world? Sashi and Kenta glanced at Arashi for help, but only received cold stares from Arashi. On the other hand, someone wasn't focused on the gun but instead on Sina and Mayer standing behind, thinking they were both very cute. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Narumi immediately spoke to ease the situation. Come on, no one here would leak important information, right? So why did you gather us all here? I took a deep breath. He slowly spoke about the next goal. With the support and plan from the Revolutionary Army, I want to target 3rd Prince Leonhard. You said he's moving with reinforcements, but after the fall of Phallus, he is currently staying in the small city of Vernier nearby. I speculated that Leonhard was strategizing, so he planned to take a small elite team with him. When the opportunity arises, we will launch a surprise attack and finish him off. Hearing this, Midou furrowed his brows in hesitation. Tomorrow there is a strategy meeting with Amelia and everyone. It looks like we have to direct the army. Kai shook his head in disagreement. No, we don't need the support of the Allied forces in this operation. Instead, let's just keep extending their vacation. Akira immediately suggested, then I'll handle that part. It wouldn't end well if Midou lies. Everyone agreed upon hearing this. That's right. At this point, Akira looked at Kai and asked, but I want to confirm one thing, why are we targeting Leonhard? Kai slowly explained that the heavenly kingdom of Aqualia was on 3rd Prince's side and controlled the Demon Lord's army's shadow unit. If we capture most of Follies, Leonhardt's power will decrease significantly, which benefits both you and Sina. The decision is to stop Leonhardt before he can rebuild his army. Isabel is worried about Leonhardt's vast information network and wants to deal with him soon. Akira nods, understanding that this is a clash of interest. Arashi, who had been silent until now, suddenly speaks up. What will the Revolution Army do for us? It seems like they are just exploiting us. Kai frowns and continues, the Revolution Army will spread false information internally to trap Leonhardt. Our plan is to eliminate Leonhardt when he falls into the trap. Arashi is dissatisfied and asks, you're being too cautious, are you scared? We should just crush him. Kai stares at Arashi coldly and says, those who carry the Demon Lord's blood are stronger than the Heavenly King. I believe that with the strength of the current hero candidates, we can win, but I am very careful. You will brief them on the operation later, Kai says, pointing to each person. The people Kai selected for the army against Leonhardt include Midou. The second is Arashi, followed by Narumi, the wind god's boy, and Riene, the fiery-tempered fire goddess. Additionally, there's Kao, a fairly good strategist. He also needs Shiori, the healer. Lastly, Akira, who is eloquent and has solid strategy. After talking about the lineup, Kai looks at Myril and speaks, 7 people. Hashimoto, you stay here, deceive Amelia and the others. Myril is displeased to hear this, sniffs and says, HMPH, looks like I don't have a choice. Kai doesn't direct the conversation toward him. Jin is frustrated by the delay. However, Akira and Narumi understand that this is the maximum firepower, and the other students can't keep up with this battle. The meeting ends, and the 3 of them leave the dormitory. Not far into their walk, someone calls out. The 3 of them stop and turn around. It's Jin. Kai frowns and asks, Kanzaki, what's the matter? Jin hesitates for a long time before asking, why didn't you take me along? Kai doesn't mince words and says, actually, you're a burden. I can't trust your combat ability in your current condition. These words make Jin's face pale. Mei exclaims in panic, oh my god, Kai, why are you being so harsh? Sina speaks up. In the last fight, she was quite proactive. Kai looks at the three girls in front of him, sighs and says, Kanzaki's dominance is unbeatable against low-level opponents. He's reliable in group combat, but against higher-level enemies, magical power will prevail. In the battle with Leonhart, Jin won't be able to help. Jin becomes more desperate upon hearing this, shouting, "No way is my ability only for hunting weaklings." Kai nods and says, "You should know that by now." Jin, unwilling to accept, hastily says, "But I want to help you." Kai sighs helplessly, "You've already helped me. Just play the role of an intermediary between me and the classmates." Got it? Dai doesn't think so. She recalls what happened last time, then mutters softly, "I want you to trust me like last time." Kai remains silent at this and Mei encourages, "If you're no longer a burden, it's fine to come along." Sina chimes in, "Or you can train her like you did with me." Kai, growing impatient, snaps, "Listen, Kanzaki, if you want to be useful, I have some advice for you. You should communicate more with the class." Dai is confused by this, her eyes full of uncertainty, and she vaguely asks, "What do you mean by that?" Kai explains, "With your telepathic ability, you can be a tactical leader. And if you do, I won't hesitate to bring you along." Jin looks at him with hopeful eyes and asks, "I can be a tactical leader. You mean I'll become the leader of my class?" Kai replies, "Normally, not needed, but in war maybe. Only your telepathic ability can mobilize the class without delay. You lacks decisiveness, Myral is too rigid, and Arashi only knows how to fight with muscle. So if Jin can lead the class calmly, Kai will be reassured to some extent. Arashi only knows how to fight with muscle, so if Jin can lead the class calmly, Kai will be reassured to some extent." Hearing that you needed me, Jin immediately nodded happily. "I understand, I will definitely meet your expectations." I felt confused by her reaction, wondering why she wanted to be your pawn but thought it was fine, he wouldn't mind. Elsewhere in Vernier City, a demon was hiding in a castle and spoke cautiously. "Who may I speak to?" Leon stood before the crystal orb, expanding it as he asked, "What is it?" The subordinate hesitated and asked, "It's been 3 days, why are you still in the city?" While the city had fallen, Leon decided a quick retreat was necessary as Vernier was unsuitable for battle, and he nodded in agreement. The subordinate asked anxiously, "I understand, then why?" He knew Leon didn't want humans to claim territory, but the situation had changed, and it was no longer convenient to speak lightly. They needed to cooperate with the other princes. At this moment Leon spoke coldly. The dark unit of the Demon Lord's army was eliminated with a special magical signature. "I can determine the cause of death from the remaining magical energy," the subordinate asked anxiously. Leon smiled lightly and after a moment he said, "I am gathering information. If too far from the dark unit I cannot use magic. Isabel is betraying us." These words stunned the subordinate, unable to believe his ears. Leon paid no attention, continuing to smile. "Just having that certainty is enough. Let them take Forelit City." The crystal orb displayed Isabel talking to someone. Elsewhere, when Kai and Isabel met, Isabel handed them a light blue potion. Holding it, Kai asked anxiously, "This is the key to defeating Leon H. An antidote?" Isabel nodded and explained, "We must be sure it will help. Leon H. uses rare, deadly magic. Even a scratch can spread poison throughout the body and kill." Kai was still uncertain, wondering if the antidote would be strong enough to protect them. He decided to activate his evaluation ability, scanning the potion in hand. The potion can only reduce or neutralize magic-induced toxicity, meaning effectiveness is only 50-50. At this point, Isabel spoke. "After drinking, the effect lasts 10 minutes. We must finish Leon H. within that time." He nodded slightly, indicating he understood. Isabel remained concerned, reminding, "But we must be extremely careful as we don't have much antidote. The potion is distributed if allied forces are poisoned." She explained the plan with teammates in Leon Hart's unit. They would guide and use misinformation spread by allies to lead Leon Hart into a spatial magic trap. They would wait at the relay point and finish him along with Kai's group. After deploying the plan, she asked if he had any issues. He nodded slightly. "Yes, I am also selecting those capable of fighting. I will gather them at the designated location." Someone close to the Demon Lord like Isabel and a poison user, Leon H. He didn't know his full strength. Soon after, everyone hurriedly prepared the plan, including Midou, training with Ega. Ega's combat skills were excellent and fast. Midou would learn much from him and quickly realize his own weaknesses. Ega's sword tip approached Midou. He teleported behind him to avoid it. Ega noticed, smiling. "I've seen that move many times," then swept his leg sideways. Midou startled and stepped back, but quickly turned the sword into a rope wrapping around Ega's ankle. Ega felt pain. The two rolled several times, fighting in midair, eventually separated. The rope around Ega's ankle retracted. He laughed. Quite a troublesome use. When bent like a whip, its strength seemed reduced, but Midou did not stop, eyes flashing. Immediately, a beam of energy from the sword shot straight toward Ega. For a moment, Ega panicked but reacted in time, raising his sword to block. Erich silently observed the fight, eyes full of confusion. In this battle, Midou no longer hesitated in his fighting style. He has become more confident after defeating a monarch. As he was thinking, he suddenly heard a voice from behind. Heinrich made him turn around. The person who arrived was Jin, and upon seeing her, Heinrich skeptically asked, "Kanzaki, what do you want?" Jin hesitated for a moment before strongly suggesting, "Please teach me the art of tactical command." After hearing this, Heinrich's mind was filled with question marks. Why the sudden request? He stared at Jin seriously and asked in doubt, "Why would you want to learn tactical command out of the blue?" Jin replied firmly, "I want to become stronger, so I need advice on how to enhance my personal guard." Heinrich listened and frowned in thought. Jin's guard reminded him of the art of sharing, rather than domination. It's a skill that allows communication without words, but it's only available to hero candidates. If Jin gains command, the coordination between team members will improve significantly. If she could operate the hero team, the army would become very powerful. However, Heinrich didn't agree immediately and suspiciously asked, "By the way, whose advice is that?" Jin briefly hesitated, avoiding his gaze, then said, It's Midou," with his sharp insight into life. Eric was sure Jin was lying. If it were Midou, he would have said they should learn together. This must be Kai's idea. The strange actions of the hero team recently were certainly related to him. Heinrich didn't respond. Jin became increasingly worried. Heinrich had also realized part of Kai's current situation. It was probably okay to say his name, but she had been instructed to keep the cooperation with the Revolutionary Army a secret. While Jin was worried, Heinrich smiled and agreed, "Of course, I don't mind. We want you to be stronger too." Jin's spirits immediately lifted and she gratefully spoke, "Thank you so much." Actually, Heinrich had another goal. He wanted to cooperate sincerely to gain Jin's trust. If he could control her, who was commanding the class, it would be fantastic. What worried Heinrich was the presence of Kai, who was manipulating the hero team in the shadows. Could be that Kai didn't reveal himself after the trip to the Beastmen's alliance, because he doesn't trust Amelia. Heinrich understood that Amelia was not someone who would easily forgive Kai. The assassin had killed the saintess, and that conclusion was completely accurate. To win Kai's trust, he might have to gain command of the Alliance's army. Jin noticed Heinrich's expression changing continuously, which made her uneasy, and she asked, "Heinrich, is something wrong?" Heinrich slightly flinched and returned his face to normal. He shook his head and smiled, "Oh no, sorry, I'm free today. How about we start the tactical command lesson now?" "Yes," Jin agreed immediately without hesitation. After that, Jin ran to follow Heinrich to learn. Later that night, in a small house on the outskirts, it was late, but Kai was still busy with something. Kai spoke slowly. "I've been trying to study the types of poison that can be detoxified by detailed evaluation. But the poisons in this world are completely different from the ones in our world. You have resistance to more than 10 types of poisons, but here, they are all useless." Shiori heard this and hesitantly said, "My guard can heal physical ailments, but it takes time if it's a particularly dangerous poison. Perhaps before I can heal everyone, I apologize for not being able to retreat." Kai gently shook his head and reassured, "Don't worry. You're the healer for the class, an important role. You've been a great help." Mihor was cooking nearby. Suddenly, she looked up and asked, "By the way, Sina still hasn't returned. I wonder if something happened." Kai heard this and became slightly worried, muttering, "She is really late and I have a bad feeling about this." At the same time, far away outside the forest, Leonhardt, who should have been in another city, suddenly appeared. He smirked and said, "Why the surprise?" Isabel and Smith, who were preparing to return, were blocked by him and were a little startled. In Isabel's eyes, a look of panic appeared as she furrowed her brow and muttered suspiciously, "How are you here?" It was impossible for her to have randomly encountered Leonhardt in such a remote area. Could he have known about the Revolutionary Army's intel? Seeing her so cautious, Leonhardt couldn't help but laugh. "Something truly strange has happened. One of my important subordinates suddenly lied for some unknown reason." Isabel realized she had fallen into the trap the moment she heard those words. Leon sang, unconcerned with her reaction. A puff of toxic gas appeared in his hand and he coldly said, "Out of curiosity, I made her drink poison. The poison caused intense pain but didn't kill, and strangely, he revealed this to her. If she ran away, information about the Revolutionary Army would spread throughout the Demon Kingdom, so she had to kill Leonhardt right there." Isabel immediately drew her magic staff, said nothing, and swung it to create a space slash in front of Leonhardt. He sneered, opening his mouth to say that her special magic, which cut through space, made defense meaningless. "That's why I've been thinking of ways to deal with you," he said. As soon as Leon finished speaking, the space slash was locked tightly by dark energy. Isabel's eyes instinctively contracted and it vanished. Leonhardt's poison had the ability to destroy space, making it impossible for the space to retain its original form without being severed. She realized this was superior magic. Leonhardt was sensing the poison and interfering with space, so she could no longer use space magic as before. Leonhardt smirked and said, "Isabel, you're strong. Your space magic is terrifying. That's why I've always been cautious of you since we were kids. He hoped it was just baseless worry and wished that those wanting to oppose Isabel wouldn't be in vain. Seeing Leonhart's smug look, Isabel was extremely frustrated and yelled, "Even if my space magic is sealed, I can still fight." Immediately, she summoned a series of spells to attack Leonhart, but they were quickly shattered by his poison. Leonhart maintained his arrogant demeanor, saying, "But sadly, my negative instincts always turn out to be true." Toxic fumes appeared around and Leonhart raised his hand, controlling them to rush forward. They quickly spread through the air, engulfing Isabel and Smith, forcing them to cover their noses. They held their breath to avoid inhaling the poison. Isabel recognized the dangerous situation and had to retreat. Leonhart continued controlling the poison, forming a sphere and throwing it, with poisonous spikes shooting out from around the sphere. Isabel dared not delay, immediately activating a stone wall to block them. The poisonous spikes slammed into the wall. The cracking sound made Isabel anxious. The poisoned sphere was enveloped by the toxic gas and shattered into pieces. Smith quickly covered his nose. Isabel grabbed Smith's hand and used teleportation to take both of them out of the dangerous space. The poisonous spikes broke through the wall and flew back, but they had vanished, leaving only a trace of toxic gas. Leonhart sighed, "So you can still teleport from a space destroyed by poison. I misjudged you, can't underestimate Isabel." However, he knew Isabel couldn't run far. To prevent information about the Revolutionary Army from leaking, she would definitely come back to kill him. Leonhart's task was simply to wait, while Sina, not far away, had witnessed the entire battle. Sina was slightly panicked, and after a while a space crack appeared next to the mountainside building, and Isabel came out from inside. The suffocating feeling overwhelmed her, causing her face to sweat. Smith quickly followed and anxiously asked, "Isabel, are you safe?" Isabel nodded slightly and replied, "Using space magic to teleport from a poisoned area drained a lot of my magic power due to the strain." Smith rushed to support her, worriedly saying, "It seems they've discovered the existence of the Revolutionary Army." But Isabel dismissively interrupted, "We've been acting rather conspicuously recently, so it can't be helped." Leonhart didn't share information with others, so it was very unlikely he'd reveal anything to another faction. Isabel bit her lip and muttered, "We need to eliminate Leonhart as soon as possible," along with his subordinates. At the place where the group was resting, Kai stood at the window waiting for Sina's return. After a while, the window opened, and Sina quickly jumped in. Kai saw her and hurriedly asked, "What happened?" Sina slowly replied, "I followed Isabel as you instructed." Isabel dismissively interrupted, "We've been acting rather conspicuously recently, so it can't be helped. Leonhart doesn't trust others. It's very unlikely he'd share information with another faction." In Isabel's eyes, there was a glint of determination as she bit her lip and muttered, "We need to eliminate Leonhart as soon as possible," along with his subordinates. At the same time, at the place where the group was resting, Kai was still standing by the window waiting for Sina's return. After a while, the window opened, and Sina quickly jumped in from outside. Kai saw her and hurriedly asked, "What happened?" Sina slowly replied, "I followed Isabel as you instructed." Isabel was attacked by the third prince, but managed to escape using teleportation magic. After that, I'm not sure what happened next. While Mayer was cooking, he was shocked by the story and exclaimed that they must have discovered the existence of the revolutionary forces. Reggie remained fairly calm, and he remarked that even though we were hiding cleverly, we couldn't rule out the possibility of being discovered. I explained the reason for Sina to follow and asked if she remembered Leon's scent. Sina nodded lightly and said, "Yes, a very distinct scent, so I could recognize it from afar." Hearing this, I asked, "You mean the poison, right?" After thinking, he used his divine connection to reach Jin and asked, "Kanzaki, can you hear me?" At the Holy Kingdom camp, Jin was asleep when a voice sounded in her head, and she immediately sat up and asked, "What, Araj?" This was truly frightening. She was used to such situations but sometimes still startled. While Jin was confused, Kai commanded, "Gather Leon's special team within 30 minutes. This further puzzled Jin. Seeing she hadn't responded, Kai urged, "This is an emergency, hurry up." Only then did Jin react, asking suspiciously, "What's going on? This isn't the time to rely on others." However, Jin still used divine communication to contact the Leonhart elimination team, asking, "Can everyone hear me?" Midou, enjoying the night view, was startled when she heard it. The others were busy, but Jin's voice reached them. It caused some confusion. Arashi, annoyed, asked, "You," showing impatience. 2 hours later in a forest, Isabel gathered the revolutionary forces. Smith asked Isabel, "Is everyone assembled? What about contacting the hero candidates?" Isabel shook her head lightly and replied, "No need." Her cat-like hands must have reported the situation to Kai. In previous battle, she had seen Isabel nearby, so she believed Kai would know soon. Moreover, they were aware of this place's existence and would first think of regrouping. Isabel asked Fanko, "What do you think Leonhart will do after I escape?" Fanko replied slowly, Leonhardt is cautious, so his bold actions mean he sees us as a threat. In that case, he might have realized this place exists. A loud voice cut in, "Exactly, traitor," and a figure silently approached from the forest. It was Leon Hatt. Seeing him, Isabel's group immediately turned grim. Leon Hatt smirked and said, "I was waiting for you to return, but you're later than I expected. Waiting for someone." Immediately, a toxic gas spread around him. Isabel and the revolutionary group reacted instantly to protect her. They quickly recognized the danger and prepared to respond. Leon Hatt said, "I was waiting for you to return, but you're later than I expected. Waiting for someone." As soon as he finished speaking, a poisonous gas spread, causing the revolutionary forces to shield Isabel immediately. They quickly took out the antidotes they had prepared. Isabel had prepared well for this moment, and in an instant, she downed the drink without hesitation, just like everyone else. Leon Hatt couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene. "An antidote, huh? So you've all prepared to face me, have you?" He tilted his head back and laughed loudly, looking smug. Isabel looked at him, her eyebrows slightly raised, silent. With this type of medicine, she could resist the deadly poison for 10 minutes. However, the hero candidates were not here. They had to solve it themselves. But just as this thought crossed her mind, everyone around her had already collapsed. Isabel saw this scene and couldn't believe her eyes. Leon Hatt mocked her. "As I suspected, the antidote doesn't work on you." Isabel, the bodyguard of the Dark Lord, belonged to the demon bloodline. Among them, May and Alice were particularly strong. Upon hearing this, Isabel immediately changed her expression, biting her lip and muttering. "Why did everyone drink the antidote but still fall down?" she asked, not understanding what was happening. Leon Hatt, with a kind expression, explained, "That antidote only works against the deadly poison created by high-level poison attribute magic. You didn't think I would distribute something that could neutralize my own poison, did you? What I used is medium-level poison attribute magic. Paralyzing venom, it doesn't kill, it just paralyses." He explained clearly. "No one died. I don't intend to kill you." Isabel, hearing this, suspiciously asked, "You don't intend to kill us after attacking me just now?" "You intend to." Isabel was interrupted by Leon Hatt before she could finish. "I want to control you and make a similar offer. Since you might escape again, I want to say it up front. Do you want to join the revolution under my command?" He extended his hand to Isabel as an offer. Isabel, upon hearing this, immediately froze. Seeing her reaction, Leon Hatt burst out laughing. "Surprised, huh? My side is gradually losing strength. The dark unit has been destroyed to become the next demon lord. I need new pieces." Isabel, hearing this, asked suspiciously, "First, shouldn't you think about negotiating with the allied forces? Your territory is being invaded." Leon Hatt shrugged, mocking her. "You understand, don't you? Honestly, humans are really troublesome right now. The hero candidates and their abilities are quite impressive. Even so, I think they still can't compare to the demon bloodline. So if we fight seriously, this country won't be destroyed." Isabel raised an eyebrow and spoke, "You're underestimating the hero candidates. They're stronger than you think and will only get stronger." Leon Hatt seemed uninterested, only smirking. "You're speaking as if you know them well." Isabel didn't respond, staying silent. She was thinking, if the antidote doesn't work, then the chances of winning this battle are almost zero. Even if the hero candidates appeared in time, the reality would not change. At that moment, the ground suddenly shook, startling Isabel. Even Leon Hatt didn't understand what was happening. The two of them looked at each other, then looked forward and saw a group of people approaching. Leading the group was Midou, followed by the others. They had arrived after hearing Kai's request. All of their forces had gathered, ready for the upcoming battle. Arashi glanced at Leonhardt from afar, his face full of battle intent. Upon seeing the group, Leon Hatt seemed to understand something. He let out a laugh. "Hero candidates, I see. So you've conspired to defeat me." At that moment, Isabel shouted, "Don't come closer, this area is filled with a paralyzing poison." However, Shiori and Akira activated their enhancement support magic and healing guardian. Together, they summoned guardians and created divine shields, protecting all the hero candidates advancing towards them. Seeing this, Akira and Shiori were very pleased with the synergy of their power. The divine shield could neutralize poison magic of medium level and below, while high-level poison magic could be neutralized with an antidote. At this moment, Jin activated the Guardian and quickly commanded everyone, "Now we can fight Leon Hatt. Let's move forward according to Araji's plan." The entire Midou group was protected by the shield and would not be affected by the poison. Additionally, Isabel was also unaffected, making her the remaining group that could cooperate to defeat Leon Hatt. Isabel's subordinate was hit by a paralyzing poison, and Isabel wondered if the blessing of the god could counteract it. If so, the situation would almost unfold as she expected. Leonhardt didn't want allies poisoned, so he attacked Isabel alone. The power gap between them made this straightforward. However, Leonhardt was stronger than Isabel anticipated. At the same time, he was shocked that the paralyzing poison had no effect. He laughed, saying, "Are you using an antidote? Well, that's troublesome. But do you really think that's enough to defeat me?" With that, he formed a toxic orb. Instantly, sharp spikes appeared around it and shot outward like a gale. Midou watched, eyes sharp with vigilance. He hurriedly raised a shield, blocking all the poisonous spikes outside. But soon, the spikes gradually penetrated the shield. Midou realized this, face grim, biting his lip to endure. Midou struggled in vain, as cracks quickly appeared in the shield. Leonhart grinned, smirking, "Over there." Immediately, a massive poisonous spike shot toward Midou's group. In an instant, Midou's shield was shattered, leaving the three behind, Jin, Saori, and Akira, pant. A scream echoed from behind. Kao quickly blocked in front of them, but his arm was pierced by a poisonous spike. Though Kao's iron arm shattered the spike quickly, the poison still spread into his arm. Blood flowed and he gritted his teeth, muttering in pain. He was incredibly strong. At that moment, Midou looked at Jin and shouted, "Kanzaki." Jin understood and nodded. "I got it." Immediately, she used her divine link to command the battle. Arashi Narumi attacked from above. Following orders, Narumi used wind powers to lift herself and Arashi high into the air. Arashi shouted, "You don't need to tell us." Narumi activated her skill without hesitation. Instantly, Arashi was propelled by the wind, reaching Leonhart in moments. The scene made Leonhart flinch slightly. The speed was astonishing. Arashi lunged forward, shouting, "Die!" A massive explosion erupted, smoke and flames filling the sky. Midou was affected by the blast, stepping back several paces, muttering, "Did they get him?" Narumi observed the scene from above. He was shocked. He's still standing. Immediately after, Narumi launched a wind attack. But Leonhart remained unyielding, the wind attack doing nothing. Leonhart sneered, "Decent attack, I'll admit it hurt." Seeing him still standing, Arashi shouted in anger, "Useless, he's not even scratched." Leonhart smiled arrogantly, "I carry the blood of the demon lord, don't compare me to ordinary demons." Isabel frowned, realizing it was the blood blessed by the dark god, the Vandra clan, demon lord lineage in the demon society. This bloodline always ranks at the top among the strong, maximizing all ability, including durability, which is why Leonhart remained unaffected. While Leonhart was attacked, Saori rushed to heal Kao. Akira kept glaring at Leonhart, face full of disdain. Amid the chaos, Jin's voice rang out, "Everyone, don't be afraid." Midou flinched at the sudden sound. Jin continued reassuring, "It's having some effect, keep attacking." Arashi grumbled, "Don't give me orders." He resumed his attack immediately. Midou joined in. Rina was not idle, creating a torrent of fire to attack. Narumi in the air supported with wind attacks. Reina's flames grew larger, seeming to engulf everything. A sword of light shot directly at Leonhart, surrounding him, but it was quickly dissolved by Leonhart's toxic shield. Leonhart sneered contemptuously, "Too bad, the final strike dealt damage, this time I'll defend. Midou's team is stronger than I thought." After all, they had defeated the three heavenly kings in an instant. The battle fell into a passive stance. Jin frowned. Leonhart was too strong, but it wasn't a reason to retreat. She began directing everyone. The plan remained unchanged, with Midou and Aixi responsible for the frontal attack. Narumi and Rina stand in the middle, while Jin, Akira, and Saori are at the back. Ku will take on the task of protecting the rear. If the divine barrier is broken, everything will end. Jin realizes there's no more time to delay. She has been assigned her role. She reassures everyone that everything will be fine because Araji is by their side. 2 hours earlier, before the battle began, everyone gathered as Kai requested. Even though they were called late at night and nobody was happy, they focused on listening to the situation report. Once finished, Kai looked at everyone and asked, "So do you all understand the situation?" Asashi, annoyed, spoke up, "Hey, wasn't this your fault? Leon ambushed you." Kai remained unfazed and calmly replied, "No matter the reason, Leon clearly acted alone. This is the perfect chance to finish him off. Besides, if you help Isabel now, you'll earn her favor 2 goals with 1 shot." Hearing this, Akira gasped in shock. "Araji, don't tell me you intend to use the revolutionaries as leverage." Kai just shrugged and smiled. "I never intended that." "Clearly, you've considered every possibility." Akira and Saori looked at each other, but no one spoke. After a moment of silence, Narumi spoke. "I understand you, Araji, but can we really win? Facing someone as strong as Leon, he could crush the revolutionary." Kai calmly said, his voice echoing in the night sky, "That's the concern, Narumi. Leonhart's power far surpasses ours." Kai looked at everyone and spoke seriously. "Let me explain the plan." Kai had planned their combat strategy. After assigning roles, he smiled and said, "That concludes the mission briefing." Rina asked doubtfully, "Is the plan really that simple?" Kai nodded calmly. "Complex plans tend to fail. Just one small mistake and the rest depends on you adapting to the situation." He added, "Midou will handle things on the ground. Sina will guide them to the location." Then Kai looked at Jin and said, "Return to the dormitory." Jin exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, Araji, aren't you giving me command?" Kai slightly frowned, asking skeptically, "Oh, you're confident?" Jin reflexively nodded but immediately regretted it. She didn't understand why she nodded, but Kai agreed. "Good, then give it a try." Jin couldn't react in time. Kai looked at her, advising, "Only call on me for help when you have no other choice, in cases of real necessity." Then he looked at Arashi and Midou, saying, "Let Kanzaki take command this time. I want him to fully exercise his leadership so he can utilize my power." Midou nodded without hesitation. "Understood if Arashi says so." Before finishing, Arashi spoke irritably. "I don't care who's responsible. As long as the orders make sense, I'll follow." I paid no attention and said indifferently, "All right, let Kanzaki convince us." Jin responded confidently, though she was anxious inside. "Really, can I do it?" Jin screamed internally, then said aloud, "By the way, Hono and Ninamiya will prepare a standby room. I've prepared an antidote strategy for the two of them." Akira and Sayori looked worried. Akira exclaimed, "Antidote? You've already received an antidote from the revolutionaries, right?" I explained slowly, "That antidote only works partially. It counteracts deadly toxins but cannot protect against other types of poison." Sayori muttered in confusion, "As I said before, my healing ability needs time to expel toxins. You understand?" Kai nodded calmly. "If Ninamiya and Matona work together, you can handle any situation, as long as the toxin level is moderate." Hearing this, Akira and Sayori looked at each other and exclaimed, "Work together? We never thought of that." Meanwhile, Midou kept marveling at her own abilities. "Your assessment skills have evolved. She understands your classmates' abilities even better than they do, even though she's always beside everyone." Kai, unaware of Midou's thoughts, continued, "This is just speculation, but if Isabel and the others fall, don't hesitate, use the technique combined with the divine barrier." Back in the present, Jin recalled what Kai had said. She realized Kai had foreseen this, so she only needed to command everyone to attack with full force. However, Jin worried that the antidote only lasts 10 minutes, and if Akira and Sayori must cast for multiple people, would there be enough time? The whole team had to use a huge amount of energy to keep fighting. Jin thought the only option was a rapid and fierce attack. Midou and the other members fought with all their strength. While Jin was thinking, Midou suddenly used telepathy to connect with her. "Kanzaki, I've realized this." He said Leonhart's fighting style leans toward defense. He uses two types of defense. One is a magic shield, the other is toxic corrosion. There are only these two options. Midou noticed that Leonhart continuously switches between them because the shield consumes less energy. He's only attacking with continuous toxic spikes, but they are strong and hard to approach. After hearing this, Jin pondered and said it seemed so. If they continue like this, they won't achieve any results. Leonhart is clearly holding them back, and when the antidote wears off, they will fail. Akira has only about 70% of magic energy left. At this rate, their magic will be depleted in less than 15 minutes. Jin felt even more worried upon hearing this. Even though she could hear the conversation from this distance, with so many people talking at once, she couldn't keep up. She wished they could share information directly, without needing her as an intermediary. Everything would go smoother if that were possible. Thinking this, her hands unconsciously clenched. In this world, cooperation between individuals is crucial. Immediately, she expanded her blessing. Midou felt something instantly. He exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, so Kanzaki can connect minds with others besides me?" Jin nodded slightly. "Seems like it, only with people in the class, but if I point someone out, that person can communicate telepathically." Akira laughed and said, "Oh, like chatting through an app." Narumi joined in. "Feels like we're creating an internet from energy." Arashi, continuously hearing sounds in his ears, shouted in frustration, "Stop jumping again, be quiet, it's too noisy." Jin also spoke up to remind him. Arashi was right. Spiritual communication should only be used to convey necessary information. Everyone heard and responded in unison. Immediately, Arashi shot forward. At the same time, Leonhart fired toxic spikes. Midou quickly created a shield to block them. Leonhart was startled by their actions. Before he could react, Reina acted. A large flame burst forward, heading straight for him, the heat intensifying. Leonhart hurriedly raised a magic shield with his other hand to block Reina's fire. At the same time, Arashi charged. In an instant, he reached Leonhart and punched him hard. A loud explosion rang out, smoke and fire spreading through the air. Before the explosion occurred, Arashi had jumped out, but his arm turned black. Akira shouted in shock, "I see. If you touch the poison directly, the antidote won't work." Sayori apologized. "I'll try to enhance the antidote's effectiveness." Without another word, she treated Arashi. He stood still but muttered, "Damn, that poison is such a thorn." At that moment, Midou reminded, "Be careful. The enemy could be covering his body with poison." Arashi snorted, "Not the time to be afraid. We're running out of time." As they predicted, Leonhart's whole body was covered in poison. He now looked like a walking toxic reservoir. However, there was also some confusion in his heart. Midou's group said nothing, but they unexpectedly coordinated smoothly. Still, they had no other choice. Their poison resistance couldn't last forever, because Akira and Sayori would soon run out of energy to maintain it. Leonhart smirked. Now let's see how many minutes you have left. When the antidote and shield fail, you'll die instantly. Even though the hero candidates had the advantage, they were still cornered. Midou frowned while fighting. Thanks to Jin, their coordination had improved, but the situation hadn't changed. Akira said anxiously, when the divine shield expires in about 3 minutes, we'll have to figure out a solution. Midou murmured, it's not just the poison, his natural power is also very strong. Normal attacks can't harm Leonhart. The powerful blows were blocked. Finally, Midou could no longer hold back and had no choice but to call for Kai. What should we do? Tell me, Araji. However, Kai's resolute voice echoed in Midou's mind. Don't worry, I trust you, Kai said, startling Midou. He recalled the conversation with Kai and Isabel before this battle began. Midou remembered that he had 2 choices: refuse to cooperate with the army, which also meant betraying Hyrek, Amelia, and Ega. This would force Midou to betray his friends. Nevertheless, he nodded to Kai, thinking this was a chance to return to their original world. Midou also realized that Kai might understand this. However, Midou didn't truly want to go back to the old world. There, his family was wealthy, but his father never loved him and even drove him away from a young age. Even his younger sibling constantly mocked him, calling him the child of his deceased mother and her lover. Midou was always haunted by this. He felt voiceless in his family, as if trapped inside a box. Midou always prioritized his friends' well-being. If everyone wanted to return to the old world, he wished for that to happen too. Midou fought for everyone's faith. They made him feel that his presence here was the right choice. He couldn't let them down and felt compelled to honor their trust. However, Midou realized that this wasn't an obligation. It was his own genuine desire. Midou gripped his sword tightly, without hesitation. He struck down with force, instantly generating sharp sword light. Leon's magical shield shattered. His arm began to bleed. Leon didn't dare relax and immediately formed a new shield. He noticed Midou's attack growing stronger. The sword light had become sharper. Leonhart silently admired Midou's fighting spirit. If this continued, allies' healing wouldn't be enough, and the poison would paralyze Midou. Midou was unaware of Leon's thoughts and kept pressing forward. His sword kept striking, making Leon's shield tremble. Leon cursed silently. Does this guy not value his life? He tried to calm himself, determined to block all attacks. Only Midou and Arazi could effectively attack him. Others were bothersome, but Leon could ignore them. However, he didn't realize Narumi had guessed his thoughts and quickly informed Akira. He's probably thinking like this now. Narumi said to Akira, Akira just once enhanced my attack power. Akira nodded slightly, signaling he understood. Instantly, Narumi created a wind spear and threw it at Leon, while Akira boosted its power. Leon focused on fighting Midou and Arashi, suddenly sensed the wind spear rushing toward him. He couldn't react in time, and the wind spear broke through his shield, piercing his arm and causing blood to gush. Leonhart was pushed back several steps and realized Narumi was attacking from the center. He frowned, recognizing that his opponent hadn't unleashed full power. Leonhart needed to watch for attacks from the wind user. Narumi noticed Leon's displeased expression, but at that moment an angry scream rang out. Too many openings, damn poison user, Arashi shouted and immediately launched an attack. A cannon shot was fired and quickly reached Leonhart. Leonhart knew that Arashi's attack was strong enough that his magical shield couldn't withstand. Although the attack consumed a lot of magic, he had to use super-level magic to neutralize it, since the antidote would soon wear off. While Leon tried to block Arashi's cannon, a shout rang out, Holy Sword Exorcism, startling him. Midou charged forward with his sword aggressively. Sword light instantly struck. Leonhart didn't dare relax and quickly defend it. The sword light collided with his poison, making his expression grim. This is bad, Leonhart thought. Light-based magic could purify, nullifying the poison's effect. While he pondered, Midou used his strength to press down, slicing swiftly into Leonhart's arm. A cut appeared and blood poured relentlessly. This is it, Leonhart thought, as fresh blood continued flowing from the wound on his wrist. Midou continued to exert his power, not stopping. Sword light pierced Leon's magic and blood kept gushing. Blood kept dripping from Leon's arm, and his expression became extremely pained. Even so, Midou still felt he was too strong. He had used all his strength but couldn't defeat him. At the same time, Midou's body suddenly became weak. Leon H. Valora noticed this, smiled slightly and said, It's over, the antidote's effect has ended. At this moment, a poisonous mist appeared around Midou. He fell to the ground, his body paralyzed, completely unable to move. Seeing this, Leon H. Valora laughed smugly and said, Almost dead, but this is my victory. But as soon as he finished, Sina suddenly appeared behind him. Leon H. Valora sensed the killing intent rushing toward him and was startled. Sina's sharp claws struck without warning. Leon H. Valora couldn't dodge in time and was scratched. He gritted his teeth and shouted, So you've been hiding in the shadows all this time. Before he could finish, a dagger pierced his chest. In his eyes, a reflexive recoil full of shock. The one who struck was Kai, who took advantage of the moment to ambush him. Leon H. Valora, the third prince of the Demon Kingdom, gifted with a special talent for poison. His supporters were mainly merchants and lower-ranking nobles. The people feared Leon H. Valora greatly. He spread poison everywhere, and even the army disliked him. Leon H. Valora's weak military ability became evident during the war with the Beastmen alliance. Unable to resist the invading Beastmen army, he lost most of his territory. Even sending the Shadow Team, the failure of the Follies, and the death of Natasa, a key figure in his faction, pushed him to the brink. When his main supporters, the merchants and lower-ranking nobles, turned their backs, he was left alone. The people in his lands also abandoned him, yet Leon H. Valora remained calm. He trusted no one but himself, only his strength and poison. Other villains didn't matter. Whether they were around or not, it made no difference. The power of the Valora royal family was unmatched. As long as he survived, everything would be fine. Leon H. Valora believed this. However, the ones he was most cautious about were the other royal family members. The first was Isabel. When he said he needed to be careful with someone, it was actually out of respect for the other royal. Leon H. Valora could destroy the Beastmen alliance himself. That's why he acted alone, even under unfavorable circumstances. But now Leon H. Valora faced defeat. Wounded with a dagger through his chest, he couldn't help but spit blood. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Don't mock me." Hearing him still speak startled everyone. But what Leon H. Valora drew next shocked everyone even more. A sword, its edges coated with poison. Leon H. Valora turned and swung the sword at Kai. Kai quickly dodged and then refocused on Sina. However, Sina also managed to dodge. Kai took the opportunity to support Midou, still paralyzed. The two quickly put distance between themselves and Leon H. Valora. Despite severe injuries, Leon H. Valora remained arrogant. He shouted, "I am the third prince of the Demon Kingdom. No one like you can defeat me." Seeing this, Midou couldn't help but think, even wounded like that, he's still alive. His endurance is terrifying. From afar, the others also lay motionless. Narumi trembled, muttering, "What do we have to do to kill him?" Arashi angrily shouted, "You bastard, what are you doing? We can't finish him even after I prepared everything." However, Kai remained calm, helped Midou sit down, and said, "Stay calm." This made Arashi even angrier. He shouted wildly, "What?" Even Leon H. Valora was confused, because everything in front of him became hazy. His vision was wavering. Clearly he used a spell to stop the bleeding, but his body was still weak and collapsed. Leon H. Valora couldn't accept this, glaring and demanding, "What's happening? What have you done to me?" I calmly said, "Poison seems to be influenced by my bodyguard." Hearing this, Leon H. Valora laughed scornfully, saying, "Poison has no effect on me, I use poison myself." But he hadn't finished speaking. I interrupted, "Even if you resist the poison of this world, what about poison from another world?" Leon H. Valora snorted, still not believing what Kai said. Kai looked at him and replied calmly, "This is poison from another world, different from what you're used to. The dagger you hold is coated with a potent poison, formulated from ingredients Leon H's body has never encountered before." Upon hearing this, Leon H was taken aback, saying, "How is this possible? Can that really affect me?" Kai clicked his tongue, drew his gun, and aimed it at Leon H's head, saying, "Such a shame, but goodbye." Immediately he fired, the bullet piercing through Leon H's body. Kai's brows finally relaxed. The battle was a success. To be sure, he stood guard next to Leon H, waiting until the status frame changed from near death to dead. Only then did Kai feel at ease. At this moment, Midou stood up from the ground, slowly speaking, in other words. Hearing that sound, Kai immediately turned around, nodded, and said with a smile, "Mission accomplished. You all did great." Narumi laughed joyfully and said, "I really want to celebrate." Kao, standing beside him, quickly added, "The paralytic poison makes it hard to move." Narumi ignored him, sitting down on the ground, looking at Shiori, and said, "I blew away the toxic bone layer with wind, so we'll be fine soon." Shiori nodded and spoke. "The thread will neutralize the poison bit by bit with the remaining magic." Sina also ran over to Kai's side and spoke. "Kai, you did great," Kai replied, complimenting. "You did a fantastic job distracting him." Sina hesitated for a moment before asking, "But was I really necessary?" She glanced at everyone being treated on the other side, then spoke again. "In terms of raw power, this guy is far superior. I wanted more secure moves." Reacting to a surprise attack that Leon Hart didn't notice. When he thought he had avoided the enemy's trump card, the moment he let out a sigh of relief became the biggest opening. Right after that, Akira could move again. He smiled and said, "The poison has worn off." Kai glanced at him and casually spoke. "Thanks for responding so well to my sudden instruction." Akira laughed. "To be honest, I was really confused when such a serious conversation happened out of nowhere." A few minutes ago, when Akira and Shiori were trying to create a shield, Kai's voice suddenly rang out. "Minamiya Hano, when I signal, You cut the divine shield from Midou and the others and switch it to me and Sina. Whoever says they want to lure Leon H, let their guard down as much as possible. You should think it's better to accept the risks. Narumi, upon hearing this, spoke with emotion. That's definitely Araji. Riene, dissatisfied, responded, Hey, aren't you the one avoiding the risk? Tsushima slightly pouted and asked back, So what? Riene angrily shouted, So what is not an answer? Seeing them argue, Midou couldn't help but laugh out loud. At that moment, Sina grabbed Kai's hand and softly called, Hey, Kai, she. Kai looked over and saw Jin sitting there, crying softly. Kai worriedly asked, What's wrong, Kanzaki? Jin lowered his head and said despairingly, Standing at the center position, I can't do anything. I was supposed to be the one in charge. Kai sighed helplessly and reassured him. Don't worry, it's not bad for a first time, you'll get used to it soon. Hearing this, Jin's eyes lit up again. At that moment, another voice rang out from the forest, causing Jin to turn his head. It was Mayor. She had just come out and said with a smile, In the end, I didn't have to do anything. Dai glanced at her, asking in doubt, Where have you been all this time? Mayor casually replied, I've been creating magic to cleanse the poison that's corroding this space. It should be almost finished. But before she could finish, Isabel interrupted, I can feel the presence of its soul. If the space doesn't return to normal, you plan to use spatial magic with the remaining magic. Everyone was stunned, confused, and didn't understand. Kai glanced at everyone and explained, That's another contingency plan. So if I fail, we can still defeat Leon H, Isabel gratefully said. Thank you, Kai. Thanks to all of you, we've been saved. Kai chuckled lightly and said casually, If we just formed an alliance and you were wiped out, it would be troublesome, but anyway. I'll make sure you repay this debt. Isabel nodded without hesitation. If it's within our ability, feel free to ask for whatever you want. Kai would remember this in his heart, staring at Isabel and asking in doubt, What do you plan to do after this? Isabel thought for a moment and then spoke, We will go to Vernier. Leon Hart's close associate might know about the Revolutionary Army. She wants to neutralize them before they escape. Hearing this, Kai became suspicious and asked if it was still possible. Isabel calmly replied, Maybe. Leonhardt is trying to recruit us to his side. She analyzed that if that's the case, he wouldn't reveal the news to the other side or to the demons. This made Kai laugh. He teased, You think so, huh? Isabel didn't mind continuing. We were discovered because we acted too openly. She added that it would be better if we could avoid being exposed. Leonhardt appearing here alone proves that he is acting on his own. She confirmed that his subordinates would never let a prince act alone. Vernier must be in turmoil right now. After hearing this, Kai nodded in understanding and asked, Got it. You need our help. Isabel gently shook her head. It's fine. Leonhardt's side currently doesn't have any high-level demons. She stated that the people here are capable of handling them. Then Isabel sighed helplessly. We can't do anything against Leonhardt. I nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the current measures were ineffective and reminding her to be more cautious next time. Isabel smirked and replied, Right, we're still too naive. I understood that, despite her terrifying strength, she was still just a 15-year-old girl. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, she would certainly face even tougher challenges ahead, but everyone has to grow up. Just then, Fan Ko rushed over. He hurriedly suggested, If it's about wiping out the remnants of the Third Prince's faction, please let me take command. I will use my information and experience to complete it the quickest. I squinted at Fan Ko. He knew that Fan Ko was part of the Demon Lord's shadow unit and that Isabel had personally recruited him that day. It was said that Fan Ko had led an uprising in a city of the Demon Kingdom. After thinking for a moment, I suggested Isabel let him try. Isabel turned to look at him when she heard this. She asked doubtfully, I was planning to do that, but why? Kai smirked and replied, You recruited him because you wanted to bring in intelligent, capable people for the Revolutionary Army, right? His words startled Isabel and she muttered in embarrassment. How did you know? That's a bit scary. Kai casually shrugged, I just guessed. Besides, Fan Ko couldn't help in the fight against Leonhardt, so he probably wants to do something to restore his honor. Isabel nodded slightly, I understand now. If Kai says so, then fine. After saying this, she looked at Fan Ko, who was kneeling on the ground, and said sternly, I give you command of the operation to wipe out the remnants of the Third Prince's faction. Fan Ko immediately became overjoyed and replied firmly, Thank you, I will definitely complete this mission. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, Kai turned and left, reminding her, learn from him. Isabel softly replied, Got it. That evening, Midou's group started a fire to rest in the forest. As soon as Kai returned, Midou immediately looked up. Behind him were Jin, Mayo, and Sina. Midou frowned slightly and asked, Have you finished discussing with the Revolutionary Army? Kai nodded, Yes. Have you reported this to the Allied forces? Midou was a little surprised to hear that. She thought for a moment and then replied that this would eventually be discovered. But for now, let's remain silent. Kai disagreed, confidently answering that this would only happen tonight. If we return to the dormitory before dawn, we won't be discovered. Akira interjected, saying that it's not certain Eric trusts everything. Kai furrowed his brow and suggested that if Ego or Hyrik were suspicious, we should say that I told you to do this. However, make sure they don't realize we are involved with the demon. You also told them not to mention to Amelia about your connection with them. This would affect the reputation of the hero team. If Amelia found out, she would be extremely angry and question us. Akira agreed with that, smiling slightly, definitely. I scanned everyone again and spoke seriously. In the upcoming days, spread the rumor that the third prince has gone missing from the Demon Kingdom's territory. Make sure the Alliance's intelligence agents also hear this. At that point, he wanted Akira to advise them to move the army. Akira nodded slightly in agreement. I understand. I continued, ideally, we should hold the third prince's territory for a month. But this depends on the actions of the Demon Lord's army. I will also gather information myself this time. Before he could finish, Narumi stood up and suggested, if we delay any longer, it will be daylight. We should head back. Arashi remained seated, eating a piece of meat, and spoke, Hey Araji, let me ask you something first. Kai frowned slightly and asked suspiciously, What is it? Arashi glanced at him, speaking with a hint of irritation. The poison from another world killed Leonhart. Where'd you get it? Hearing this question, Akira and Narumi were both stunned. This was something everyone was curious about. Finally, someone asked. Kai didn't hide it and explained frankly. It's simple, I initially implanted the poison in my teeth. You just need to pull it out and apply it to the knife. You realize Leonhart couldn't resist the poison from another world. At this point, Kai seemed a little helpless and sighed, but this trump card can only be used once, and now it can't be used anymore. Arashi heard this and didn't have any doubts, nodded in understanding, I see. Narumi was surprised, asking, does everyone really believe that? Akira couldn't help but doubt it as well. Shouldn't they be asking why Kai would implant poison to harm himself? At this moment, Jin couldn't help but speak. I get it now because Araji is an assassin. She then realized she had said something she shouldn't have, and her face turned pale. Midou and Rena were shocked to hear this. Even Shiori, who was treating Kao, stopped. Narumi and Akira wanted to know the truth, but at that moment, the truth was too unbelievable. Jin realized her mistake and quickly apologized. Kai, however, didn't mind, calmly saying, It's fine now that we've talked about the poison. I had no intention of hiding. I told you my family works as assassins. I've been trained to be an assassin since I was young. Akira couldn't believe it, muttering. Even if you tell such an unbelievable story, Narumi stared wide-eyed. But because of Araji, you've convinced us. Rena looked at Kai, hesitated, and then asked, Are you really an assassin? Kai nodded, answering straightforwardly, Yes, if there's a request I will kill, there are no limits. Hearing this, Rena's eyes showed disgust. Rena spoke in displeasure, a disgusting person like that is in our class. Isn't he just a regular criminal? Midou couldn't hold back and retorted, Rene, that's not right. We've been helped a lot by Araji. At this point, he suddenly whispered. Besides, we've killed before too. Rena wasn't satisfied, pouted, and spoke. Demons aren't human. No matter how many I burn, I never feel anything in my heart. Midou was stunned by this, hesitating and mumbling, That's a bit too much. Kai didn't care much, speaking indifferently, Midou, don't mind. Nagas is right. He then glanced at Rena, smiled slightly, and asked, You must think like that to keep your sanity, right? Rena seemed to have been hit in her sore spot, stammered, What? I'm just speaking the truth. At this moment, Shiori suddenly hesitated and spoke. I just want to ask one thing, is it okay? Do you really want to return to our original world? Kai raised his eyebrows at this, asking back, Why do you ask that? Shiori explained slowly that even if he returns, he will still have to continue killing for his family, right? After a moment of hesitation, Kai finally speaks. You're right, Hono. The Araji family is an assassin organization hiding in the shadows of society. In short, they are despicable, which shocks Shiori even more. She asks with suspicion. Then why? For a moment, Kai's eyes fill with determination and he firmly says, My plan is to kill all the members of the family. So I must return to the real world after Leonhart is defeated. The revolutionaries cleared out his remnants in Vernier. Then with Isabel's spatial teleportation, they returned to the territory of the 5 princesses. Meanwhile, Midou and the others quietly returned to the Fallis dormitory before dawn. The next morning, Midou and the group kept a normal expression when greeting Hai Rick and everyone, as if nothing had happened. A few days later, thanks to Kai's guidance, they received news of the disappearance of 3rd Prince Leonhart. Following Akira's advice, they acted at lightning speed. As a result, the Beast Alliance easily captured Leonhart's territory. Asian Hat, the capital of the Demon Kingdom, was now within striking range. When this news reached the Holy Nation, the people there were extremely excited. They believed that the era of the demon clans was coming to an end, while the Demon Kingdom's citizens lived in fear. The reason was Leonhart's disappearance and the 3rd prince losing his territory. Currently, the Beast Alliance had not announced that they had Leonhart. so his fate remained unclear. The situation almost suggested a high likelihood that he was dead. The Vandera royal family, blessed by the dark god, believed they would not fail. When that belief collapsed, the Demon Kingdom's citizens realized they were being cornered by humans and beastmen, once considered slaves. The Demon Lord, ruler of Vandera, assessed the situation as very serious and immediately ordered his subordinates, "Call all my children here." The game was over. Meanwhile, at the Five Princesses' territory, Isabel received a summons from Sylvester. She frowned, muttering, "Father summoned everyone." Smith nodded lightly. "Yes, he requested your immediate presence at the Demon Lord's castle. He said because Isabel can use spatial magic, you need to be present today." Hearing this, Isabel sighed in frustration. "Well, that's annoying. Have the revolutionaries been discovered?" Benko stood seriously beside her. "Based on our assessment, that's very unlikely. We have probably already wiped out the third prince's remnants." Isabel glanced at Fan Ko and asked, "What do you think we should do?" Fan Ko thought for a moment and replied, "I think it would be foolish to refuse the Demon Lord's orders. That would be like revealing we are hiding something." Smith frowned slightly, worried. "Then what if the revolutionaries have been discovered?" Benko responded seriously. "It's very likely they noticed internal saboteurs. However, I don't think they would connect that to Isabel. Winbox, the fourth heavenly king, specialized in internal intelligence, is dead. Also, the Demon Lord's current army cannot focus inward." Isabel fell silent, thinking. After a moment she nodded. "I understand. If things get worse, I will escape using spatial magic." 3 days later, at the Demon Lord's castle, the council room, Demon Lord Sylvester was present, along with other princes and princesses. Fokker, the first prince of the demon clan, spoke. "Finally, everyone is here." Looking at Princess Scarlet, he implied, "Let's finish this quickly. I feel nauseous having to meet these people." Rodo, hearing this, chuckled softly. "Sister Scarlet, acting like that in front of your father." This angered Scarlet, and she fell silent. Isabel, sitting there, had been calculating for a long time, seeing everyone gather. Since the annual Dark God Festival, everyone's magic had been radiating intensely as usual. At this moment, Demon Lord Sylvester said, "Not enough, I have summoned one more person." Everyone immediately fell silent. Although there was still doubt among them, finally Fokker could not resist and asked, "One more person? Leon Hat is dead, right?" He looked toward the nearby empty chair. Rodo shook his head slightly. "Leon Hat is missing. Whether alive or dead is still undetermined." Scarlet frowned slightly, muttering, "The third prince's territory has been taken by the enemy. Even if he's alive, I will kill him myself." Isabel sat there, observing everyone, having calculated for a long time, seeing that everyone was finally gathered. Fokker was not hesitant to speak, only worried about his teammates' incompetence, not the strength of the opponent. Scarlet was angered by his words. She gritted her teeth and cursed, "If you think that way, you should be the first to die." Fokker muttered dismissively, "Are you saying I'm not enough?" Isabel sighed helplessly. The two kept arguing. She truly wanted to go home. Rodo ignored them and turned to Sylvester, asking, "Dad, is the person you're referring to Alyssa?" Isabel was immediately shocked. "No way, the girl is a vessel of dark power. Even if she were brought to such a meeting, she wouldn't understand anything." As expected, Sylvester pointed outside and said, "Not Alice, someone else has arrived." Everyone looked toward the door. Leon saw a commanding figure, Fire King Framerest. He even smirked and spoke. It was rare to see the royal family gathered together like this. Scarlet saw the person and frowned, asking skeptically, "Is it this guy?" Fokker muttered, "Still the same scoundrel, but opposite." Isabel suddenly fell silent. Framerus was the strongest being among the 4 great kings, a loyal servant to the Demon Lord. His strength was rumored to rival the Vandera royal family. While everyone was uneasy, Demon Lord Sylvester spoke seriously. "Sit down, the meeting is starting." Framerus nodded slightly and sat down, asking indifferently, "What is your plan gathering these elite members?" Vester furrowed his brow and spoke sternly, "I cannot let these inferior beings run wild any longer. Therefore, I will end everything with a single strike." Fokker asked in confusion, "A single strike? What are you planning to do?" Sylvester calmly replied, "Launch a surprise attack on the human territory's capital and behead the Pope who is ruling the humans." Rodo furrowed his brow, muttering in confusion, "The Beastmen Alliance forces are gathered at the front lines, but you definitely want to behead the enemy first." Fokker agreed, "You mean you want to behead the enemy first? If that can be done, the front lines will collapse." Glamorous asked in doubt, "How do you plan to get there? After all, these inferior, ignorant beings wouldn't overlook a long-distance attack." Sylvester pointed directly at Isabel. "My daughter can use spatial magic." These words immediately silenced Isabel. She quickly objected, "That's not possible, Demon Lord. Teleportation would consume too much magical power." "Depending on the distance and number of people," she said, "the distance to the capital of the Holy Kingdom is too far. With the size of the army, moving from one end of the capital to the other has limitations." Sylvester smirked, dismissively, "Don't worry, my daughter. The distance is indeed far, but I only have a small elite force going to the enemy's capital. I've already prepared the magical resources for this." Isabel was stunned, unsure of what to say. She furrowed her brow in silence. If it's prepared with enough magical power in theory, it is possible. In flickering light of the room, Sylvester's commanding voice rang out. "This is a crucial mission to turn the unfavorable situation around. I will not allow failure. I expect outstanding results from you all." That night at Isabel's mansion, Kai heard the news of Demon Lord Sylvester's attack from Isabel. He exclaimed in shock, "The Holy Kingdom's capital assault campaign." Isabel took a sip of tea and spoke indifferently. "Yes, my father, the Demon Lord, came up with this bold strategy." She explained that the plan was to use her spatial magic to send a small elite force to the Holy Kingdom's capital to take the Pope's head, the ruler of the humans, and destroy the command structure. He nodded in understanding. "I see, so you're planning to strike the brain from behind." He said that if the plan succeeds, the front lines would fall into chaos. Isabel frowned, "But how is that even possible?" She explained, "But do you know what a crystal magic orb is? It's a rare fruit that can store magical power." "Right," he opened his mouth. "I read about it in the documents." Isabel nodded slightly. "The Demon Lord continuously transfers magical power into the giant magic orb for emergency cases. If the Demon Lord, who already possesses immense magical power, transfers magic daily into the orb, a huge amount of magical power will be stored." Isabel was ordered to use the magic orb to cast spatial magic. She had seen the magic orb and its magical presence with an extremely high density. Isabel's tone became serious. With that magic orb, in theory, spatial teleportation over long distances was completely possible. Mayer was astonished and asked if Isabel was using someone else's magic. "I heard my master say that controlling magic is very difficult." But before she could finish, Isabel interrupted. "Since I am the daughter of the Demon Lord, our magical attributes are quite similar. By inheritance, I can use them without difficulty." Mayer frowned, suspicious, and muttered, "Even if the teleportation succeeded. Can you return? How did you prepare magic to come back?" Isabel slowly explained, "I considered bringing a magic crystal, but it was too large and if destroyed, we couldn't return. So she said she would keep the spatial gate open from the start." Mayer understood the problem and nodded, so she could ensure both the journey and the return with just one spatial teleportation. Mayer nodded in understanding, so she could ensure both going and returning with a single spatial teleportation. "This magic must be quite difficult, right? Also, there's a time limit." Isabel frowned, speaking seriously. "I have never failed using spatial magic. But as Mayer said, I cannot avoid the time limit." Kai slightly frowned and asked specifically, "How long?" Isabel replied slowly, "It depends on the balance with the magical power stored in the crystal. I'm still testing, but I think the maximum is about an hour." Sina hesitated, then asked, "In such a short time, are you sure you can kill the human leader?" "If it's the headquarters of the human clan, security will surely be strict." Before Isabel could answer, Kai spoke first, although most of the troops are concentrated at the front line. "The elite forces of the Holy Knights guard the capital. Normal forces would be counterattacked." Isabel nodded slightly. "Seriously speaking, of course, this is not an ordinary army. I think 1 hour is enough to turn the Holy Kingdom's capital into a scorched land." Mayer screamed in horror. "You mean an army of hundreds to thousands?" Isabel shook her head and replied, "No, the crystal's power has limits. In this campaign, I can only send a maximum of 15 people." Kai seemed to realize something, teasingly remarked, "With such a small number, you can turn the royal capital into scorched land. The volunteer demon army, the answer is clear." Isabel nodded, admitting, perhaps as Kai predicted, that army will include First Prince Fokker, Demon Princess Scarlet. Additionally, the Fourth Prince Dao, and of course, Isabel herself will participate. The last is the Fire Celestial King Flamerus. Moreover, Isabel thought a few high-ranking demons, each loyal to one of them, would be chosen. Mayer was horrified and shouted, "The bloodline of the Demon Lord and a Celestial King." Sina was equally shocked, muttering in disbelief. "People that strong," Leon said. Isabel nodded reluctantly. "Yes, with this army, the Holy Kingdom's royal capital will surely be destroyed." Mayer became more panicked, worried, asking, "What will you do?" Kai pursed his lips and said, "I won't be too concerned if the Holy Kingdom's capital is destroyed. But what I worry about are the many problems. First, the front line of the allied Beastmen army will surely be shaken. If they are attacked during that time, they could suffer heavy losses. And another thing, the Anfa Temple City near the capital surely has non-combatant groups living there. If capital is destroyed, Midou and the others will not remain calm." While Kai was thinking, Isabel spoke, "We have cooperative relations with the hero candidates, so I'm revealing this information to you. But I also cannot refuse this campaign." Smith beside her nodded in agreement. This is the Demon Lord's order, especially at this time. Such action could cause the princess to be seen as the leader of this force and immediately intervened by the army. Sina frowned, asking suspiciously, if discovered at this time, would it be a problem? Van slowly opened her mouth. Of course, eventually it will be discovered. We are planning a revolution. However, honestly, in this situation, we have no sufficient reason to refuse. He said the Revolutionary Army's goal is for Isabel to seize the Demon Lord's throne and bring peace to the Demon Kingdom in the future. But suddenly, Kai interrupted. If the Holy Kingdom's capital is destroyed in this campaign, this made everyone freeze. Kai didn't pay attention and continued speaking, even though this would weaken the strength of the Beast Alliance. She had no convincing reason to accept this risk. Isabel nodded slightly and replied, "That's how we think. But the hero candidates, what are you planning to do?" After a moment of thinking, Kai slowly spoke. "I really appreciate the information you've given. Since they had this information in advance, they could implement certain strategies. However, when it came to this, Kai suddenly had an idea and quickly suggested, all right, I have a proposal for the Revolutionary Army." Isabel looked at him intently. Kai slowly explained, "There's a risk, but the reward is great. You can decide whether you want to take action." 3 days after the meeting between Kai and Isabel, in the former territory of the Third Prince, the Demon Kingdom of Vandera, in Castiglion City, Kai had summoned the hero team and given them their mission. This is the outline of the assault on the royal capital of the Kingdom of Shang. Upon hearing this, Midou was startled and Zumi anxiously muttered, "We need to warn the non-combatants in the group. It's too late, right?" Seeing the panic, Cao quickly reassured them, "Calm down." He explained that this was not the city of the Anfa Temple under attack, so the chances of the non-combatants in the group becoming victims were very low. However, Reina fiercely retorted, "Even if it's low, it's not zero. The distance is close, and it's not surprising if classmates are working in the royal capital." Midou thought this made sense and pursed her lips, saying, "That's true, should we go back to the capital?" As soon as Midou spoke, a voice came from behind, "Hey, don't say cowardly things like that." Midou turned around in surprise. The voice was from Arashi. He said seriously, "If you're worried, just send a message to your classmate." More importantly, this worked in his favor. He could decapitate the Demon Lord right away. Upon hearing this, Myeril immediately scolded, "Are you even thinking straight? The people in the royal capital will suffer huge losses." Arashi shrugged indifferently as if to say, "We've already allied with the Revolutionary Army, so we're traitors, and yet you're pretending to side with them." Myeril, flustered, stammered, "But the innocent civilians in the royal capital have no reason to be killed." Arashi coldly replied, "That ideal of yours is nonsense." Then he glanced at Midou and asked, "Midou, what about you?" Midou answered without hesitation, "I will prioritize my classmates. I don't have the ability to save everyone." This response made Myeril uneasy. With doubt in her eyes, she looked at him. However, Midou replied seriously, "But I also don't think Arashi's plan is good." Arashi glared at Midou in dissatisfaction. At this point, Kai spoke up. Kai said, "I agree, Midou. The attack on the capital by the elite army of the Demon Lord using Isabel's space magic will only last a few hours. You said if they attack during that time, they can return at an unpredictable moment. So it's best to prepare carefully. No matter how skilled we are, the number of enemies is still very small." I thought this would be a surprise campaign, but they could know the exact day and time of the attack from Isabel. Akira understood the issue after hearing this. "I get it. If we prepare a method to counter them, they'll be no different from moths flying into the fire." Kai continued, "With the help of the Revolutionary Army, we'll defeat the main force of the Demon Lord's army in one blow. From now on, the hero candidates will withdraw from the front lines and return to the capital of Shang." A few days later, in the Holy Kingdom of Dagaris, the imperial capital, this was indeed the imperial palace of the Holy Kingdom. The streets were crowded and the market was bustling. At this moment, Kai, Sina, and Mayer quietly entered. Mayer sighed, "Finally, we've arrived." Even though they had borrowed horses, the trip was still long. Sina laughed and teased Mayo. Mayer disagreed, "Too weak, Mayo. Don't compare me to the stamina of Beastmen." Kai ignored them. He scanned the surroundings and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is truly the embodiment of peace. Hard to believe this is the country that was just on the brink of destruction." The 7 dragons commented that the people here seemed carefree. Mayer nodded in agreement. The front lines now felt like a distant world. Sina disagreed and retorted, "I think a little liveliness is not bad. The outcome of the war won't change just because the people are not in despair." The scenery and pace of life here made them realize that, compared to the front lines, everything now felt different and peaceful. Sina expressed, "I think a little liveliness is not bad. The outcome of the war won't change just because the people are not in despair." Hearing that, Mayer didn't respond much, just glanced at Kai and asked, "Hey, aren't you a serious criminal in this country? Riding the horse so boldly, is that really okay?" Kai smirked and replied, "Of course it's not okay, that's exactly the point." Even though we had gathered information in the neighboring town before, I didn't expect to encounter almost no vigilance at all. Hearing this, Mayor teased cheerfully. Despite a suspicious background, we still got through right after bribing. Sina nodded in agreement. Security is really lax here. When they reached a secluded area, Kai jumped down from the carriage and said, "I'll take an inn on the outskirts as our base. Midou and the others should be arriving soon too. I want to gather intelligence on Royal City." Mayor frowned and asked, "Is it really worth investigating a place so complacent?" Her words weren't unreasonable. The locals were far too indifferent, while at the front lines people were still facing a brutal war. Kai spoke seriously. "There are a few things that worry me. The Holy Knight genies, or rather a high-ranking official of the Demon Lord sect, would be a major problem if attacked from behind. On the other hand, in Castiglion, the territory of the third prince of the Demon Kingdom, the Human and Beast Alliance has gathered, and Run is also there." She informed everyone about the Demon Lord's raid. Amelia, surprised, asked, "The attack on the Holy Kingdom?" Vun nodded slightly. "Yes. According to intelligence from the spies, the Demon Lord will deploy elite troops to Royal City via spatial magic." Hearing that, Amelia exclaimed in shock. Can the Demon Lord really employ such reckless tactics? Ega also appeared incredulous. "I find it hard to believe too, but Jun has no reason to lie, at least not that I know." It seemed that such rumors were indeed spreading in the Demon clan. Vun lowered his head, silently apologizing to Ega in his mind. Actually, all of this was because Sina told her to say it, completely fabricated, while someone like Midou, who knew the truth, understood the situation very well. Since Vun was Sina's close friend brought by Kai, she presented it as if the intelligence came from the espionage unit of the clan. Akira's side was also planning a way to return to Royal City without letting Amelia and the others know about Kai. He heard that the groundwork had been completed. The rest depended on how the group would steer the situation. While everyone was pondering, Amelia voiced her doubts. "Still, this isn't the type of secret that low-level demons could know. It's very likely false information meant to mislead." Erich disagreed, responding firmly. "But if it's true, with Royal City's defenses weakened, this place would be destroyed." Amelia found his words reasonable and sighed reluctantly. "Indeed, we can't ignore it. Above all, if we report it to our superiors, they'll surely order us to return to Royal City." Another person expressed doubt. "You mean the superiors will prioritize their safety over the entire frontline situation? Are you saying that, HMPH? Amelia replied coldly, "Don't twist my words. If Royal City gets destroyed, the entire Holy Kingdom will be paralyzed. That's obvious." Akira interjected, "Even we have allies in the Temple City near Royal City. Moreover, there are people operating inside Royal City itself. Under these circumstances, deciding to stay at the frontline is unacceptable." Midou nodded in agreement. "We will return to Royal City. Since we have the intelligence first, we hold the advantage. We should face the enemy fully prepared." Amelia frowned slightly, mumbling hesitantly, "But the reliability of this source isn't very high." Before she finished, Hyrek cut in coldly. "There is some truth in Midou's words. After all, we are not in perfect condition to continue infiltrating the Demon Lord's territory. The current forces have not reached their peak." He said the soldiers were exhausted after pacifying Leonhardt's territory, but his gaze shifted toward Akira. Given his unusual urgency and that of the others, Erich speculated the intelligence likely came from Kai, meaning the information on the Royal City raid is highly reliable. After thinking, he continued to advise, "Besides, I don't think stopping them would be beneficial." Amelia frowned, paused, then reluctantly said, "That's true. If they desert like Heresy recently, it would be troublesome. Send them back to defend Royal City." Hearing this, Midou breathed a sigh of relief. Amelia continued, "But we also cannot abandon the front line. We will stay at the front line. If the main forces, meaning the hero candidates, return for defense duties, the superiors will surely be satisfied." Ega nodded slightly, suggesting, "Our Beast Alliance warrior corps will also defend the front line. Attacking the capital of an allied nation is not unrelated to us, but there are others more suitable than us." Myril frowned in doubt. "So, aside from us, most of the forces will remain at the front line." Her question dampened the atmosphere. Everyone understood this decision meant splitting forces at a sensitive time. Amelia kept a calm expression and replied, "Yes, we cannot withdraw entirely from the front line or the situation will collapse." She emphasized that the deployment was temporary, aiming to ensure Royal City's safety against the raid threat. Erich added that they needed to maintain balance, defending the rear while preventing the Demon Lord from expanding the front. In the end, everyone reached a temporary consensus, deciding to immediately prepare the deployment and defense plan as discussed. Amelia nodded lightly, agreeing that it would be so. Reinforcements couldn't be sent without verified information. Akira found this reasonable. If the front lines were attacked, defeating the Demon King would become even harder. Moreover, sending infantry against those of the Demon King's bloodline was meaningless. Amelia noticed the worried expressions around her. She spoke up to reassure everyone, telling them not to worry too much. No matter how weak the capital's defenses, the Grand Knight Commander remained beside the Pope. Midou was surprised, eyes wide. Grand Knight Commander, Amelia explained patiently, he was the head of the Holy Knights and the strongest among them. If he and the hero candidates couldn't hold them back, everything would be in vain. At the Dagaris Holy Kingdom's royal palace in the library, Keiichi, a non-combat student, was reading. He unexpectedly received an uninvited guest. Frowning, he asked skeptically, "What do you want, Araji?" The visitor was Kai, as he guessed. Kai had come to gather information. Previously, he had asked two others, who said Keiichi knew the most about the internal situation in the capital. Kai squinted at him, speaking in a low voice. "While we're at the front lines, you become the king's personal researcher." Kai snorted lightly. Keiichi replied, "Are you mocking me?" Keiichi put down his book, speaking seriously. "I'm only teaching the Holy Kingdom knowledge from our world." Kai disagreed, asking flatly, "You didn't become a researcher just for that, right?" Keiichi became cautious. He pressed his lips, muttering, "You're still as unpredictable as ever." He said he disliked combat. So he joined the non-combat group. He was researching ways to return to his original world. Kai asked doubtfully, "Have you made any progress?" Keiichi sighed and shook his head. "No," Keiichi said. "Leonora's words only reinforced my belief that the only way to return to our world is to kill the Demon King." I frowned slightly, thinking before speaking. "So you've reached the same conclusion as I have?" Keiichi didn't answer but asked, "Did you come back just to confirm that?" Kai shook his head, replying, "No, I have another matter. A major battle is about to happen in the capital." Keiichi's expression turned pale. I ignored him, slowly approaching. "I'll explain the details now. Please relay them to the non-combat group for me. But first, I want to know the internal situation in the capital. As the king's personal researcher, Keiichi, you must know something." Keiichi nodded, understanding, and picked up a book from the table. He looked at Kai intently, speaking seriously. "I understand why you came to me. It's about the Demon Lord faction, isn't it?" The next day, at the Dagaris Holy Kingdom's capital, a meeting was held at the church headquarters. The Pope sat above with a crowd below. Emily, a woman from the moderate faction, stood in front and asked, "Is it true that the Demon Lord's army plans to attack the capital?" The Pope remained silent for a moment before speaking. "The truth is still unclear, but it's better to prepare in advance." Next to the Pope was Oscar. He also spoke. "We will deploy the hero candidates to protect the capital for a time." Emily frowned and spoke coldly. "Even if it's true, isn't it enough for you alone, Oscar, the strongest knight of humanity?" Oscar immediately denied. "We absolutely cannot let the demon race defile this cathedral. Please understand." Emily nodded, saying, "I understand. Pope Joshua, I have a proposal." Joshua looked at her, speaking seriously. "What proposal? Go ahead." Emily smiled lightly, calmly saying, "Why don't we take this opportunity to negotiate peace with the Demon Kingdom?" Her words startled everyone present. Some couldn't hold back, criticizing, "What nonsense are you saying? Has the moderate faction finally lost its mind?" Emily remained calm, replying, "Then why did we reclaim territory that belonged to humanity? Is there any reason to keep attacking the Demon Kingdom?" The Pope waved his hand, glaring at Emily. He said coldly, "Eradicating the demon race is the wish of the creator god Daedrus. The demon race is impure, opposing the creator. Peace with them is absolutely impossible." Emily persisted with her proposal, continuing, "As the scripture teaches, I only wish for peace in the world." Emily adopted a righteous expression, smiling as she explained, "Even if we worship different gods, as long as we live on the same earth and understand each other's language instead of hatred, we should love one another. Isn't that the teaching of the Creator God?" The Pope waved his hand, slightly frowning. Emily remained calm, not worried, continuing, "If we cannot live in peace with each other, then what reason is there to fight?" The Pope looked serious, not answering immediately. After a moment, he only shook his head, unwilling to continue arguing on the matter. Cam widened his voice, stating that while the Bible speaks of world peace, peace cannot exist if it includes the scum in it. Oscar also chimed in, saying that what the moderates are saying is just a dream. First, he took the premise that the devil would never accept such negotiation. Emily was not discouraged. She continued to advise that we have a voice, and talking will eventually lead to mutual understanding. Acts of hate and revenge with bloodshed are barbaric. Her words were far too ridiculous. Ruth couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Enough, Emily. If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll consider all the moderates as traitors." At this, the others clicked their tongues and spoke. "It's pity, Pope Ruth Rua, but I believe that one day we will understand each other." After speaking, she turned and left. Joshua said nothing, watching Emily's back. while the others below also showed signs of anger. Joshua and Oscar slowly walked down the corridor. Oscar muttered angrily, "That woman is really crazy." Dan Mac nodded and Ruth Rua calmly said, "The gathering of the hero candidates is according to the guidance of the creator. Emily's way of thinking goes against the creator's will." Oscar suddenly asked suspiciously, "Why would a faction form around a woman like that?" Hope Ruth Rua thought for a moment before replying, "Talent and charisma." At first glance, Emily seems kind and good-natured, but in reality, her words are so extreme that they are unrealistic. Oscar looked incredulous. Hope Ruth Rua continued, "The moderates' proposals are not worth considering. Although their influence is growing, it's still not even a tenth of the whole." He said that he must listen to those who share the same faith in a god, as that is the Pope's duty. However, today's statement has gone too far and could be seen as treason. This time, Joshua warned Oscar, "Holy Father." Regarding the devil's heresy, Ruth Rua asked seriously, "Are you talking about the heretics who are being seduced by demons?" Oscar replied seriously, "They have been more aggressive recently, causing chaos throughout the Holy Kingdom. They are forcing us to divide our forces to deal with them, and it seems they want to thin out the forces in the capital right after they receive news of the Demon King's army attacking the capital." Hope Ruth Rua sighed helplessly upon hearing this. That should have been classified information to avoid causing panic among the people. Oscar nodded slightly. Yes, it's possible they received information from the Demon King's army, but that's unlikely. But I don't think they would trust those heretics. There's a high chance that there's a traitor in the church. Ruth Rua agreed, "I think so too, but we still cannot grasp their true identity." Afterward, he ordered Oscar to continue the investigation. Oscar accepted the order without hesitation and suddenly remembered something. "What about Kai?" Hope Ruth Rua asked suspiciously. "Have you found him yet?" Oscar shook his head, "No clues yet." Joshua sighed, "I understand now. Don't worry about Leonora anymore. It's not your fault." Oscar was unconvinced, pursing his lips. "But your holiness, I will protect your daughter. At least let me kill Kai with my own hands, the one who took Leonora's life." As he said this, Oscar's gaze was filled with sharpness. Hope Ruth Rua spoke in a deep voice. "Indeed, Araji is an outsider who infiltrated the hero candidate summoning. We must find and kill him." Oscar nodded resolutely. "Yes, I will investigate this alongside the demon heresy case." Meanwhile, in the dark basement beneath the capital, a torch was burning as two figures in cloaks silently entered. Inside, there were many others. One person anxiously asked, "What should we do now?" After a moment of silence, a clear female voice echoed down from above. "The hero candidates are returning to the capital. With their strength, they cannot withstand the fully grown hero candidates. If they are fighting the Demon King's army, that would be a different story." The one who spoke was Emily, and she laughed as she said, "We will stab the hero candidates in the back. While they are fighting the Demon King's army, with that achievement, we will join the Demon King's army." At the same time, on the trail outside the capital, two figures on horseback slowly advanced. It was Midou and Akira. Midou saw the scene in front of her and couldn't hide her excitement. She exclaimed, "I see it. The royal capital is right ahead." Akira suggested, "Midou, let's rest for a bit before entering the royal capital." Midou nodded in agreement. "Yeah, Araji must have arrived before us, right?" She continued talking about the Ikai tree, at which point the Ikai tree looked up at Kai. The Ikai tree asked in a flat tone, "Is it about the demon cult?" Kai frowned and replied, "It seems like you've already encountered them." Kai nodded slightly and explained slowly, "The non-combat group has been attacked multiple times by the demon worshippers. Right now, we've ordered them to avoid acting alone if possible. Although they're a non-combat group, they're not completely defenseless. Most of the demon worshippers are amateurs. So for now, they can deal with them using bodyguards, but many are starting to feel anxious." Kai asked suspiciously, "Why didn't you inform Midou and the others?" Kai helplessly shook his head and sighed, "I didn't want to cause more trouble for them while they're risking their lives on the front lines. From the danger level, we're still much safer. I think the non-combat group can handle the demon cult." He said that even when working with the Holy Kingdom, the non-combat group couldn't find any trace of them. The issue is because the Ikai tree interrupted, saying, "The demon worshippers are hiding right in the heart of the Holy Kingdom." Heiichi nodded and replied calmly, "That's right, I had thought of someone." Kai asked in surprise, "Who is that person?" Heiichi slowly said, "Cardinal Emily of the Dagaris Church. She's the second most powerful person after the Pope and the leader of the moderate faction." The Ikai tree frowned and asked in confusion, "What is the moderate faction?" Heiichi replied, "It's a faction that's too extreme, wanting to reconcile with the demons. They use sweet words to persuade those tired of war and only preach empty ideals." The Ikai tree nodded in understanding. "Truly, it's the perfect cover for the demon worshippers." The Ikai tree shrugged indifferently. "That's right, I thought the same. That's why I'm sure Cardinal Emily is guilty. She's a senior member. The problem is, foreigners like you won't be trusted if you act against Cardinal Emily. That could turn the entire country into an enemy." Heiichi said. If we do that, it will affect the combat group on the front lines. So they can't act until there's solid evidence. Kai thought for a moment and then firmly said, I will deal with her before the battle in the royal capital begins. Heiichi looked at Kai in shock and said, you make it sound simple, but she's a cardinal of the Dagaris church. Guarding her isn't simple. Kai smiled and casually said, assassination is my specialty. Moreover, if I fail and my identity is exposed, it won't affect the hero candidates. I've already been labeled a sinner for killing a noblewoman. Still, the Ikai tree hesitated and said, Cardinal Emily is just a senior member. The one at the top might be someone else. Kai narrowed his eyes and asked, if you've guessed, you must know who that person is, right? Heiichi nodded and said confidently, the leader of the demon cult is one of the knights captains currently in the royal capital. I've narrowed it down. The next day, Midou's group, the first to arrive at the royal capital, met with the Pope. Joshua looked at them with cold eyes and after a moment spoke. I've heard about the demon lord's army's attack and their unusual method of attack. Hard to believe, he said, his tone suddenly changing, more dignified as if questioning. But how reliable is that information? Midou remained unfazed and calmly replied, there will definitely be an attack. I can't provide proof. The Pope frowned slightly and asked, is it the intuition of someone fighting on the front lines? Oscar, standing beside him, added, the hero candidate's goal is to defeat the demon lord. Returning to the royal capital will only slow that goal. Joshua questioned Midou's group. Why did you return to the royal capital? Even if it's an order, it seems like you proposed this yourselves. The Pope noticed something and spoke in a low voice. You're worried about the teammates left behind, aren't you? I understand. No doubt about it, these people believed there would be an attack. Midou nodded, admitting, yes, that's right. Moreover, regarding the timing of the attack, we have more detailed information than the initial report. The Pope's eyes narrowed slightly after hearing that, and he asked suspiciously, so when will they act? Midou answered calmly, about a week from now. Midou stared at the commander and spoke firmly, in 3 days at night. As soon as these words were heard, everyone's expression changed. A moment later, at the Holy Knights' headquarters, Midou was assigned to meet the squad leaders of the Knights. She slowly introduced herself. I am Midou, captain of the Hero Squad, also known as Knight Squadron 11. I look forward to your support. One person who seemed displeased scoffed and said, so this is a hero candidate. I am Theon, captain of Knight Squadron 2, remember that. Another person with a scar over his left eye introduced himself. I am Free Time, captain of Knight Squadron 3. Thank you for your hard work and for taking the rear lines. A silver-haired young man also greeted cheerfully. I am Gray, captain of Knight Squadron 9. Usually I specialize in tracking demons spy. But due to the emergency mobilization order, I am participating this time. I hope we can cooperate well. At this point, a girl spoke. She slowly introduced herself. I am Scarlet, captain of Knight Squadron 10, responsible for rear support. I hope we can assist everyone. The last person was Oscar. He smiled and said, let me reintroduce myself. I am Oscar the commander, sorry for testing you earlier. He said he had heard of the hero candidate's achievements on the front lines and hoped everyone would contribute to the defense of Royal City together. Midou shook hands with Oscar and smiled in response, of course, that is exactly why we returned. As she shook his hand, Midou realized something. This person truly had extraordinary power, the commander of the Holy Knights, and if he were on the front lines, defeating the Demon King would definitely be much easier. Still, the gathering of squad leaders from everywhere seemed odd. Although they doubted the authenticity of the information, they were ready, showing just how crucial the defense of Royal City was. Theon seemed unhappy and asked, do we really need hero candidates? He said their forces were enough to defend Royal City, and hero candidates were just unnecessary burden. Oscar immediately retorted, don't say that, Theon. They survived battles on the front lines and have grown far beyond when first summoned. Theon scoffed, front lines are nothing special. Midou heard this and silently thought, is he really a squad leader? Feeling the tension wasn't enough, Gray suggested, if you worry so much about his strength, why not test him in a match? Seeing is believing, right? Theon thought for a moment and nodded, makes sense. Of course, I have no objection. Midou also had no objections and spoke. She didn't know where his confidence came from, but she thought she couldn't let her guard down. Could he be hiding his true strength while she was still suspicious? Theon drew his sword and issued a taunting challenge. Come here, kid. Let me show you who's on top. Midou frowned slightly and spoke seriously. Well, if you're in the mood, then go ahead. Theon couldn't hold back and charged. I'll never let you strike first. But Midou easily parried his sword. Theon was not alarmed and sneered. If you can block my thrust, that's impressive. Meanwhile, Midou was surprised at his immaturity. Theon roared confidently, but this is far from over. However, Midou gently raised her hand and struck Theon's nape. As a result, he fell unconscious. Midou won in bewilderment. This guy is really clueless. Gray couldn't help but laugh, holding his stomach. 3 times sighed, saying, as expected. Oscar, hearing Gray laugh continuously, was slightly displeased and reminded him, "You're laughing too much, Gray." Scarlet worried about Theon and rushed over to check and began treating him. Midou was a bit surprised and said, "Excuse me, but is this person really the squad leader?" Gray nodded and laughed. "Well, nominally, he is the leader of Squad 2. 3 explained slowly. "After all, Night Squadron 2 is full of useless people. It's the squad of noble heirs who don't know where they're going." Gray smirked. Theon is the second son of a duke, so his status is the highest in the squad, which is why he was chosen as leader despite lacking the ability. Midou asked suspiciously, "But why is he so confident while being incompetent?" Oscar explained slowly, "Well, he's like a frog in a well, knowing nothing about combat. But still, we accepted it. We haven't engaged in real battles for a long time, so we're not much different from him." Retham nodded slightly and said that the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Night Divisions cannot leave the capital due to their duties. Facing a fight in the current state would cause many problems. Although it sounded serious, the 3 of them laughed heartily. Midou silently observed, not thinking they were lying. To reach their positions, they must have gone through many hardships. In the evening, after leaving the castle, Midou slowly returned home. He walked while thinking, feeling glad to have many reliable allies. He wanted them to help him on the front lines. But not long into his walk, Midou's eyes narrowed. In the darkness, a group of people had surrounded him. They wore black robes, hiding their faces under large hats. Midou frowned and asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" They didn't answer, but one of them frowned and asked, "Are you Midou, the hero candidate?" Midou glared at them and warned, "I advise you not to be foolish enough to attack me." Though he disliked saying such things, even if they were many, they couldn't defeat him. His words seemed to bruise their pride, making them furious. Seeing his companions lose composure, one of them hurriedly reassured, "Calm down, he's right. His skill level is completely different now." Midou heard this and realized the important implication. He shouted in shock, "Completely different? Are you disciples of the Demon Lord?" The man smiled and said, "Yes, we heard you just returned from the front line. We'll make sure you die here." Midou held his sword tightly, suspiciously asking, "Why do you want to kill me?" The man answered honestly, "We will offer your head to the Demon Lord to become his subordinates." Midou was somewhat surprised and continued, "Even though the Demon Lord's army is cornered, you still do this." The man replied calmly, "Many weak-willed among us left because of you. Of course, those who lost faith will be punished with death." He said only the loyal remain, acting for the Demon Lord. His tone grew more self-satisfied as he said this. He arrogantly smiled and said, "You've heard the news, right? The attack starts in 3 days. So we can't miss this opportunity." Midou frowned, thinking for a moment. "The information has been leaked." Then he spoke coldly. "If that's what you want, I'll kill without mercy," Midou said, feeling they weren't human. Now he had a clear goal. The man laughed loudly. "Good, so you won't ignore this, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers. Midou, slightly confused, asked cautiously, "What are you doing?" In an instant, a female student was brought out by the group. She was a student of the non-combat group, Tsukahiro Yuko. Seeing her, Midou panicked and shouted, "Tsukahiro," seeing him about to charge. The man warned, "Don't move, or if you don't want her dead, finish yourself." Yuko struggled but was held tightly, a gleaming knife pressed against her neck. Midou worried for her and hesitated. He silently calculated whether he could save her. Seeing Midou not move, the man shouted, "Hurry, or you know what will happen to her." What they didn't know was that Kai was silently observing from afar. He raised his gun and aimed at the man holding Yuko. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The bullet struck the man in the forehead, killing him instantly. At the same time, Midou teleported to grab Yuko, successfully rescuing her. Seeing this, the black-robed group panicked immediately. Midou flew straight to Kai. He set Yuko down and anxiously asked, "Tsukahiro, are you okay?" Yuko shook her head slightly and said, "I'm fine, thank you, Midou." At this moment, Kai coldly suggested, "Midou, take Tsukahiro back to the dorm. I'll handle them, we'll talk later." But Midou shook his head in refusal. "No, I'll join you. I have to eliminate all those who threaten my classmates." At that moment, his eyes were filled with killing intent, making the group tremble. I didn't hesitate and agreed, "Understood, I'll leave this to you. Tsukahiro, let's go." Without waiting for Yuko's reaction, Kai picked her up. Kai prepared to leave, but before he could step away, Midou suddenly spoke. "Araji, may I ask something?" Kai frowned slightly, murmuring in doubt, "What?" Midou took a deep breath and asked slowly, "You didn't use Tsukahiro as bait, right? To lure the Demon Lord's followers out?" Kai smiled slightly, satisfied. Kai nodded and said, "Yes, but I won't let it go too far. Overthinking it, even I pay attention to my classmates." Midou nodded without hesitation after hearing this. She trusted what she had heard. Right after that, his figure disappeared from the roof. and when he appeared again, he was in the middle of the crowd. This scene startled everyone. Before they could react, a powerful wave of energy appeared. Then flashes of sword light began to rise in the air, and Midou easily destroyed them. At the same time, Kai was carrying Yuko back. However, he still had some thoughts. Their leader had not revealed himself as he had predicted. They wouldn't be easily defeated. After defeating the monster cult group, Midou met with friends in the dormitory. Midou slowly recounted everything. We captured some of them and handed them over to the knights. When Keiichi heard, he frowned and muttered, "But I don't think we can get any valuable information. Even if we find something, it'll surely be hidden, and we'll never know." Midou wasn't too concerned, but worriedly asked, "How's Tsukihiho?" Keiichi sighed and replied, "He seems strong, but he's clearly suffering a lot. He's currently resting in his room. Araji is probably with him." Then Keiichi awkwardly apologized, "This time it's my fault. The kidnapper of Tsukihiro was clearly a professional." Akira disagreed, quickly speaking up. "They might be targeting the non-combatant group. I just went to call everyone earlier, but Anno from the non-combatant group has gone missing," Keiichi said with a slight frown. His voice was a bit serious. "I'm pretty sure she's been captured by an enemy group." He explained further that the demon cult was clearly becoming more active, while the previous attacks were just the actions of fanatic followers. Akira agreed, nodding in confirmation. This time, it was a very professionally planned kidnapping. Before he could finish, Midou gritted his teeth and continued, "Our return to the capital has become even more urgent." Keiichi helplessly looked at the two of them, sighed, and said, "In the capital, besides me and Tsukihiro, only Anno from the non-combatant group is here. The others are working at the Anfa temple." The more Midou listened, the angrier he got. He sternly said, "If it continues like this, it'll be too late. Send members from the combat group to act as bodyguards for those at the Anfa temple." Akira quickly said, "Narumi has already set out. Narumi can move as fast as the wind." Hearing that, Midou let out a sigh of relief. "I see. Anyway, we need to save Anno first. We need to eliminate the demon cult hiding in the capital." Keiichi nodded in agreement. "Don't rush, we don't know what might happen to Anno. If they're using her as a hostage like Tsukihiro, she might still be alive." Akira looked at the two of them, constantly thinking of strategies, and sighed. "There's less than 3 days before the demon army attacks. But that's not the main issue. We still have to worry about threats from both inside and outside. This is bad. No matter what, we first need to deal with the traitor in our ranks." At the women's dormitory, Midou was in Yuko's room. He nodded in approval. "Well done." Yuko was sitting curled up on the bed, not moving. After a while, she pouted and mumbled, "I thought I would finally be useful to the combat group." Kai looked at Yuko, still not happy. He spoke up to comfort her, "Don't worry, rest well." Yuko looked up at him, worried, and asked, "Aragi, is Anno safe too?" Kai nodded, casually answering, "Yes, Eiko, Anno is still alive. She's currently letting the enemy act freely for now." At that moment, Kai heard a voice in his head. "Araji, can you hear me?" Kai immediately frowned. "Is that Jin?" After thinking, he replied, "Connect with Tsukihiro as well." Jin immediately responded, "Got it, Tsukihiro's channel is." Soon after, Yuko also heard Jin's voice in her head. "Tsukihiro, can you hear me?" Yuko happily replied, "I hear you clearly, long time no see." Jin knew she was worried, so he gave her the information about Anno. "We found Anno's location." Yuko immediately became happy, "Really?" Kai suddenly asked, "Before the demon cult captured her, she had a telepathic communication with Kanzaki, right?" Yuko nodded slightly to confirm. He continued explaining, "So Kanzaki should be able to follow her trail." Yuko felt even more at ease, sighing in relief. "Then Anno will be fine." Jin immediately replied, "That's right, I can even let you hear her voice." Just as Jin finished speaking, Anno's voice came from the other side. "Is Yuko safe?" Yuko heard her friend's voice, extremely happy, and responded, "Yeah, I'm fine. Anno said she was being held in Salem, but nothing has happened so far." Yuko immediately reassured me, "Don't worry, we'll rescue her right away." Kai has been silent until now, only speaking up now. "So Kanzaki, where is Anno being held?" Jin replied immediately, "Can you also contact us through the Divine Knight?" Then she must be close by, actually in the capital, underground at the 3rd Night Squadron barracks. At this moment, Jin's 3 companions arrived. Hearing this, Kai immediately frowned. So the prediction of the Ikai tree was right. One of the current knight commanders in the imperial capital is the leader of the Demon Lord's cult. After a while, Kai slowly spoke. "Well done, Kanzaki, so the leader of the Demon Lord's cult is Free Time, captain of the 3rd Night Squadron." Then Kai asked Jin to share this information with Midou, and Jin immediately agreed. Once everything was settled, Kai spoke again, "I will rescue Anno first. Have Midou's team crush the 3rd Night Squadron. That's the Demon Lord's cult base. Do not hold back." At the same time, in the underground barracks of the 3rd Night Squadron, the deputy captain of the squadron, Elvin, was silent for a moment and then asked, "Right, Captain?" Free Time bit his lip in anger and said, "Not good. Still can't contact the demons, is it because Aqualia is dead?" Emily sighed and said, "At least the information about the Demon King's army attack plan has been exposed. I want to report it, but if we can't contact them, then so be it." Elvin reported again, I heard Tsukihiro has been reclaimed. Hearing this, Free Time grew angrier. The idiots can't even handle a simple pincer plan. Emily remained calm, saying, we will ensure the real identities of the captured followers are not revealed. Lately, actions have been too conspicuous. People are beginning to suspect. Free Time bit his lip in frustration, I know, but there's no other way. Natasha promised them that if the hero candidates are eliminated, she will turn them into demons. Emily slightly frowned, muttering with doubt, does that promise still hold now that Aqualia is dead? The problem is we can't contact the demon's eyes. Elvin spoke anxiously, even without the promise, we remain loyal to the demon lord. That is the true meaning of being a follower. Right? Free Time nodded slightly. Yes, that's correct. And if the demon lord's army really arrives, we will have a chance to meet the demons. As long as we have dealt with the hero candidates by then, they won't recognize us. Elvin suddenly thought of something, said anxiously, but the hero candidates are insanely strong now. Only squad leaders can barely match them. What are you planning to do? Free Time smirked confidently. They still haven't realized who their true enemy is. I still have hostages, there's much work to do. But Free Time didn't know, while they were discussing state affairs, the hostages cord he mentioned had been cut. Kai successfully sneaked into the underground barracks and rescued Anno. All guards were killed despite heavy security. Afterward, Kai retrieved his knife. He glanced at Anno and suggested, hurry, get out of here. As soon as he spoke, Kai sensed something, quickly raised his hand in front of Anno, eyes focused ahead. A figure slowly approached. It was Free Time who had noticed Kai smirking. I just intended to check the hostages, but it seems the mouse has already slipped in. Kai squinted at Free Time, challenging, Third Night Squadron Captain, so you are the leader of the Demon Lord's cult. Free Time didn't hesitate to admit, yes, and I also know who you are, the one who killed the Saintess, right? Hearing this, Kai clicked his tongue in reflection. The name brings back memories. Tell me, why are you doing this? Free Time smiled faintly, calmly replying, it's obvious. For a world ruled by the Demon Lord must not be stopped. Kai snorted lightly, biting his lip. I see, no need to ask further. Kai stayed vigilant, blocking Anno, knife in hand in attack stance. Free Time smirked, saying, I don't know how you found this place, but being caught by me is indeed your unlucky day. That death god. Hearing this, Kai hinted, is this the moment to worry about me? Free Time was slightly confused, asked again, what do you intend to do? But before he could finish, the ground shook violently, startling him, shouting, what the hell? Immediately, some subordinates ran in. Captain, Free Time looked at his subordinates, urgently asking what's happening. They panicked, reporting, the 3rd Night Squadron barracks above ground is under attack by the hero candidates. Hearing this, Free Time's expression worsened. He gritted his teeth, muttering, what? Seeing his reaction, Kai smirked, saying, is it really that surprising? My presence here means the information has been discovered. This made Free Time's anger peak, shouting angrily, bastard, you caused this chaos. The leader clicked his tongue twice, smirked, and said, instead of wasting time with me, you should hurry and deal with those hero candidates on the surface. Now they know the location of the underground area. This is the only way for you to survive. Free Time momentarily spaced out before refocusing, hesitating for a long time. He crazily rushed forward. Who do you think you are? Hand over that girl if you don't want to die. Kai remained calm, standing still. At that moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the air. Free Time froze when he saw it. Midou had appeared out of nowhere, blocking the man's sword with his own, his eyes filled with killing intent. Free Time's subordinates had been wiped out by Midou. Kai-Hip looked at Midou and smiled. You're fast, Midou cheerfully responded, thanks to Kanzaki showing us the way down to the underground area. Kai didn't say much, lifting Anno. I'll take Anno back first, the rest is up to you. He quickly left the basement. Free Time yelled in panic. Wait! Midou's sword kept him from moving. Free Time furrowed his brow. Midou's sword was too strong, making him fearful. Midou flicked his hand, pushing Free Time back. He looked at him, silently contemplating the strategy of using hostages to lure the Demon Lord's cult members. The situation was unfolding exactly as Araji had planned. While Midou was thinking, Free Time spoke. Midou, right? Midou was startled but didn't answer. The man looked at him and said, attacking the knight's camp, quite bold. Midou remained silent. The man warned, please surrender. We already have proof that this is the Demon Lord's cult headquarters. Free Time ignored him, saying, that's easy to deal with. We're more trustworthy than your kind. Eliminating the hero candidates is the top priority. Even if the hostage is taken, the mission must be carried out. He guessed that Elvin was gaining the upper hand on the surface. First, kill Midou and then wipe out the hero candidates when they lose coordination. Free Time could do that. For the Demon Lord, he charged forward to attack. Midou remained calm, not panicking. On the surface, the Night Squad's soldiers were scattered all over. Arashi was fighting fiercely. Arashi's opponent was Elvin. He skillfully dodged the strikes and swept his leg across, forcing Elvin to step back. Arashi looked at him and said, "At least you have some skill." Elvin replied, "I am Elvin, vice-captain of the 3rd Night Squad, so are you hero candidates?" Arashi lazily shrugged, showing impatience. "What's the point of attacking our camp?" he scoffed. "How would I know? You told me to stir things up, so I did." Elvin, hearing the careless words, was confused. Is that really how it works? In Arashi's mind, Jin sent an urgent message. Araji had rescued Anno, and Midou was fighting the leader underground. Jumping in recklessly would only cause problems. Everyone should focus on dealing with the 3rd Night Squad on the surface. Arashi cracked his knuckles coldly. If the hostage has been rescued, Elvin froze, puzzled by the overwhelming magical pressure. As he was distracted, Arashi rushed forward. So that means we're allowed to blow everything up, right? A massive explosion erupted. Elvin, affected, had to retreat. Arashi didn't care, continuing the bombardment, sparks flying toward the wall. The wall started to show signs of collapsing. In no time, Arashi shattered the whole thing, but a large wall appeared right in front. Inside, Elvin said, "That's why I wanted to avoid direct confrontation." Arashi frowned, muttering, "Earth magic defensive type." Elvin smirked, "I didn't expect we'd be dragged into this. At least one of you has a brain." Arashi calmly laughed, "No matter what, you're finished. Even if you defeat us, your headquarters has already been exposed." The base had been destroyed. Elvin didn't care, smiling confidently. "It's fine, we've prepared backup for situations like this." Arashi frowned, showing impatience. Below the basement, Emily was escorted out. She ran, complaining, "What a hassle. Even if I use all my power and connections, I'm not sure I can cover this up." As soon as she finished speaking, the 2 escorts fell down, the strong smell of blood filling the air. Emily was startled in an instant. Even the 2 soldiers didn't know how they died, already meeting the King of Hell. She ran while feeling anxious, realizing the situation was extremely dangerous and unpredictable. As she finished speaking, the 2 escorts fell down. The strong smell of fresh blood filled the air. Emily was startled in an instant, realizing that even the 2 soldiers didn't know how they died, already meeting the King of Hell. The tense atmosphere enveloped the entire basement, everyone feeling powerless in the face of this chaotic situation. Kai was the only one capable of silently killing like this. He approached Emily without a word, then stabbed a knife into her neck, the blood pouring out endlessly. A few stabs were enough to take down all of Emily's group. Anno shuddered and murmured, "Lady Emily, is this person also a follower of the demon lord?" Kai nodded slightly and replied that she used her cardinal status to manipulate information, but now Emily had lost her powerful backing. The base of the 3rd Night Regiment, which was originally a stronghold of the demon lord's cult, would soon be exposed. Anno nodded, her eyes brightening. "So what do you think about that?" Anno calmly began, "After I moved to the non-combat group, I was responsible for providing knowledge for the capital's infrastructure projects. The other members of the non-combat group were also handling similar tasks. The knowledge from the modern world was a revolution here." She asked, without weapons, "What does Kai intend to do while living in the capital?" Anno grew attached to this place. She wanted to make it a better place. She worked with clear goals and felt content. However, the upper class treated the slums as if they didn't exist. Anno's infrastructure improvement project for the slums was immediately put on hold. Only Emily was enthusiastic about charity activities. After hearing this, Kai realized the issue and nodded. "It's to increase the number of Demon Lord's followers. The more ignorant the people, the easier it is to brainwash them." Anno sighed helplessly. "I wanted to believe she was a good person. Many people are grateful to Lady Emily." I said bluntly, maybe she truly believes that serving the Demon Lord is the way to save those in distress. Elsewhere, Midou and Free Time were still fiercely fighting, neither willing to back down. Midou fought while thinking to himself, "I expected this, but the opponent is still strong." Free Time smirked and said, "Did you think I am on the same level as Amelia and Erich on the front lines? Don't group me with those naive kids." Midou furrowed his brow slightly, asking in doubt, "With such strength, why did you join the Demon Lord's side?" Free Time snorted lightly, coldly responding, "Do you think this strength comes from nowhere?" Midou was pushed back by Free Time, listening as he coldly said that Vita had survived countless deadly battles and fought much longer than the hero candidates. Hearing this, Midou asked in confusion, "Wasn't that to protect this country?" Free Time nodded without hesitation. He charged forward and continued, "Before the hero candidates appeared, this country was on the brink of annihilation. The nation kept losing battles and its territory kept shrinking. The power of the Holy Knight Order had decreased to less than half of its peak. All the comrades fighting alongside Free Time fell one by one. The kingdom of Than was engulfed in flames, stronger foes than Free Time disappeared, and before anyone knew it, Gata had become the knight captain. Yet he still fought recklessly, trying to hold the defensive line. A mighty symbol appeared, moving across the battlefield. The Demon Lord had finally appeared. Free Time thought the Demon Lord was only curious about the battlefield and had no intention of fighting. But the Demon Lord merely waved his hand indifferently. The commander-in-chief at that time was gruesomely killed, his upper body severed completely. At that time, Free Time was certain no one could defeat the Demon Lord. It was like an ant challenging a human. It wasn't about swords or magic, but a whole different level. As he spoke, Free Time charged forward to attack, shouting wildly. Even so, our front line retreated significantly. Midou disagreed, countering, "We've already defeated 3 of the 4 heavenly kings. The front lines have witnessed the Demon Kingdom's capital." Free Time snorted lightly, coldly saying, "This war was decided from the beginning. Whether strong or weak, it no longer matters." Midou, angry, challenged, "Even if you're with the Demon Lord, you'll never save humanity." Free Time shook his head, clicking his tongue. "By cooperating with the Demon Lord's intelligence operations and eliminating the hero candidates, they will turn us into demons and accept us as citizens of the Demon Kingdom. That's the pact with Aqualia." The more he spoke, the crazier he became. The sword relentlessly attacked Midou, forcing him to retreat. He remained calm, standing up. Coldly he said, "I killed Aqualia, so the Holy Kingdom's intelligence operations have been affected." Mentioning this, Free Time gritted his teeth and criticized, "The hero candidates really make things difficult for us." Midou squinted at him and coldly asked, "Even if the pact is still in effect, can humans really be turned into demons?" Free Time shrugged, smiling, "You must have already seen an example. The monster researcher was once human. Then he became a spy for the Demon Lord's army." Midou immediately widened his eyes in astonishment. Remember the early days when they first arrived here? They went through a battle with Steady. Seeing his reaction, Freetham became even more smug and laughed. He used himself as a test subject, even though it was a failed demon transformation case, but even after Steady died. The research results were accepted by the Demon Lord's army, and they eventually succeeded in developing a complete potion for demon transformation. Midou was even more horrified as he listened, his eyes filled with astonishment. Free Time gritted his teeth and continued, "We would have had a test subject if your hero candidates hadn't killed Aqua Elia." As soon as he finished speaking, a flame appeared around Free Time. In the blink of an eye, his sword was engulfed in brilliant flames. Free Time squinted at Midou, his cold voice ringing out, "Your hero candidates. You're strong but still weaker than me. Challenging the Demon Lord with that kind of strength is just throwing your life away." Midou watched every movement of Free Time, his eyes now full of caution. Elsewhere in the basement, a large flame also appeared. This was Arashi's attack. A series of explosions echoed. Under his strong and continuous assault, Elvin could only hide behind his defensive wall. Even so, only a few cracks appeared. Arashi snorted, slightly smirking as he said, "Impressive defense. But is it enough? If you hesitate any longer, your friends will be wiped out." As he said, the hero candidates were starting to eliminate the soldiers, their abilities making it easy to destroy them. Arashi smirked and said, "I don't know what your support is, but if you lose here, you're done for right." These words made Elvin's face darken. However, he still stubbornly opened his mouth, thinking he could stretch the battle a little longer. As expected, the hero candidates' task force had become stronger on the front line. As soon as he finished speaking, Arashi charged forward. In the blink of an eye, he stood in front of Elvin. He sneered and shouted, "How can the cowards hiding in the capital win against us?" The moment Arashi threw a punch at Elvin, another explosion rang out. As the smoke cleared, Arashi had hit the wall and no one was in front of him. A sharp sword flew toward him, and luckily Arashi managed to catch it in time. He shattered the sword into pieces, terrifying Elvin. The fragments fell onto the cold ground. Arashi was too furious. "Without a weapon, what do you plan to do?" The two charged at each other, their swords clashing with a piercing sound. Then at that moment, Freetham's sword burst into a flame. Midou frowned in confusion, but before he could react, the flame turned into a massive fire spirit. It rushed straight at him, and Midou quickly stepped back to dodge. Freetham sneered disdainfully, "You think I'd let you run?" Without finishing the sentence, he charged madly, swinging his sword relentlessly. Freetham's entire body was now surrounded by flame. Midou was shocked. Even a grazing slash could cause severe burn. He could control the flames around his sword, making close combat disadvantageous. Midou decided to attack from a distance. Freetham dodged Midou's swordlight, sneering, "You think keeping distance is enough?" Flames surged along the sword and Freetham immediately slashed. Midou hurried to create a protective shield, but the flames kept advancing. He bit his lip thinking, what kind of power is this? The fire exploded, Midou's shield shattered, and he was pushed back, with some flames clinging to him. Seeing Midou's state, Freetham grinned smugly, "So you've sacrificed your left arm." As he said, Midou's left arm was burned. Freetham continued laughing, channeling magical energy into his left hand. "Impressive. But now you can only wield the sword with one hand." I'm also concerned about the upper side. Time to end this. Without waiting, he swung his sword sideways. Immediately after, he charged at Midou. With brows furrowed, Midou had no choice but to risk it and activate his illusion skill. In an instant, multiple Midus appeared, confusing Freetham. He frowned, worried. This is a continuous teleportation technique. Realizing this, he paused, focusing on the images ahead. In this situation, he should have attacked from a blind spot. Freetham slashed backward, but only hit an illusion. He couldn't believe it, eyes wide, and spat a mouthful of fresh blood. His chest had been pierced by a sword, and the scent of blood filled the air. Midou won. Freetham was killed on the spot. Midou smiled with satisfaction, his mind games with Ega paying off. He had grown stronger on the battlefield. The fight between Arasi and Elvin continued after Elvin lost his sword. Arasi was very pleased, thinking victory was assured, but a strange occurrence shocked him. From inside Elvin's stone wall, a sword suddenly emerged, and Arashi stepped back in surprise. Elvin broke through the stone, holding a sword, smiling. The stone has turned into my sword. Seeing this, Arashi impatiently scolded, "You sneaky bastard." Then he glanced behind, coldly. "Let's end it here, the ending isn't interesting anyway." The members of Night Team 3 had been eliminated by Arasi's squad. Kao approached Arashi smirking, surprising Arashi. Arashi let out a soft sigh, unhappy. Fighting this guy only becomes a war of attrition. Boring battles that drain magic are not my style. Seeing the situation out of control, Elvin pursed his lips and muttered, "Damn it, what is the captain down there doing?" Hearing this, Jin approached coldly. "If you're waiting for the underground captain, I'll tell you it's pointless." Elvin looked at her suspiciously. Jin coldly, "Our leader has already defeated your leader." Hearing this, Elvin cried out in disbelief. "Impossible, there's no way the captain could lose to people like you." At that moment, a voice came from behind apologetically. "Sorry I'm late." Elvin turned to look. Lin saw Midou carrying a corpse. Elvin trembled, dropped his sword, muttering, "Impossible." Daila Enhut looked at him seriously and said she had just received a report. "Your supporters have also been wiped out." "Miss Emily, right?" Elvin finally accepted the truth. He laughed at himself, haha, so this is what a complete defeat feels like. Bukjayak snorted lightly. Arashi coldly scolded, "What a fool. If he stayed on the front line, he would still have some value." But he sided with the demon lord. While they were talking, a horrifying scream suddenly rang out. "Hey, what are you doing?" Everyone was startled and looked back to see Gray leading people running forward. His face immediately panicked at the sight before him. No one expected that in just one night, the base of the 3rd Cavalry had been completely destroyed. Midou and Akira tried to explain, but Gray's gaze was fixed on something else, the body of Free Time lying on the ground. Seeing this, Midou shouted, "Wait, Gray, there's a reason for this." But Gray didn't wait for him to finish. Enraged, "Don't talk nonsense with me." Then he lunged to attack. Midou couldn't react in time and was pushed back by Gray. Gray angrily shouted, "Freetham is dead and the 3rd Cavalry camp is destroyed. There's no room for excuses now." Arashi saw Gray wouldn't listen and couldn't hold back, coldly speaking while taking action. The wounded stepped back. "Let me handle this," Akira intervened. "Wait, Arashi, you can't fight him." Unfortunately, Arashi didn't listen, and moments later rushed forward, coldly shouting, "Hit him in the head to curb his delusions." A blast erupted, debris flying everywhere. When the smoke cleared, the situation became evident. Oscar managed to stop the two. Arashi froze, eyes wide in shock. Gray too. Oscar stood before them, holding both their hands firmly. He seriously advised, "Enough, calm down, both of you." Oscar's presence helped everyone stabilize amid the wreckage. Then they began clearing the ruins, gathering the bodies of the 3rd Cavalry soldiers. Survivors like Elvin were tied up. Midou, representing the hero candidates, recounted everything to Oscar and Gray. After listening, Gray realized he had acted too hastily. Oscar glanced at him. "Who said that?" "Sorry for staying silent. I received the report from Midou. I didn't think your camp would be attacked." Midou shyly explained, "I'm sorry for acting on my own, but our friends were cornered. There was no time to wait. Since there were enemies inside, I didn't know where the information came from." Oscar nodded. "Exactly." At this, Ray sighed helplessly. "Never thought the leader of the Demon Lord's followers would be an old comrade." Oscar also sighed, clicking his tongue in regret. "When I received the report from Midou, I couldn't believe it myself. Terrible, he wasn't even on my list of suspects." But the results were as they saw. Under the 3rd Cavalry camp was a base of the Demon Lord's cult. Oscar explained patiently. "According to the investigation by subordinates, Cardinal Emily is involved." Gray was shocked. "She's the leader of the moderate faction, right? Don't tell me that entire faction is backing the Demon Lord's cult." "Seems so," Oscar sighed reluctantly. At this, Saolat approached, hesitatingly saying, "The Demon Lord's cult has been strange lately. I thought the information wouldn't circulate. But the 3rd Cavalry in charge of Imperial City defense worked with Emily's faction. Keeping information secret would be easy." Gray grew even angrier, gritting his teeth. "So this is the true face of the Demon Lord's cult. No wonder we couldn't destroy them all." Midou couldn't help but interject, "Hey, we already caught the leader." Damn Mac nodded. Oscar casually replied, That's right, Cardinal Emily is lying low, but now she probably can't do anything. He also thanked Midou's team for resolving a long-standing problem, but he asked Midou how they identified members of the Demon Lord's faction. Midou hesitated a bit, then said, "We have a friend very skilled in that, and the Demon Lord's faction targeted our hero candidates." Gray also felt apologetic. "Sorry for jumping to conclusions earlier, Midou." Midou didn't mind, shaking his head and smiling. "No, I think it was just a natural judgment." Ray didn't comment further, but noticed the burn marks on Midou's arm. He asked, "Are those burns from flightum?" Midou remembered his injuries, glanced, then nodded. "Yes, his fire-covered swordsmanship is troublesome." Ray sighed helplessly. "I guessed as much, he's really skilled. You think free time is only second to Oscar?" Midou nodded, looking at the wounds on his arm, confirming. "Yes, his fire-covered swordsmanship is truly nasty." Thou has been deep in thought all this time, and now she suddenly hesitates to speak. "Where did I go wrong?" Ray noticed her worry and reassured her. "There's no use worrying." Oscar didn't pay much attention, turning to praise Midou instead. "Still, his strength is quite impressive. Defeating free time with only a few burns." Midou nodded slightly, then firmly suggested, "Anyway, we don't need to worry about the rear now. Let's start preparing to intercept the Demon King's army." Meanwhile, at the Demon Kingdom, Vlogger, after reading the news sent to him, frowned and muttered, "Don't you think this is overkill?" At that moment, a close aide of the Crown Prince nodded slightly and responded, "The Demon King is being very cautious." Alan also chimed in, "Because we are using rare magic crystal. Don't you want to crush the enemy's head for sure?" With a slight snort, Vlogger threw the documents on the table and coldly spoke. "Just because that fool Leon Hat was defeated, Father has become timid. I can handle the capital of the Holy Kingdom alone." The two aides immediately advised, "We understand your power, your highness, but it's too dangerous to let you go alone." Just as they spoke, a surge of magic appeared, scaring them. A large magic formation appeared behind Fokker. He stared at his two aides and coldly said, "Do you understand my power? Can people like you really understand my power?" Seeing Fokker angry, the two quickly bowed their heads, apologizing profusely. Fokker snorted and coldly said, "Such disrespect deserves to be punished 1,000 times over." Then he raised his hand, about to crush them. Just then, a voice suddenly spoke, "Fokker, they are also valuable military forces." "Stop there." The speaker was Isabel. She stepped out from her magical space. Fokker narrowed his eyes and asked suspiciously, "What do you want from me?" Isabel responded indifferently, "You are the commander of the Holy Kingdom's capital raid team, right? Shouldn't we be discussing the strategy?" She snorted lightly, then coldly said, "We don't need things like that. The goal is to destroy the enemy's capital, right?" Isabel, hearing this, disagreed and retorted, "But at least I need a strategy." Before she could finish, Vlogger shouted coldly, "I'll destroy however I want. Everyone just adapt." Isabel felt she couldn't talk to him anymore and bowed her head, excusing herself. But her expression was a bit unpleasant at this moment. Scarlet shared a similar opinion. With this progress, they might need to adapt as they go. The plan was too sloppy to handle. With that, Isabel could only retreat into her space and leave. In no time, she arrived at another mansion. As soon as she arrived, she saw someone. Isabel frowned and didn't approach. The person was none other than the fourth prince, the family patriarch. He spoke in a deep voice, "Just in time, Isabel. Come with me for a moment. I want to finalize some matters related to the upcoming raid." Isabel nodded slightly and followed the patriarch. As they walked, she hesitated and said, "Fokker and Scarlet said it's unnecessary." The patriarch seemed to have anticipated this and smiled wryly. "Don't listen to those two, let them be. They'll make enough trouble on their own." Saying that, he drew a serrated sword and confidently declared, "I'll take the Pope's head." Isabel narrowed her eyes as she looked at the patriarch but said nothing. The fourth prince, the strongest swordsman in the Demon Kingdom, Vandera, it seems the real commander will be him. After their discussion, Isabel returned to her space. Smith had been waiting for her. When he saw her emerge, he immediately greeted her. "Welcome back, Isabel," she replied. "I have a message from Erigi." Isabel, upon hearing that, exclaimed in surprise. "What did Kai say?" Smith slowly opened his mouth. "Proceed according to the plan. It seems they've finished preparing on their side." Isabel frowned slightly, remaining silent for a while, then whispered, "A plan to intercept with a perfect formation and take down the Demon King's main forces. I've relayed all the information I know, but will it go smoothly?" Banco also expressed concern. "Even without you, Isabel, there are still 3 royal families and one of the 4 heavenly kings. No matter how prepared they are, this battle will be fierce." Smith nodded in agreement. "That's right. Even if we kill just one of them, it will be enough." Banco thought for a moment, then hesitantly added, "The ideal scenario is that both sides suffer heavy losses. You should keep that in mind when taking action, Isabel." Isabel nodded slightly. She indicated that she understood. as the elite forces of the Demon King's army were just one day away from attacking the Holy Kingdom's capital. As the scheduled time for the Demon King's army to arrive approached, Midou and the others hurriedly prepared. The citizens had been evacuated along with the nearby military forces and personnel in the capital. Of course, the Pope and the high-ranking church officials, those who were the enemy's targets, had also evacuated the city. Additionally, Kiichi and the others in the royal capital were evacuated with non-combat members to Ant. As they watched the venomous snake lying in their midst, preparations were thoroughly underway. At the church, many had gathered to discuss important matters. Jan spoke first. We cannot turn the royal capital into a place of devastation. Isn't there a way to move the battlefield elsewhere? Akira calmly replied. According to the information received, the enemy plans to appear over the capital's sky using spatial teleportation. Moving the battlefield would be extremely difficult. After frowning, Lot spoke. We will have the mages erect a defensive barrier covering the entire royal capital. Ray sighed and said, better to do that than nothing, but the Pope and the citizens will be in danger. Hearing that, Oscar remained calm and said, fortunately, the evacuation of civilians is complete. Of course, it would be better if we could lure the enemy out of the capital to fight elsewhere. Midou immediately objected. We cannot afford such luxury. There is no choice but to fight. Accept a certain level of loss. Hearing this, Tian couldn't help but sneer. A certain level of loss. Can you say that if it were your homeland? That sarcasm made Myril furious, and she slammed the table shouting, you stole our homeland and now you talk nonsense. Seeing this, Midou hurriedly advised, it's okay, Myril. Oscar also shouted angrily, stop it, Tian. Are you trying to cause internal conflict after we finally crushed the demon church? Tian could only sigh helplessly, pathetic. When he fell silent, Oscar continued, so far this is just the prelude, now comes the main content of the strategy meeting. In other words, who will face whom? They need to make that decision. Akira frowned slightly, thinking, is it time for me to guide them according to the instructions? He recalled the previous night when Kai gathered everyone and seriously said, I received information about the enemy's abilities and weaknesses from Isabel. And the person who knows our military strength best is me, thanks to the evaluation ability, so I will decide the strategy. After speaking, he looked at Akira, suggesting Ninomiya, convey my strategy and mobilize the army as a nation. Akira nodded slightly but hesitantly asked, I'll try, but isn't this too forced? Kai was unconcerned, firmly, you can do it, just do it. Akira could only sigh helplessly. He wondered if he was being pressured too much, but Kai had already begun implementing the plan. First, Fokker is the enemy's strongest unit, a manipulator of gravity magic. To counter him, Kai assigned Arashi. Hearing this, Arashi smirked. Finally you admit I'm the strongest in this class, right, Midou? Kai paused briefly, then sighed. That's just choosing the right person for the task. If you win, I'll admit it. Then he continued assigning Akira and Kakao, both immediately nodding in acknowledgement. Next was the second Princess Scarlet, a blood magic witch. To counter her, Kai wanted Supreme Knight Commander Oscar to take charge. Akira nodded and replied, I'll convince our side. Receiving confirmation, Kai continued assigning tasks. As for the fourth Prince Dog Torg, the strongest swordsman of the Demon Kingdom, according to Isabel, he seems to be the real leader, and Kai asked Midou to take him down. He also reminded, if they realize the target has been evacuated, they may retreat immediately, so don't give them that chance. Midou responded softly, understood. And the final target is fire deity Flamerus, regarded as the favorite of fire magic and the strongest deity in history. Kai suggested Gray and Charlotte handle him, with Zumi supporting using water magic. Besides, there were 7 or 8 other high-level demons for the rest to handle. Finally, Kai looked at Jin, asking Kanzaki to take command. Jin was stunned. I'm assigned this task. Kai nodded and instructed, don't rely too much on the knights, our real combat strength lies in the knight captains. He said he prepared strategies for each battle, but don't follow mechanically. Adapt according to the situation. As soon as he finished, Midou asked suspiciously, what about you? Kai replied calmly, I'll flank and strike the enemy's head. In a chaotic battlefield, assassins hidden in the shadows exert their full strength. Back in reality, Akira recounted Kai's entire plan, then looked at Oscar. I propose this strategy, what do you think? Before Oscar could answer, Tihan sneered, aren't you too confident in yourself? Moreover, there's no role for me. On the contrary, Gray smirked. Isn't this a reasonable arrangement? The enemy is elite. Giving them to weak soldiers is a waste. Hearing this, Tian asked angrily, are you saying I'm weak? Gray just smiled without replying. Lot spoke, that's not my point. It's better if Tian commands from the rear. Seeing their argument, Oscar finally spoke. All right, I agree with Akira's strategy. He also reminded everyone to prepare thoroughly to respond to any situation. The meeting ended as night fell. Midou went to the wall to watch the moon, and Oscar suddenly appeared behind him. He apologized, sorry the meeting took too long. Midou didn't mind, shaking his head with a smile. No, I think that's normal. After all, this is the battle that decides the survival of the entire nation. Oscar stared at Midou for a long while, narrowing his eyes, then hesitated before speaking. Can you answer a question for me? Midou replied with suspicion, what is it? Oscar lowered his voice and asked again, do you know where Kai is? Midou was surprised but quickly regained his composure, shaking his head and replying, no, I don't know. He's our detestable enemy. But now is not the time to think about that, Oscar sighed helplessly. I used to be the fiancé of the Saint Leonora. If we win this battle, I will avenge her. Midou froze upon hearing this, unsure of how to react. He could only avoid Oscar's gaze and say nothing about Leonora's death. Oscar became silent, his eyes filled with worry. The two of them fell into silence, but the quiet did not last long. Suddenly, a large rift appeared in the sky, startling both Midou and Oscar. Oscar couldn't believe it and shouted. The magical presence arrived earlier than expected. Midou's face became tense. He stared intently at the rift, alert. In no time, the Demon Lord's army has appeared. Just as expected, 3 flag-bearers appeared. Scarlet, Rodo, and Archangel Flamerus, along with several high-ranking demons. Isabel, exhausted from activating the Wideria energy, sweat dripping down her face, muttered, the coordinates are set. Flamerus looked down at his feet and smirked, saying, are we here already? Scarlet, feeling dizzy, rubbed her head and murmured, this feeling is a bit uncomfortable. Rodo casually opened his mouth. Maybe it's the magic fatigue. A huge amount of magic had been used for this spaceship. At the same time, Fokker silently observed the capital, then sneered, so this is the capital of humans. Quite impressive for a lower species, he mumbled. The sky above the royal capital was enveloped by powerful magic. Arashi, who had been resting, sensed it and stepped outside. Upon seeing the group, he excitedly spoke, they're here. Akira immediately reminded him, Arashi, calm down. If we don't draw them in further, they might retreat. Arashi couldn't help but click his tongue, saying, they're not the type to be afraid, it's just that we're waiting for them. Myrill, beside him, also advised, it will be bad if they realize the Pope has evacuated. In that case, the enemy will have no reason to continue fighting. Arashi, losing patience, jumped to the side and said, got it. Shut up, Myrill angrily said. What? I was explaining it to you. Meanwhile, outside, Midou was slightly panicked. Seeing this, Oscar spoke to calm him down. Calm down, Midou. Everything happened earlier than planned, but it's still within expectations. Midou finally regained his composure, his body no longer trembling. Oscar smiled with satisfaction, casually speaking, get into position, I count on you. Midou nodded slightly, his eyes full of determination. Then, he turned and ran inside. On the other side, Kai was silently observing, smirking, they're here. Mayor beside him hesitated and asked, what should we do? Kai calmly replied, for now, let's observe. We'll provide support based on the situation of the battle, above the sky of the royal capital. Rodo, looking down from above, noticed something off, frowned and muttered, strange, it's too quiet. There's no sign of humans on the main street. Scarlet disagreed and calmly spoke, it's midnight now, so that's normal. People can't see clearly at night. Isabel, on the other hand, knew that things were not as they seemed. She spoke, this silence is a sign that the evacuation has been completed. You're worried because the departure schedule was moved up due to the sudden decision of the flag-bearers, but it seems like they are ready to dive into this fierce battle. Now they had arrived at the royal capital. Flamerus spoke, is the enemy boss hiding in that massive castle? Rodo shook his head slightly and replied, no, Flamerus. Then he pointed elsewhere and explained, that is the great cathedral next to the building called the church headquarters where the Pope is hiding, our main target. Hearing this, Flamerus became slightly confused, mumbling, isn't the boss the king? The power structure of humans is so complicated. Rodo sighed helplessly, I remember explaining this a dozen times already. Unfortunately, Flamerus doesn't understand. At this moment, Fokker also realized something, and he indifferently spoke. The huge defensive wall has been deployed. Scarlet nodded slightly. It covers the entire city. Even though it's in the rear, the capital's defense system is as sturdy as expected. The flagbearer snorted lightly, speaking disdainfully, sturdy, huh? Don't joke, this thing can't protect anything. Flamerus understood the meaning, nodded and smirked, saying, let me handle this. The flagbearer snorted softly, grinning, let me do this. Flamerus understood, nodded and smirked, let me take care of it. As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned a magic circle and flames erupted brightly, with no warning whatsoever. The fire shot straight at the defensive layer in the sky over the royal capital. The ground trembled violently, scaring the soldiers. In just an instant, the defensive barrier was burned away, revealing a large breach. The people of the Holy Kingdom panicked immediately, unable to believe their eyes, murmuring, impossible. Our defense system was broken with a single strike. Even the 3 commanders observing from afar were shocked by the scene. Mir could not hold back, exclaiming in astonishment, this is a grand magic. He was perfectly applying the concept of fire incineration. Sina also commented, what a terrifying sight. The commander recognized the magic, whispering, this is the power of the fire celestial king, Flamerus. In the sky, Fokker saw the breach, smirked and said, I will conquer the human capital, the Pope's head will be yours. After saying that, he stepped out of the space, letting himself fall freely down. Scarlet squinted, watching Fokker's figure for a long moment, then jumped after him, hoping to find a beautiful ornament. Flamerus did the same, smiling slightly and saying, "All right, let's see what kind of opponent awaits." Seeing them, Roto reluctantly spoke, "Then let's start the campaign, Fokker. Scarlet and the others do as you wish." He then led the main force of the campaign away. Only the 3 Isabels remained. Isabel's role was to guard the gate, but if humans gained the upper hand, she would close it and provide support. In that way, Fokker and the others would have no escape route, and Isabel's betrayal would be discovered. But she did not care. If she could kill these members, it wouldn't matter. Fokker landed below the royal capital. The place was desolate and terrifying, silent with only him present. At that moment, Fokker waved his hand, sending a burst of magic flying into the distance. A thunderous sound roared as nearby buildings collapsed into rubble, yet no signs of life remained, only devastation. Fokker frowned, muttering, "Just as I thought, there's no human presence here. This place is completely abandoned. Where did the information leak from, or can they sense our presence?" While pondering, Fokker stepped on something, immediately stopping and scanning his surroundings. Suddenly the ground exploded, flames filling the sky. The attacker was Arashi, standing on a nearby rooftop, laughing with excitement. "A direct hit, you fool." Yet when the smoke and fire cleared, Fokker still stood unscathed. Fokker smirked, saying, "Perfect, I will make you confess." Seeing this, Arashi's expression changed instantly. He gritted his teeth, cursing, "You're unharmed, you bastard." Meanwhile, Scarlet landed and faced a similar ambush but remained unfazed. She laughed and teased, quick reflexes. Scarlet's blocker was Oscar, who coldly said, "Vandora Demon Kingdom, second Princess Scarlet, leave that head here." Flamerus landed and began wandering. He muttered vaguely, "I've lost track of the clan and the others." After walking a while, Flamerus was blocked. He frowned and asked, "Will you be my opponent?" The ones blocking him were Gray and Sarklot. Gray said coldly, "Long time no see." At the same time, at the church castle, Roto led the high-ranking demon clan members inside. But they hadn't gone far when a stern voice rang out, "I will not let you pass." This startled the clan's leader, making him halt. Looking closely, Midou appeared at the front, leading a group of people.